Everyone transmigrates into an apocalypse survival game. Each player starts with a random vehicle and a random talent. The apocalypse descends, zombies attack. Some people start with a broken tricycle and their talents are all over the place. One has a drank night vision enhancement, another has a crank slightly faster running speed. As for me, Lin Zhou, I got a high-end RV right from the start along with the only SS rank talent, Infinite Firepower. My vision went dark then bright again. Lin Zhou found himself not sitting at his computer but standing in the middle of a dilapidated road. He still held a mouse in his hand and the special effects of the newly drawn Heart of Africa seemed to flicker on the screen. What the hell? He looked around. The asphalt was cracked, weeds sprouting from the fissures. On both sides were abandoned buildings, most windows broken, the graffiti on the walls blurred. The sky was an unnatural grayish yellow like a faded old photo. Where is this? It wasn't his rented room, not any place he knew. What's going on? I was just playing a game. I was in the bathroom. I didn't even pull up my pants. My delivery just arrived. My malatang. Suddenly figures appeared all around, all in everyday clothes with expressions as bewildered as his. One guy was wearing SpongeBob pajamas, only one slipper on his foot. There was also a girl carrying a vegetable basket, 2 tomatoes rolling out of it. I just went downstairs to take out the trash. How did I end up here? Transmigration. Group transmigration. The crowd stirred, voices of panic, cursing and confusion mixed together. Lin Zhou pinched his brow trying to clear his thoughts. A second ago he had just extracted an Heart of Africa in a knife run, celebrating finally getting out of the non-European curse, then the next second he was standing in this godforsaken place. Before he could think further, a cold mechanical voice echoed in everyone's ears, welcome to the apocalypse game. The first instance escape from the end. Game rules are as follows: 1. All players must enter the safe zone until the instance ends. 2. Before the game starts, each player will receive a random vehicle and a random talent. 3. A large number of zombies will be deployed in the instance, killing them yields game items and points. 4. Treasure chests are scattered throughout the instance containing survival supplies and enhancement items. 5. Everything in the game is real. Being killed by zombies or eliminated by the Skynet means real death. The moment the voice finished, the crowd erupted. Real death. Holy shit. Let me go back. I want to go home. I want my mom. Is this a prank? Is it some kind of hidden camera show? But some people's eyes lit up. Awesome. It's like a real-life game. Lin Zhou said nothing, just frowned. These rules. Why did they feel exactly like the game he played? Peace and warmth. Safe zones, shrinking, poison vehicles. The mechanical voice sounded again. Please do not panic, players. Before the game starts, each player will be given a resurrection coin. After death you can use the resurrection coin to revive and be randomly teleported to a safe area. But please note, dying a second time means permanent death, unable to return to the original world. The game officially begins. The first Skynet will refresh in 3 hours. Players outside the safe zone, please take note. Wish you all a pleasant journey. Immediately afterwards, a translucent panel appeared before each person. The world chat channel instantly exploded. Holy shit. I got a baby stroller. Are you kidding me? Am I supposed to push myself with my legs? Mine is a unicycle, how do I ride that? Bicycle 1, at least it's better than the ones above. Ha ha ha, I got a motorcycle. Sweet. Don't celebrate too early. What will you do when you run out of gas? Help. My vehicle is a shopping cart. A real hand-pushed cart. On the other side, Lin Zhou looked down and found a bronze coin in his hand engraved with intricate patterns, the resurrection coin. At the same time the panel prompted, vehicle has been delivered to the designated location. Please claim it. He looked up and saw a massive object parked about 50 meters ahead on the road. The silver-gray body reflected a cold light under the gray-yellow sky. Streamlined design, about 8 meters long, over 3 meters high. The side bore the black lettering Wanderer X7, windows dark and one-way. An RV. And a Topophyline luxury model. Lin Zhou walked over. The door slid open automatically. The interior was astonishingly spacious, a driving area, living room, kitchen, bathroom and even a small bedroom. The dashboard was all LCD, various buttons blinking with standby light. Vehicle Wanderer X7 Luxury RV Status 100 Durability Sufficient Fuel Special Functions Solar Charging Water Circulation System Basic Defense Armor. Another panel popped up. Talent extraction in progress. Congratulations! You have obtained the only SS rank talent Infinite Firepower effect. Any ranged weapon you use, guns, bows, throwing items, etc., consumes no ammunition, has no overheating, no wear, and requires no reloading. Bullets, arrows, and other projectiles are automatically generated. Lin Zhou stared at that line of text for 3 seconds. Infinite ammunition. SS rank. But before he could get excited, screams came from outside the window. Lin Zhou turned his head and saw several twisted figures approaching in the distance. Their movements were rigid, skin gray and decaying, with dark red liquid hanging from the corners of their mouths. Zombies, more than one. The chat channel exploded again. Zombies are coming. Run. Run. Crap. My bicycle can't go fast. What's that? I just abandoned my baby stroller and ran. Who has weapons? Team up, please. RV. I saw someone got an RV. Big shot, please take me along. Lin Zhou didn't look at the channel. He walked to the driver's seat and started the engine. A low, steady rumble sounded and the dashboard lit up blue. Finally he glanced at the rearview mirror. Those zombies had approached within 20 meters. One spotted the RV and charged forward with a roar. Lin Zhou shifted into gear and stepped on the accelerator. The RV started smoothly and drove deeper into the road. The game had begun. Ahead, under the gray-yellow sky, the apocalypse was spreading. But Lin Zhou gripped the steering wheel and for the first time a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This game, maybe it's kind of interesting. Then he silently called up a translucent personal panel before his eyes. Player Lin Zhou, physical fitness 3, average person is 5, talent SS rank Infinite Firepower, Vehicle Wanderer X7 Luxury RV, personal items, Resurrection Coin X 1.0, status healthy. At the physical fitness 3 row, Lin Zhou's mouth twitched violently. Damn, I'm that weak. Well, I am a bit of a shoot and play games a lot, eat takeout a lot. But yeah, maybe I'm a bit out of shape. With such stats he'd probably be out of breath after running 200 meters. His gaze shifted to SS level Infinite Firepower, and his brows furrowed again. The talent was ridiculously overpowered, unlimited ammunition, a skill among skills. But what about a weapon? He was unarmed. Would he have to act like a caveman, pick up a brick and bash zombies' heads? Was infinite rock throwing also a form of infinite firepower? Thinking about it was unrealistic. He glanced at the rearview mirror. The earlier zombies were now far behind, reduced to blurry dots. For now he was safe. But he knew in his heart that the trouble was only beginning. He quickly pulled up the game system's built-in map. A simple top-down view appeared on the panel. At the center, a green cursor representing himself moved along a gray line representing the highway. On the edge of the map, a huge white circle was clearly marked as Safe Zone. In the upper left corner of his field of view there was also a slowly shrinking pale red circle. That was the coverage of the Tianwang. He measured the distance between the two and Lin Zhou's face darkened. The green cursor was almost touching the edge of the red circle. In other words, he was now only about 1 kilometer from the Tianwang refresh boundary. And that unreachable white safe zone was a full 300 kilometers away. The countdown in the upper right corner showed time until first Tianwang contraction, 2 hours 47 minutes. Over 2 hours cover 300 kilometers. Lin Zhou couldn't help cursing, damn it. First a lucky start with a god-tier skill, then suddenly a hellish marathon. This luck is the law of conservation of luck, huh? The luxury RV had ample power, and on the empty abandoned highway reaching over 100 kilometers per hour was no problem. Theoretically time was barely enough. But this was an apocalypse game. How could the highway be clear all the way? Ruined stalled cars, even man-made barricades and wandering zombie hordes were potential threats. Not to mention he had no means of self-defense. No, I must leave immediately and go full speed. I absolutely must not delay on the road. He took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to complain and focused on driving. The RV engine emitted a low powerful roar and the speed steadily increased. Fortunately the highway looked long abandoned, but the road surface was largely intact with no obstacles for now. The world chat channel was still lively, panic complaints, pleas for help occasionally mixed with a bit of showing off or so-called guides, help. I'm trapped by 3 zombies in a convenience store. Anyone nearby? I have a pickup truck, please help pull me out. Ha ha ha, I found a fire axe. Awesome. Killed 2 already. Any medical supplies? My teammate was bitten, bleeding non-stop. Fool, whoever gets bitten will turn into a zombie, no point saving. Watch out. There are tons of zombies in the industrial area to the west, don't go there. Treasure chest. I found a wooden chest, opened it and got a bottle of water and a pack of cookies. Lucky I only found an empty can. Lin Zhou quickly scanned a few lines and closed the channel. The information was chaotic. For now there was no weapon he urgently needed nor any effective warning about the road ahead. He had to rely on himself. 300 kilometers, the countdown ticking. The RV transformed into a silver-gray shadow, speeding straight along the desolate highway toward the distant safe zone. 20 minutes later. At the same time, on the edge of a side road, a woman leaned against her overturned, dilapidated tricycle on the verge of tears. She wore a somewhat flimsy, sexy outfit, the originally flowing fabric now covered in dust, torn in several places by sharp gravel, with blood seeping from pale arms and calves stinging painfully. Her name was Lin Zhou, 23 years old. Formerly the campus belle of the dance department at Blue Star Moda University. 10 minutes ago she had been in that well-lit dance studio practicing a new TikTok dance in front of the mirror. Then suddenly a white light and the world had turned into this mess. An abandoned highway, a gray-yellow sky, and that cold mechanical voice in her mind announcing absurd rules. This was bad enough, but worse, the vehicle the game assigned to her was actually a rusty, dilapidated man-powered tricycle with a broken trailer behind it. At that moment Lin Zhou's delicate face crumbled. A tricycle. The campus belle pedaling a tricycle to flee in the apocalypse. She had rarely even touched a bicycle since childhood. Whenever she went out it was either the family driver or a taxi. How could she handle this iron contraption? But the instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. After fumbling and studying for a while she barely figured out how to pedal it and wobbled onto the road. But after only a few hundred meters she lost control at a turn and the whole thing crashed off the road, flipping over at the edge of a ditch. The tricycle was completely immobilized, its wheels bent. She managed to jump off before the crash, but she was badly bruised and disheveled. What chilled her to the bone was that from behind a half-collapsed residence not far away several figures staggered out. Tattered clothes, grayish skin, strange gait, making heh, heh sounds in their throats. Zombies. The monsters mentioned in the game's prompt. They seemed to smell the living. Their murky eyes swiveled, locking onto her direction, and began to accelerate toward her. Lin Zhou's face turned pale instantly. She struggled to stand up, but a sharp pain shot through her ankle. She seemed to have twisted it while jumping. Fear flooded over her like ice water. Looking around, it was empty and desolate, nowhere to hide. The tricycle was wrecked, she couldn't run fast, and she didn't even have a stick to defend herself. Despair washed over her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Zhou's RV sped along the main highway. With 2 hours and 20 minutes left until the first Tianwang contraction, he had already covered several dozen kilometers. The road conditions were becoming complicated. Occasionally he could see abandoned, wrecked cars that he had to carefully avoid. The map showed that ahead was a fork connecting to a side road. He remained alert, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Just as he approached the fork he saw the scene on the edge of the side road: an overturned tricycle, a young woman sitting on the ground, her figure slender and disheveled, and 5 or 6 zombies flanking her from the side, already less than 20 meters away. The woman was clearly frozen in terror. Lin Zhou's eyes sharpened. Trouble. Without any hesitation he made a judgment. Ignore her. Get away. This is an apocalypse game. People's hearts are unpredictable, you can barely save yourself, and meddling often leads to the fastest death. How many stories in movies and novels show people getting betrayed or dragged down because of a moment of soft-heartedness? His physical attribute was only 3 points. His only reliance was the RV and the yet oberialized infinite firepower. The top priority was to rush to the safe zone, not to pick up strangers on the road. He even turned the steering wheel slightly, preparing to accelerate past the fork on the main road, out of sight, out of mind. However, just as he was about to pass the intersection his pupils contracted. Perhaps hearing the engine, 2 of the zombies abandoned the prey right in front of them and instead staggered onto the main road, directly blocking the RV's path. Their movements were slow, but crashing into them, even if the RV was sturdy, could cause loss of control damage or getting stuck. Damn. Lin Zhou swore under his breath. Not to save her, but for himself. The road was blocked. In a split second he made a decision. Damn it, let's go. Not to save her but to clear the road. His eyes hardened. Instead of slowing down he stepped on the gas pedal all the way. The powerful engine of the Wilderness Roamer X8 emitted a furious roar. The silver-gray steel beast's speed surged again like an enraged bull mercilessly charging toward the two zombies blocking the road. Tires screeched against the ground. The huge noise instantly drew the attention of all the zombies, including those about to pounce on Lin Wanqing. They all turned their heads in unison, their murky eyes reflecting the rushing metal beast. And Lin Wanqing, who had almost closed her eyes in despair, was jolted awake by the sudden engine roar. She jerked her head up. Through blurry tears she saw the huge silver-gray RV charging toward the zombie horde like a war god. In the midst of despair, the rapidly approaching metallic gleam became the only light in her eyes. Her heart began to beat violently. Bang! Bang! A dull thud echoed as the two zombies blocking the road were violently thrown aside, their foul bodily fluid splattering across the windshield. Ding! Killed ordinary zombies. X2 gained 2 points, obtained mechanical parts 10-5. The cold system notification echoed in his mind, but Lin Zhou was completely too preoccupied to pay attention. His expression instantly turned grave, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure. The vehicle was losing control. In an effort to clear the path he had pressed the accelerator too hard, and in the moment of colliding with the zombies the vehicle experienced a violent jolt. Combined with possible gravel or unevenness on the road, the massive RV began to uncontrollably skid sideways like a frightened wild horse. Damn it! Lin Zhou slammed the brakes attempting to stabilize the vehicle, but the immense inertia was not so easily countered. The tires screeched, leaving long black streaks on the ground. The RV spun on the highway for over 2 complete circles, the rear swinging violently due to centrifugal force. Bang! Crash! Another wild tail swing sent the zombies behind flying like bowling pins. Ding! Killed ordinary zombies. X3 gained 3 points, obtained mechanical parts 10-7, gained inferior fabric. X2. The RV continued to slide forward for a dozen meters before finally coming to a halt, crashing into an abandoned iron mailbox by the roadside with a dull thud. Inside the vehicle the airbags had deployed. Lin Zhou was struck heavily in the face by the airbag, leaving him dizzy, ears ringing and his chest painfully constricted by the seatbelt. He coughed violently a few times, the world going dark, and it took more than half a minute for his vision to refocus. Am I okay? He touched his arms and legs. Aside from the soreness and dizziness from the impact, it seemed he wasn't seriously injured. The safety features of this wilderness RV were indeed formidable, and its sturdy body along with the timely airbags had saved his life. His hands trembling, he unfastened the seatbelt and pushed against the somewhat deformed door of the driver's seat, but it wouldn't budge. He had no choice but to lean close to the side window, which was smeared and cracked, peering outside with trepidation to assess the situation around him. At the sight his blood ran cold. Surrounding the RV were at least a dozen zombies, swaying their bodies and lowly growling, encroaching from all directions. Some were missing limbs, their decaying faces pressed against the window, murky eyes fixated on the interior, fingers clawing at the metal body, producing a chilling scratching sound. The earlier crashing and engine roar had evidently roused more residents from the area. We're doomed. Lin Zhou's heart raced, adrenaline surging. He instinctively pressed the accelerator, hoping to speed away, but the engine only weakly sputtered a few times, the vehicle remaining immobile. Several warning lights blinked a glaring red on the dashboard. What the hell? Is it broken? Or stuck? Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he attempted a few more times, but the vehicle still showed no reaction. His back was instantly soaked in sweat. What should I do? Is it going to end here before it even starts? He forced himself to calm down and quickly assessed the situation. One piece of good news: the defensive armor of this luxury RV seemed to be more than just for show. The body was exceptionally sturdy and the window glass appeared reinforced, temporarily warding off the zombies' clawing and banging. For the time being they couldn't get in. However, the more fatal bad news was that he was trapped. The vehicle wouldn't move and the number of zombies around kept increasing. Even if they couldn't enter for now, they would eventually trap him alive here. Food and water might last for a while, but what about the tightening net? 3 hours later, if he was still within this red circle, the consequences would be unimaginable. I can't just sit here and wait. I need to think of a way. Lin Zhou pounded the steering wheel in frustration. Relying on that seemingly delicate woman outside to save him. Don't be ridiculous. Weapons. He needed weapons. He immediately began rummaging through his safe haven. The drawer in the driver's seat was completely empty. In the cabinet of the living area he found a small box of bottled water, a few packs of compressed biscuits and a toolbox. Opening the toolbox, it contained wrenches, screwdrivers, pliers and other maintenance tools, as well as a fruit knife that looked fairly sharp. Lin Zhou picked up the heavy wrench, weighed it in his hand and glanced outside at the terrifying zombies, feeling a wave of unease. With his mere 3 points of physical fitness, charging out with these melee tools to grapple with a dozen zombies. That was no different from courting death. He would probably be knocked down and devoured in just 2 hits. What to do? Was there really no way out? Just as despair began to rise again, he suddenly remembered, the layout of the RV indicated that there was a considerable storage space at the rear, which meant a trunk. He had been too focused on driving and familiarizing himself with the living area ahead and hadn't taken the time to check. Right. The trunk. Seizing what felt like the last lifeline, Lin Zhou quickly moved towards the back. The door leading to the rear storage area was next to the bedroom, a heavy metal partition door. He twisted the lock and pulled it open with some effort. Then he was dumbfounded. In the dim light of the RV he saw that the trunk space was even larger than he had imagined. Most strikingly, there was a wire rack fixed to the thick metal walls on both sides. On the rack hung a sleek black assault rifle which appeared to be an M4 carbine. Next to it was a short-barreled, intimidating pump-action shotgun. And there was also a light machine gun complete with a bipod and a long belt of ammunition. The outline was unmistakably that of an M249 saw. Moreover, in the storage compartment beneath the rack, boxes of various calibers of ammunition were stacked: 5.56mm NATO rounds, 12-gauge shells and heaps of 7.62mm machine gun belts. Nearby there were even several magazines fully loaded with bullets and a few military-green grenade-like objects. Lin Zhou's mouth dropped open and he stared blankly for 3 seconds. Then an indescribable surge of ecstasy and absurdity flooded over him. Holy crap! Guns! They're all guns! He couldn't help but let out a low shout, eyes wide open, hardly believing his luck. In the next moment he slapped his forehead, his face lighting up with extreme excitement and realization. Of course. It's only sensible to have some guns in an RV while out and about, right? Then he glanced at his personal panel, where the only SS-level talent was unlimited firepower. Unlimited ammunition, nowhere, no need for reloading. Coupled with the hard goods in front of him. Lin Zhou's hands trembled with excitement as he carefully took down the M4 carbine that looked the most handy. The heavy metallic feel came with a cold aura of lethal intent. He awkwardly checked it, found a switch that appeared to be the safety, and took a loaded magazine, slotting it in with a crisp click, recalling his vague gaming memories. The sound of it chambering was crisp and pleasant. He took a deep breath, forcing his wildly pounding heart to settle slightly. Turning to face the zombies still frantically banging on the windows and body of the RV. Fear had not completely vanished. Yet a mixed emotion of nervous excitement and newfound confidence began to ignite within his chest. He approached a side window that was being thumped loudly, squinting to look for a target through the grime. "You were just having such fun chasing me, weren't you?" he murmured to himself, slowly raising the rifle in his hands, aiming the barrel through the glass at a twisted, decayed face outside. "Now it's my turn." Lin Zhou's fingers settled upon the cool trigger guard, his heartbeat quickening, yet his hand remained unerringly steady. He had never truly fired a gun before, only witnessed it in games and films. Recoil, aiming, breath control, everything was uncharted territory. But now there was no time for hesitation. To hell with it. Infinite ammunition, charge headlong. Gritting his teeth, he abandoned all thought of textbook firing posture. Instead he braced the stock firmly against his shoulder, pressed his cheek tight to the receiver and aligned the crude iron sights roughly with the chest of the nearest zombie outside the window. He squeezed the trigger. Bang! A deafening detonation erupted within the confined space of the armored van. The recoil struck his slender shoulder with brutal force, far greater than anticipated, eliciting a stifled grunt as he staggered half a step backward and the muzzle lurched violently upward. Yet the infinite ammunition talent had already activated. He watched clearly. No spent casing ejected, no reciprocating motion of the bolt, but a single 5.56mm round nonetheless leapt from the barrel. Crack! Outside the zombie's chest exploded in a gory spray of mangled flesh and splintered bone before it collapsed onto the asphalt, convulsed twice, and lay still. Ding! Defeated one common zombie. Gained 1 point. Effective, and devastatingly powerful. The sharp ache in his shoulder and the ringing in his ears were instantly drowned beneath a flood of exhilaration. Lin Zhou ignored the throbbing pain. Without pause he repositioned himself. This time forewarned, he drove the stock deeper into his shoulder socket and deliberately lowered the muzzle. Bang! 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 He spared no ammunition, unleashing rapid fire toward zombies scattered across different directions. Da-da-da. The gunfire cracked like snapping bamboo, making the van's interior vibrate with resonance. The effect of infinite ammunition was nothing short of miraculous. No reloading, no overheating concerns, only relentless uninterrupted torrential fire so long as his finger held the trigger. His initial accuracy was abysmal, several rounds ricocheted off the vehicle's hull, sparking off its reinforced plating. Fortunately the motorhome's armor proved thick enough to withstand them. Yet with each successive burst he began to find his rhythm. Or rather, precision was supplanted by sheer overwhelming firepower. The zombies, unswayed by fear or death, were nonetheless pulverized by raw physical impact. Skulls shattered, torsos ruptured, limbs severed. Within mere seconds over half the horde encircling the vehicle lay slaughtered. Defeated 4 common zombies. Gained 4 points and 8 mechanical parts. Defeated 3. Gained 3 points and 5 mechanical parts. System notifications chimed one after another, but Lin Zhou barely heard them. He was utterly consumed by the savage power of destruction and the visceral carnage unfolding before him. Euphoria eclipsed his initial dread and discomfort. Exhilarating. Swiveling the muzzle, he opened fire anew on the cluster of zombies gathered beyond the opposite window. Flame roared from the barrel as zombies fell in waves, limbs and torsos torn asunder, spraying crimson arcs across the pavement. Within moments the dozen or so creatures surrounding the van dwindled to just 2 or 3 lingering at a distance, seemingly stunned by the ferocity of the barrage. Now, while they're broken. Driven by a primal surge, Lin Zhou, eyes bloodshot, senses ablaze, yanked open the slightly warped side door and leapt down, rifle raised. His boots sank into ground slick with gore and shredded flesh. A rancid, nauseating stench slammed into him like a physical blow. Holding his breath he aimed once more, and fired at the shambling figures closing in. Da-da-da-da. The thunderous report reverberated across the desolate highway, the intensified recoil slamming into his chest, so fierce it felt as though his organs shifted inside his ribcage. Yet he clenched his jaw and held firm, unleashing full auto fury. When the final zombie's skull burst apart and crumpled lifelessly to the ground, silence crashed down, leaving only the shrill whine of tinnitus and his own ragged, heaving breaths. Panting, Lin Zhou lowered his numb arms and surveyed the scene. True rivers of blood. Shattered corpses. Splattered gray matter. Pavement soaked in deep viscous crimson, far more harrowing, far more real than any screen or imagination could convey. Ugh. The assault on his senses triggered violent gastric spasms. He doubled over, retching uncontrollably, tears stinging his eyes. The earlier thrill and grim resolve evaporated, replaced by profound physiological revulsion, and a lingering cold thread of fear. This was killing. Not abstract, not simulated, monstrous, yes, but shaped so cruelly like humanity itself. Suddenly something changed. Behind him, a corpse twitched. A zombie, half its face obliterated, driven solely by base instinct, lurched upright and lunged forward, jaws wide, aiming straight for Lin Zhou's exposed nape. A wave of fetid wind struck his neck, his hairs stood on end. But his body, weakened by vomiting and stunned by delayed reaction, failed him utterly. He couldn't pivot, couldn't dodge. I'm finished. The thought flashed, then, watch out. A clear, urgent female voice pierced the air. In the same instant a figure hurled herself sideways toward him. Her hands gripped a jagged stone, twice the size of a fist, and with every ounce of strength she possessed she brought it crashing down onto the zombie's temple. Thud. Not heavy, but unmistakably solid. The impact wrenched the creature's head sideways, breaking its lunge mid-bite and sending it stumbling off balance. That single fleeting second, barely a heartbeat, was the razor-thin margin between life and oblivion. Lin Zhou snapped back to awareness. Adrenaline surged anew. Instinct took over. He threw himself forward and sideways, narrowly evading the zombie's clawing grasp. Shoot it, now. Lin Wanqing's voice trembled violently, not just with terror but with desperate urgency. Her face was ashen. That single act seemed to have drained her last reserve of strength, her hands shaking fiercely around the stone. Still sprawled on the ground, Lin Zhou reacted almost reflexively, snatching up the rifle that had tumbled beside him, raising it without proper aim and firing directly into the zombie's torso. Da-da-da. A hail of bullets struck at point-blank range, hurling the creature backward in jerking spasms before it collapsed, twitched twice, and went still. Silence descended once more, broken only by their uneven labored breathing stark against the acrid haze of gunpowder and blood. Lin Zhou slumped against the cold tire of the motorhome, heart hammering as if trying to tear free from his chest. He glanced at the slain zombie, then turned his gaze to the woman standing a few paces away, her dress torn, arm wounded, face pale with terror, yet unbowed, resolute. Lin Wanqing. She had just saved his life. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Zhou for consecutively killing 10 zombies for the first time, earning a black iron treasure chest X1. The system notification echoed in Lin Zhou's mind, causing him to pause slightly. A treasure chest. A reward. But clearly now was not the time to ponder this. He steadied himself on his somewhat weak legs and scanned the surroundings warily. Gunfire, the stench of blood, and chaos everywhere. This place resembled a massive slaughterhouse, and heaven knows how many monsters it would attract. Perhaps more zombies were already on their way. He had to leave immediately. With that thought he hesitated no longer, not even glancing at the shaken Lin Wanqing, and turned to walk towards his somewhat deformed RV. He needed to check the damage to the vehicle to repair it as soon as possible, or to switch vehicles. He opened the side door, just about to get in. Wait. A desperate female voice called from behind. Lin Wanqing, enduring the sharp pain in her ankle, hobbled to the side of the vehicle and grasped the door handle tightly before he could close it. She raised her pale face, her beautiful eyes filled with pleading panic and a hint of disbelief at being abandoned. Please take me with you. My tricycle is broken. I can't walk anymore. It's too dangerous here. Lin Zhou paused, his brow furrowed, turning to look at her, his gaze lacking warmth. Your vehicle is broken. What does that have to do with me? His tone was cold, carrying a sense of detachment. Don't think that just because you helped me a moment ago I must fulfill your request. Don't forget, if I hadn't driven over you would have been eaten by those zombies already. His logic was simple and direct. Though she saved his life, he indirectly saved her because of his appearance. Mutually offsetting, they owed each other nothing. Take her with him. A woman with an injured ankle, unable to move, who seemed to lack survival skills aside from her looks. In this perilous apocalyptic game it was akin to tying a burden to himself. A liability that would consume additional resources, distract his focus, and could even hold him back at a critical moment. He was not a saint. Although the other party was indeed stunningly beautiful, her current disheveled appearance had a sense of broken beauty, but that was not enough for him to risk his chances of survival. Compassion was a luxury here, even poison. Lin Wanqing was choked by his icy words, her eyes instantly reddening, yet her grip on the door handle tightened, her knuckles turning white. She seemed to want to argue, but when she saw Lin Zhou's unwavering gaze, glanced at the terrifying surroundings and the faint suspicious sounds in the distance, the overwhelming fear and despair of being abandoned finally overwhelmed her. Tears uncontrollably rolled down her cheeks, mixing with the dirt on her face, but she did not cry out loud. She simply looked at Lin Zhou with her tear-filled eyes, stubborn yet fragile, repeating her plea, please. I don't want to die. Take me. I'll do anything. I won't hold you back. Really. I beg you. Her appearance would evoke sympathy in anyone who saw her. But Lin Zhou only looked at her expressionlessly for 2 seconds, then pulled her hand away from the door handle with force, but not violently. Sorry. He uttered 2 words, good luck. After saying that, he no longer looked at her and prepared to forcefully close the door. Wait. Lin Wanqing's urgent voice rang out again, sharp with desperation. I can help you. And I'm sure you'll be interested. I'm not a burden. The action of closing the door paused once more. Lin Zhou turned his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, locking onto her pale yet slightly stubborn face. Time was of the essence, and he had no time for nonsense. 3 seconds. He said coldly. Speak. Lin Wanqing dared not delay, speaking rapidly, almost shouting, I have awakened a talent. It's the only upgradable talent. It's called Treasure Affinity. The effect is, I can open treasure chests and increase their quality by 1 level. Black iron to bronze, bronze to silver. As long as I open it, it can be upgraded by 1 level. And after reaching a certain level, the talent can be upgraded and the effect may become even stronger. An upgradable talent. Opening treasure chests, increasing quality by 1 level. Lin Zhou's heart jolted violently. Treasure chests. One of the key resource acquisition methods explicitly mentioned in this apocalyptic game. If what she said was true, then the value of this talent was simply immeasurable. Especially in the early stages, the items obtained from a high-level treasure chest could directly determine life and death and the speed of subsequent development. This was indeed not a burden. If it could really be done, this was a walking treasure chest upgrader. A strategic support. The coldness on his face eased slightly, but his scrutinizing gaze became sharper, as if trying to see through Lin Wangqing's eyes to judge whether she was lying. "Prove it," he stated succinctly. I don't have a treasure chest to open right now." Lin Wangqing panicked a bit, but then, as if grasping a lifeline, she said, "You can look for one. Or trust me just this once. As long as we find a treasure chest, I can prove it." In the distance, more indistinct roars were indeed approaching, getting closer. Lin Zhou glanced at the map, then at Lin Wangqing, who was anxious yet had a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Risks and opportunities. In the next moment he made a decision. "Get in the car." He shifted to the side, opening the door for her, his voice still lacking warmth. "If you deceive me, or your talent is useless. Don't blame me for throwing you out to feed the zombies." "I won't." "Absolutely not." Lin Wangqing felt as if she had received a pardon. Nearly crying, she quickly endured the pain and climbed into the car with her hands and feet. The door closed behind her, temporarily isolating her from the approaching danger and the strong scent of blood outside. Although the RV was in a state of chaos inside, its sturdy body still provided an unprecedented sense of safety. Lin Wangqing collapsed on the floor behind the passenger seat, panting heavily. The feeling of survival after the disaster and the intense pain in her ankle surged together. Lin Zhou had no time to pay attention to her, suddenly remembering the treasure chest rewarded by the system earlier. Wasn't this the best opportunity to verify the woman's talent? He focused his thoughts and retrieved the two treasure chests he had just obtained from the system items. One was the dimly gleaming metal black iron treasure chest. The other was the beginner achievement treasure chest, emanating a subtle glow of ancient wooden texture. According to the game instructions he had briefly glanced at earlier, treasure chest quality ranged from low to high, generally categorized as wooden, common, black iron, fine bronze, rare silver, excellent gold, epic, diamond, legendary and mythical divine. He held the heavy black iron treasure chest, turning around to find Lin Wangqing curled up in the corner, carefully observing the interior of the vehicle. "You come here," he ordered. Lin Wangqing flinched, hurriedly supporting herself against the wall of the vehicle to stand up, limping over. Lin Zhou handed the black iron treasure chest to her. "Open it. Now." Lin Wangqing looked at the coldly glowing metal box before her, took a deep breath and reached out to gently touch the lock of the treasure chest. "Do you want to open the black iron treasure chest?" A prompt appeared that only Lin Wangqing could see. Without hesitation she chose yes. With a soft click, the surface of the black iron treasure chest transformed into a greenish-gray box with a patina. In just 2 seconds a brand new bronze treasure chest appeared in Lin Wangqing's hands. Lin Zhou's pupils contracted slightly. It really upgraded from black iron to bronze. He took the bronze treasure chest, feeling its cool touch. The quality was indeed far superior to the previous black iron chest. The system information also clearly displayed as bronze treasure chest. This woman was not lying. Her talent was real. Lin Zhou's gaze toward Lin Wangqing changed for the first time. From the previous cold scrutiny there was now a hint of appraisal and a trace of hidden fervor. This was not a burden. It could very well be a treasure. Lin Zhou took the upgraded bronze treasure chest and opened it without hesitation. Bronze treasure chest opened successfully. Acquired strength potion small x1, fresh beef 10, gene x1 points x10. With a flash of light the items fell into his personal storage space. Strength potion. Lin Zhou's eyes lit up as he immediately checked the description. Strength potion small, consuming it may randomly increase 13 points of physical attributes related to strength. Hiss. Lin Zhou couldn't help but gasp. This was a good item. His greatest weakness now was this body with only 3 points of attributes. This potion was like a timely aid. He looked at Lin Wangqing with a softer gaze, even bringing a hint of a smile. "You should try this treasure chest too." He handed over the beginner achievement chest. He wanted to see if this special achievement chest would yield unexpected surprises upon upgrading. Lin Wangqing nodded, took the treasure chest and activated her talent again. A faint white light flashed, the wooden texture became clearer and deeper, and the faint light brightened, transforming into an intermediate achievement chest. Lin Zhou rubbed his hands, opening it with some anticipation. A brighter golden light flashed than before. Intermediate achievement chest opened successfully. Acquired AI Smart Vehicle System Xiao AI Core Module X1. Xiao AI Advanced Vehicle AI capable of fully controlling and optimizing all layouts of the Wilderness Rover X7 RV, as well as possessing a telepathic communication function with the player. An AI Smart System. Moreover, one that can fully control this RV. Lin Zhou was momentarily stunned, then a wave of immense joy surged in his heart. This was simply a pillow delivered when he was sleepy. He had been worried about the car being difficult to drive due to damage, and now this problem was almost entirely resolved. Install it immediately. With a thought, the core module in his hand transformed into a stream of light merging into the RV's control panel. Moments later, the dashboard screen lit up with a soft blue light and a simple sound wave pattern appeared. At the same time, a clear but slightly electronic and harmonious female voice echoed in the car. "Hello, Commander. AI Smart Assistant Xiao AI has been activated and is scanning the vehicle status. Scanning complete. Current vehicle Wilderness Rover X7 damage level 23. There are faults in the power system and steering system. Should we prioritize repairs?" Done. Lin Zhou suppressed his excitement and immediately tried to give the command, "Xiao AI prioritize repairing the power system and steering system. What materials are needed?" Xiao AI immediately replied, "Repair plan has been generated. Requires basic materials, mechanical parts X5 and 3 points. The commander can open the vehicle panel to proceed." Vehicle panel. Lin Zhou thought and indeed found the vehicle option next to his personal panel. Opening it, vehicle Wilderness Rover X7 upgradable status 23 damaged reparable energy 87 solar charging water reserve 100 function modules basic living facilities basic defense AI smart core Xiao AI. He first clicked on the reparable option behind the status and a page popped up. Repair requires 3 points and 5 mechanical parts, estimated repair time 20 minutes. Additional points can be consumed to accelerate repair. Shall we repair? So that's how it is. Points and those mechanical parts dropped from monsters are universal resource consumables. Repair. Immediately repair. And accelerate the completion. Lin Zhou decided without hesitation. He now had 34 points and 40 parts obtained from killing zombies and opening chests, which was more than enough. Command confirmed. Repair is accelerating. Repair complete. Total consumed 7 points mechanical parts X5. As soon as the pleasant notification sound finished, Lin Zhou felt a few soft click sounds and a buzzing of electricity from the vehicle body. The red warning lights on the dashboard extinguished one by one, indicating that all status indicators turned green. He attempted to start the vehicle. The engine immediately roared steadily and powerfully and the steering wheel became light and precise. Great! Lin Zhou pumped his fist. The vehicle was restored. His gaze then fell on the prominent upgradably option on the vehicle panel. Opening it. 3 clear upgrade branches appeared before him. Power system LV. 1 increases engine power, maximum speed and acceleration ability. Defense system LV. 1 strengthens external armor and structure, improves impact resistance and protection ability. Firepower system LV. 1 not unlocked, requires loading weapon modules or related blueprints. Each branch has the resources needed to upgrade to the next level and a preview of the effects. Defense is sufficient for now. Firepower. I temporarily have a gun. Power is critical, I must run fast to enter the safe zone and escape danger in time. Lin Zhou analyzed quickly. He looked at the upgrade requirements for power system LV. 115 points, 20 units of mechanical parts. Calculating after the upgrade he would still have 12 points and 15 parts left for emergencies. Upgrade the power system to LV. 2. He decisively chose. Command confirmed. Consuming 15 points and 20 units of mechanical parts. Power system upgrading. Upgrade complete. A wave of vibrations and low rumbling more pronounced than during repairs came from beneath the vehicle, lasting for several seconds before settling. Lin Zhou immediately felt the difference. The engine sound became richer and deeper and the horsepower and torque values displayed on the dashboard showed significant improvement. He gently pressed the accelerator and the vehicle responded extremely swiftly, a pushback sensation subtly emerging. Now I should be more confident in completing the remaining journey. Lin Zhou's confidence surged. He turned to Lin Wanqing, who had been quietly observing him, and revealed a more sincere smile. Your talent is very useful. But you must remember, following me from now on you must only listen to my commands. Do whatever I tell you. Otherwise. Lin Wanqing, hearing this, finally relaxed some of her tightly wound nerves. Though the man's words were domineering, at least she could survive. She gently nodded and introduced herself. My name is Lin Wanqing. What's yours? Lin Zhou. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Ace's voice rang out again. Commander, radar scanning indicates a large number of life signals moving towards this area approximately 500 meters northwest. Expected contact in 3 minutes and 12 seconds. At the same time, a wreck of a Raptor's F-150 pickup truck was detected 1.2 kilometers to the southeast, relatively intact, possibly containing usable supplies. Advice: please make a decision quickly. Hearing Xiao Ai's alert, Lin Zhou did not tense up. In fact, a cold razor-sharp smile curled at the corner of his lips. A surge of life signs. A zombie horde. Perfect timing. Free points are never to be refused. Xiao Ai, calculate the shortest safe route to the pickup truck wreckage and activate autonomous driving mode, speed as fast as possible without colliding with known large-scale obstacles. Lin Zhou issued the order without hesitation. First, investigate the potential supply site, and if those zombies dared block his path, he had no qualms about reaping a swift harvest. Command confirmed. Route calculation complete. Autonomous driving mode activated. The engine roared with newfound ferocity. The upgraded motorhome surged forward like a steel beast, coiled and ready to strike, swift, agile, accelerating along the desolate highway. Taking advantage of the brief journey, Lin Zhou immediately retrieved the vial labeled minor strength potion. Inside, translucent crimson liquid shimmered and swirled. He uncorked it and drank it down in one fluid motion. A cool sensation traced his throat before erupting into a radiant warmth that flooded his limbs and marrow. He could distinctly feel his muscle fibers subtly stretching and reshaping. An unprecedented surge of raw power welled up from deep within his body, even his breath felt smoother, deeper. Minor strength potion successfully consumed. N physical attributes increased 3/6. N excellent. Lin Zhou couldn't suppress a low, fierce exclamation as he clenched his fist, the knuckles cracked sharply. 6 points. He'd hit the maximum random enhancement cap outright. His luck indeed was exceptional. Though still perhaps below that of an average regularly trained adult, it marked a quantum leap from his former frail state, where even a gust of wind might topple him. At the very least, wielding weapons and absorbing recoil would now be far more manageable. He rolled his shoulders, then strode purposefully toward the rear cargo bay. His gaze swept across the array of firearms before settling on the M249 light machine gun. Its bipod extended, its long ammunition belt coiled beside it. "You're it." He reached out and hoisted the heavy weapon. Damn, it's heavier than it looks. His arms buckled slightly under its weight. Even with his physical attributes raised to 6, the combined mass of the M249 and its belt remained formidable. Carrying it while maneuvering was out of the question. But he had a motorhome. He had a machine gun. Did he truly need to carry it at all? He inspected the weapon's condition, confirmed full functionality, then deployed the bipod, mounting the gun firmly atop the shattered window frame. The icy barrel locked into place, the dark gaping muzzle pointed outward, covering a near 180-degree arc directly ahead and to the side of the vehicle. Unlimited firepower. An M249. A stabilized vehicle-mounted firing position. This was a mobile storm of steel and fire. Lin Wanqing, huddled quietly in the corner of the living area, watched it all unfold with crystalline clarity. Awe flickered unmistakably across her eyes, followed almost imperceptibly by envy. A luxury motorhome at the outset, stocked like a private armory, able to deploy a machine gun at a moment's notice. It stood in stark, humiliating contrast to her own battered tricycle, empty-handed flight and desperate scramble for survival. The chasm between them left her heart strangely hollow, yet beneath that ache lay a sober, unflinching recognition in this game strength and fortune dictated everything. She drew a slow, steadying breath, banishing doubt, and asked softly, is there anything I can help with? She refused to appear utterly useless. Lin Zhou didn't turn. His eyes remained fixed through the scope, scanning the road ahead, his voice calm, detached. No. Find painkillers, anti-swelling agents and antiseptics in the vehicle. Treat your injuries. Also, there's 10 gene of fresh beef in the kitchen, prepare it. It wasn't disdain, he simply stated fact. Given her current condition and physical capacity, involving her in any imminent combat wouldn't aid him, it would only risk panic-induced missteps, injury, or worse, becoming a liability. Assigning her manageable logistical tasks was the most rational course. Lin Wanqing pressed her lips together, a shadow crossing her eyes, but she said nothing, only gave a quiet, solemn nod. She knew he was right. She was a burden, her continued presence alone was already a concession. She needed to recover swiftly to prove she possessed value beyond her sole talent, opening crates. She ceased disturbing him, gritted her teeth against the pain in her ankle and began searching the cabinets and storage compartments of the living area with renewed diligence. Under Xiao AI's precise control, the motorhome sped forward, smooth, unwavering, drawing ever closer to the pickup wreckage and the predicted point of contact with the zombie horde. Lin Zhou's fingers rested lightly on the M249's trigger guard, his gaze sharpened to predatory intensity. "Come on then, let's see whose bite is harder, yours, or my bullets." The motorhome thundered onward, its engine's roar echoed across the barren highway. Commander target, pickup wreckage, located approximately 50 meters below the roadside embankment to the right. Visually confirmed. Simultaneously, the vanguard of the zombie horde has entered visual range from the northwest, approximately 200 meters away. Estimated count exceeds 30. They are converging on the highway and may intercept our route. Through the shattered window, Lin Zhou first spotted the Ford F-150 Raptor overturned amid wild grass beneath the embankment. Its chassis bore deep impact scars and dried blood, but remained structurally intact. The driver's side door hung open. Almost instantly he also saw them, shambling figures emerging from derelict buildings and overgrown wasteland on the highway's left flank. A grim gray tide, slow yet relentless, their guttural shrieks faint but unmistakable. Their sole focus, the only living thing on the road, his motorhome. Xiao AI maintain speed, proceed directly toward the wreckage. Decelerate to a safe brief stop just before reaching it. And calculate the optimal stopping position, one that prevents immediate encirclement by zombies. Lin Zhou spoke rapidly, his finger already tightening on the M249's trigger. Command confirmed. Calculating. Recommended stopping point 20 meters prior to the wreckage. This location offers relative openness, ideal for observation and field-of-fire coverage. Estimated time until Vanguard reaches that position 1 minute and 15 seconds. And sufficient. Lin Zhou moistened his dry lips, adrenaline surging. He glanced briefly into the rearview mirror. Lin Wanqing had located a compact medical kit and was awkwardly applying antiseptic to her wounded arm and ankle, grimacing in pain but refusing to utter a sound. "Brace yourself," he barked, not just a warning to her but a rallying cry to himself. The motorhome shot forward like a silver-gray bolt of lightning, hurtling toward its designated mark. Scenery blurred past in streaks. The zombie silhouettes swelled rapidly in his field of vision, their twisted faces and flailing limbs now chillingly distinct. SSS-tier. An ear-splitting screech of brakes tore the air as the motorhome halted with surgical precision, 20 meters short of the wreckage. "Stay inside. Lock the doors. Do not exit unless I call for you." Lin Zhou tossed the command over his shoulder before slamming his thumb onto the M249's firing switch. Da-da-da-da-da-da. A deafening sustained roar erupted, the machine gun's fury unleashed. Unlike the rifle's controlled bursts, the M249's torrential fire screamed like the wrath of death itself, its muzzle vomiting a searing half-meter-long tongue of flame. 56mm rounds poured forth like molten metal, a relentless high-velocity flood aimed squarely at the horde surging in from the left. The frontmost zombies exploded into gore, splintered bone and viscera scattering across the earth. Yet others pressed forward mindless and unyielding, only to be shredded by the merciless storm of steel. Bullets ripped through air and decayed flesh alike, shattering ribs, punching through skulls, while the cacophony of gunfire and ghastly shrieks wove a brutal, horrifyingly efficient tapestry of slaughter. Zombie standard eliminated 1. Points 1. Mechanical parts 2. And the system's notification chimed repeatedly in his mind, rapid, unrelenting like a digital cascade. Lin Zhou steadied the machine gun with practiced control, feeling its fierce recoil and searing heat. With a physical attribute of 6 points, he could barely endure the sustained barrage, yet his shoulders and chest still throbbed with numbing vibration. His innate talent, infinite ammunition, ensured his bullets would never run dry. All he needed was to aim and sweep. Within mere seconds, the dozen zombies leading the charge lay reduced to crimson pulp, temporarily halting the advance of those behind. Xiao AI maintained vigilance. "I'm checking that pickup truck." Lin Zhou ceased firing, swiftly retracted the machine gun through the window, snatched the backup M4 rifle beside him and kicked open the door before leaping out. His boots sank slightly into the soft muddy earth as he sprinted forward, gun raised, movements swift yet wary, toward the mangled remains of the Ford Raptor. The air hung thick with acrid gunpowder and the cloying stench of blood and decay. He circled the vehicle, rapidly scanning for hidden zombies beneath or around it, then approached the open driver's compartment. Inside sat no living soul, only dried blackened bloodstains and a scattered skeleton. A grimy backpack lay discarded on the passenger seat. The cargo bed held assorted debris, several empty fuel drums, a coil of rusted wire, a fire axe, severely corroded yet still recognizable, and half buried beneath a tattered tarp, a wooden treasure chest emitting a faint silvery glow. A treasure chest. A surge of elation flashed in Lin Zhou's mind as he seized the chest and stuffed it unceremoniously into his personal inventory without even glancing at it. He then quickly assessed the pickup's condition, beyond salvage. Half the engine had been stripped away, it held neither reparable nor drivable value. A shame, he muttered, his gaze lingering on the rust-eaten fire axe. After a moment's hesitation he claimed it too. Rusted though it was far better than bare hands, potentially useful as a melee weapon or tool in dire straits. Just as he grasped the backpack preparing to withdraw. "Commander, watch your right flank." Xiao Ai's warning blared sharply into his mind. Lin Zhou whirled, just in time to see a black shape erupt from the tall grass beside the wreck, moving with unnatural speed. Hunched yet agile, it moved on all fours like a feral beast. Thick sinewy muscles bulged beneath its rotting flesh, viscous saliva dripped from its jaws, and its eyes burned with an eerie crimson light. A mutant. An elite variant. Before he could process the thought, the creature lunged, its foul breath already hot against his face. Lin Zhou's pupils contracted sharply, his body recoiled instinctively backward while his M4 snapped up and fired. BRRT. Bullets struck its torso, splattering dark gore, but failed to halt its momentum. Its razor-sharp obsidian claws slashed toward his throat, howling with lethal intent. Too close, the muzzle couldn't fully track. In that split second Lin Zhou acted without thought. He hurled the heavy backpack straight at the creature's face. Thump. The impact briefly staggered it. Lin Zhou seized the opening, a desperate sideways roll sent him tumbling clear of the killing strike. Yet his shoulder scraped jagged metal from the wreckage, tearing open a stinging gash. The monster roared, flinging the backpack aside, and lunged again. Lin Zhou dropped to one knee, the M4's barrel now locked unwaveringly on its skull. Die. He bellowed, hammering the trigger. BRRT, BRRT, BRRT. At near point-blank range the bullet slammed into its gaping maw and exited through the back of its skull. The sheer force wrenched its head backward, its body locked rigid for a heartbeat, then collapsed, convulsed twice and lay still. Ding. Defeated Swift Zombie Mutant 1. Awarded 10 points, 30 mechanical parts, 1 gray mutated blood core. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Zhou, the first to slay a mutant, awarded a mid-tier achievement chest. System notification chimed, its rewards markedly richer than usual. Lin Zhou gasped, heart hammering, sweat chilling his spine. That had been perilously close. Commander, more zombies are converging, return to the vehicle immediately. Xiao Ai's voice cut in once more. Lin Zhou wasted no time, he snatched up the backpack and sprinted full tilt toward the motorhome 20 meters away. He'd barely hauled himself inside and slammed the door shut when a tide of shambling figures surged onto the road from the rear flank, closest among them now less than 30 meters from the vehicle's tail. Xiao Ai, seal the doors. Full throttle, break through. Lin Zhou slumped beside the driver's seat, shouting hoarsely. The doors slid shut and locked automatically. The engine roared like a caged titan unleashed. Upgraded power systems surged, tires shrieking as they clawed smoke and scorched rubber from the asphalt. The motorhome shot forward like a runaway stallion, instantly widening the gap between itself and the pursuing horde. Ha, ha. Lin Zhou leaned back, breathing hard, watching the zombie swarm shrink rapidly in the side mirror, then glanced down at his torn sleeve and the shallow bleeding gash beneath. His pulse still raced with aftershock. So this apocalyptic game was far more complex than ordinary zombies suggested. Mutants had already emerged, what else might lie ahead? He steadied his thoughts and turned his gaze to the backpack in his hand, and to the newly acquired wooden treasure chest. Time to tally the spoils, and then, let her fulfill her purpose. But first the wound demanded attention. Slumping into the passenger seat, he shrugged off his ruined jacket, revealing the shallow oozing gash across his shoulder. A sharp burning ache pulsed with every heartbeat, replaying the danger just past. At that moment Lin Wanqing approached, clutching the compact medical kit, her steps hesitant. She just tended her own injuries. Now seeing the distinct claw-like laceration on Lin Zhou's shoulder, her complexion paled further. She froze mid-step, then instinctively retreated half a pace, pointing tremblingly, Is this wound, did a zombie scratch you? Her eyes brimmed with raw fear and suspicion. In every apocalyptic tale she'd ever read or watched, such a wound spelled only one fate: infection. Humph. Lin Zhou observed her reaction with quiet disdain. Not foolish then, capable of fear and doubt. Still, this instinctive caution, this prioritization of self-preservation amid danger, did not irritate him. Quite the contrary, he found it preferable to blind altruism or reckless naivety. Relax, he said flatly, a faint wry twist to his lips. Just a shallow scrape, not a bite. As he spoke, he gestured to the relatively clean blood around the wound and its lack of necrotic discoloration. Quick, find antiseptic alcohol and gauze. Lin Wanqing studied the injury closely. It bore none of the rapid blackening or ulceration seen in films, merely a superficial laceration. She exhaled faintly, tension easing, but wariness still lingered in her gaze, though she no longer retreated. Hesitantly she opened the medical kit and began searching. Lin Zhou frowned at her sluggish pace, lost patience, and simply reached over to take the alcohol bottle and bandage roll from her hands. SSS. Pouring the alcohol directly onto the wound sent white-hot pain searing up his arm. He sucked in a sharp breath, sweat beading instantly on his brow, jaw clenched tight. Damn, that stings. Gritting his teeth, he dabbed the surrounding area roughly with clean gauze soaked in alcohol, then grabbed the bandage, attempting clumsy one-handed wrapping. Watching him wince, clench and bear the agony without yielding, Lin Wanqing's final doubts dissolved. She bit her lip, stepped forward and murmured softly, "Let me help you wrap it." Lin Zhou glanced at her and without refusing handed her the bandage. Lin Wanqing took the bandage. Her movements were clumsy yet careful, trying her best to avoid the wound as she wrapped Lin Zhou's shoulder, finally tying a fairly firm knot. "Thank you." Lin Zhou moved his bandaged shoulder, feeling the pain somewhat subdued by the bandage. "No need to thank me." Lin Wanqing whispered, stepping back a couple of paces, her gaze unconsciously drifting toward the wound on his shoulder, seemingly wanting to confirm it again. Lin Zhou chose to ignore her subtle concern. With the crisis temporarily averted, the vehicle under Shao Ace autopilot smoothly advanced toward the safe zone. Now was the perfect time to assess gains and strengthen abilities. He focused his thoughts and took out 2 treasure chests from his personal space. One was the wooden chest he had just found from the wreckage of the pickup. The other was the intermediate achievement chest he received for his first kill of the swift zombie. Here, he placed the 2 chests on the small table in the middle, looking at Lin Wanqing. "Use your talent to upgrade these 2 chests." Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up. If this was the only way she could prove her worth at the moment. She nodded, immediately stepping forward to pick up the wooden chest. A glimmering light flickered at her fingertips and the wooden texture on the chest became clearer and sturdier, the light transforming into a dull metallic sheen, black iron chest. Next was the intermediate achievement chest. Using the same method, the chest became more archaic and the glimmer seemed to reveal golden thread-like patterns, advanced achievement chest. Done. Lin Wanqing stepped back, looking at Lin Zhou with some anticipation. She was curious about what these upgraded chests could yield. Lin Zhou first picked up the upgraded black iron chest and opened it directly. A glow flashed. Successfully opened black iron chest. Gained 10-point standard long knife, excellent X1. A long knife with an ancient style, a straight blade and a leather sheath appeared on the table. The blade glimmered with a cold light, feeling heavy in hand and razor sharp. While it couldn't compare to firearms as a cold weapon, its quality was absolutely top-notch, far superior to the rusty fire axe. Not bad, again well prepared for close combat now. Lin Zhou stowed the long knife away, his points credited. His gaze fell upon the last one, the highest grade advanced achievement chest. Above bronze is silver, above silver is gold. This intermediate achievement chest, following the pattern from wood to black iron to bronze to silver, likely corresponds to a golden chest. Given the special nature of achievement chests, it might even be higher. He took a deep breath filled with anticipation and tension and slowly opened the chest that emitted a brighter glow than before. This time there was no golden flash, but a steady dark golden light flowed out. Successfully opened advanced achievement chest. Gained Gatling M134 rotary machine gun Vulcan cannon design blueprint vehicle version X1. A blue blueprint portraying intricate and complex structures appeared in Lin Zhou's hands. At the top of the blueprint it was clearly labeled Gatling M134 Vulcan cannon, vehicle fixed model, design blueprint complete. Description: using this blueprint you can load a fixed Gatling M134 rotary machine gun weapon station on a vehicle with the firepower system upgrade branch consuming the corresponding materials. This weapon station requires electrical power, has an extremely high firing rate and boasts immense power, making it a weapon of choice for clearing large-scale group targets. Gatling. The M134 Vulcan cannon. And it's a blueprint for the vehicle-mounted fixed version. Lin Zhou's eyes widened in astonishment. He had just been marveling at the firepower of the M249, and now something even more formidable had arrived. Gatling. That truly is a metal storm creator. If it can be mounted on a motorhome. He immediately opened the vehicle panel, looking at the previously displayed unlocked option for the firepower system LV. 1. Indeed, after acquiring this blueprint, the firepower system option lit up and a new description appeared: firepower system LV. 1. The current loadable weapon module 01. Detected available blueprint: Gatling M134 vehicle mounted fixed. Loading requirements: 50 points, 50 mechanical parts, 1 mutated blood core gray, 1 power core mini. After loading, it will occupy the preset weapon platform position on the vehicle. Confirmation required to ensure the vehicle has this structure: the Wilderness Rover X7 standard model has the basic embedded interface. The requirements are quite high. 50 points and 50 parts. It also needs that mutated blood core dropped by the mutated zombie along with a power core that he had never heard of. But the effect will definitely be worth the wait. Good stuff. Truly good stuff. Lin Zhou couldn't help but murmur, excitement flickering in his eyes. With this thing, as long as there are enough resources to load it combined with his unlimited firepower talent, that scene would be too beautiful. He looked up at Lin, watching his satisfaction unmasked. Well done. Your talent is indeed a priceless treasure. Lin Wanqing felt a bit embarrassed by his straightforward praise, but she also breathed a sigh of relief knowing that her value was recognized. She gazed at the dark golden blueprint in Lin Zhou's hand, unsure of its specifics, but she could tell from Lin Zhou's expression that it was certainly extraordinary. Xiao AI, how far is it to the next possible safe rest point or resource point? Also keep scanning the surroundings, prioritizing areas that might contain power cores. Lin Zhou stowed the blueprint away and immediately issued new instructions to the AI assistant. Planning. Commander, according to the map data, there is an abandoned gas station and a small repair shop approximately 15 kilometers ahead which may have leftover supplies. Simultaneously, the radar detected weak but stable non-natural energy fluctuations 8 kilometers to the southeast, nature unknown, possibly related to the items you are searching for. However, the life form signals in that area are dense. Threat level moderate. A new goal, a new challenge. Lin Zhou clenched his fist, although the wound on his shoulder still throbbed. The fighting spirit in his eyes grew ever more resolute. Let's first check the gas station and repair shop for any needed fuel and basic parts. Then, let's investigate that energy fluctuation point. This apocalyptic game seems to be getting more interesting. And his path to becoming stronger has just begun. The RV continued to move forward under the steady driving of Xiao AI. Lin Zhou glanced at the countdown in the upper right corner of his view: Skynet contraction 1 hour 59 minutes. Time was still pressing, but fortunately he had escaped the initial zombie siege and the vehicle had regained and upgraded its power. As long as the road conditions ahead weren't too bad, it would not be a problem to cover the remaining 200 kilometers within 2 hours. With his nerves slightly relaxed, the needs of his body immediately became apparent. Gurgle. A loud rumble from his stomach echoed through the relatively quiet cabin. Lin Zhou rubbed his belly and remembered that since arriving in this world he had not had a drop of water, let alone eaten anything. The high-intensity battles, injuries and tense driving had consumed a great deal of energy, and the feeling of hunger surged like a tide. Beside him, Lin Wanqing reacted quickly, immediately standing up upon hearing the sound. You're hungry, right? I'll go make you some food. After saying that, she turned and walked toward the small kitchen at the back of the cabin. Although her movements were somewhat inconvenient due to her foot injury, they were quite natural. This made Lin Zhou take a second look. He had thought that this young lady, who seemed to be untouched by the world, would have zero survival skills, but unexpectedly she even volunteered to cook. Was she really capable, or just putting on a brave front? However, he said nothing and simply nodded. Having someone willing to handle logistics made him feel relieved. As long as she didn't set the kitchen on fire or produce some dark cuisine, it would be fine. With nothing else to do, Lin Zhou leaned back against the chair, focused his thoughts and opened the world chat channel. He wanted to see the status of other players and gather some information. The channel was still bustling with activity filled with various emotions and information. Everyone, what should I do? There are only 2 hours until Skynet refreshes. I am at least 200 kilometers away from the safe zone. My vehicle is a little electric scooter. Maximum speed 40 and the battery isn't even full. Seeking advice. Online urgent. This message instantly sparked a wave of sympathy or perhaps more of a schadenfreude response, little electric scooter. Brother with that start. My condolences. 200 kilometers. Little scooter. What else can I say, brother? I suggest you wait to die on the spot or find a better scenic spot to leave a message. So tragic, unlike me who can only barely survive in the safe zone, sigh. A picture was attached to the end of this message. In the picture, a man wearing a tactical vest sat inside an obviously modified off-road vehicle which had heavy steel plating and shooting holes. In his hand he held a piece of perfectly grilled beef, and on the small table in front of him there was even a steaming bowl of ramen. Damn. An armored vehicle. And there's meat to eat. Even hot ramen. Big shot. Truly a big shot. Do you need any attachments for your legs? The kind that shouts 666. Is it already this comfortable inside the safe zone? I'm so envious I could cry. Seeking coordinates. Big shot, take me in. Same request. I can fix vehicles. I can fight. Soon after, another announcement message with a special golden border was pinned: Royal Society, recruiting members. Coordinates marked are only for those within the safe zone or about to enter. We have ample supplies, excellent weapons and safe strongholds. Join us as brothers to establish a new order in this apocalypse. Strong players are prioritized and those with special skills are prioritized. Attached screenshots of some equipment. Following were several pictures of few well-maintained AK-47 assault rifles lined up together, a sniper rifle with a scope, and a group of people, about 7 or 8, wearing matching black jackets standing in front of what looked like a small warehouse. Though their faces were not clearly visible, they exuded a strong presence. This recruitment message instantly ignited the channel. Me. Big shot, please take me. I'm about to enter the safe zone. Royal Society. Sounds awesome. Count me in. There are guns. Real guns. Not fake. Are there any requirements for female players? Shy. Stop being flirty upstairs, this is an apocalypse survival, not a dating event. Cut it out pretending to be a big shot, who knows if it's true. Maybe it's just a scam to lure people in as cannon fodder. Sour, just keep being sour. Lin Zhou silently watched this information, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee. It seemed that some forces had begun to take shape within the safe zone, starting to use the channel for recruitment and flexing their muscles. The name Royal Society conveyed a sense of youthful bravado. However, based on the equipment they displayed and their boldness to publicly share coordinates, they indeed had a certain level of strength and confidence. This also implied that entering the safe zone might not be the end but rather the beginning of another form of game. Resource competition, power struggles and perhaps even killings between people were likely to be abundant. But do they have the blueprint for the Gatling gun? Lin Zhou couldn't help but curl his lips slightly, feeling neither envious nor fearful. He had his own path to walk with an RV unlimited firepower and a beautiful companion capable of upgrading treasure chests. As long as he developed steadily, he was confident that he would leave everyone far behind. The aroma of food began to waft from the back of the cabin, a tantalizing scent mixed with grease and some kind of sauce. Lin Zhou sniffed, feeling a bit of anticipation. Shall AI report the current speed, estimated time of arrival at the gas station and the latest status of the energy fluctuation points. Current speed is 150 km per hour, expected to arrive at the abandoned gas station area in 6 minutes. The energy fluctuations in the southeast direction are stable and the threat level remains unchanged, but signals of a few vehicles lingering at the edge of that area have been detected, possibly indicating the presence of other players. Other players? Lin Zhou's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that the upcoming journey wouldn't be too lonely. The aroma of food grew stronger and soon Lin Wanqing carefully approached with a tray. On the tray was a perfectly cooked steak accompanied by a glass of clear water. Although the presentation was simple in this apocalyptic environment, this fragrant steak was almost a luxury. The meal is ready, come eat. Lin Wanqing placed the tray on the small table, her voice carrying a hint of unnoticeable pride and nervousness. In the kitchen I only found beef and some basic seasonings, so let's make do with this for now. Lin Zhou touched his nose. Make do with this. That phrase might have been appropriate in the normal world before, but in this apocalyptic game where one might only have tricycles and compressed biscuits, it sounded a bit pretentious. However, he didn't dwell on the detail as the feeling of hunger had long since taken precedence. He walked to the table, too lazy to look for cutlery, and directly picked up the still slightly hot steak, taking a big bite. The meat was firm and juicy, and the simple seasoning of black pepper and sea salt perfectly enhanced the savory flavor. Although it couldn't compare to a top chef's skill under these circumstances, it was simply a delicacy. Not bad. Lin Zhou exclaimed with his mouth full, sloshing down a gulp of water. The fatigue and exhaustion of his body seemed to ease with the intake of food. Hearing his praise, Lin Wangqing's previously tense face finally revealed a faint smile. That smile blossomed on her face, which bore a hint of soot yet still couldn't hide her exquisite features, like a ray of sunshine breaking through the gloom, causing Lin Zhou's chewing to momentarily pause. So beautiful. He couldn't help but think of these two words. It wasn't the kind of beauty that was deliberately flattering or meticulously adorned. Rather, it was a smile that emerged after experiencing fear, embarrassment and struggle, now radiating a sense of small achievement and security. Against the desolate backdrop flying past the car window, this beauty seemed particularly breathtaking, yet also fragile. Lin Zhou swallowed the meat in his mouth, his gaze shifting. In the apocalypse, having such a beautiful woman who could cook beside him didn't seem too bad. At least his visual and taste senses were satisfied. In his ordinary college life before transmigration, let alone a campus beauty, even an ordinary pretty girl wouldn't have been within his reach. The unpredictability of life. Just then a clear gurgling sound echoed, originating from Lin Wangqing's stomach. She was watching Lin Zhou eat heartily, and her stomach honestly protested. The sound wasn't loud, but in the relatively quiet carriage it was sufficiently clear. Lin Wangqing's face instantly flushed red, and she hurriedly covered her stomach with her hand, her expression exceedingly awkward, avoiding Lin Zhou's gaze. Seeing this, Lin Zhou chuckled lightly. He pointed towards the kitchen and said casually, "Go ahead and help yourself, there's more in the kitchen." He paused for a moment, noticing the relieved yet somewhat expectant look in Lin Wangqing's eyes, and added, "By the way, from now on the matters of the kitchen will be your responsibility. You can use whatever ingredients and seasonings you find. If you do well, there will be rewards." This not only clarified her responsibilities, allowing her to have something to do and demonstrate her value, but also served as a form of implicit acknowledgement and acceptance. It's certainly better than leaving her in a constant state of anxiety, feeling like a burden that could be discarded at any moment. Indeed, upon hearing this, a noticeable joy and brightness flashed in Lin Wangqing's eyes as she nodded eagerly, "I understand. Thank you." Her voice was noticeably more cheerful than before. She didn't dare to hesitate and immediately turned around, her steps seemingly lighter due to this formal appointment, heading towards the kitchen once again. Lin Zhou watched her graceful figure leave his gaze contemplative. This woman was indeed clever. She understood how to gauge the situation, recognized her current circumstances and value, and adapted without being overly dramatic or noisy, seizing opportunities. Cooking for him was not only a means of survival but also a silent gesture of goodwill and proof of her worth. Knowing when to be compliant and understanding the rules. Such a person in the early stages might be more useful than a brute who only knows how to act recklessly. He finished the remaining steak in just a few bites, wiping his hands and mouth. The satisfaction from the food significantly restored his spirit. "Xiao AI, how far is it to the gas station? What's the situation around us?" "Estimated to reach the target area in 3 minutes. Radar shows no life signals in the main building of the gas station, but there are 5 weak life signals in the area behind the repair shop exhibiting low-threat zombie activity. No signs of other players or large zombie groups in the vicinity." "Very good." Lin Zhou stood up, moving his bandaged shoulder, feeling the pain lessen a bit. He walked to the back of the vehicle, securing the previously acquired standard long knife to his waist and slinging the M4 across his chest. "Prepare to stop. I'll clear out the inhabitants of the repair shop first. Keep an eye out for any threats, especially towards the direction of that energy fluctuation." Command acknowledged. The RV slowed down, heading towards the abandoned building, standing alone in the wilderness. 3 minutes later, the Wilderness Wanderer X7 came to a stable stop in front of the vacant gas station. Before him lay a typical apocalyptic ruin scene: rusted gas pumps, the shattered glass door of a convenience store wide open with a low repair shop barely visible in the background. "Xiao AI, perform a full power scan for threats within a 500-meter radius, marking buildings and suspicious energy responses." Lin Zhou commanded while tightening his grip on the M4 rifle. Scanning. No life signals detected in the gas station and convenience store area. In the enclosed space of the repair shop behind, 5 weak life signals were detected. Activity pattern analysis. Confirmed as regular zombies. No mutants or large clusters found. No signs of other players in the surrounding area, with a relatively stable energy fluctuation point to the southeast, approximately 7.8 kilometers away. Only 5 ordinary zombies. It's not a big problem. Lin Zhou opened the car door and jumped down silently. He didn't allow Lin Wanqing to follow. Firstly, her foot injury hadn't healed, and secondly, dealing with zombies wasn't necessarily better with more people. He quickly moved to the side of the repair shop, peering inside through the broken window. The interior was dimly lit, and he could vaguely see several staggering figures wandering among abandoned car parts and tool racks. The air was filled with the smell of rust and a faint odor of decay. Taking out his M4 equipped with a silencer, Lin Zhou took a deep breath, gently pushed open the half-closed metal door and slipped inside. Puff! 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 The sound of the silenced gunshots echoed dully and briefly in the empty repair shop. Lin Zhou used the scattered equipment and vehicle wreckage as cover, calmly taking aimed shots. His marksmanship could not be called exceptional, but luckily the distance was close and the targets moved slowly with unlimited ammunition, allowing him to shoot freely. The 5 zombies hadn't even formed an effective encirclement before being taken down one by one, collapsing to the ground. Killed ordinary zombie X 5.5 mechanical parts 8. The system prompt arrived as expected. Having dealt with the potential threat, Lin Zhou began to carefully search the repair shop. After a while he had only found a few toolboxes of little use. Unfortunately, he had searched the entire repair shop but found no treasure chest or any other valuable special items. It seems good things aren't here. Lin Zhou felt slightly disappointed but wasn't too surprised. He left the repair shop and turned towards the nearby convenience store. Inside the door was a scene of devastation. Shelves toppled, empty packaging bags and broken glass scattered across the floor, clearly having been ransacked by countless people. Most shelves were completely empty, with food and drinking water scavenged the cleanest. Lin Zhou patiently searched behind the collapsed shelves and the cash register like a treasure hunt. His efforts were rewarded. At the very bottom of the cash register drawer he found 3 perfectly packaged chocolates, a small box of band-aids and a small bag of disinfectant cotton swabs. He also found half a case of forgotten bottled mineral water in the corner of the staff break room. Medicines. Almost none. Only beside the cash register was an overturned medicine shelf with a few empty pill boxes and several bottles of expired over-the-counter drugs rolling around. Lin Zhou glanced at them but didn't dare to take any. Better than nothing. Lin Zhou stuffed all the supplies he found into the backpack he had picked up from the pickup truck and slung it over his shoulder. He didn't linger and quickly returned to the RV. As soon as he opened the door, the aroma of food wafted towards him again. Lin Wanqing had already prepared the steak and was sitting at the small table taking small bites. Seeing him return, she immediately put down her fork and stood up, asking with concern, "How did it go? Did you find anything useful?" "Not very ideal." Lin Zhou shook his head, placing the heavy backpack on the ground with a thud. "I only found some water, scattered food and tools. There were almost no medicines and I didn't see any treasure chests. This place has been cleaned out pretty thoroughly." Lin Wanqing nodded, showing little disappointment on her face. Instead she comforted him, saying, "Finding these is already quite good. At least the water and food can replenish something." Lin Zhou was quite satisfied with her reaction. He took a seat in the driver's position, gesturing for Lin Wanqing to continue eating, and said in a deep voice, "Shall AI report the optimal route for the next phase as well as the latest situation regarding the energy fluctuation points in the southeast. At the same time continue scanning the area for any approaching players or threats." Command confirmed. Based on the current coordinates and the direction of the safe zone, it's recommended to continue southeast along the main road, where approximately 40 kilometers later you can connect to an abandoned provincial road with relatively good conditions, which is expected to shorten the overall travel time. The coordinates of the target energy fluctuation point have been locked in, located within a small abandoned communication station. The latest scan shows. Xiao Ace's voice paused for half a second, seemingly conducting a more precise analysis. Warning: 2 moving vehicle signals detected within a 500-meter radius of the energy fluctuation point. Players are nearby. And not just one team. They have already arrived at the energy fluctuation point that may contain the power core. Lin Zhou's gaze sharpened. As expected, good things are never left unattended. Xiao AI, can you analyze what kind of vehicles they are? Lin Zhou pressed on. Sorry, analysis not possible. But based on the characteristics of their vehicle signals, their defense level and energy system complexity exceed the modification limits of ordinary civilian vehicles. Preliminary judgment: special vehicles within the game or highly modified vehicles, threat level medium-high. Special vehicles. Highly modified. It seems I've encountered some tough opponents. Lin Zhou lightly tapped the steering wheel. If the other party has already acquired the power core or is in a struggle for it, it wouldn't be wise to rashly join the battle. Although he had unlimited firepower at his disposal, he could easily hide in the shadows and ambush them like a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow bird waits behind. But what he feared most was an unexpected incident. He would not believe that among the dozens of billions of players he was the only one with an SS-level talent. Yet if he did not go, he would regret missing out on the crucial materials for loading the Gatling gun. Thus he decided he must go. But he had to ensure that there would be no unexpected incidents before making his move. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Let's do this, brothers. Shall AI calculate the time needed to reach the energy fluctuation point at our current maximum safe speed? Simultaneously continue monitoring the dynamics of the two vehicle signals. Report immediately if there is any movement or signs of gunfire. Calculation complete. Based on the maximum safe speed of 110 km after the current upgrade, the estimated arrival time is 4 minutes and 15 seconds. 4 minutes, a short time but enough for many things to happen. Lin Zhou glanced at Lin Wanqing, who had finished her steak and was quietly tidying up her utensils, and then looked at the wound on his shoulder and the cold long knife at his waist. "Buckle your seatbelt and hold on tight," he said to Lin Wanqing in a serious tone. "Next it may get a bit bumpy or even encounter combat." Lin Wanqing's face tightened and she quickly nodded, taking her seat in the passenger side, fastening her seatbelt and gripping the armrest tightly. Lin Zhou's gaze became sharp. Shall AI disable autopilot? Navigation target southeast energy fluctuation point, abandoned communication station. The engine roared and the RV sped ahead. 4 minutes later, a desolate hilly area appeared ahead. A severely rusted small iron tower and several interconnected dilapidated houses formed the outline of an abandoned communication station. Lin Zhou stopped behind a dirt slope a few hundred meters from the target, using the rubble and vegetation for some concealment. He picked up binoculars to observe. In the empty concrete area, 2 vehicles were parked. One was a noticeably modified black off-road vehicle equipped with rugged bumpers and steel plates with massive tires. The other was an ordinary pickup truck with some miscellaneous items piled in the bed. Both vehicles were turned off and the doors tightly closed, but there were no signs of people nearby. "It seems the people have already gone inside," Lin Zhou murmured. Shall AI scan the interior of the communication station, focusing on locking in the energy fluctuation source location. Scanning. Energy fluctuation source confirmed, located about 15 meters deep in the underground structure beneath the main building's signal stable. At the same time, a large number of life signals were detected in the underground space. Approximately 50, densely distributed, consistent with characteristics of a zombie horde. Additionally, 2 active human life sign signals detected, located near the entrance passage of the underground level, moving slowly. 50 zombies. Packed in a narrow underground space. Lin Zhou's brows furrowed. With this density, charging in would be suicidal. Any slight movement might trigger a zombie tide. It seems those 2 individuals are also being cautious and have yet to dare venture deeper into the core area. As the mantis stalks the cicada, the yellow bird waits behind. Since someone is willing to play the role of a scout, he doesn't mind being the one in the back. Lin Zhou smirked. "Well, wait here. Shall AI continue monitoring the dynamics of the human signals and the zombie horde in the underground level. If they grab the core and return to the surface, or if a large-scale firefight occurs, report immediately." Command confirmed. "But I remind the commander, based on the countdown of the Sky Net contraction, you can only stay here for up to 18 minutes. Exceeding this time will prevent you from reaching the nearest safe zone boundary before the Sky Net refreshes. Only less than 20 minutes of window time. That's enough. I hope those 2 friends can move quickly." He signaled for Lin Wanqing to stay quiet and remain in the safest position in the vehicle. He then set up the M249 light machine gun again, firmly aiming the muzzle at the 2 vehicles in the center of the field. He was like a leopard lurking in the shadows, patiently waiting for his prey to return with the spoils, walking right into his trap. Time passed second by second. The ruins of the communication station were silent, only the sound of the wind howling. What kind of drama would unfold between those 2 people and the 50 hungry zombies in the underground? Lin Zhou's fingers lightly rested on the cold trigger. No matter what, he was determined to obtain that power core. In the underground level, emergency lights flickered, casting dim light. The air was thick with the smell of dust and decay. A burly man with a tiger-like build and a face full of flesh gripped an MP5 submachine gun tightly, his finger resting on the trigger guard, nervously scanning the dark corridor and the half-open iron door. Sweat beads formed on his forehead. Beside him was a slightly tall and thin man wearing cracked glasses holding a crude device resembling a metal detector, its screen glowing faintly green. He too looked tense, but his eyes were filled with a sense of urgency. "Hey Lu Gong, are you sure this is the damn place?" The burly man lowered his voice, his throat dry with this noise. "Zombies are bound to be around. If you dare to lie to me, you'll be the first to go." The man known as Lu Gong wiped his sweat and stared at the flickering light spots on the device, hurriedly saying, "Tiger brother, my talent metal resonance is never wrong. A high-purity energy source is just in the distribution room around the corner. It's very close. Once we grab it, we'll retreat." They had already dealt with the scattered zombies near the entrance, but the roars coming from deeper inside made their scalps tingle. The number was definitely considerable. "Damn. Let's do it." Tiger brother gritted his teeth. "You guide from behind, it'll clear the way. Well, run as soon as we get the goods. Don't get greedy." The two of them stealthily made their way toward the distribution room at the end of the corridor. Lu Gong's talent device glowed brighter and brighter. The door to the distribution room was ajar, and clearer, unsettling scratching and hissing sounds came from inside. Tiger brother swallowed, kicked the door open and raised his MP5. Inside, 7 or 8 ragged zombies suddenly turned their heads and charged forward with a roar. Fire! The staccato of gunfire from the submachine gun was exceptionally dazzling in the darkness. Bullets felled the front row of zombies, but the gunfire was infinitely amplified in the enclosed space, sparks flying. Roar! In an instant the entire underground level seemed to awaken. Terrifying roars and dense footsteps echoed from all directions. 50 zombies were completely drawn in by the sound of gunfire surging from various rooms and corridors converging towards the distribution room. "Lu Gong! Find something, now!" Hu Gu roared, his face ashen, unleashing a torrent of bullets to hold back the encroaching zombies. Lu Gong scrambled headlong into the electrical room, ignoring the twitching zombie remains scattered across the floor, his gaze locking instantly on an old standby power cabinet tucked in the corner. The scanner shrieked shrilly upon contact. With a heave he wrenched open the rusted cabinet door, dust billowing into the air. Deep inside the cabinet rested a fist-sized metallic cube, its surface crackling with sapphire arcs, its interior pulsing with a liquid luminescence. Miniature power core. Lu Gong cried out in elation, snatching it up, its weight substantial, its surface humming faintly with static. "Run, now!" Hu Gu had already emptied his first magazine and fumbled desperately to reload while the vanguard of the zombie horde crashed against the doorway. They dared not pause for a breath. Lu Gong clutched the core tightly to his chest. Hu Gu fired blind bursts behind them as he and Lu Gong smashed through a small side door. It was a route they'd scouted earlier, a hidden passage leading to another emergency corridor. Behind them the zombies' guttural shrieks and stampeding footsteps echoed like death's own drumbeat, closing in fast. They sprinted through the labyrinthine darkness, lungs burning, hearts hammering against their ribs. One thought consumed them: reach the surface, grab the vehicle, flee this living hell. Unbeknownst to them, above ground a far more terrifying predator, silent, patient and utterly merciless, had been waiting in the shadows. With a thunderous clang they slammed the heavy iron gate shut, momentarily sealing off the surging tide of undead. The gate shuddered violently under impact, dust cascading from its frame, its hinges groaning in protest, clearly nearing collapse. "Go, upstairs, to the surface." Hu Ji's face was ghastly pale, he all but dragged his trembling legs forward, stumbling alongside Lu Gong toward the stairwell. At last blinding daylight flooded down. They staggered out of the communication station's main building, gasping for air. Lu Gong clutched the heavy power core to his chest, the sole solace in that moment. "Hurry, get in the car, get us out of this cursed." Hu Ji's voice died mid-sentence. What greeted them was not open safe ground, but a sudden deafening storm of metal. "We've been expecting you." Lin Zhou sneered, then squeezed the trigger. The M249 erupted, da-da-da-da-da. A relentless monstrous howl tearing through the silence. Scorching rounds slammed into the concrete less than a meter before their feet, sending shards of stone flying. Another burst punched PFFT into the SUV's hood, gouging grotesque bullet holes. "Shit! A damn ambush!" Hu Gu jolted upright, adrenaline surging. He lunged forward on all fours, scrambling toward the SUV. Lu Gong screamed, tumbling head over heels, mind utterly blank, only instinct driving him to follow Hu Gu. From behind the earthen ridge Lin Zhou held the machine gun steady, yet his brow furrowed. The distance was considerable, and their frantic flight made precision nearly impossible. His hastily acquired marksmanship left much to be desired. Most rounds struck empty ground or the vehicle's body, impressive in sound and fury yet lethally inefficient. Damn it. Pathetic. Lin Zhou cursed inwardly. Unlimited ammunition gave him confidence, but not the skill of a marksman. Then, a stray round whipped, and tore into Lu Gong's thigh. Arg! Lu Gong howled agony, wrenching him off balance as he collapsed forward, yet primal survival propelled him to crawl, dragging his wounded leg toward the pickup's cargo bed just meters away. Hu Gu had already tumbled into the SUV's driver's seat and roared the engine to life. Da-da-da-da. Lin Zhou instantly redirected fire, zeroing in on both vehicles as they attempted to flee. Bullets rained down like hail, hammering the chassis, metal shrieking, sparks erupting, windshield spiderwebbing before shattering with a sharp crash. Who the hell set this trap? What did we ever do to you, you bastard? Hu Gu crouched low beneath the steering wheel, face drained of color, paralyzed by the deafening percussion of impacts against the car body. Though reinforced, the SUV could not withstand such sustained punishment. The hood began smoking, tires deflating with soft, ominous hisses. Lu Gong huddled behind debris in the pickup's cargo bed, cradling his bleeding thigh, trembling uncontrollably, certain the next round would pierce the thin metal and turn him into a sieve. Within moments both vehicles were riddled with holes. Engines sputtered, groaned and died, leaving them stranded, lifeless husks. Lin Zhou ceased fire. He feared firing further might detonate the vehicles, and with them the precious power core. Shao AI engage autonomous drive, ram forward and block their escape. Command confirmed. The silver-gray motorhome surged from behind the ridge like a slumbering steel leviathan, kicking up dust, crossing the field in seconds, then executing a flawless drift to halt broadside, sealing their only path of retreat. Simultaneously the M249 barked again, but this time round struck deliberately around the disabled vehicles, in front, behind, left and right, kicking up geysers of dust and gravel, forming a lethal, unmistakable perimeter of fire. Trapped inside, Hu Gu and Lu Gong sank into utter despair. Their assailant wielded heavy ordnance, commanded an armored motorhome and had sealed every exit. Their vehicle was crippled. One man was wounded. Escape was impossible. From the pickup's cargo bed, Lu Gong, clutching his gushing wound, choked out in a sobbing whisper, Hu Gu. What do we do? They're after what we found. Maybe we surrender. Hand it over. Perhaps, just perhaps, they'll spare us, seeing we're all from Blue Planet. At those words Hu Ge's eyes flared with predatory fury, then stilled, calculating. Fight. To expose himself was suicide. Flee. The vehicle was dead. Surrender. A sliver of hope, perhaps survival. His gaze flickered to the MP5 clutched tight in his lap, then beyond the shattered window, to the roaring machine gun and the colossal motorhome barring their way. His ferocity yielded, not to fear but to raw ruthless will to live, replacing it with cold cunning and hardened resolve. Fine, he gritted, voice trembling convincingly as it carried through the broken glass. Don't shoot. We surrender. We'll hand over everything we found, please sir, have mercy. As he shouted, his fingers slid silently beneath the passenger seat, cocking a second concealed pistol. Surrender. Yes. But if opportunity arose, even once, Hu Gu would never be anyone's helpless pawn. Hearing the surrender shout, Lin Zhou showed no hint of relaxation. If anything, his vigilance sharpened. In the apocalypse the human heart is far more treacherous than the undead. He manned the machine gun, the muzzle tilting slightly toward the SUV's driver's compartment. His cold, hard voice was projected through the RV's exterior loudspeaker. Want to live? Fine, he continued. Throw every weapon on you and everything you grabbed from below out of the vehicle. Hands on your heads, walk out slowly. No tricks, I'm watching, he warned. He had clearly seen the burly man holding a gun. Inside the SUV, Hu Gu's expression shifted. They were cautious and showed no intention of coming closer. Boss. Well, hand over the stuff, the weapons too, spare our lives. Hu Gu wailed loudly while flashing a quick signal to Lu Gong. At the same time he hurled his MP5 submachine gun through the shattered window. It clattered to the ground a few meters away. His movements appeared obedient. Lu Gong cramped in the pickup's bed and swallowing pain flung his crude detector and a folding knife out, hissing, the stuff. It's with me. It's a glowing cube, he added. My leg's injured, I can't move. Can you? He left the sentence hanging. The meaning was plain: to lure them near or make them lower their guard. Lin Zhou sneered, unmoved. Enough talk. Throw the things out. Get out now, I count to 3. 1. His finger settled on the trigger. The machine gun clicked as it chambered around the threat unmistakable. Hugo knew they could not stall any longer. The other side refused to comply. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. He realized there was only one option: fight. Fortunately, he still had a trump card. 2. Lin Zhou's countdown felt like an executioner's toll. Move. Hugo let out a low savage roar, not aimed at Lin Zhou but at himself. His muscles tensed, veins bulging beneath the skin. An invisible aura burst from him. His body swelled and rose with a speed the eye could follow. Bones cracked and snapped as his frame expanded. The already broad-shouldered man shot past 2 meters in height in an instant, tearing through his jacket. Exposed arms and thighs ballooned with muscle, his whole being bristling with explosive force. Even the flesh on his face turned more feral, his eyes rimmed with blood. Grade talent Changpo enhanced physique. For a short time his physical attributes were tripled. This was his greatest reliance. 3. Lin Zhou finished the count, taken aback by the sudden transformation. A talent. And a strengthening type at that. Hugo emitted an otherworldly bellow, ripped open the already fragile car door, and like a maddened manbear charged toward the RV. His speed was astonishing. With triple attributes, the dozens of meters between them vanished in the blink of an eye. As he tore forward he howled insults, trying to unsettle Lin Zhou. Kid. I bet your gun's empty. Prepare to die. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhou barely registered the taunt. He thought, are you kidding me? Do you think you're Yan Shuangying pal? After a momentary flicker of surprise, a cold light exploded in Lin Zhou's eyes and he closed his doubts, squeezing the trigger without hesitation. The M249 erupted in a furious roar once more. An even denser torrent of lead pummeled the charging human tank. Hugo's forward surge halted abruptly. Shit. Does this bastard's ammo never end? He cursed. He had underestimated the gun's sustained fire and overestimated his reinforced Bodis endurance. Bullets struck his iron-like muscles, failing to penetrate immediately. Some lodged, others ricocheted off the strengthened flesh and bone. But triple attributes did not mean invulnerability. Agony tore through him as blood geysers opened along his body. "Ah!" he howled. His charge was brutally arrested, yet he did not fall. Clinging to stubborn will and numbed by the talent's pain suppression, he forced himself forward a few more steps through the gunfire. He ripped up a basin-sized chunk of concrete from the roadside and, using every ounce of strength, hurled it toward the RV's driver's compartment. The slab screamed through the air. Lin Zhou's pupils tightened. There was no time to react. At that moment the voice of Xiao AI, the AI, cut in. Danger detected. Initiating automatic defense mode. The vehicle's body pivoted violently. Bang! The concrete slammed into the RV's side with a thunderous impact, leaving a deep dent and spiderweb cracks. The chassis shuddered violently. In that brief lapse Hugo rolled aside in a clumsy scramble and dove behind the ruined SUV, panting hard, riddled with bullet holes yet still ferocious in his glare. He knew the charge had failed, his assault had been miscalculated. Damn! Misjudged it. He bit out through his teeth as the talent's effect waned rapidly and waves of pain and weakness swept him. Inside the RV, Lin Zhou was likewise drenched in cold sweat at the sudden outbreak of raw power. Such strength, so close to being overturned. Upgrade talent that triples the Bodis capability is indeed not to be taken lightly. He immediately realigned the muzzle toward the SUV's wreckage, prepared to deliver suppressive fire, giving them no room to breathe or to rise again. At the same time he growled, "Xiao AI, prepare ramming mode. If he dares show his head again or that skinny one makes a move, ram them, do not hold back." Command confirmed. Impact module warming up, Xiao AI replied calmly. Lin Zhou's gaze hardened, his finger remained steady on the trigger. This time he would give them no second chance. Surrender. A mere performance. Now he intended to bury these two dangerous men, their talents and schemes, deep within this rubble. Of course, first he had to get his hands on the power core. Without the slightest hesitation Lin Zhou swung the muzzle of his M4 rifle toward Lu Gong, a lanky tall man immobilized by a bullet wound to his thigh in the pickup truck's rear bed, whose eyes were wide with terror as he watched Hugo unleash his power only to be violently repelled. Pooh! 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 3 precise shots struck his head. Player eliminated. Lu Hong. Gained 1 point. Non-zombie non-monster kill detected. Evil value increased by 1. Loot acquired. Micro power core. A cold mechanical system notification chimed, and Lin Zhou's heart leapt with exhilaration. A micro-power core. It truly existed. And he had never imagined such an item could drop from players. Clearly the game's rules held far more to uncover, layer by layer. But this evil value. Lin Zhou frowned, though there was no time to dwell. Having eliminated a potential threat, he immediately locked his sights onto Hu Gu, crouched behind the SUV. The man possessed formidable talent, and his murderous intent was unmistakable. He could not be spared. Lin Zhou pulled out several defensive grenades he'd found in the vehicle's trunk. He yanked the pins, no hesitation, no restraint, and hurled them in rapid succession, front, back, left, right, around the mangled wreck. 1, 2, 3. 7 or 8 grenades flew through the air like discarded coins. Boom. 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 A deafening chain of explosions erupted. Fire roared skyward, shrapnel screamed across the battlefield. The already battered SUV shattered into flaming fragments, engulfed in roaring inferno. Xiao AI, scan the target zone for life signs. Lin Zhou barked. Scanning. Life signal at original position, terminated. Player eliminated. Li Hu. Gained 1 point. Evil value increased by 1. Acquired Tier B talent fragment, robust physique 1. A talent fragment. So eliminating players could yield fragments of their abilities, but evidently not the full talent itself. Lin Zhou glanced briefly at the notification, then swiftly averted his gaze. He stood silent for several seconds, gazing at the towering flames and thick black smoke ahead, breathing in the acrid stench of burnt flesh and blood mingling in the air. This was the first time he had truly taken a human life. Though the other had revealed lethal intent first, though it had been for self-preservation and resource acquisition, the act of ending 2 fellow transmigrators' lives with his own hands evoked a sensation beyond words. No triumph stirred within him, only a weighty stillness and an unsettling chill. Am I cruel? He asked himself. Then, shaking his head sharply, his gaze hardened once more with resolve. Damn it all. This is the apocalypse, there are no absolute heroes or villains. Survival and strength alone are truth. Mercy is suicide. His psyche was transforming, forged silently in fire and blood. At that very moment, Commander. The zombie horde in the sublevel has been fully roused by the above-ground explosions and gunfire. Massive numbers are surging upward. They'll reach your position in 30 seconds. Estimated count 40. Xiao AI's warning blared urgently. The zombies had arrived, and they were enraged, incited by the battle just fought. Lin Zhou's eyes sharpened, not with fear but with ferocity, and something akin to exhilaration. Perfect timing. He'd just acquired the micro-power core, and now had the ideal opportunity to test his weapon. Moreover, these were walking points, and spare parts, delivered straight to his doorstep. Instantly he summoned the vehicle interface and navigated to Firepower System LV. 1. He selected the blueprint he owned, M134 minigun vehicle mounted fixed. Requirements: 50 points, 30 mechanical parts, 1 gray mutated blood core, 1 micro power core. Resources verified sufficient. Proceed with installation. Estimated installation time 8 minutes. Acceleration available via additional point expenditure. 8 minutes. The zombies would not wait. He checked his personal panel. Points accumulated from prior zombie kills and loot boxes totaled 64 and mechanical parts numbered 70. Sufficient. Deduct points, install immediately. Lin Zhou commanded without pause. Points vanished instantly. Above the motorhome, near the front roof section, an armored plate slid open automatically. A rugged rotating mount ascended, its intricate mechanical components unfolding, interlocking and locking into place with seamless precision. The 6 gleaming barrels of the minigun began slow anticipatory rotation, their matte black muzzles pivoting forward. Simultaneously, its compact fire control radar and ammunition feed system activated. The entire weapon station exuded a chilling industrial elegance, and raw unrelenting lethality. Vehicle weapon installed, Vulcan M134 minigun fixed. Current status: standby. Manual control or AI-assisted operation authorized. Xiao AI, assume full control of the Vulcan cannon. Activate auto-targeting mode. Target all non-friendlies within 50 meters of the motorhome. Authorization granted to activate Infinite Firepower, talent effect. Lin Zhou issued the commands in rapid-fire succession. Command confirmed. Vulcan control system engaged. Auto-targeting mode initiated. Energy link established. Infinite firepower, talent integration in progress. Integration complete. VRRRR. The 6 barrels accelerated into a furious spin, emitting a deep ominous drone, the awakening growl of a slumbering beast of war. Meanwhile, from every ruined exit of the communication station, zombies flooded forth like a breached dam, howling, shambling, drawn by sound and the scent of living flesh, converging madly upon the conspicuous motorhome at the center of the field. 40-odd zombies surged forward in a churning black tide, an overwhelming, terrifying spectacle. Lin Zhou stood inside the vehicle watching the onrushing horde on screen, and then up at the rooftop, weapon primed and ready to unleash metallic annihilation. A faint icy curve lifted the corners of his lips. Xiao AI. Yes, Commander. Open fire. The next instant, Z3I. That was no ordinary gunshot. It was the horrifying continuous shriek of 6 hyper-spinning barrels, driven by high-torque motors, discharging thousands of rounds per minute, merging into one relentless sawblade screech tearing through steel. Boom! The slaughter feast had begun. On the roof of the vehicle, the 6 barrels of the Gatling M134 spun wildly, moving so fast they almost blended into one, spewing forth tongues of scorching flame that extended several meters. With a terrifying firing rate exceeding 6,000 rounds per minute, supported by the talent of infinite firepower, it transformed into an unceasing torrent of metal. Automatically locking on, automatically firing. Xiao AI calmly controlled this instrument of destruction as the fire control radar instantly zeroed in on the zombies clawing at the front, making minor adjustments to the gun's aim, and a deathly beam of light swept mercilessly across. Puff, 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 puff. The first few zombies charging at the front had no time to react, their upper bodies instantly turned into a sieve by the torrential rain of bullets, shredded into pieces. Blood-crushed flesh and bone fragments burst apart like tomatoes struck by an invisible hammer. The metallic torrent did not cease sweeping horizontally across the horde of corpses. Zombies fell in droves. No matter how they screamed or how they surged forward, they were exceedingly fragile in the face of such absolute density of firepower and speed. Bullets easily penetrated their decaying bodies, shattering bones and tearing apart the ones behind them. The mixture of gunpowder and blood created a nauseating yet exhilarating atmosphere that engulfed the scene. This was a one-sided massacre of extreme brutality. There were no techniques, merely a crush of firepower and numbers. Yet this time it was the zombies who had the numerical advantage that were crushed. The sound of points being accrued echoed in Lin Zhou's mind, but he had no time to pay attention. He merely stood by the car window, quietly observing the hellish scene outside, watching as his metallic beast effortlessly reaped lives. No need to aim, no need to conserve ammunition, not even needing to pull the trigger himself. Fully automatic, infinite ammo, AI controlled. This was no longer combat but rather a mechanized assembly line of extermination. This feeling is so damn satisfying. Lin Zhou's lips curled into a slight smile. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Lin Wanqing was completely dumbfounded. She had initially obeyed Lin Zhou's orders, staying in the relatively safe lounge area, curled up with her knees hugged to her chest, filled with fear from the gunfight and explosions that had just occurred. Then she heard that terrifying continuous shriek. Unable to help herself, she leaned toward the side window, peering out through the one-way glass. In the next moment her pupils dilated sharply, her mouth opened unconsciously, and she froze in place as if petrified. What had she seen? She saw on the roof of the RV a multi-barreled rotating machine gun extending out, one she had only seen in movies and games. She saw the gun spitting out a continuous stream of flames, nearly forming a tangible beam of light. She saw those vicious zombies which had nearly taken her life moments ago being effortlessly torn apart in the metal storm as if made of paper. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, blood flowed like rivers. No, it was a mist of blood. Explosive flames continued to burn in the distance, illuminating this scene of even more efficient and cold-blooded slaughter. Was all of this caused by that young man? A tremendous shock violently impacted Lin Wanqing's perception. Lin Wanqing, I need to report this. Someone's cheating. She instinctively hugged herself, her body trembling slightly. Was it safe beside this man? Or was it even more dangerous? But at least she was still alive for now. The screeching outside lasted less than a minute before gradually coming to a halt. Because within her line of sight there were no more standing zombies. Only the debris strewn across the ground, the slowly dispersing mist of blood, and the Gatling gun atop the RV that had stopped spinning with its barrels smoking. The entire world seemed to have quieted down. Only Lin Zhou's calm breathing inside the vehicle and Lin Wanqing's own rapid heartbeat could be heard. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Zhou for achieving the hidden achievement, 100 kills, cumulative kills of 100 zombies. Received, intermediate achievement chest, X1. As the notification sound rang out, Lin Zhou's heart stirred. A hidden achievement. It seemed this game encouraged actively fighting against zombies. Chest rewards are always good. He quickly glanced at his personal panel. After that wave of mowing down zombies with the Gatling gun along with previously killing 2 players and some zombies, his total points reached 54, and he had collected a total of 108 mechanical parts. Finally, it wasn't in vain. Lin Zhou exhaled the odd feeling from the slaughter being dulled by the tangible rewards. Commander countdown for Skynet contraction 1 hour and 2 minutes. Immediate departure is advised. Xiao Ace voice timely chimed, pulling Lin Zhou back to reality. Time was running short. Get in the car. Lin Zhou no longer lingered in the battlefield covered in debris and scorch marks, opening the car door and returning to the driver's seat. Lin, watching as if awakening from a dream, hurried back to her seat, fastening her seatbelt, but her gaze could not help but frequently glance at that man. Xiao AI activate autopilot, set destination the nearest safe zone boundary. Calculate the best route and proceed at full speed. Command confirmed. Route planning complete. Estimated arrival time 58 minutes. Please be aware that there may still be obstacles or sudden threats along the way. The RV's engine roared to life once more, turning around, crushing over the blood-soaked ground and charging back onto the road to survival. The interior of the vehicle fell momentarily silent, with only the hum of the engine and the sound of scenery rushing by outside. Lin Zhou glanced at Lin Wanqing, who was still curled up in the corner of the lounge, her face pale and her eyes somewhat dazed. He knew that the impact of the earlier scene was quite significant. But he had no intention of offering comfort. In the apocalypse, adaptation was the first lesson of survival. He concentrated and took out the recently acquired intermediate achievement chest. The ancient wooden chest emitted a faint glow. Lin Zhou handed the chest to Lin Wanqing, saying, "Here, upgrade it." Lin Wanqing snapped back to attention, looking at the chest before her, nodding, suppressing the turmoil within and focusing her mind. A faint white light reappeared at her fingertips, gently gliding over the surface of the chest. The light swirled. Advanced achievement chest X1. Lin Zhou took the upgraded chest and said casually, "Let's see what we can get this time." Lin Zhou took a deep breath filled with anticipation and slowly opened it. Dark golden light flowed out, not blinding, yet it felt substantial. Successfully opened the advanced achievement treasure chest. Gained 30 points strength potion large X1, skill scroll melee mastery basic X1, advanced compressed food pack 7-day supply X1, purified water large box X1. A bountiful harvest. Instantly received 30 points. The food and water solved the immediate supply issue. Lin Zhou first picked up the bottle of strength potion large. The bottle was larger than the previous one, the liquid displaying a richer dark red color. Description: after use it can enhance physical attributes by 510 points related to strength. Hope it's a big boost. Lin Zhou uncorked the bottle and downed it in one go. A more intense warm current instantly enveloped his entire body. His muscles, bones and even internal organs felt as if they were being gently yet powerfully washed and reinforced. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, feeling as though he had expanded, filled with explosive strength. Strength potion large used successfully. Physical attributes enhanced 610. 10 points. An increase of 4 points, though not maxed out, was already quite considerable. However, just as he felt the surging power within him, another system prompt sounded, carrying a different tone. Notice player Lin Zhou current physical attributes strength side have reached the theoretical limit of an ordinary human, 10 points. To continue increasing, one must seek special items or opportunities to break the genetic lock limitations and unlock deeper evolution. Genetic lock. Human limits. Deeper evolution. Lin Zhou was momentarily stunned, then his eyes burst forth with an even brighter light. It turned out that physical attributes had limits, and breaking those limits meant transcendence. This apocalyptic game is indeed not so simple. He noted this information in his mind. With 10 points in physical attributes coupled with unlimited firepower and gradually enhancing vehicles, it would be more than sufficient in the early stages. The matter of the genetic lock could be explored gradually. He then looked at the skill scroll melee mastery basic. With a thought, he chose to use it. The scroll transformed into flowing light and entered his body, flooding his mind with knowledge and muscle memory about using cold weapons, applying force techniques and basic combat evasion. Though it was only at the basic level combined with his 10 points in physical attributes, using the standard long knife now would yield a power level that was incomparable. Not bad this time. The treasure chest yielded great rewards. Lin Zhou nodded in satisfaction, his gaze towards Lin Wanqing softened. Well done. Lin Wanqing managed a faint smile, but her heart was still overshadowed by the terrifying scene of the Gatling gun sweeping through zombies just moments ago. She watched Lin Zhou easily use the potion, master the skills, and visibly grow stronger, her feelings of awe and unease intensifying. This man is growing too fast. The RV sped down the road, drawing closer to the safe zone. But Lin Zhou knew that entering the safe zone would likely mark the true beginning of the trials. The zombies and monsters outside were certainly dangerous, but the diverse hearts and forces gathering within might be even more unpredictable. He glanced at the map, then at the rich resources and powerful talents displayed on his panel. No matter what is inside, to survive and thrive, it ultimately comes down to strength. He clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him along with the endless firepower weapon mounted on the RV roof. And what I lack most now is strength. Unlimited firepower, Fire God Gatling Autolock Shao AI automatic firing. This setup. Even facing an army of tens of thousands of zombies, he feels no fear. At that moment a stronger wave of hunger surged from his stomach. Lin Zhou even felt a bit lightheaded, his body slightly weakening. Damn. Reaching the human limit consumes so much. He held his forehead, instantly understanding. The strength potion significantly enhanced his body, but such enhancement did not occur out of thin air, it required immense energy to sustain and solidify. He urgently needed to eat particularly high-calorie, high-protein food to fill the energy void created by his transformation. He immediately took out the advanced compressed food pack 7-day supply and purified water large box from the treasure chest rewards he had just opened. Upon opening the food pack, he found dozens of fist-sized tightly packaged gray energy blocks. Though not visually appealing according to the description, they were high in calories and nutrition, with one capable of sustaining an ordinary person for half a day's activities. The water consisted of 24 bottles of 1-liter purified water. But this amount was far from enough. He needed a lot of food to fill the enormous deficit caused by his Bodis metamorphosis. Lin Wanqing. He turned and shouted, his voice tinged with urgency due to hunger. Lin Wanqing, startled by his sudden increase in volume, quickly responded, "Here. What's wrong? Go to the kitchen and bring me 5 pounds of beef cooked. Quickly." Lin Zhou felt his saliva raging. 5 pounds. Lin Wanqing's eyes widened, thinking she had misheard. All cooked? Now? Are you going to eat it all yourself? She looked at Lin Zhou, who although stronger still wasn't particularly burly. 5 pounds of beef. That was beyond the normal person's meal. Even if starving. Yes, 5 pounds, hurry up. Lin Zhou explained no further, just urged, the strength increase consumes too much, go cook it fast. Lin Wanqing saw his serious expression and realized he wasn't joking. His face did look a bit pale, so she dared not ask further and quickly replied, okay, I'll go right away. She endured the pain in her ankle, limping toward the kitchen, still muttering in her heart, 5 pounds of beef. How long will that take to eat? Will he burst? Lin Zhou sat in the living area eating compressed biscuits and drinking water, temporarily alleviating the intense hunger. At the same time he operated the newly acquired knowledge of melee mastery basic in his mind, simulating the actions of swinging a knife, blocking and dodging, attempting to distract himself. Time passed second by second. The hunger continued to rise. Finally Lin Wanqing's voice came through, tinged with uncertainty and worry. The beef is cooked. But do you really plan to eat it all? Shouldn't you have something else to fill your stomach first? Lin Zhou opened his eyes, sprang up and crossed to the kitchen door in a few steps. There he saw a plate almost the size of a basin holding a gigantic fragrant steak. Lin Zhou's throat moved, his eyes almost shining with hunger. Thanks. He grabbed the plate without caring about the heat and directly brought it to his mouth, taking a big bite. The rich meat juice burst in his mouth, mingling with simple salt and black pepper seasoning, instantly conquering every hungry taste bud in him. He could even feel that after the food entered his stomach it was rapidly absorbed and transformed by his energy-starved body. 1 big bite. 3 big bites. 5 pounds of beef disappeared at a visibly rapid pace. This left Lin Wanqing standing beside, dumbfounded. Is this human? It felt like a beast that hadn't eaten in ages. Soon as time passed and the last piece of beef was swallowed by Lin Zhou, the extreme hunger finally eased. He let out a long sigh, leaning back against the chair, feeling that his entire state had reached an unprecedented peak. With 10 points in physical attributes supported by ample energy, it had truly stabilized. He glanced at the empty gigantic plate, then at Lin Zhou, who looked dazed as if she were staring at a monster, and awkwardly rubbed his nose. It tasted really good. Thank you. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. This meal was timely and crucial. Lin Zhou snapped back to reality, hurriedly waving her hand. No problem. As long as you're full. But inside she was engulfed in torrents of shock. What kind of physique is this? Or is this the consumption of someone with powerful talents? It seemed that in this world everything about the strong could not be measured by common sense. Lin Zhou nodded and turned his gaze back to the window. In the distance he could already see some blurry outlines of buildings along with faint sounds and shadows of more vehicles. The safe zone is almost here. With over 20 minutes before reaching the safe zone, Lin Zhou opened the world chat channel. He wanted to see the other players, especially those who had already entered the safe zone, to find out what their situation was and if there was any valuable information. The channel continued to refresh information at an incredibly high frequency. Ha. Who understands my family? I finally made it into the safe zone alive. Driving my old van, which only lacked a honk but seemed to work well otherwise, I almost had my door torn off by zombies along the way. Luckily my driving skills are top-notch. Don't be so smug, just entering the safe zone is only the first step. It's chaotic in here and a few armed ones have already started marking their territory. Those who come in late can only pick up what's left. Are there any brothers in safe zone? No. 7 Eastern District. Let's form a team. My talent is danger perception, which allows me to detect threats in advance. Looking for a strong ally. 1 for Eastern District. No. 7, but I'm struggling to protect myself right now. I just got into a fight over a box of expired canned goods. Damn it, my punches are no match for theirs. Brothers and sisters. Major discovery. I found that the houses in the safe zone are not for anyone to enter. Some houses have light membranes at the entrance indicating requires corresponding permissions or keys. I guess there must be good stuff inside. Permissions. Keys. Isn't this just forcing us to do dungeons or quests? Damn planners. By the way, what have you all found in the chests? I just looted a small supermarket and found a wooden treasure chest. I was so excited I almost dropped it, and what I got was a pack of unopened tissues, 10 sheets and half a bottle of drank mineral water. What the hell? Are you playing me? Ha. The one above is definitely a Nolic player. I opened a black iron chest and got a quality engineer shovel, decent attack power, and it can dig holes, very practical. I envy those with weapons. I only got some food and drink plus a box of antipyretics. Not sure what it's for. Antipyretics. Good stuff. My teammate has a fever and is worried. Where are you? Are you selling it? I can exchange it for points. Latest intel. It seems there's an NPC in the center square of the safe zone. Not a player. It looks like a built-in game character. Issuing quests and exchanging items. Is anyone forming a team to check it out? Damn. There really is an NPC. Does that mean there's a quest system? A shop? Probably. I saw someone setting up a stall in the square, exchanging found supplies for points or other items. Setting up a stall. So leisurely. Aren't you afraid of being robbed? There are basic rules in the safe zone that seem to prohibit attacking other players directly. At least not openly. I haven't seen anyone take action. Can someone explain what evil value is? I was forced to retaliate outside and killed another player trying to steal my vehicle, and the system notified me that my evil value went up by 1. Is there any impact? Evil value. I don't know, I've killed before but haven't noticed any changes yet. Maybe it will be treated differently in the safe zone. Like a red name. Breaking news. The Royal Society just publicly executed 2 disobedient players in safe zone No. 9 Western District. They really killed them. Right in the square. They said it was to set the rules. Now the Western District is basically under their control. What the hell? So ruthless. It's the apocalypse. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. It seems I need to find a reliable faction to join. Lin Zhou quickly browsed through, his eyes slightly moved. The information was chaotic but very useful. The safe zone is not absolutely safe. Internal powers have already formed and even begun to clash for dominance. There are houses with permissions and NPCs indicating a quest and shop system. Evil value may affect treatment inside the safe zone. Other players' talents and gains are varied, some good and some bad. He noticed that no one had mentioned talents on his level, nor had anyone boasted about items like Gatling guns or advanced blueprints. This reassured him slightly. His advantage was still quite clear for now. It seems that after entering the safe zone, the priority is to quietly gather information, quickly load a Gatling gun and enhance my own strength. Lin Zhou had a plan in mind. He closed the channel and looked out the window. The outline of the safe zone was becoming clearer. It was a region surrounded by tall concrete walls and barbed wire, with a long queue of vehicles at the entrance, and the sounds of noisy voices and engines could be vaguely heard. Shao AI, slow down and get ready to queue to enter. Scan the entrance and surrounding situation. Command confirmed. Detected simple roadblocks and armed personnel at the entrance. There are lookout posts on the walls. The internal building density is high and the signals are chaotic. No large-scale gatherings detected. The RV slowed down, preparing to head towards the safe zone. Lin Zhou took a deep breath, moved his shoulders, adjusted his gear, and his gaze returned to its usual calm. The first leg of the apocalyptic road journey was about to end. And the game within the safe zone was about to begin. He glanced back at Lin Wanqing, who was also nervously looking out the window. Speak less and follow my commands to act. He simply instructed. Lin Wanqing nodded vigorously, her hands nervously clasped together. At that moment Lin Zhou seemed to remember something and his brow furrowed. The Gatling gun on the roof was too conspicuous. It did not match his low-profile style. He didn't want to become the target of the players' joint hunting plans as soon as he entered the safe zone. After all, such greed, jealousy, and those who destroy what they cannot obtain have always existed, both now and in the past. Human hearts are the most unpredictable. So to be safe, he commanded Shao AI retract the roof weapon station and switch to standby mode inside the vehicle. Command confirmed. A faint mechanical sound echoed as the Gatling gun along with its base slowly descended into the roof compartment and the armored plate slid back into place, sealing tightly. The Wild Wanderer X7 transformed back into a seemingly ordinary, albeit slightly dirty, luxurious RV. The vehicle slowly approached the safe zone. In front of the makeshift roadblocks, a line of vehicles of varying lengths had already formed. The crowd was noisy, with sounds of shouting, pleading, and arguing incessantly. A few men with unfriendly expressions wielding clubs and knives walked between the lines of vehicles, seemingly maintaining order but more like selecting prey. The moment Lin Zhou's motorhome drew near, it captured every eye. Among cracked cars, rickety motorcycles, and bicycles, a relatively intact motorhome stood out like a polished gem. Stop! A snarling bald man planted a steel pipe across the road ahead of the vehicle. In an instant 7 or 8 others surged up behind him, each wearing a hostile glare. One of them had dyed yellow hair and brandished an old pistol. Though its model was indeterminate, the black muzzle exuded an unmistakable menace. Lin Zhou depressed the brake and brought the vehicle to a halt. The bald man stalked to the driver's window and rapped its glass with heavy, deliberately provocative blows. Expressionless, Lin Zhou rolled the window down a sliver and asked coldly, "Yes?" The bald man grinned, revealing stained teeth. "You sure think you're something, kid? Do you know who we are?" Lin Zhou said nothing, merely stared. The bald man paid no heed, jabbing the steel pipe toward the motorhome, then toward Lin Zhou. "Listen up. I'm with Hey Manba. This entrance is under our control. By order of our boss you pay a toll. Kid, be sensible, hand over your revival coins. And the supplies inside the vehicle, bring them out and present them to the brothers. Or else." He elongated the threat and his men erupted into malicious laughter and lewd cries. Their weapons clanged against ground and bodywork, a raw chorus of menace. Revival coins. Lin Zhou's gaze sharpened like ice. So that was their angle: seize others' revival coins to multiply their own chances at resurrection, thus skewing survival odds. Whether revival coins could truly be traded or looted was uncertain, but these men clearly believed so if they had acted, treating him like an easily fleeced lamb. A small ambiguous chuckle escaped Lin Zhou. His eyes, however, were glacial. "Move aside. Otherwise don't blame me for being unmerciful." The bald man laughed as if he had heard the world's greatest joke. The yellow-haired thug sneered, raising his pistol to take aim. "Kid, get a good look. We've got guns. What are you going to be unmerciful with that pretty face of yours? His taunt cut off mid-phrase. For Lin Zhou's right hand had slipped out through the window and in it he cradled with unnerving calm a massive jet-black M249 light machine gun. The dark muzzle pressed against the bald man's temple. The cold bite of metal raised every hair on his skin. Single-handed, this was the big pineapple in plain sight. The bald man froze if the muscles in his face spasmed and his pupils shrank to needles. The yellow-haired thug and the rest went dumbstruck, their laughter and taunts evaporated. Beside the hulking machine gun the battered pistol looked ludicrously impotent. What? The big pineapple, one of the men muttered, breaking the stunned silence. The yellow-haired man recovered first a mixture of fury and fear and barked, "Kid. Who the hell do you think you are? Waving a toy pistol to threaten us? You think we're cowards? Brothers, don't be fooled. Who could single-handedly lift a big pineapple without bracing? It must be fake. Get him. Drag this brat out. And the girl in the passenger seat, she's a looker. Bring her to the boss, if he tires of her he might reward us." A lecherous grin slithered across his face as he glanced toward the front passenger. Lin Wanqing, pale with fright and gripping the seat with trembling hands, swallowed hard and forced herself not to scream. Her eyes full of anxious hope locked onto Lin Zhou. Hearing the yellow-haired man's words the other thugs stole a look at the slim yet alluring woman in the passenger seat. Greed and reckless hope surged, they raised their weapons and closed in. Lin Zhou sighed softly. His voice was low but everyone heard it plainly. Why must some people insist on courting death? A killing intent spread like oil across his cold gaze. I never sought trouble. But you have forced my hand. In that instant he squeezed the trigger. The M249 erupted, rat-a-tat, its roar tearing the air. At nearly point-blank range the muzzle belched tongues of scorching fire. The bald man never managed to scream, his skull burst as if it were a watermelon. Warm red and white matter splattered the yellow-haired thug's face. The yellow-haired man shrieked, blood streaking his features, and reflexively tried to bring up his pistol. Punctuating burst struck with cold precision, PFF PFF PFF. Rounds punched through his chest and shattered his firing wrist. He collapsed on his back, twitching once, then was still. Captain. He's dead. Wang Miao's dead too. Shit. The gun's real, run. The remaining thugs finally broke, they screamed and fled in all directions, abandoning their crude weapons. Lin Zhou's gaze did not waver. Once they had shown murderous intent and greed there could be no survivors. Letting any of them escape might invite far worse reprisals later. Single-handed he wielded the M249, the muzzle was a deathly pointer, steady and swift. This was the terrifying force that came with a body stat of 10. Rat-tat rat-tat. Burst and short burst alternated, each shot tracking a fleeing silhouette with surgical exactness. Screams, thuds, then a suffocating stillness. In less than 10 seconds the 8 or 9 Hey Manba members who had surrounded them lay in pools of blood, no one left alive. The players queued at the entrance fell utterly silent, staring at the ordinary-looking motorhome and the young man who had held a machine gun in one hand with such detached calm. Some slipped back on tiptoe, others bowed their heads, desperate not to draw attention. Lin Zhou retracted the weapon, glanced at the bodies strewn in tangled angles and then at the terror-stricken crowd. His voice remained flat but carried an absolute chill. Anyone else want to collect a toll? Silence answered. No one moved. Lin Zhou rolled up the window and to Xiao AI said in an even tone, "Autopilot, drive in." The motorhome started and slowly rolled over the dark stains on the ground. Ignoring the players who automatically yielded and watched them with a mix of reverence and fear, the vehicle passed through the safety gate. Inside, Lin Wanqing studied Lin Zhou's indifferent profile. Her pulse still hammered as she recalled the thunderous clinical slaughter. A sudden cold clarity settled over her. Whatever kindness he had shown before might already have been mercy. In this world the line between kindness and cruelty had long since blurred. The only rule that remained clear was survival. Lin Zhou, it seemed, understood that rule all too well. As Lin Zhou's RV just entered the safe zone, barely catching a glimpse of the interior, the world chat channel had already exploded with activity. The messages flooded in so swiftly that they were almost indistinguishable, yet the core content quickly ignited widespread attention. Holy crap. Family. Can you guess what I just saw at the east entrance of the No. 3 safe zone? Stop keeping us in suspense. Hurry up and say it. One guy just got chased by zombies for 8 blocks. Spill the beans. Quick. The melon seed benches are ready. A sturdy-looking silver-gray RV. It was stopped by those scoundrels from the Black Mamba to collect toll fees trying to seize revival coins and supplies. Black Mamba. Those trash who dominate the east entrance of No. 3 robbing newly arrived solo players. It's them again. Damn, I got extorted for half a pack of cookies when I came in. There are quite a few of them armed too, we can't mess with them. Hey, race the key point. The RV driver is a young man who looks a bit thin. He rolled down the window and the bald leader of the Black Mamba surrounded him with 7 or 8 lackeys with one person holding a pistol. And then? Did they rob him? Of course it's an RV, a fat sheep. What a joke. That young man pulled out a gun from who knows where. A gun. A pistol. How could he take on 7 or 8 people plus a gun? No, it's not a pistol. It's a machine gun. A light machine gun. M249 Big Pineapple. I could see it clearly from dozens of meters away. A big pineapple. A machine gun in the RV. Is this for real? Are you making up stories? Absolutely true. Then the most outrageous part came. That young man, he did it with one hand. One hand. Big pineapple. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? That thing has recoil. He didn't brace it on his body. He didn't rest it on the car. He held it steadily with just his right hand. Like holding a pistol. What the heck? This arm strength. Is it a talent? It must be a strength enhancement talent. And then? Did the Black Mamba guys back down? Back down. The bald guy and the yellow-haired one were still shouting, saying that the guy was holding a toy gun ready to rob people and cars and even set their sights on a pretty girl in the passenger seat, and then? What happened next? It drove me crazy. The young man sighed and said, why do people always like to seek death, and then, just opened fire. Bang 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 bang. The bald guy's head was blown off. The yellow-haired one tried to draw his gun but was instantly taken down. The remaining lackeys wanted to run but none managed to escape. All were marked by that young man with the big pineapple. In less than 10 seconds. Total annihilation. Too fierce. Too ruthless. One-handed big pineapple steady as a rock. What kind of monstrous newcomer is this? An RV, a machine gun, a tough guy. Does anyone know him? Which big shot is this? I don't know, he looks unfamiliar. Hurry up and take note of the license plate and features. Silver gray RV, young driver, a beauty in the passenger seat. Don't provoke him. The Black Mamba has kicked a titanium alloy steel plate this time. If their boss is probably going to go mad. What good is being mad? With that firepower they could strut around outside the safe zone. The channel was flooded with various expressions of awe, doubt, verification, analysis, and reverence. The news swept through the vision of all players in the safe zone like a storm. Unknowingly, Lin Zhou had entered the attention list of many players with an extremely strong, cold, and mysterious image. At this moment, at the center of the storm, Lin Zhou was driving the RV slowly entering the internal streets of the eastern area of the No. 3 safe zone, completely unaware of and indifferent to the commotion in the channel. All he knew was that the earlier incident should save him from a lot of similar trouble. Next he needed to find a place to settle down. Then he would experience that so-called central square and NPC. Finally he would use the points he hadn't yet spent to strengthen the RV a bit. He glanced at Lin Wanqing, who was still trembling with fear but trying to act calm in the passenger seat. You did well just now. He rarely gave her a compliment, referring to her not causing any trouble. Lin Wanqing was taken aback for a moment, then gently responded with an lowering her head, feeling a mix of emotions. The RV drove into the interior of the safe zone. The scene before his eyes was not much better than outside. Various vehicles were parked haphazardly on the streets. On both sides of the road were low gray buildings, most with broken windows and doors, graffiti or burn marks on the walls giving off a desolate and chaotic vibe. Many players were active in the shadows of the roadside or buildings. Some were setting up stalls, some were gathered in hushed conversations, while more were cautiously surveying their surroundings, especially the newly arrived vehicles. As Lin Zhou's silver-gray RV slowly passed by, many gazes instantly focused on it. Some of those eyes held unabashed greed and assessment. But more gazes, especially after recalling the wildly circulated news in the world chat, quickly shifted to suspicion and even a hint of fear. Is that the car? Silver-gray RV, it should be. The one with the one-handed big pineapple. Sure. Lower your voice. Don't let him hear. Looks pretty young, how could he be so ruthless? The Black Mamba said he would kill at a moment's notice. He's a tough character, keep your distance. Whispers spread through the crowd. Lin Zhou observed everything through the rearview mirror and window, feeling not discomfort but a bit of relief. The swift and decisive slaughter at the entrance indeed served to establish his reputation. At least for a while there shouldn't be too many foolish idiots daring to provoke him easily. This saved him quite a bit of trouble. He maneuvered the RV along the relatively wide main road, slowly moving forward. Soon a relatively open area appeared ahead. It was crowded with people, much livelier than the streets, forming a spontaneous gathering point. In the center, surrounded by the crowd, stood a solitary figure on a slightly elevated platform. It was an elderly man dressed in a faded gray robe with white hair and a stern face. His eyes were slightly closed and his hands hung naturally at his side, standing there like a statue, seemingly oblivious to the noisy environment and the countless gazes directed at him. Central Square. NPC. Lin Zhou realized. This should be the place mentioned by players in the channel. He parked the RV in a relatively inconspicuous corner at the edge of the square. Here he could observe the situation in the center without drawing too much attention. He didn't immediately get out of the car but sat inside quietly, observing through the one-way glass. At least 1,000 players surrounded the square, most of them eagerly gazing at the elderly man, anticipating something. A few impatient ones had already crowded to the edge of the platform. A young man in his 20s dressed in sportswear squeezed to the front, a smile on his face, politely asked the old man, "Hello elder, is there anything you need me to do? Or is there anything I can exchange?" The old man remained motionless, his eyes tightly closed, showing no reaction. The young man was taken aback, thinking the other party hadn't heard him, and raised his voice with a hint of dialect. "Elder. Can you hear me? I mean, do you have any tasks for me? Or are you selling something?" The old man remained like a lifeless statue. The young man felt a bit awkward and anxious, unable to help but wave his hand in front of the old man's eyes. "Hey. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Say something." A middle-aged man standing nearby, who looked like he had been waiting longer and was visibly impatient, scoffed and said, "Enough, don't waste your energy. I've been here for almost an hour, my saliva has dried up from greeting to cursing. This old man hasn't said a word, his eyes haven't opened once. He's like a corpse, no, like a preset puppet. Damn it." Someone else cursed, "What kind of NPC is this? Is he mute? Or is it a bug? Yeah, creating such a big commotion just to have an old man sitting here as a decoration. Do you need some specific item or password to trigger him? Who knows? There are no hints at all. Disperse, disperse, we've been waiting here for nothing." The crowd began to stir, disappointment and complaints spreading. Most people started to lose patience, feeling they might have been played or that this NPC was just a useless ornament. Lin Zhou inside the car frowned slightly at this scene. "This shouldn't be," he muttered to himself. According to typical game logic, this clearly functional NPC should either give out quests, provide shop services, or at least offer some guidance. How could he not react at all? Could it be that certain hidden conditions must be met to activate him? He recalled the chat messages he had seen earlier where someone mentioned needing a key or permission to enter a house. Perhaps this NPC was similar. Not open to all players but requiring a specific key token or a certain prerequisite to interact with him. He carefully observed the old man. Dressed in gray, eyes closed, standing with an almost stiff posture. Other than resembling a statue, he seemed to lack any special traits. But the more it was like this, the more Lin Zhou felt something was off. This doomsday game was filled with the unusual. An NPC surrounded by many players yet showing no reaction was itself a huge mystery and potential opportunity. He didn't leave in disappointment like others. Instead, he became even more intrigued. He decided to observe for a while longer. Just then, a commotion and stir suddenly erupted from the crowd's periphery. It seemed another group was aggressively approaching the center of the square, specifically the direction where Lin Zhou's RV was parked. He could vaguely hear panicked whispers. "It's the Black Mamba people. Their boss is here. They must be coming to trouble that RV. Quick, make way. Don't get burned." Lin Zhou's expression tightened, his gaze shifted from the old man to the direction of the commotion. Trouble? They found him so quickly. The crowd automatically parted to create a passage. A middle-aged man dressed in a black leather jacket, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and chewing on a thick cigar, strode aggressively to the edge of the square, flanked by at least 20 armed subordinates not far from Lin Zhou's parked vehicle. The leading middle-aged man was evidently the boss of the Black Mamba, Chen Hao. His gaze first swept over the silver-gray vehicle filled with an unmistakable killing intent and fury. He stared intently at the direction of the driver's seat for several seconds, the cigar making cracking sounds between his teeth. The surrounding players watching the scene instantly held their breath. They nervously awaited the unfolding events. Many had already imagined an exhilarating scene of revenge and gunfire. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Chen Hao did not charge forward to smash the car or open fire. He simply cast one last deep glance at the vehicle before abruptly shifting his gaze towards the center of the square. What's going on? Just like that. It's over. Not what I imagined for a shootout. Has he backed down? TCH, is this all the Black Mamba has? The boss came personally just to glare at someone. He must have been scared by that young man's machine gun, right? That single-handed pineapple who wouldn't be dazed by it. It's possible, after all, he really killed 8 or 9 of his subordinates without a sound, proving to be one who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Surrounding whispers of disappointment and mockery arose, deepening the sense of awe towards Lin Zhou. Inside the vehicle, Lin Zhou and Lin Wanqing were also somewhat surprised. Lin Wanqing stared blankly at the group of Black Mamba members who had stopped and turned to focus on the NPC outside and quietly asked, "What does this mean?" Lin Zhou's expression remained cold, his sharp gaze fixed on Chen Hao and the others' retreating figures. He slowly replied, "Unclear. But if they really dare to come..." He paused, a hint of chilling killing intent in his voice. "I wouldn't mind sending them all on their way together for free." This statement was made calmly, yet it sent a shiver down Lin Wanqing's spine while simultaneously providing her with an odd sense of security. In this perilous world, having such a powerful and decisive man by her side seemed not too bad. Meanwhile, within the Black Mamba ranks, Chen Hao, upon hearing the surrounding mockery and disdainful discussions, felt his face go pale with veins bulging on his temples. He clenched the cigar tightly, nearly biting it in half, and lowered his voice to squeeze out a question through gritted teeth to a thin, tall man beside him who wore gold-rimmed glasses and appeared refined yet sharp-eyed. "A Cheng. Give me a reason. Why can't I kill that little bastard right now? He killed my brother in public and slapped me in the face." The man called a Cheng adjusted his glasses, his expression neutral, and calmly analyzed in a clear voice, "Brother Hao, it's not that we're stopping you from taking revenge. It's just that the timing isn't right." Chen Hao glared furiously. "If you have any grievances, spit it out quickly. This is a safe zone," a Cheng explained. "I've received some vague information that directly killing someone in the safe zone might trigger game penalties, such as increasing sin value to a level that could lead to being marked or expelled. Though I'm not sure of its authenticity at this critical time when the Black Mamba is expanding, there's no need to take this unknown risk to clash with the rules." Chen Hao furrowed his brow, his anger easing slightly but still unwilling. "So what? Are we just going to watch that bastard flaunt his power right under my nose? Let everyone think I, Chen Hao, am afraid of him." "Calm down, Brother Hao," a Cheng's eyes flashed with a cold calculation. "In the safe zone we may be restrained. But outside the safe zone, it'll be completely different." He raised his hand to point at the sky, then indicated a pale red circle at the upper right of their field of view that was slowly moving, representing the boundary of the sky net. According to the game rules, the sky net has already begun to contract. Once this contraction is complete, the area we are currently in will definitely become a non-safe zone. At that time, what rules would protect us? Chen Hao's eyes lit up. "You mean?" A Cheng's lips curled into a cold arc. "We can set an ambush on the road leading to the next safe zone or on the path he might take to scavenge for resources. He will eventually leave the safe zone. At that time, that sturdy vehicle, that powerful machine gun, and the other supplies possibly hidden within, along with that woman, won't they all become our spoils?" He paused, adding, "Moreover, attacking outside is clean and decisive, and no one will know it was us. We can take revenge while also seizing resources to strengthen ourselves, achieving 2 goals with 1 action." After hearing this, Chen Hao's anger gradually transformed into greed and ruthlessness. He took a deep drag on his cigar and slowly exhaled the thick smoke. "Good. A Cheng, I'll follow your lead." He patted the shoulder of the bespectacled man, his eyes glinting with ferocity. "Let him live a little longer. Once we're out of this door, I want him to wish he could live or die." He glanced back with malice at the silver-gray vehicle, as if he could already see it becoming his trophy. "Let's go. Let's see what that old man is up to." With a wave of his hand, Chen Hao led his subordinates, truly shifting their focus to the NPC in the center of the square, temporarily suppressing the flames of revenge in his heart. The atmosphere of the square grew increasingly subtle due to Black Mamba's actions. Although Lin Zhou could not hear the conversation between Chen Hao and Cheng, he faintly sensed the deeper malice hidden behind their apparent retreat. He not only did not relax but became even more vigilant. Shao AI highlight Black Mamba leader and its core members and continuously monitor their movements. At the same time plan multiple alternative routes for leaving the current safe zone and heading to the next safe area or resource point, prioritizing concealed complex paths that are not easily ambushed. Command confirmed. Monitoring established. Route planning. Lin Zhou knew that temporary peace often meant a greater storm was brewing. Want to play sneaky? He sneered inwardly, then let's see who will ultimately become whose prey. Just as most players in the square were growing impatient with the NPC's prolonged silence and preparing to leave, the members of Black Mamba were also becoming restless and planning to depart. In the sky, the Evergreylo canopy began to change at a visibly rapid pace. The light quickly dimmed and the clouds were stained with an ominous dark red and deep purple resembling congealed blood. The wind also ceased and the air became thick and oppressive. Why did it suddenly get dark so quickly? Something's not right. Look at that old man. With the change in weather, the gray-cloaked elder in the center of the square finally stirred. His tightly closed eyelids slowly lifted. What kind of eyes were those? There were no pupils, only a murky eerie glow that seemed to reflect the dark red clouds above as deep as two whirlpools. Suddenly an ancient voice resonated in everyone's ears, cutting through all the noise. Dusk has arrived and night falls. Welcome fleeing souls from afar to Ruins Town. I am the mayor here. The elder's voice paused and his murky eyes slowly scanned each face in the square. Next, please allow me to say a few words. As soon as the words fell, the players who had intended to leave abruptly halted, turning back in disbelief to look at the platform. What the hell? The NPC is alive. He spoke. He really spoke. I was ready to leave, all my stuff was. No, my backpack was all packed. The mayor. He says he is the mayor. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of noise. Everyone became excited. The previous disappointment and complaints swept away as they rushed toward the platform, each clamoring to ask, Mayor. Mayor. Are there any tasks? Hurry and issue a quest. Mayor, is there a shop? Can we exchange items? What do you need me to do? I'm strong. I can run fast. I can pick locks. The elder, referred to as the mayor, wore a benevolent yet distant smile. He raised one hand and gently pressed down, instantly quieting the tumultuous wave of voices. Children, don't rush. He spoke slowly, his voice still calm, echoing in everyone's minds. For our first meeting I've prepared some small gifts for everyone. They have been placed in various corners of the town. As for what exactly is inside, a hint of a deeper smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, carrying an elusive meaning. You will have to find out for yourselves later. Wow. There are gifts. This NPC is great. Generous. He comes bearing gifts. Mayor is so generous. Quick, tell us. Where are the gifts? What are they? Many players were overjoyed, thinking they had struck gold. However, a few, including Lin Zhou and the vehicle, frowned even deeper. Something unusual was afoot. An NPC who had previously ignored all players suddenly came to life during a weather change, and instead of issuing clear tasks or opening a shop, the first thing he does is say he's giving out gifts. That in itself was suspicious. Indeed, the mayor's next words confirmed their suspicions. A seemingly composed middle-aged player raised his voice and asked, Mayor, surely it can't just be this simple, right? Don't you have more to say? The mayor glanced approvingly in that direction and nodded. Smart child. His voice dropped slightly, carrying a solemnity as if he were proclaiming some ancient contract. Here at the behest of my master I am to play a game with you all. A game? What kind of game? The mayor spoke slowly, each word clearly etched into the hearts of the crowd. The rules of the game are simple. In Ruins Town, survive the night until dawn and you shall succeed. What? Just that. Survive the night. Is it really that simple? This Ruins Town looks a bit shabby, but the safe zone is right here, isn't it? What difference does it make if we just lie down and win? Yeah, isn't it just a matter of taking a nap? Mayor, are you messing with us? Most players displayed expressions of disbelief or even amusement. This game sounded utterly devoid of difficulty, hardly a challenge at all. Yet Lin Zhou's heart sank heavily. He stared intently at the mayor's stoic face and the eerie murky glow in his eyes. Survive the night. In this suddenly darkened place where the NPC has come back to life in an eerie manner and the game's nature is being emphasized. He could almost be certain this was no simple overnight task. Indeed, the middle-aged player who had just asked a question spoke again, articulating the key point. Mayor, since it's a game, there should be some rewards for completing it right. This question voiced everyone's thoughts and the square fell silent, awaiting the mayor's response. The smile on the mayor's face seemed to broaden slightly, yet it felt devoid of warmth. Rewards. He softly repeated, then in a calm yet chilling tone spoke each word distinctly. Yes, there are rewards. His gaze swept through the crowd, reaching out to the distant darkness that was about to swallow everything. That is, survival. Survival. One word, simple to the extreme yet heavy to the extreme. Everyone's expressions froze instantly. Surviving was the reward. Does this mean that those who cannot survive or fail to complete the game will die? A chill shot up from the soles of everyone's feet to the top of their heads. What had once seemed like a simple task of surviving a night now echoed like the most vicious curse. The sky had completely darkened. The outline of Ruins Town in the eerie remnants of twilight resembled a giant beast coming to life, opening its toothy maw. Fleeing souls. The mayor's voice rang out again. There are still 2 hours until the network reset is complete. He slowly raised his bony finger, pointing to the pale red light in the sky that was gradually moving, representing the boundary of the network. When the reset is complete, the protection of the safe zone will temporarily disappear. At that time, his voice suddenly turned eerie and a red glint flashed in his murky eyes. The game will truly begin. I hope you all can safely endure this night. The last sentence felt less like a blessing and more like a detached proclamation. Go. Use every means necessary to survive. And live. As his voice fell, the mayor closed his eyes again, the eerie smile disappearing once more, returning to his initial state as if nothing had happened. However, the words he left behind stirred a tidal wave of fear in the square. What? What? The protection of the safe zone will disappear. Does that mean that in 2 hours this will no longer be a safe zone? Will those zombies outside come in? Not just zombies, right? What the mayor said. This game must have something sinister behind it. Survive the night. The reward is life. This is clearly a death game. Damn it. I knew it wouldn't be anything good. What a load of crap gifts. They're just death tokens, right? It's over. What do we do now? I just got in. Quick. Find a vehicle. Get out of here. Right. Run toward the safe zone. Find a place to hide. Look for a sturdy building. Right. Didn't the mayor say there are gifts? Maybe they're weapons or defensive items. Hurry and find them. Who knows if the gifts are a trap? Panic erupted among the crowd like a plague. Screams, cries, shouts, and running footsteps became a chaotic mix. Some rushed to their vehicles in an attempt to escape immediately. Some blindly ran toward nearby buildings seeking refuge. Many others stood frozen in place, gripped by overwhelming fear, unsure of what to do. But the next moment a cold mechanical voice rang out again. Survival game countdown, 1 hour 56 minutes. Game rules: after the game starts, use all means to survive until dawn. Additionally, any player within Ruins Town will be unable to leave the town area from this moment on. Rule violators death. As the words fell, those players who were preparing to flee to other safe zones suddenly froze in place. A thick despair began to permeate their hearts. It's over. It's completely over. This damn game doesn't give them any escape route at all. The global chat channel instantly flooded with news from this location. Players across other safe zones reacted with stunned disbelief. Amidst the chaos and overwhelming dread, the town mayor, who had already closed his eyes, spoke again, his voice eerily clear in every ear. My lord. Night approaches. Grant me your protection. Let those mortals steeped in unforgivable sin be utterly buried here. A sharp guttural hiss. Players who heard the uncanny whisper felt an icy chill surge up their spines, raising every hair on their bodies. This was no benevolent mayor. He was a cultist, or worse, a vessel for some malevolent entity. This game was not mere survival, it was a ritual of sacrifice, or slaughter. What the hell is this game? It's downright unholy. This NPC is deeply wrong. Mortals steeped in unforgivable sin. Does that mean us? Buried here. He intends to kill us all. Run. Leave this square. And stay far away from this ancient abomination. A deeper terror clenched every heart tight. Those who had clung to faint hope, that this was merely about fending off zombies or monsters, now understood the true peril they faced was far more sinister, far more incomprehensible than any undead horror. Lin Zhou sat inside the vehicle, having heard the mayor's final whisper with perfect clarity. His gaze turned glacial. Indeed, this was no ordinary survival trial. This ruined town concealed profound malice, and a dangerous secret. Lin Zhou glanced outward at the panicked, disordered crowd, then checked the time. 1 hour and 55 minutes remained until the Skynet refresh concluded. Within this narrow window he must prepare for the coming night, a game shrouded in utter uncertainty. He looked at Lin Wanqing beside him, her face pale, her knuckles white as she gripped the handrail. "Are you afraid?" he asked suddenly. Her body trembled. She bit her lip, nodded once, then shook her head fiercely. "Yes, but somehow being with you makes it feel less terrifying." Lin Zhou said nothing, only handed her a spare handgun and 2 magazines. "Keep it, for defense. When the moment comes, don't hesitate." Then he started the engine. The motorhome eased smoothly out from its corner. "First we find the gift." His voice remained calm yet carried unshakable resolve. "Then we'll secure the ideal position, to welcome the night." Lin Wanqing accepted the firearm. The cold metal steadied her breath and she nodded firmly. Moments later the motorhome rolled to a halt before a 4-story building, its walls fractured and crumbling. Lin Zhou did not disembark immediately. He opened his personal interface and reviewed his resources. Points 84. Mechanical parts 108. Virtual panel displayed propulsion system LV. 2 defense system LV. 1 firepower system LV. 1. Propulsion was sufficient, for now. Firepower included a Gatling gun. Yet against unknown threats, whether spawned by the game itself or lurking players like Black Mamba, enhanced defense had become paramount. He selected Defense System LV. 1. Defense System LV. 1. Current configuration: basic chassis, reinforced bulletproof windows. Resists standard pistol rounds, bladed weapon strikes low-intensity impacts. Upgrade to LV. 2 requires 15 points, 20 mechanical parts. Upgrade preview: reinforced structural armor, improved resistance against assault rifle rounds up to 7. 62mm windows upgraded to integrated multi-layer ballistic glass. Upgrade to LV. 2, now. Lin Zhou confirmed decisively. Points and parts were deducted. A deep resonant hum echoed across the vehicle, as if unseen forces were forging its frame, lasting nearly 10 seconds. Ding. Defense system upgrade complete. Current level LV. 2. Lin Zhou sensed the vehicle's mass had subtly increased. Tapping the side armor yielded a denser, more muffled resonance. Yet his brow remained furrowed. Resistance against assault rifles. Still insufficient. Continue upgrading the defense system. He turned his attention to the LV. 2 LV. 3 option. Defense system LV. 2 LV. 3. Required 30 points, 50 complete mechanical parts. Upgrade preview: high-strength alloy plating with specialized composite layers, significantly enhanced physical resilience and partial energy resistance. Effectively withstands direct fire from standard rounds up to 12. 7mm, resists fragmentation and blast overpressure from standard grenades. Offers limited resistance against low-intensity energy attacks. Notes: upgraded weight imposes moderate strain on propulsion, but current LV. 2 output remains adequate. Energy resistance. Lin Zhou's eyes sharpened. That was precisely what he needed. Upgrade, now. Resources were deducted again. This time the transformation was more pronounced. A faint metallic sheen shimmered briefly across the exterior before receding inward. Seams between armor plates sealed tighter, window frames gained thicker reinforced metal edging. The motorhome no longer merely felt sturdy, it now evoked the solidity of a fortress. Ding. Defense system upgrade complete. Current level LV. 3. Good. Lin Zhou exhaled softly. Though the cost in points and parts had been steep, it was unquestionably justified. In the approaching uncanny night, this upgrade vastly increased their odds of survival. He glanced at Lin Wanqing beside him. Stay inside. Lock the doors. Do not exit, unless I return or danger arrives. Use this to observe outside. He gestured toward a compact surveillance screen rising from the dashboard displaying real-time feeds from external cameras. Lin Wanqing knew this was no time for hesitation. She nodded solemnly, understood. Be careful. Without another word Lin Zhou checked the long blade at his waist and the suppressed M4 slung across his back, then pushed open the door, his form melting swiftly into the shadowed flank of the derelict building. He raised his eyes to the broken structure, drew a slow deliberate breath. Unknown rewards always walked hand-in-hand with unknown perils. Yet he had no choice. Gripping his weapons tightly he slipped sideways through the dark doorway, into gloom that seemed to open onto another world. The countdown to night ticked steadily onward. Meanwhile. Zone 3 East District Chat Channel. Folks. Guess what I found, under the counter of a wrecked hardware store? A shotgun. Only 3 shells left, but it's pure confidence in my hands. Lucky. All I got was a fire axe, heavy but perfect for smashing zombie skulls. Whoa. Over here, I found a black iron chest hidden inside an abandoned post office mailbox. Out came a minor strength potion. After drinking it I felt unstoppable, one punch could shatter a wall, no obliterate a bull. Lucky god tier drop. Share some fortune. Insane. I cracked a wooden chest too, got a flashlight and a pack of biscuits, damn it. Anyone forming a squad? There's a strong gift signal near East Street, I'm not braving it alone. Watch out, I just saw 2 people brawl over a machete west of here. Blood was drawn. Seriously. Infighting now. Find cover, fast. Sturdy buildings feel safer than any gift right now. Agreed, seek cover first. The channel buzzed with frantic energy, moments of elation interwoven with despair, all bound together by urgency and the creeping dread of the encroaching night. Inside a dilapidated crumbling cottage. Lin Zhou held his breath, focusing intently as he carefully pushed open a wooden door thick with rust, its hinges shrieking in protest. Beyond the threshold lay a living room, furniture toppled and askew, blanketed in layers of dust and creeping mold, the air hung heavy with the acrid stench of decay. He entered cautiously, his gaze sweeping methodically across every corner. With the muzzle of his rifle he gently nudged aside an overturned sofa and a fallen cabinet. While searching behind a collapsed bookshelf his fingers brushed against something cold, and unyieldingly hard. It was neither a weapon nor common supplies. Rather it was an ancient-looking brass key, its surface dulled to a deep somber copper sheen. A chime rang out in his mind. Congratulations player Lin Zhou, you have acquired a special item, the secret door key 1. The secret door key unlocks designated secret doors granting access to dungeons or restricted zones. Uses remaining 11. A special item. A key. Lin Zhou's mind instantly flashed back to fragmented reports he'd seen earlier in the global channel. Some players had mentioned shimmering light membranes appearing before certain doors inside safe zones, barriers indicating that entry required either a key or special authorization. Seems my luck isn't half bad after all. First step in and already a golden start. He weighed the key thoughtfully in his palm before stowing it away into his personal inventory. Key secured, but where then was its corresponding secret door? Could the gift the town mayor had spoken of actually be this very key? He did not linger, pressing onward with his search. The remaining rooms on the ground floor, kitchen and bathroom alike, yielded little beyond broken furniture, a few unopened bottles of mineral water and several canned goods. Has my luck run dry? Lin Zhou frowned slightly, but disappointment never took root. Gripping his weapon tightly he ascended the staircase, its steps littered with dust and shards of rubble, moving with quiet deliberate care toward the second floor. The second floor fared marginally better. Perched atop the wardrobe in what appeared to be the master bedroom he discovered a treasure chest glowing faintly with an antique bronze luster. Well well. A subtle smirk tugged at Lin Zhou's lips. I knew it, I'm the very same player who once drew the heart of Africa and infinite firepower. How could my fortune possibly be that dismal? He refrained from opening it immediately, instead sealing the bronze chest into his inventory. Now was not the time, not yet. And more importantly he wanted Lin Wanqing to upgrade it herself. He continued his search, through the second and third floors alike. Along the way he collected additional canned goods, bottled water, a box of medical gauze, antiseptic alcohol, and even in a child's bedroom a foldable children's bicycle still intact. Lin Zhou stared silently for a beat. Yet beyond these mundane finds no further special items, no keys, no other players, no monsters, appeared. That's it. Lin Zhou curled his lip in mild disdain but kept moving, ascending to the building's highest level, the 4th floor. Their ruin-deepened ceilings leaked profusely and walls bore grotesque murals of spreading mold. He inspected each room, most were hollow and barren. Only one remained, a heavy iron-bound door at the far end of the corridor, tightly shut, unnervingly solid. This door clashed jarringly with the building's decay, untouched by rust, its surface gleaming with a cold metallic hardness. Its handle was carved into the snarling visage of a beast. Lin Zhou stepped forward, grasped the beast head handle and pushed. Nothing stirred. He redoubled his effort, even channeling his full 10 points of physical strength, yet the door stood immovable as though welded shut. A chill ran through him. At that very moment a frigid mechanical voice, utterly alien to the town mayor's tone, resounded directly within his mind. Detected possession of the secret door key. Access conditions met. Target locked, dungeon entrance. Dungeon name Slaughterhouse. Difficulty rating Class C. Teleportation countdown initiated 10. 9. Lin Zhou's pupils contracted sharply. Class C dungeon. Slaughterhouse. Here, behind this door. But he hadn't consented to enter, not now. Not when dusk loomed and the mayor's game was about to begin. Hey buddy. Is that really polite? I haven't even. He tried to resist, to cancel, but the countdown pressed on merciless. 8. 7. Hey. I'm not ready, not even close. At least let me return to my vehicle first. 3. 2. 1. At the final tick the secret door key leapt from his hand, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the beast-head's maw. The massive iron door swung inward with a thunderous groan. Beyond it lay no ordinary chamber, but a vortex of blinding, nauseating white light surging forth to swallow Lin Zhou whole the instant he stood upon its threshold. Damn! He barely managed a silent curse before vertigo seized him, his vision obliterated by searing whiteness, his body tossed like laundry in a spinning drum. When clarity returned and his feet touched solid ground once more, a thick cloying stench, blood and rotting flesh, slammed into him like a physical blow. From the shadows came a new system voice, colder, sharper, laced with palpable malice. Welcome to the dungeon slaughterhouse. Primary objective: survive and escape. Dungeon time flow asynchronous with the external world. Warning: death within this dungeon is absolute and irreversible. Wishing you a most satisfying slaughter. Lin Zhou surveyed his surroundings, the color draining from his face. He stood in a narrow, damp corridor, its walls slick with dried crimson stains and unidentifiable shreds of meat. Flickering fluorescent lights overhead cast a sickly pallor, crackling with erratic electrical hums. Heavy iron doors lined both sides of the passage, each sealed tight. He had been forcibly dragged into an unknown Class C dungeon. Trouble had just escalated, dramatically. Damn it! He muttered under his breath. Outside the mayor's game loomed imminent, while he was trapped here in this accursed place. But lamentation changed nothing. He swiftly inventoried his gear, M4 rifle and long blade both intact. Then, faint yet unmistakably dense, footsteps echoed from ahead. His pulse spiked. He turned his gaze down the corridor's shadowed end, where darkness shifted and coalesced. Moments later the first zombie emerged beneath the flickering light. It wore tattered butcher's apron, skin ashen and lifeless, clutching a rust-eaten cleaver in one slack hand. Then a second. Then a third. They poured from side rooms and corners, flooding the narrow passage, groaning, shambling, converging on Lin Zhou with ravenous hunger. Ordinary zombies, but their numbers were overwhelming, easily 24, perhaps more. Perfect. Time to test the new firing technique. He didn't retreat. Instead he stepped forward, dropped to one knee and brought his rifle up in textbook precision. His 10-point strength granted exceptional stability, his arms unwavering, his aim unshaken. And the coordination bonus from his close combat mastery sharpened his instinctive sense of timing and recoil control. Pft, 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 pft. Muffled bursts spat from the M4's suppressed muzzle, short controlled flashes of fire. Each bullet pierced an eye socket or center of the forehead, erupting in sprays of viscous blackened blood. Zombies collapsed like scythed wheat. 1 point for eliminating a standard zombie. 1 point. System notifications chimed in rapid succession. Lin Zhou shot steadily while retreating, utilizing the narrow corridor to limit the number of zombies charging at him simultaneously. The infinite ammunition allowed him to unleash firepower without stress, and his shooting skills rapidly improved in real combat. Soon 20 to 30 zombies were cleared, leaving a pile of remains on the ground. Yet Lin Zhou did not relax. A roar, much more ferocious than that of ordinary zombies, exploded. A massive figure crashed through the zombie remains, blocking its path, charging towards him. Standing over 2.5 meters tall, its muscles grotesquely bulged, its skin a dark shade of blue-black. The left hand mutated into a giant bone hammer, while the right dragged a rusted bone-cutting knife the size of a door stained with blood. Its eyes were crimson and corrosive saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth. A first-tier mutant, butcher brute. A big guy has arrived. Lin Zhou's gaze sharpened as he immediately switched targets. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets struck the mutant's thick muscles and bone armor, only creating shallow wounds unable to deal fatal damage. Instead, it became enraged, roaring as it accelerated toward Lin Zhou, the bone hammer slamming towards the wall where Lin Zhou stood. Lin Zhou executed a nimble roll to evade. Boom! The wall was smashed, creating a large crater as debris flew everywhere. Its skin is really tough. Lin Zhou spat, quickly changing his tactics. He no longer aimed at its body but, leveraging his speed advantage, circled the mutant, locking onto its relatively vulnerable joints and those crimson eyes. Puff! Puff! The eyes were hit. The mutant let out a painful howl, pausing momentarily. Now's the time. Lin Zhou charged forward, drawing his long knife. During the moment it swung its bone hammer, unleashing all his strength with a 10-point burst, combining it with the techniques of melee mastery. The blade light like a streak of lightning, fiercely slashing towards its thick neck. Sizzle! The sharp standard long knife combined with tremendous strength actually cut through some of the mutant's tough muscles and bones. Blood gushed forth. The mutant in pain slashed back with its knife. Lin Zhou had already jumped back, creating distance, while the M4's muzzle once again spat fire, the bullets accurately striking the wound on its neck. Rat-a-tat-tat. Finally, after sustained firepower and heavy injuries, this first-tier mutant let out a wail and collapsed. Kill first-tier mutant butcher brute. Points 10, obtained mutated blood core green X1. Huff. Lin Zhou breathed slightly heavily, shaking his numbed arm. Killing mutants was much harder than ordinary zombies, but the rewards were greater. A green blood core. It sounds better than a gray one. He dared not linger as more zombie howls were echoing from all directions. This slaughterhouse seemed like an endless zombie nest. He gripped his weapon tightly, looking into the deeper darkness of the corridor. He had to find an exit quickly or take down that so-called final boss. Time waits for no one. He knew that in this strange slaughterhouse dungeon, stopping meant waiting for death. He advanced quickly along the blood-stained corridor. Melee mastery enhanced perception allowed him to sense subtle movements around corners or behind doors in advance, always managing to shoot or slash first, killing any zombies that lunged at him. Points steadily increased. Ding. Kill ordinary zombie X1. Points 1 ding. Yet Lin Zhou's heart grew increasingly heavy. The corridor seemed endless. Most doors on either side were tightly locked. Occasionally a few were ajar, revealing either empty cold storage or processing rooms piled high with rotten meat, yielding nothing of value other than inducing psychological discomfort. Where is the exit? And where is the boss? Lin Zhou frowned. A clever dungeon could not simply be about grinding small monsters. Just as he passed through an empty hall adorned with rusted iron hooks resembling a slaughterhouse, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A seemingly sturdy brick wall suddenly shattered. Amidst the flying debris, a figure larger than the previous butcher brute crashed out. It stood nearly 3 meters tall, its body as plump as a mountain, wearing a butcher's apron soaked in filthy blood. Its enormous head was bald, sporting a blood-red maw that stretched from ear to ear, taking up half of its face. Its left hand wielded a buzzing massive chainsaw stained with bits of flesh and bone, while the right dragged a thick iron chain with a gigantic hook at the end. Warning. High-intensity life response detected. Identified as Dungeon Guardian BOSS Butcher Executioner form. The cold system prompt echoed. Finally here. Lin Zhou's pupils contracted without a moment's hesitation. The instant the boss appeared, he rapidly retreated to the side while his M4 spat fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets struck the butcher boss's plump body, only leaving shallow craters, unable to even penetrate its thick skin. Roar. The butcher boss let out a deafening roar, the stench-laden shockwave hitting him hidden. It seemed enraged, swinging its right hand violently, the iron chain with the hook slicing through the air aimed straight at Lin Zhou. The speed was too fast. Lin Zhou's face changed as he dove to the side with all his might. Clang! The hook scraped past his body, smashing into the concrete floor behind him, creating a deep pit the size of a basin with debris flying everywhere. The hook was deeply embedded in the ground. Before Lin Zhou could rise, the butcher boss's left hand, wielding the buzzing massive chainsaw, was already sweeping towards him horizontally with a teeth-grinding noise. The chainsaw's teeth spun at high speed, glimmering cold light as if even the air was being sliced apart. In this moment of crisis, Lin Zhou's 10-point physical condition was pushed to the limit. He exerted force in his waist, propelling himself backward at an almost impossible angle while pushing off the ground with his right leg, his body sliding back like an arrow released from a bow. Sizzle! The chainsaw grazed the soles of his shoes, plowing a deep trench in the ground, sparks flying everywhere. That was close. Lin Zhou broke out in a cold sweat. The boss's strength and attack range were terrifying, getting close meant death. He quickly created distance, continuing to shoot with the M4 to disrupt while his mind raced. A direct confrontation wouldn't work, he had to find its weak points. His gaze swept over the boss's massive body. The head. That giant mouth seemed the most vulnerable, but it was also the most densely attacked area. The torso. Too much fat. The joints. Although it moved violently, it wasn't particularly agile. Got it. Lin Zhou's eyes sharpened. Since the front wasn't working, he would try attacking from behind. Thus he needed to create an opportunity to circle behind the boss and required a stronger means to break through its defenses. M4 bullets couldn't break through its defenses. Grenades were likely to injure himself in such a narrow space. Long knife. Unless it could accurately pierce a weak point, it would also be quite difficult. I can only use that. Lin Zhou's thoughts raced as he made a decision. I have no choice but to use that. He ceased holding back and unleashed a furious barrage of bullets directly at the junction between the butcher boss's head and torso, not to kill but to seize its attention and inflict searing pain. Roar! The butcher boss, indeed enraged by the relentless fusillade, roared in fury. Though the bullets dealt no mortal wound, they burned with agonizing intensity. Roaring, it swung its heavy iron chain once more while stomping forward like a living tank, its colossal strides shaking the very floor beneath it. Lin Zhou had anticipated the trajectory. He rolled sideways just in time, barely evading the chain's crushing arc. And instead of retreating further, he seized the fleeting moment when the boss's chainsaw turn lagged slightly, and lunged forward with explosive force. Not toward the boss's front, but diagonally straight to a rusted metal shelving unit stacked against the hull's side wall. Lift! 10 points of raw strength surged through his limbs. With a guttural roar, he seized the unit's heavy base, and against all expectation heaved the 100-kilogram monolith clear off the ground. Then, channeling every ounce of his might, he hurled the massive shelf with brutal precision, straight into the boss's turning chainsaw arm. A deafening clang echoed across the chamber. The shelving unit struck the boss's thick, whirring arm with devastating impact, jolting it violently off course. The chainsaw bit deep into a nearby load-bearing pillar, instead spewing showers of sparks and shrapnel. The boss's hulking frame staggered ever so slightly from the sudden blow. Now! Lin Zhou did not hesitate, not for an instant. Even as he released the shelf, he vaulted through the opening exposed by the boss's recoil, pushing off the adjacent wall with explosive power arcing through the air and landing, impossibly, behind the boss, safely beyond the sweeping range of its chain. Midair, he repositioned his body, slinging the M4 behind his back with his right hand while his left drew the cold, gleaming standard-issue long blade in one fluid motion. Descending with lethal intent, blade pointed downward, die. A flash of ruthless resolve blazed in Lin Zhou's eyes as he channeled his entire being into his arms, driving the blade downward with gravity's full weight and his own coiled strength, aiming unerringly for the boss's exposed nape. Shunk! The razor-sharp tip pierced flesh, finally breaching its defenses, empowered by 10 points of sheer physical might. Aag! The butcher boss unleashed a shriek of unbearable agony, its titanic form convulsing violently. It thrashed wildly, twisting and jerking in desperate attempts to dislodge the intruder clinging to its back, its chainsaw and chain slashing chaotically, reducing everything nearby to splinters and ruin. Lin Zhou clung to the hilt with iron grip dangling from the boss's spine. Jolted violently by its spasms, he clenched his jaw, refusing to withdraw the blade, instead wrenching it deeper with every fiber of his being. Black energy gushed forth more fiercely, yet the boss's struggles grew steadily weaker, its howls fading into ragged, fading gasps. Then after one final violent spasm the butcher boss, mountainous and terrible, crumpled forward with a thunderous crash sending dust billowing high into the air. Its chainsaw and chain clattered lifelessly to the floor. Boss defeated the butcher executioner form. Rewards acquired 100 points. Butcher's Heartbreaker Blue Tier 1 Complete Slaughterhouse Key 1 Crank Dungeon Completion Chest 1. A cold mechanical chime resonated in the silence. Lin Zhou breathing heavily leapt down from the fallen giant and withdrew his long blade, now slick with viscous black ichor. Every muscle screamed with fatigue. That final burst had drained him to his core. Yet there was no time to rest. As the boss perished the entire slaughterhouse began to shudder violently, the walls cracked, the ceiling groaned threatening imminent collapse. Dungeon core destroyed. Dungeon collapse imminent. Exit portal activated. Countdown 10 seconds. Before him a spiraling white gate materialized out of thin air. Without hesitation Lin Zhou stepped forward, engulfed instantly by blinding light. Vertigo spun his senses, then just as swiftly he stood again upon solid ground, the fourth-floor corridor of the ruined apartment building in the wasteland town. The heavy iron door behind him had vanished, leaving only a weathered crumbling wall. Glancing at the time his pulse quickened. Less than 30 minutes remained until the Tianwang system reset, and the town mayor game officially began. Ding! World announcement: player Lin Zhou has become the first to clear the Slaughterhouse C-rank hidden dungeon, achieving the hidden title Dungeon Pioneer. Rewards 100 points. Advanced Achievement Chest 1. The IC system notification, this time broadcast globally, resounded unmistakably across every survivor's mind. Though brief, the message struck like thunder, detonating instantly across the consciousness of every player still alive. For a breathless moment the world channel fell silent, then erupted into chaos. What the hell? A global announcement. Lin Zhou. Who is this guy? The slaughterhouse. A crank dungeon. I've never even seen a drank. First to clear it. Rewards an advanced achievement chest. Ugh, so jealous. Respect. Absolute legend. Lin Zhou himself was stunned by the unexpected worldwide fanfare, and then surging beneath the shock came pure unadulterated elation. A bonus reward, for being the first to conquer a hidden dungeon. And within it he'd slain over 100 zombies, and one boss, earning well over 100 points in raw bounty alone. Add the 100-point bonus and his point reserve swelled dramatically. Even more crucial, the advanced achievement chest, upgraded by Lin Wanner, it would surely become. We must return, now. He wasted no time, racing down the stairs, bursting from the building and sprinting toward the shadows where their RV was parked. Inside, Lin Wanner, tense and glued to the surveillance feed, spotted him instantly and flung open the door. You're back. Are you hurt? She asked, her voice tight with concern as she noticed streaks of grime and blood on his clothes. I'm fine. Lin Zhou slipped inside and sealed the door behind him, then immediately produced the chest. Quick, use your talent to upgrade it. There's no time to spare. Lin Wanner nodded, took a slow steadying breath, focused her will, and placed both hands upon each chest in turn. Soft luminous white glows pulsed rhythmically. Bronze chest, silver chest. Crank Dungeon Completion Chest, Crank Elite Dungeon Completion Chest. Advanced Achievement Chest, Ultimate Achievement Chest. Upgrade complete. The three chests now radiated distinct seductive auras: silver, deep cobalt blue and rich dark gold. Ultimate. Lin Zhou stared at the dark gold chest, a flicker of anticipation kindling in his chest. This surely was the highest tier attainable, at least for now. Open it. Without pause he reached for the silver chest first. Silver light spilled forth, soft, shimmering and full of promise. Successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Obtained 200 points. Multifunctional medical kit, large X1 Barrett M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle with specialized ammunition X50 X1. Points are abundant. The medical kit containing advanced medicines and surgical instruments is an important strategic reserve. The Barrett. This is a weapon for taking down armored vehicles and heavy cover. With unlimited firepower. The thought of it excites me. Good. Lin Zhou's spirit lifted as he immediately opened the C-Class Elite Dungeon Completion Treasure Chest. A deep blue light flickered. Successfully opened the C-Class Elite Dungeon Completion Treasure Chest. Obtained 200 points. Skill Scroll, Marksmanship Mastery Beginner X1 Vehicle Mounted Melee Defense System Blueprint Xia Dan Array Rear X1. Another 200 points. The marksmanship mastery beginner is exactly what he urgently needs, capable of instantly enhancing the shooting accuracy of both the M4 and the Barrett. As for the Xiaodan array rear blueprint, Lin Zhou checked the description. It can be mounted on the rear of the vehicle, composed of multiple groups of automatically triggered shotguns providing comprehensive coverage against enemies approaching the rear. It can be integrated with the firepower system. Loading requires 50 points. Complete mechanical parts X70 mutated blood core green X1. Good stuff. Just what I need to fill the gap in the rear defense and melee firepower of the RV. And the required green blood core I just obtained from the boss. Lin Zhou was overjoyed. Finally he took a deep breath and, filled with anticipation, opened the top achievement treasure chest that emitted a dark golden hue. The dark golden light was not glaring, yet it seemed to contain a heavy power slowly unfolding. Successfully opened the top achievement treasure chest. Obtained 500 points. Gene unlocking potion beginner X1 special talent awakening stone random X1 special material star steel X5. 500 points. A tremendous fortune. Gene unlocking potion beginner. After use there is a chance to break the current gene lock limitation, unlocking the basic extraordinary evolution path strength agility physique spirit with success rate affected by personal potential. Special talent awakening stone random. After use it can randomly awaken a new talent. Grade varies, may interact or conflict with existing talents. Star steel, a rare metal with extremely high strength and excellent energy conductivity, can be used to enhance vehicles, forge weapons, or complete certain special tasks. Hiss. Even though Lin Zhou was somewhat prepared, he was still shaken by the bountiful rewards. Gene unlocking, new talents, and rare materials. Indeed, it is the top achievement treasure chest. Without any hesitation he immediately used the skill scroll marksmanship mastery beginner. A wealth of experience regarding shooting and firearms flooded into his mind, instantly digesting it. He felt as if the firearm in his hand had become an extension of his body, filled with newfound confidence. Then he looked at the bottle of pale blue shimmering liquid inside, which seemed to swirl a nebula. The gene unlocking potion beginner. Use. The potion flowed down his throat, transforming into a gentle yet powerful warmth that instantly enveloped every cell in his body. Unlike the strength potion that enhances muscles and bones, this warmth seemed to directly affect the essence of life, bringing an indescribable itch and slight tearing sensation, as if some invisible shackles were being slowly pried open and broken. Gene unlocking potion beginner usage successful. Detecting individual potential. Gene lock beginner opened successfully. Basic attribute limits increased. Please choose the first unlocking evolution direction 1. Strength enhancement 2. Agility enhancement 3. Physique enhancement 4. Spirit enhancement. 4 options appeared in his mind. Lin Zhou thought quickly. Currently I mainly rely on firearms, and unlimited firepower is the core. A stronger agility will allow me to aim, move and dodge faster, enhancing my survival and shooting efficiency. Physique and spirit are also important, but agility seems to offer more immediate benefits at this moment. He made his judgment in an instant. Choose 2 agility enhancement. Confirm selection. Initiating beginner agility gene unlocking. A stronger warmth surged towards his limbs, especially the subtle muscle groups in his legs, waist and arms, as if undergoing the deepest optimization and restructuring. He could clearly feel his body becoming lighter than ever before. The process lasted for several seconds. Intermediate agility gene unlocking completed. Current agility attribute potential increased. Actual agility received a slight boost. Specific values need to be reflected on the panel or in actual combat. Although there were no specific values, Lin Zhou could deeply feel the change. He did not pause, his gaze falling on the special talent awakening stone random. Let's take a gamble. Lin Zhou picked up the stone, focusing his mind. The awakening stone transformed into a stream of colorful light and sank into his forehead. Special talent awakening stone usage successful. Randomly awakening new talent. Talent extraction in progress. Congratulations. Awakened A-class talent ammunition expert. Ammunition expert A-class. Your understanding and use of ammunition is extraordinary. Effect 1. Any firearm you use has a low chance to produce critical hits, significantly enhanced damage, or special effects such as penetration, burning, freezing, etc. Effects are random and relatively weak. 2. You may expend mental energy to temporarily enhance the next shot or bullets fired within a short period, adding specific elemental or energy damage such as fire, ice, electricity, etc. With the enhancement effect and duration affected by mental attributes. A-class talent. Ammunition expert. Lin Zhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. This talent is simply tailor-made for unlimited firepower. Unlimited ammunition plus critical hit special effects and even controllable elemental damage. This elevates his ranged firepower output and tactical diversity to a terrifying height. Although it consumes mental energy, he has now unlocked the gene lock, enhancing his mental potential, promising a bright future. In just a few minutes his points surged by nearly 1,000. Obtained Barrett Medical Kit Marksmanship Skill New Vehicle Mounted Defense Blueprint Gene Unlocking A-Class New Talent Rare Materials. His strength surged in every aspect. Lin Zhou suppressed his excitement and immediately began to act. He opened the vehicle upgrade panel and loaded the Xia Array blueprint. Then using points and parts he upgraded the firepower system to LV2, integrating and managing the Gatling and Xia Array. Ding! Firepower system upgraded to LV2. Integration complete. Current controllable firepower rooftop M134 Vulcan Gatling rear automatic Xia Array. A faint mechanical adjustment sound came from inside the vehicle. Lin Zhou glanced outside. The darkness had completely engulfed the ruined town and the eerie howls from afar were growing clearer. The mayor's malicious night game had already begun. Yet at this moment his gaze was sharp, showing no fear. The RV lay in wait like a dormant steel beast, with all systems upgraded to peak condition. He himself had initiated his genes, possessed dual talents, refined his marksmanship, and was well equipped. With ample points and sufficient supplies. Come on. Lin Zhou tightened his grip on the Barrett, feeling the cold metallic touch. Let's see just how dark this night can get. The countdown ticks away. 10 minutes. Lin Zhou glanced at the astonishing points balance on his personal panel. After a recent spree he still had over 800 points left. There were still plenty of mechanical parts in stock. The excitement from his surge in power had yet to fully fade, but reason told him that in the face of the unknown night game any slight shortcoming could be fatal. With defenses and firepower greatly enhanced, the next step was power. The motorhome was their mobile fortress and their most crucial reliance. Stronger power meant greater maneuverability and faster disengagement capabilities. It also provided a greater margin for adjustment in the face of sudden situations. Especially in a game that required surviving a night, staying put was not necessarily safe. Having strong mobility was crucial. Without hesitation he clicked on the vehicle panel and selected the power system LV2. Power system LV2, a current enhanced Wilderness Rover X7 engine with excellent performance. Upgrading to LV3 requires points X45, complete mechanical parts X60. Effect preview. Further strengthening of the engine, significant improvement in maximum speed and acceleration and optimization of energy utilization efficiency. Upgrade to LV3. Resources deducted. The vehicle shuddered with a vibration and low rumble more pronounced than during the previous defense upgrade, as if its heart had been replaced with a more powerful pump. The roar of the engine became deeper and more powerful. Ding! Power system upgrade successful. Current level LV3. It still felt insufficient. Lin Zhou's gaze fell on the upgrade option from LV3 to LV4. This was the currently displayed highest level on the power system panel. Power system LV3 with LV. For required points X80, complete mechanical parts X100, special energy core X1 or high purity energy crystal X3. Effect preview. Significant enhancement 1. Engine power limit breakthrough. Maximum speed and acceleration reached the theoretical peak for civilian vehicles. 2. Introduction of a secondary energy buffering system, allowing for a short burst of tremendous force similar to nitrous acceleration effects but more stable and controllable. 3. Off-road and complex terrain traversal significantly enhanced. 4. Overall energy consumption slightly increases, but efficiency optimization can partially offset it. I have enough points and parts, but I need a special energy core or high-purity energy crystal. Lin Zhou frowned. He didn't have either of those. But at that moment he remembered the special material he had just obtained from the top-tier treasure chest, stellar steel. The description noted it as a rare metal with extremely high strength and excellent energy conductivity. Shall AI analyze the energy properties of stellar steel to see if it can replace the special energy core for the upgrade to power system LV4? Analyzing. Stellar steel possesses excellent energy storage and conduction characteristics with extremely high purity. In terms of energy reserve, one piece of stellar steel is roughly equivalent to 0.7 standard special energy cores. 5 pieces of stellar steel exceed the upgrade requirements in total energy, and their energy conductivity can help enhance system efficiency, making them a suitable substitute. Good. Use stellar steel to replace the energy core and upgrade the power system to LV4. Lin Zhou decisively decided. Although stellar steel was rare, enhancing immediate combat power to face the night crisis was the top priority. Consuming points x80, complete mechanical parts x100, stellar steel x5. Upgrading power system to LV4. This time the transformation was much more intense than before. The lights inside the motorhome flickered slightly. A rumble like that of an ancient beast awakening came from beneath the engine cover. From various parts of the vehicle came the sounds of precise mechanical adjustments as the chassis seemed to be reinforced and lifted, and the tire grip felt different. The modification lasted about half a minute. Ding! Power system upgrade successful. Current level LV. 4. Lin Zhou immediately felt the difference. He could feel the terrifying power lurking within the vehicle without even needing to step on the gas. Over 700 points remained, but his parts were nearly depleted. But Lin Zhou felt it was worth it. Less than 5 minutes remained. He conducted a final check: defense LV3, high physical resistance, energy resistance, power LV4, civilian peak with burst mode, firepower LV2, Gatling main gun, rear missile defense, unlimited firepower, ammunition, expert talent, personal gene, initialization, agility, direction, dual talents, unlimited firepower, SSS, ammunition, expert A, marksmanship proficiency, melee proficiency, physical quality 10, human limit. Equipment: M4 assault rifle, Barrett sniper rifle, standard long knife, several grenades, advanced medical kit. Resources: ample points, some rare materials. The motorhome both inside and out was armed to the teeth. Lin Zhou took a deep breath and returned to the driver's seat. Lin Wanqing nervously buckled her seatbelt, tightly gripping the handgun Lin Zhou had given her. Outside the window the last glimmer of daylight was completely swallowed by darkness. The ruined town fell into a suffocating silence. Skynet refresh countdown 000003. 02. 01. 00. The safety zone protection has been disabled. The survival night game in the ruined town officially begins. A chilling system notification echoed in the minds of all surviving players. The silence was instantly shattered. Roar. Hoo. What is that? Help. They're coming up from underground. Shoot quickly. Block them. In an instant the piercing screams of zombies, the terrified shrieks of players, sporadic gunfire, the clash of cold weapons, and the sound of collapsing buildings erupted from every corner of the ruined town, weaving a chaotic and desperate symphony of death. In the darkness countless figures surged from every corner of the town. They were not just ordinary slow-moving zombies. Many were first-level mutated beings, their eyes gleaming with crimson light, moving faster and stronger. Meanwhile on the other side, Xiao AI activate night vision and thermal imaging mode, scan the surrounding kilometer and mark the movements of all hostile units. Lin Zhou ordered in a low voice as the motorhome slowly drove out of the shadows, preparing to leave the buildings that were too close to the square and the NPCs. Night vision mode activated. Thermal imaging scanning. Warning. A large number of life signals are detected approaching the vehicle rapidly from the southeast and northwest in an encirclement formation. Quantity: over 100. Among them at least 5 high-intensity signals. Movement trajectory analysis. Targets clearly directed at the vehicle. On the screen dense red dots surged like a tide, clearly rushing toward the location of the motorhome from all around the town. What? Lin Zhou's eyes widened. How could there be so many? And why were they coming straight at him? Even if the sound of the engine had attracted their attention, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. But he had no time to think, as the vanguard of the zombie tide had already appeared at the edge of the headlights and night vision scope. Xiao AI. Switch to breakthrough mode for automatic driving. Plan a route to the most fortified or open view areas at the edge of the town. Firepower system ready. Lin Zhou spoke rapidly. Command confirmed. Breakthrough route generated. Fire god Gatling preheating. A trio had just barely slain 2 zombies that had crawled out of a sewer using crude cleavers and wooden clubs. Before they could catch their breath, a teeming horde surged past the adjacent street like a black flood, its path unwavering, its target unmistakably the silver-gray RV roaring in the distance. Astonishingly, it ignored the small team standing mere meters away. What the hell? Are those zombies blind men? They're all heading straight for that vehicle, and that's the expert's RV. What did he do? Lure them in? Forget it. Run, now. Find cover. From a second-floor convenience store, a lone player barricaded the entrance with shelves and peered through a narrow crack in the window, terror gripping his every nerve. Several grotesque Tier 1 mutants leapt over abandoned cars with terrifying speed, ignoring entirely a nearby player attempting to pick a lock, and charged directly toward the faintly visible taillights of the distant RV. Hiss. Even the mutants are drawn away, and good. No wait, does that mean the expert is doomed? And at the edge of the plaza, Chen Hao, leader of the Black Mamba faction, occupied a relatively sturdy two-story building with his men hastily reinforcing defenses. They too had noticed the unnatural movement of the zombie tide. Brother Hao. Look, zombies and mutants alike are converging on that kid, or one underling exclaimed, pointing outside. Enoching adjusted his glasses, a flicker of suspicion and calculation gleamed in his eyes. Strange, this attraction is far too potent. Could he possess some rare artifact? Chen Hao sneered, who cares why? With so many abominations fixated on him, he's as good as dead. Perfect, we won't need to lift a finger. Let them exhaust each other first. Then we'll move in, collect the corpses and claim the spoils. Elsewhere, less fortunate or ill-prepared players were instantly overwhelmed by a swarm of monsters at the game's onset. Help, stay back. Run, upstairs, the door's been breached. They're inside. Screams and wet gnawing sounds echoed sporadically from dark corners before fading into silence. Other players successfully barricaded themselves inside sturdier buildings, stuffing doors and windows with scavenged debris, trembling as they prayed for night's end. Still others formed impromptu squads, backs pressed together, fending off scattered zombie assaults in a desperate bid for survival. The ruined town had become a slaughterhouse, a crucible of bloodshed and flight. Elsewhere, Lin Zhou stared at the screen where dense clusters of crimson dots surged inward from all directions like a tidal wave of fire. His mind reeled with disbelief, and an unprintable expletive. What in blazes is happening? He swore aloud. Did I desecrate their ancestors' graves? Why are they all charging me like rabid hounds? Even granting the RV's size and engine roar, it shouldn't draw every zombie and mutant within a kilometer radius. And the way they bypassed every other living soul, zero hesitation, singular focus, was as if he bore a global aggro buff labeled Taunt 999 across the entire map. Commander, additional zombie life signals detected approaching your position at high velocity from greater distances. Xiao AI's calm electronic voice carried a subtle urgency. Total count rising steadily, currently exceeding 500 units and climbing. Nova 20 exhibit high-intensity signatures. 500. And still increasing. Lin Zhou's scalp prickled. He knew he'd been singled out, but this level of attention was absurdly, almost comically thorough. Had the entire town's monster population just received a mass text, "Eliminate the silver-gray RV"? What unforgivable sin have I committed? He scrambled through memories, killing players. Seizing resources. It wasn't much, certainly not enough to warrant universal enmity. Surely not. Sin value. And he recalled the system prompt, sin value 1, after dispatching those two players and Black Mamba members. Could this metric be more than cosmetic? And might it function like an MMORPG's red name, drawing priority aggression from monsters? Highly plausible. Lin Zhou's expression hardened. If true, this survival game had just dealt him the cruelest possible opening hand, pure hell mode difficulty. But now was no time for introspection. The overwhelming tide was already upon him. And the nearest zombies slammed against the front hood, rotting claws and twisted faces plastered against the windshield, scratching wildly. Dozens more swarmed the sides and rear, pounding the reinforced armored plating with deafening grating thuds. Farther out, Tier 1 mutants darted through the horde with supernatural speed, their crimson eyes locked unblinkingly onto the RV. The vehicle was encircled 3 layers deep, its mobility crippled. And damn it. If you insist on delivering yourselves. A flash of cold steel lit Lin Zhou's gaze, instantly replacing confusion and frustration with lethal resolve. Ganging up on me. And you despise me. And fine, come on then. They'd been fretting over steep upgrade costs, now fortune had delivered its bounty in fleshy screaming form. Dangerous, yes, but also an unparalleled harvest. Xiao AI, assume full control of all weapon systems. Activate infinite firepower talent synchronization. Authorize random application of ammo expert talent effects. His voice turned glacial absolute. N. Engage auto-targeting mode. Prioritize targets within 5 meters of the hull, then eliminate Tier 1 mutants and high-threat units. Open fire, relentlessly. Command confirmed. Vulcan M134 minigun system operating at full power. Ammo expert talent synchronization complete. Auto-targeting mode activated. Firing authorization granted. NWHIINNNNG. On the roof, the 6 barrels of the M134 Vulcan spun to maximum velocity, unleashing a thunderous gut-wrenching shriek. A metallic maelstrom erupted, more ferocious, denser than the barrage unleashed earlier outside the communication station. NZARR. This was no mere gunfire, it was the sustained ear-shattering shriek of metal projectiles fired at over 6,000 rounds per minute, driven by high-torque electric motors. From the muzzle, searing tongues of flame carved luminous death streaks several meters long into the darkness. NTHUD. The zombie mass crowding the RV's front shattered, as though scythed by an invisible giant blade. Frontline zombies exploded into gory mist, blood, viscera and bone fragments spraying backward in a wide fan-shaped arc. Those surging forward next met an invisible wall of steel, cut down en masse beneath the unceasing torrent of lead. Victory. Common zombie, 1.3 mechanical parts in. 1N victory. The common zombie frozen effect triggered. 1 point in the notifications flooded Lin Zhou's consciousness at breakneck speed. His point tally skyrocketed. The ammo specialist talent began to unleash its power. Occasional critical hits instantly obliterated first-tier mutants. Though randomly triggered special effects were relatively mild, frost merely slowed zombies' movements and combustion inflicted only low sustained damage. They proved invaluable in this city of corpses warfare. Any negative status effect, however slight, significantly enhanced clearance efficiency. At the rear of the motorhome, the newly loaded rosy shell array activated automatically. Sensing zombies approaching within a 3-meter radius, concealed launch port snapped open instantaneously. A rapid thunderous barrage, bang, 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 erupted as dense clusters of steel pellets sprayed outward in a wide fan, perforating every zombie attempting to close in on the vehicle. The motorhome transformed into a mobile iron fortress, spewing endless torrents of deathly fire, carving through the surging zombie tide, a gory vacuum of absolute annihilation. Yet the zombies were simply too numerous, and utterly devoid of fear. They surged forward, relentlessly trampling over their fallen kin. Worse still, first-tier mutants, swift and agile, sought gaps in the overlapping fields of fire, lunging forward with razor-sharp claws or hurling debris at the motorhome. Clang! 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 Several bricks struck the roof and armored flanks, emitting dull, heavy thuds, easily absorbed by level 3 reinforcement plating. A sprinting mutant launched itself skyward, its bony talons slashing violently against the driver's side window. The bulletproof glass shrieked in protest, scoring faint white streaks, but held firm, unbroken. Dare to die. Lin Zhou's gaze hardened. He manually slewed the Vulcan turret downward. ZTI. A maelstrom of metal instantly engulfed the sprinting mutant. Its vaunted speed was meaningless against such overwhelming firepower, its body shredded midair, collapsing in ruin onto the blood-soaked ground. First-tier mutant sprinter eliminated. 10 points. 20 mechanical components acquired. 1 mutated blood core green obtained. Yet more mutants and zombies pressed onward. Corpses piled ever higher around the motorhome, nearly impeding the tire's traction. Amidst gunfire and guttural roars, the engine's thunder remained distinct, yet its speed dwindled steadily. Shao AI activate the propulsion system's secondary energy buffer burst mode, clear the path ahead by force. Lin Zhou commanded. Burst mode engaged. Duration 10 seconds. Hum. The engine roared anew, a deeper, fiercer fury, as the chassis shuddered violently. A torrent of raw power surged into all 4 wheels, lifting the massive hull slightly off the ground. Roar. Like a beast driven by Titanic, the motorhome slammed forward, shattering heaps of corpses and crushing lingering zombies beneath its treads, carving a road paved in gore and mud, accelerating sharply to break free from the densest encirclement. Behind it, however, an unrelenting horde of zombies and mutants gave chase. Lin Zhou glanced at his point interface. In just 2 or 3 minutes of combat, his score had surged by nearly 200 points. He had slain over 150 zombies, and several mutants. This experience grind was exhilarating, provided one could survive it. He moistened his dry lips. No fear flickered in his eyes, only intensifying battle lust and a cold razor-edged thrill. Since you're so eager. Then I'll gladly accept more. The motorhome carved a crimson furrow through the zombie tide. The Vulcan Gatling's ceaseless terrifying shriek and the rosy shell array's deep percussive detonations resonated across the ruined town's night sky, the symphony of death himself. This awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded before countless players, hiding in shadows or fighting desperately for survival. On the rooftop of a modest three-story building, some hastily assembled players crouched at the edge, peering through salvaged binoculars at the surreal scene unfolding in the distance. My God, what is that sound? Sounds like a chainsaw gone berserk. Not a chainsaw, it's a machine gun. An insanely powerful one. Look at that muzzle flash, my God, it never stops firing. Is that the motorhome? Is it, cutting through the zombie tide like a god? Zombies fall like wheat before a scythe. Even mutants charge in, and drop instantly. Holy shit, is that even human? That firepower, that armor. It's a mobile war fortress. Who said the expert was doomed? This is doomed. Quick, World Channel. Post it. A deity is purging Zone 3 East. Inside the two-story building occupied by the Black Mamba gang, Chen Hao's cruel smirk had long since frozen solid. In its place bloomed disbelief, raw staggering horror, and a pallor born of sudden chilling dread. His cigar had slipped from his fingers, lying forgotten on the floor, still curling thin wisps of smoke. His underling stood slack-jawed. One unconsciously swallowed the sharp gulp echoing with startling clarity in the abruptly hushed room. Hao. Brother Hao, that vehicle. Stammered a lackey, pointing trembling fingers toward the distant flame-spewing iron colossus beyond the window. Moments earlier they'd been celebrating, relieved the monsters had all been drawn away by Lin Zhou, leaving them poised to reap the spoils. Now what did they behold? Not the anticipated sight of the motorhome overwhelmed by the tide, but a one-sided, exquisitely brutal massacre. Its firepower and resilience shattered every expectation. A Gatling. Yes, they recognized the name. But its rate of fire and sustained lethality bore no resemblance to any model they knew. And that sudden shotgun blast from the rear, was that an automated defense system? Was this truly a motorhome? No, it was a land-bound cruiser. A mobile armory. Cheng'an too had abandoned his usual air of unruffled calculation. Fine beads of sweat glistened on his forehead behind his wire-rimmed glasses, his lips tightly pressed. He'd speculated the opponent might rely on exceptional talents or high-end gear, but this scale of firepower and endurance defied all prior assumptions. Such capability could not stem from mere equipment. Either Lin Zhou's talent, or the motorhome's modifications, had reached an almost inconceivable level. That motorhome, that firepower. Chang'an's voice was parched. We were fortunate earlier. He left the sentence unfinished, but the meaning hung unmistakably in the air. Fortunate they hadn't engaged Hedon at the entrance. With Black Mamba's limited manpower and gear, a direct assault would likely have ended no better than the zombies now being torn apart outside. Chen Hao suddenly snapped back to awareness, his face shifting rapidly between ashen dread and burning humiliated fury overlaid with an even fiercer greed. His eyes locked onto the silver-gray Leviathan calmly harvesting points amid the carnage, his pupils dilated bloodshot with obsession. That vehicle, those weapons, must be ours. He ground the words out between clenched teeth vibrating with reckless resolve. Cheng'an, think of a way. Wait until they finish, wait until that kid lets his guard down, or until the monsters wear him down, we will take it. Cheng'an watched the endless tide still surging toward the motorhome, only to be shredded en masse, and for the first time profound doubt gnawed at his faith in his boss's opportunistic plan. Would that vehicle, and that man, truly succumb so easily? World Chat Channel. Extra. Extra. A divine being has appeared in District 3. The silver-gray RV is dominating the zombie tide. Is this for real? Are you just bragging? There's proof. Blurry night vision video, no way. This is real. The gunfire has never stopped. Infinite bullets. Not just guns. That RV is incredibly sturdy. The zombies can't break through its defenses. Even when the mutated creatures crash into it, it just makes a sound. I was close earlier and saw an automatic shotgun at the rear of the vehicle. The zombies that got too close were turned into Swiss cheese. What kind of talent is this? What vehicle is this? It's outrageous. The one with the giant pineapple. It really is him. Who was it that said the big guy would be targeted by the Black Mamba? With firepower like this, would the Black Mamba dare to approach? Does the big guy need any accessories? The kind that shouts 666 and loots. Where is the big guy? I want to join him. Don't go. The zombies have all been lured away by him. You'll be walking into a trap. He's too fierce. Won't the points be insane? The channel was filled with shock, envy, admiration, and various speculations. Lin Zhou and his mobile fortress, which could no longer be called an RV, had completely become the focus and topic of all players. Yet Lin Zhou, at the center of the storm and topics, had no time to care about the external uproar. Xiao AI report on energy reserves and vehicle damage. Energy reserve 72.8 consumed in burst mode. Vehicle damage minor. External armor with slight scratches, defense efficiency at 97. 3. Continue automatic fire. Keep moving, don't get completely surrounded. Prioritize clearing the path and eliminating high-threat targets. Command confirmed. Lin Zhou kept an eye on the battlefield while quickly glancing at the points panel. In just this short time, the points combined with what was left before had already surpassed 1,000, and it was skyrocketing by several points per second. Several green blood cores had also increased. Although I don't know why I'm attracting such intense hatred. He looked at the seemingly endless tide of zombies outside, his gaze calm, but since it's delivered to my door. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then I shall accept it all. He didn't even need to intervene much. Most of the time he just sat in the driver's seat, calmly observing the data and battlefield situation provided by Xiao AI, occasionally issuing minor adjustments. The reaction speed brought by unlocking genes and the shooting intuition enhanced by marksmanship mastery allowed him to personally control the weapons for more precise eliminations when necessary. Nervous. At first he indeed was. After all, being surrounded by hundreds of monsters was a full-on visual and psychological impact. But at this moment, seeing those grotesque monsters becoming so weak in the face of absolute firepower, watching this steel fortress he had gradually reinforced move through the sea of corpses like a war god. Nervous. It's non-existent. What replaced it was a sense of excitement and a thrill close to ecstasy. Yes, it's thrilling. Do you understand that feeling? In the midst of a sea of zombies I remain unyielding. Bullets rain down and enemies turn to dust. Points surge like tides, resources and enhancements within reach. And here I sit at the center of this iron throne, calmly commanding this one-sided slaughter fest. This feeling is simply addictive. Lin Wanqing sat in the passenger seat, initially pale with fear, gripping the armrest tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh. The terrifying roars outside, the dense gunfire and the vibrations from the vehicle all assaulted her fragile nerves. But as time passed, watching the red dots representing zombies on the screen disappear one by one, looking at Lin Zhou's calm face, which even bore a hint of enjoyment, her fear gradually receded, giving way to a peculiar emotion. Is it a sense of security? Yes. With Lin Zhou here, with this incredible RV here, those monsters outside seemed truly less terrifying. But it was more than that. There was also a kind of excitement and thrill that even she herself was surprised by. Watching those zombies, which could easily take her life and had once filled her with despair, now being harvested like straw. She suddenly felt her heart racing in her chest, not from fear but from an unprecedented sense of participation. Or rather, was it the exhilaration of witnessing and being in the midst of such immense power? You. She couldn't help but speak, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Did you often do this before? Lin Zhou snapped back to attention from his satisfaction with the point's growth and glanced at her. Seeing that her face was not one of fear but rather a peculiar expression mixed with blush and brightness, he paused for a moment before understanding. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a semblance of a smile. Before, I often did this in front of the computer. Now, it's my first time experiencing it in the field, and it feels pretty good. Lin Wanqing's face reddened a bit more at his teasing tone, but her eyes shone brighter. She nodded vigorously, saying softly yet firmly, yes. I also think it's thrilling. So impressive. She couldn't find a more suitable word to describe her feelings at this moment. The relief of surviving a catastrophe, the shock of immense power, and a complex feeling towards the man who controlled such power which she had not even realized intertwined. Lin Zhou glanced at her but said nothing more, simply redirecting his focus back to the battlefield. He could understand Lin Wanqing's feelings. From extreme fear to discovering they were in a safe zone, then witnessing absolute power crush danger, this psychological gap and thrill easily led one to dependency or even admiration. This is human nature. It is also a woman's innate admiration for the strong. But he knew very well that this feeling was built upon absolute strength. Shall AI analyze if there are any changes in the zombie tide's movement? Are there any abnormal concentrations of high-intensity signals? But he asked in a deep voice, not letting the temporary success cloud his judgment. Analyzing. The overall number of zombies in the tide has begun to show a downward trend due to continuous kills, but the replenishment speed has not decreased. Detected a new cluster of high-intensity energy reactions approximately 800 meters to the northwest with a quantity exceeding 10, and the energy signatures are different from the previous first-stage mutants, significantly stronger. They are rapidly moving towards this vehicle. Estimated arrival time 4 minutes. New enemies. Even stronger ones. Lin Zhou's gaze sharpened. It seems that the situation is far more complex than just the current zombie tide. While the points were flowing in delight, the real test was probably just beginning. Lin Zhou ordered swiftly alter course, head southeast toward that abandoned water tower. The view there is open, making defense and observation easier. At the same time, switch the Vulcan turret to an energy-saving rapid-fire mode to conserve power against new threats. Keep the Xia grenade array on automatic trigger. Order confirmed. The motorhome's engine let out a low growl as it rolled over the wreckage and began to turn. Lin Zhou glanced at the time. Less than a quarter of the night had passed. He tightened his grip on the Barrett. Come then. Let me see what tricks this night still has up its sleeve. Under the ruined town's night sky, gunfire and howls formed the only background. Meanwhile, on the edge of the No. 9 safe zone's West District stood a relatively intact detached villa. This place was a stark contrast to the chaos and decay of the town's East District. Rough but effective barricades and barbed wire ringed the villa, and improvised watchtowers at key points bore the silhouettes of armed sentries. Various vehicles were parked in the yard, from ordinary SUVs to conspicuously modified pickups, even a camouflaged armored personnel carrier. People moved about with the tense alertness of the end times, yet their activity carried the ordered busyness of a community on guard. Inside the villa, lights burned warmly. The decor was not extravagant but neat and clean, incongruous with the apocalypse beyond. On a broad leather sofa a young man in a white suit lounged with languid ease. Handsome, a habitual cynic's smile at his lips, he had one arm around each of 2 attractive, scantily clad young women. His hands roved freely over them, drawing coquettish protests that dared not resist. He was the chairman of Huangjia Hui and one of the de facto rulers of the West District of this safe zone, Yichen. At that moment a middle-aged man with a hardened face clad in black combat gear hurried into the parlor and stopped 3 meters from the sofa, bowing slightly in greeting to the chairman. Yichen did not bother to lift an eyelid. He gave an indifferent HM as his fingers continued to trace the waist of the woman in his arms. Accustomed to the chairman's manner, the middle-aged man kept his gaze steady and reported in an even tone, "Chairman, the World Channel and our informant in East District No. 3 have sent word. After the Black Night game began in the East District, an unusual situation arose." "Oh." Yichen showed a flicker of interest, finally lifting his eyes and gesturing for him to continue. A young player driving a silver-gray luxury motorhome attracted an assault of over 500 zombies and numerous mutants. The man paused, then added, "He was not besieged, he was slaughtering them single-handedly." "Slaughtering?" Yichen arched an eyebrow, the playfulness in his expression deepening. "Interesting. What's his background? A talent? Or special vehicle modifications? Intelligence is limited. We only know that earlier at the East District entrance he used an M249 light machine gun single-handedly to instantly cut down a Hey Mamba squad of 8 or 9, including 2 armed men. After the Black Knight game began, his motorhome revealed terrifying firepower, apparently fitted with Gatling-level sustained weapons, and its ammunition seemed limitless. The vehicle's defenses were equally formidable. Ordinary zombies and mutants could not breach it. There was even an automated Closian defense weapon mounted at the rear. The man's report was measured, yet his tone betrayed disbelief. Limitless ammunition. Gatling. Automated CIWS. The smile on Yichen's face faded and his fingers stilled. The 2 women in his arms fell silent, sensing the shift in atmosphere. He gently pushed the woman aside, sat upright, his gaze sharpening. "Have you found any information on his talent? Or the specifics of the vehicle's modifications?" "No. He is mysterious. Our people could neither approach nor scout him." But judging by his performance, he likely possesses at least an rank talent in the fire or resource categories, and the vehicle is extensively modified, the man analyzed. Yichen fell silent for a long moment, his fingers tapping the armrest. Motorhome. Endless bullets. A mobile fortress. He murmured, the light in his eyes flickering. Interesting, deliciously so. Such an unexpectedly emerged powerhouse, such a vehicle tantamount to a strategic mobile unit, held a lethal allure for anyone seeking to secure their footing in the apocalypse or to scheme for greater dominion. If brought into their fold, Huang Jiahu's strength would leap qualitatively to dominate the entire No. 9 safe zone, and expand outward would become effortless. But if not? The playful gleam vanished from Yichen's eyes, replaced by icy acuity and a barely perceptible murderous intent. Such a figure, if not made to serve him and allowed to grow, could become a grave internal threat. The potential and menace the other had shown lay beyond what Yichen could tolerate. Send people to make contact, Yichen finally said, his voice calm but absolute. Offer the best terms. Talent, resources, women's status. If he is willing to join Huang Jiahui, anything is negotiable. He could even be granted the vice-chairmanship to stand equal with me. The man was stunned. The vice-chair position. The chairman was truly going all out. Yes, chairman. I will arrange for people to go at once. No. Yichen raised a hand to stop him. You will go yourself. Take gifts and sincerity. The middle-aged man, one of Huang Jiahu's vice-chairman Zhao Feng, felt his gaze harden. He understood the chairman's intent. Sincerity was both the bargaining chip and, if necessary, the muscle to display. I understand. What if he refuses? Zhao Feng asked quietly. Yichen leaned back into the sofa, pulling the woman close again. His cavalier smile returned, though a colder edge lurked in his eyes. If he refuses? He murmured, stroking the woman's hair lightly. His airy voice nevertheless sent a chill through Zhao Feng. Then such an unstable element, someone who might threaten Huang Jiahu's future, would simply have no reason to exist. Understood. Zhao Feng bowed deeply and left without another word. Yichen watched his departing back fingers tapping the armrest unconsciously as his gaze drifted to the black night beyond the window. An intriguing motorhome. An intriguing man. He murmured, a cryptic curve touching his lips. I hope you know your place. Otherwise this apocalypse can brook no excess of protagonists. Unlike the chaos of Safety Zone 3 and the grim atmosphere of the West Zone, the northern part of Safety Zone 7 presents an orderly commercial ambience. Though the streets appear dilapidated, they have clearly undergone initial cleaning. Many storefronts along the street have been reopened, displaying makeshift signs and selling a variety of goods. From basic compressed biscuits and bottled water to tools, parts and unexpired medicines scavenged from the ruins. Occasionally one can spot one or two treasure chests emitting a faint glow. The streets are bustling with people, and the sounds of haggling and bartering fill the air. While everyone is on high alert, the order here is noticeably better than in other places. Some individuals clad in uniform gray outfits and wearing the Polaris Commerce Association badge patrol the streets, maintaining basic fairness and safety in transactions. At the core of all this is the headquarters of the Polaris Commerce Association, located at the center of the district, transformed from a half-destroyed shopping mall. Inside a tidy office, a young woman dressed in a simple white blouse and black trousers, exuding a cool and noble aura, stands by the window overlooking the bustling market below. Her beauty is striking, with features like a painting and skin as fair as snow. Even in the apocalypse she carries an innate elegance and sense of detachment. She is none other than the founder and core of the Polaris Commerce Association, Su Qingxue. At this moment there is a gentle knock on the office door. Come in. Su Qingxue turned around, her voice clear and pleasant. The door opened and a similarly young woman, beautiful yet with a more capable and brisk demeanor, walked in. She wore a sharp white combat outfit that accentuated her nearly perfect figure, with a knife at her waist, walking with steady steps. She is one of the security captains trained by Su Qingxue's family before her crossing, and now the core military leader of the Polaris Commerce Association, Ling Shuang. Miss. Ling Shuang approached Su Qingxue, slightly bowing as she handed over a summary report. I have just compiled the latest intelligence from our informants in various regions. There is one piece of information that I believe needs to be reported to you immediately. Su Qingxue took the report, quickly scanning it with a calm expression, and asked about what. In the east zone of Safety Zone 3, during the ongoing night game, a particularly unusual player has emerged. Ling Shuang said, her tone carrying a hint of seriousness and disbelief. He is driving a heavily modified silver-gray luxury RV suspected to possess nearly infinite ammunition and an extremely powerful sustained firepower system, currently attracting and single-handedly slaughtering hundreds of zombies and a large number of first-level mutated creatures. Su Qingsu's fingers paused slightly as she flipped through the report, a flicker of surprise crossing her cool eyes. Infinite ammunition. A heavily modified RV. Have you verified this? It's not a miscommunication or exaggeration. Our informants in the East Zone of Safety Zone 3 witnessed it firsthand and managed to record some blurry footage. Ling Shuang affirmed. Although the footage is unclear, the continuous barrage of fire and the sight of zombies collapsing in waves cannot be false. According to our analysis, the opponent likely possesses at least an A-grade rare talent, and the modification technology of that RV might far surpass the current level of common players. Su Qingxue gently set down the report, walked to her desk and unconsciously tapped her fingers on the surface. This was her habitual action when deep in thought. Such a sudden emergence of a powerhouse. What is the Royal Association's reaction? She asked keenly. Just as you predicted, miss. Ling Shuang's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. We have just received news that Yi Chen from the Royal Association has dispatched his confidant Zhao Feng to personally contact the East Zone of Safety Zone 3, intending to recruit him. The conditions offered are said to be very generous. Upon hearing this, Su Qingsu's lips curled slightly with a trace of coldness. Yi Chen. Still so quick to act. He certainly knows how to play his cards well. Having emerged from the top-tier financial group Su family of Blue Star, she is one of the carefully cultivated heirs, keenly aware of the calculations of human nature and interests. Su Qingxu understood Yi Chen's intentions clearly. It was merely that he had set his sights on the strategic value of the RV and its owner wanting to recruit them to strengthen the Royal Association and solidify or even expand its power. For Su Qingxue, while the apocalypse has disrupted everything, it has also given her a chance to break free from the original framework of her family and prove herself anew through her own abilities and resources. The Polaris Commerce Association is her first strategic move. She knows well that in this apocalypse world where power is revered and order is being reshaped, top-tier military force, unique resources and technology are the true hard currency and voice. And that mysterious player driving the RV with infinite firepower is undoubtedly a juicy piece of meat that everyone wants to take a bite out of. Or rather, a key that could potentially disrupt the existing balance. Miss, do we need to? Ling Shuang asked tentatively. She was well aware that such talent and vehicles hold immeasurable value for the Polaris Commerce Association, which aims to carve out a place in the apocalyptic commercial landscape. If they could win him over, whether as a military guarantee or as a source of special goods or technology, it would be a tremendous boost. Su Qingxue raised her hand, halting Ling Shuang's words. She stood up and walked back to the window, gazing at the pitch-black night sky. No rush. Her voice regained its usual calmness and composure. Just because Yi Chen sent someone does not guarantee success. Such a person daring to act so ostentatiously must have their own backing and pride and will not easily submit to others. Especially given the Royal Association's style. She understood Yi Chen's personality too well. Although he appeared graceful on the surface, he had a strong desire for control and his methods were not necessarily clean. If recruitment fails, it is highly likely to turn into destruction. Let our people continue to observe, do not make rash contact, but ensure to grasp the first-hand dynamics. Su Qingxue turned to Ling Shuang, her gaze clear and resolute. At the same time, prepare a gift. Not as a bargaining chip to recruit him, but as a stepping stone to express goodwill. A gift? Ling Shuang asked in confusion. Something that he might urgently need, which we happen to have or can procure. Su Qingxu's mind raced with thoughts of what the player might need. For instance, materials required to upgrade the vehicle. Or reliable information regarding gene unlocking or talent abilities. She paused and added, additionally, look into the player's basic information, the more detailed the better. Their background before crossing might give us some clues. Understood, miss. Ling Shuang accepted the order, a glint of understanding in her eyes. The miss was about to take a different path, establishing a connection based on needs which is more equal and stable rather than rushing for immediate gains. Su Qingxue returned to her seat, her gaze landing on the descriptions in the report, and within her cool eyes a faint curiosity and anticipation began to stir. An interesting variable. She murmured to herself, Yi Chen this time. You may not get your wish. The apocalypse, this grand drama, seems to be growing increasingly enigmatic and even more exciting, all because of a young man driving an RV. Meanwhile on the other side the RV crushed the last remnants of corpses and broke free from the tight encirclement of the zombie tide, its engine roaring as it surged towards the predetermined target. The abandoned water tower stood at the edge of the desolate town. Along the way scattered zombies and first-stage mutated beings posed no threat thanks to the pinpoint fire of the fire god and the automated clearing from the barrage. Soon the open area where the water tower was located appeared before them. It seemed to have once been a small factory yard with a rough concrete floor strewn with rusty abandoned machinery and containers offering a relatively broad view. Only the cylindrical water tower standing over 30 meters tall loomed alone, casting a heavy shadow under the grim sky. The RV stopped at the base of the water tower facing the direction they had come from, ready to start and retreat at any moment. Shall AI conduct a comprehensive scan of the surrounding area within 1 kilometer, focusing on high-intensity energy responses. Lin Zhou commanded while he himself vigilantly observed his surroundings through the car window and the screen. Unexpectedly this area was eerily quiet. The tide of zombies which had once pursued like a relentless parasite seemed to be blocked by some invisible boundary upon nearing this area, lingering at the periphery, letting out unwilling growls yet daring not to cross the threshold. This unnatural silence set off alarm bells in Lin Zhou's mind. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Xiao Ai's voice suddenly rang out. Source: the top of the water tower and the surrounding shadowy area. Energy intensity far exceeds that of previous first-stage mutated beings. Initial assessment: second-stage mutated life form. Quantity 1. It is moving rapidly. Just as the words left his mouth, a deep terrifying growl echoed from the shadows at the top of the water tower. Immediately a massive shadow leaped down from the tower top like a ghost. Instead of directly pouncing on the RV, it gracefully landed on a pile of abandoned containers 20 meters ahead of the water tower, looking down at the RV from above. Using the headlights and night vision goggles, Lin Zhou finally saw the true form of this giant creature. It was a massive dog comparable in size to an adult water buffalo, yet even more elongated and agile. Its entire body was covered in a thick dark greenish-black carapace glimmering with a faint cold light in the dim illumination. Its limbs were sturdy and its claws were sharp as blades. The most striking feature was its eyes, which were no longer the murky crimson of zombies or first-stage mutated beings but rather cold dark golden vertical pupils. It raised its fierce head, and just standing there a fierce oppressive aura surged towards Lin Zhou. Warning. Encountering second-stage mutated being Hellhound Swift Lord type. Threat level extremely high. Second stage. Lin Zhou's expression turned grave as water. Damn. It's only just begun and we're already facing a second-stage elite monster. Even if I've killed a few players, it shouldn't be this intent on killing me. Lin Zhou spat, cursing internally. But still he began to analyze the situation. While he was confident in his strength and the RV, he would never be blindly arrogant. He had already fought against first-stage mutated beings and knew their ferocity. This second-stage creature with its size and aura was clearly not comparable to the first stage. He understood very well that although he had activated the primary gene lock, his physical attributes reached and slightly surpassed the limits of an ordinary human. Combined with his talents and equipment, his combat power could roughly match or even kill first-stage mutated beings. However, facing this obvious boss-level second-stage mutated being, confronting it head-on would surely be suicidal. A single slap from it would likely turn him into a meat patty. If he couldn't overpower it, he had to outsmart it. The advantage lay in the RV. In firepower. In mobility. Xiao AI. Analyze the target's weaknesses. Plan the optimal strategy for containment and attack. Lin Zhou spoke rapidly while manually taking control of the fire god Gatling. Automatic mode is efficient against minions, but for high mobility, high threat single targets like this, more precise control is needed. Analyzing. The target surface carapace has extremely strong defenses. Regular bullets are difficult to penetrate. Weaknesses identified: eyes-mouth joint connections and a possible energy core. The target speed is extremely fast. Estimated burst speed is more than twice that of a Swift-type mutated being, and it has agile turning capabilities. Recommendation: utilize the vehicle's mobility to maintain distance, suppress its movements with sustained firepower, and look for opportunities to attack its weaknesses. Be wary of any special abilities it may possess. Twice the speed of the Swift type. Lin Zhou's heart sank. This meant that if he missed an attack, he could be instantly closed in on. Roar. The Hellhound seemed to have finished observing the iron lump of the RV and lost patience. Its dark golden vertical pupils locked onto the driver's seat, and it abruptly kicked off with its hind legs. Boom. The containers beneath its feet were instantly crushed. Its massive body transformed into a blur almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, accompanied by a piercing sound as it shot straight towards the RV's driver's seat. It moved faster than Lin Zhou had anticipated. Activate burst mode. Full left rudder. Lin Zhou nearly shouted. The RV's power system responded instantly. Secondary energy buffers erupted. The vehicle suddenly swerved to the left. Almost simultaneously, the Hellhound's powerful body brushed past the right side of the front of the RV. Its sharp claws scraped across the reinforced right side armor, creating a series of piercing sparks and deep dents. The vehicle shook violently. That was close. Lin Zhou's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for his timely prediction and the instantaneous burst of the LV4 power, that blow could have easily flipped the vehicle or torn it apart. The Hellhound missed its strike and landed behind the RV, its movements showing no signs of hesitation as its thick tail swept back like a steel whip. Bang! It struck heavily against the armored panel added to the rear of the RV. The immense force made the RV shake. Now's the time. Lin Zhou's eyes sharpened and the pre-aimed muzzle of the fire god Gatling turned instantly. Zzzzz. Metal storm poured onto the Hellhound's back. Yet the Hellhound's reaction speed was astonishingly fast. Sensing the lethal threat, it twisted its massive body with incredible agility just as the bullets were about to hit. Puff. 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 Most of the bullets hit its thick carapace on its back, only sparking a few sparks and scattering some shattered armor plates, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Only a few bullets grazed its hind leg joints, leaving a few blood marks that elicited a painful growl from it. The defense is indeed monstrous. Lin Zhou gritted his teeth. Regular bullets from the Gatling were surprisingly unable to penetrate its defenses. The Hellhound was enraged. It no longer rushed in for close combat but began moving rapidly around the RV. It moved so fast that it almost left afterimages, creating blurred trails on the night vision screen, occasionally launching quick pounces or claw strikes from tricky angles, forcing Lin Zhou to focus entirely on maneuvering the RV to dodge and adjust the gun's aim, increasing his pressure. Xiao AI. Switch to special ammunition. Activate the ammunition expert enchantment effect, attempting frost or corrosive attributes to weaken its speed or defense. While Lin Zhou struggled to evade the Hellhound's attacks, he issued the order. Command confirmed. Mental energy injected. Enchantment effect frost activated. The bullets fired from the fire god Gatling instantly took on a faint icy blue sheen. Da. Frost bullets hit the Hellhound's body, although still unable to penetrate its defenses. The accompanying low temperature effect began to manifest. The Hellhound's movements showed a noticeable delay, with tiny ice crystals forming on its surface. Effective. Lin Zhou's spirit lifted. Continue to maintain suppression. Look for opportunities to attack its eyes or joints. He maneuvered the RV, consciously guiding the Hellhound's movement path, trying to force it towards the area piled with abandoned machinery and debris under the water tower, limiting its movement space. This was a battle of patience and technique, a death dance between a steel fortress and a nightmarish beast. Lin Zhou knew very well that his biggest reliance was the RV's defense and infinite firepower. The Hellhound seemed to realize the difficulty of the iron can before it, the cruel glint in its dark golden pupils deepening and its attacks growing more frenzied. The battle plunged into a white-hot state. The frost-enchanted bullets of the fire god Gatling could slow down the Hellhounds, but they lacked the power to penetrate armor. Regular bullets were like mere tickles. Switch. Lin Zhou decisively commanded. He swiftly switched the fire god to standby mode and grabbed the cold hard metallic Barrett M82A1 from beside his seat. He aimed the gun, locking the scope onto the Hellhound's slightly clumsy hind leg joint due to the frost's slowing effect. It was the spot previously grazed by a stray bullet triggered by his innate talent. Ammunition expert, armor-piercing enchantment. He momentarily drew a thread of mental energy, infusing it into the gun chamber. The surface of the bullet shimmered with a sharp silver-gray light. Bang! A muffled thunderous sound erupted. The heavy body of the Barrett jolted violently, but Lin Zhou's 10-point strength combined with the stability from his gene unlocking allowed him to absorb the recoil. The silver-gray armor-piercing round sliced through the air, hitting its mark precisely. Thud. This time it was no longer a spark. The bullet plunged deep into the Hellhound's hind leg joint, embedding itself between the keratin layer and muscle connection. It kicked up a spray of dark red filthy blood and shattered bone fragments. Roar. The hellhound let out a scream of excruciating pain. Its massive body stumbled, clearly unable to exert force on that hind leg. Effective. Lin Zhou's eyes brightened, and without mercy he pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang! 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 The armor-piercing enchanted Barrett bullets pounded relentlessly into the same wound area. The hellhound's hind leg joint was blasted into a bloody mess, nearly severed. It howled in agony, its speed drastically reduced, its once ghostly figure now staggered. This could work. Lin Zhou's eyes lit up as he prepared to press the attack. Again he summoned his mental energy, aiming for a hit to blast its head or severely injure its core. However, hiss. Just as he concentrated his mental energy, a sharp pain suddenly surged in his brain. It felt as if countless needles were stabbing him. For a moment his vision even went black. Damn it! Lin Zhou's face paled. The previous continuous enchantment of the Barrett's bullets had drained too much mental energy. While his mental attribute had increased in potential due to gene unlocking, the actual values and recovery speed of his mental energy evidently could not keep pace with this high-intensity continuous enchantment consumption. Insufficient mental energy caused the forced enchantment to fail, even resulting in backlash. Damn it! Lin Zhou gritted his teeth, enduring the headache and dizziness. If enchantment wouldn't work, then he would rely on the Barrett's inherent power and the random effects of the ammunition expert's passive. He steadied his breath and aimed again at the relatively vulnerable abdominal area exposed by the hellhound's severe injury, firing continuously. Bang! 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 With unlimited ammunition supporting him, the Barrett's muffled gunfire resonated in a continuous stream. Bullets whistled out, mostly regular rounds, occasionally triggering frost flames and even a weak paralysis. But these passive effects were truly limited against the severely injured hellhound. The frost slowed it for a moment, the flames were like mere tickles, and the paralysis caused it to twitch occasionally, but none could inflict a fatal wound. What made Lin Zhou's heart sink further was the appearance of a bizarre scene. Though the hellhound howled in pain and moved unsteadily, the torn muscles and bones at its wound began to visibly squirm, grow and heal. Dark red flesh buds intertwined, and the blasted joint even began to be covered by a new keratin layer. What the hell? Lin Zhou was dumbfounded, hardly believing his eyes. After all this, it recovers automatically better than I can damage it. A game starting with a royal flush, unlimited firepower, facing a boss with locked health and rapid healing self-regeneration. Can this game even be played? He felt utterly unlucky. But grumbling aside, he dared not stop his actions. He knew he had to seize the precious window of time while the opponent was still injured and limited in movement to find its true vital point and deliver a fatal blow. Otherwise, once it fully recovers with its terrifying healing ability, all his previous efforts would be in vain and he would be slowly worn down to death. He fired frantically, trying to cover the area and identify any anomalies or disrupt its healing process. The hellhound clearly realized Lin Zhou's intentions. Its dark golden slit pupils burned with fury and cold, killing intent, feeling angered by the ants that had wounded it. It suddenly raised its head, its fearsome maw opening to an exaggerated angle, a blinding orange light igniting deep within its throat. A scorching and violent energy condensed instantly. Not good. Lin Zhou's scalp tingled, a sense of deadly crisis enveloping him. Almost instinctively he jerked his head back into the vehicle while shouting, "Shao AI. Full power. Reverse. Get out of the way. Command confirmed. Emergency evasion." The RV's engine roared, tires screeching against the ground as it shot backward. But it was still a moment too late. Boom. A fiery orange pillar hotter than anything erupted from the hellhound's mouth like a volcanic explosion. With a diameter exceeding half a meter, it swept over the spot where the RV had just been parked, crashing violently against a dilapidated brick wall several meters behind. The brick wall melted instantly. Leaving behind a charred pit, the edges of the concrete still hissed and smoked. Though the RV avoided the direct hit of the fire pillar, it was violently tossed aside by the terrifying shockwave and the searing hot airflow. Hold on tight. Lin Zhou barely had time to yell at Lin Wanqing in the passenger seat before feeling the world spin. The RV flipped several times in the air before crashing hard to the ground, bouncing back up and then falling again. The sturdy LV-3 defensive armor and reinforced structure withstood the enormous impact, the vehicle's alarms flashing wildly and items were sent flying everywhere. Lin Zhou clutched the steering wheel and seat tightly, feeling his internal organs shift, a bitter taste rising in his throat, nearly coughing up blood. Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of Lin Wanqing beside him, screaming as she was flung from her seat by the immense centrifugal force crashing against the hard cabin wall. In a flash, Lin Zhou released one hand with all his might, yanking the startled Lin Wanqing into his embrace, pressing her tightly against him, absorbing the subsequent impact with his own back. Thud. Amidst the muffled sound, Lin Zhou felt a sharp pain in his back, but Lin Wanqing in his arms was finally safe. The vehicle finally came to a stop, its wheels on the ground but tilted, alarms still blaring. Outside the vehicle, the hellhound, dragging its heavily injured but swiftly healing hind leg, approached step by step, its eyes burning with the flames of revenge exuding an overwhelming weight. Lin Zhou spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, glancing at Lin Wanqing's pale face in his arms, then at the terrifying monster outside. This time, we're in big trouble. Warning. Vehicle structure severely damaged, damage value 79. Energy reserves 19. Some system performance is decreasing. External threats are continuously approaching. The urgent alarm from Xiao AI splashed cold water on Lin Zhou's already heavy heart. He gritted his teeth against the dizziness and the severe pain in his back, immediately pulling up the vehicle panel, his gaze locking onto the repair option, clicking frantically. System prompt: the player is currently in a high-intensity combat state. The repair function is temporarily locked. Please disengage from combat or enter a safe state before proceeding. A line of cold red letters popped up. Damn. There are such rules. Lin Zhou couldn't help but curse, his heart sinking completely. Being unable to repair means that this almost half-destroyed RV would have greatly reduced defense against the second-tier hellhound and might completely fall apart on the next attack. Energy was also running low, meaning that the power and weapon systems couldn't be sustained for long. A dead end. He looked at the menacingly approaching figure on the screen, then glanced down at Lin Wanqing, who was trembling in his arms. A surge of ruthlessness and unwillingness rose in his heart. A gamble. He could only take one last gamble. Otherwise both of them would die here. He gently pushed Lin Wanqing aside, letting her sit steady and fasten her seatbelt. Then, looking into her eyes, his voice hoarse yet exceptionally calm, "Prepare for resurrection." Lin Wanqing's body trembled, her face instantly turning as pale as paper. She understood the meaning of this sentence. In this dead end, Lin Zhou had no confidence either. The only hope lay with that resurrection coin. But what would happen after resurrection? Tears welled up in her eyes, her lips trembled, yet in the end she said nothing, only nodded vigorously, her gaze filled with despairing submission. Lin Zhou no longer looked at her, taking a deep breath. He bent down to pick up the Barrett sniper rifle that had fallen in the corner of the vehicle. Fortunately it was usable. He reshouldered the rifle, the muzzle piercing through the broken window, locking onto the hellhound that was less than 30 meters away, moving with heavy steps and a cruel mocking glint in its eyes. The opponent seemed to have deemed this broken vehicle and its occupants as easy prey, moving slowly and enjoying the last struggles of their quarry. Shit. Lin Zhou licked his cracked lips, his mouth filled with the taste of blood. Whether we live or die depends on this shot. He closed his eyes, desperately squeezing the little remaining mental power he had, which was even causing him pain from backlash. Only one thought flooded his mind. Penetrate. Annihilate. Electric. He poured the last of his mental power unreserved and recklessly into the weapon in his hand, which represented his final hope. Ammo expert talent activated. Mental power infused. Enchantment effect: high voltage shock. Triggered. Ding. Extreme mental power infusion and strong will detected. Triggering talent passive critical hit. Ding. Special effect: deep penetration triggered simultaneously. A series of prompts exploded in his mind, but Lin Zhou had no time to listen carefully. He only felt his brain being violently torn apart, his vision darkening, almost unable to hold the rifle. But he gritted his teeth, relying on a strong will. He suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes and pulled the trigger. Bang! This gunshot was completely different from the previous one. The flame spouting from the muzzle seemed to carry a strange blue-purple electric light. A special bullet, its surface entwined with glaring electric arcs, tore through the air, carrying Lin Zhou's last hope and all his madness, shooting towards the hellhound. 30 meters away. The hellhound's dark golden vertical pupils clearly reflected this dying, struggling bullet. It could even sense the despairing and futile mental fluctuations of that tiny human from the bullet. The resistance of an ant. A flicker of human-like disdain flashed in its eyes, even too lazy to assume a basic defensive posture. It had absolute confidence in the layer of keratin on its surface that was rapidly healing and even becoming denser due to anger. The previous enchanted bullets could only cause minor injuries. How could this final blow do anything? It even slightly raised its head as if to take this bullet heat in, with its forehead crushing the opponent's hope in the most humiliating way. The bullet drew near. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. The breath of death without warning swept over the hellhound's entire body like the coldest wind from the far north. This was not an energy fluctuation from the bullet itself but a warning of fear originating from the depths of its soul. Something was wrong. This bullet. Something was wrong. The hellhound's pupils shrank to needle points. It wanted to dodge, wanted to defend, but the previous disdain and arrogance made it miss the best moment to react. Moreover, the bullet's speed seemed to have mysteriously increased slightly at the last moment. No. It could only let out a silent roar in its consciousness. In the next moment, the specially made armor-piercing round entwined with glaring blue-purple electric light accurately struck the center of the hellhound's brow, the hardest protrusion symbolizing its core power. There was no violent explosion. Only a faint crack sound. Immediately after, zzzzz. A wildly unimaginable high-voltage current instantaneously exploded from the impact point. Like countless blue electric snakes, they crazily burrowed into the hellhound's head, rampaging through its neural networks and energy circuits. The deep penetration effect allowed this devastating electric energy to bypass most of the external defenses, directly impacting its weakest internal organs, nerve nodes, and that dark red core hidden deep within. Whoa! The hellhound let out an unprecedented wail. Its massive body suddenly stiffened, then began to convulse violently. The proud layer of keratin on its surface cracked inch by inch, and dazzling blue-purple electric light burst out from the gaps. Its dark golden vertical pupils instantly lost their sparkle, replaced by endless pain and confusion. Boom! Its hill-like body finally could not hold up any longer, crashing to the ground like a mountain of gold and jade, raising a cloud of dust. After convulsing a few times, it fell silent. Only the area around its head was still emitting wisps of smoke and tiny electric sparks. Kill the second-tier mutated entity Hellhound Swift Lord type. Gained points x500. Gained Hellhound's Heart Blue Rare x1. Gained Hellhound's Fangs x2. Gained second-tier Energy Crystal Damaged x1. Gained Crate Skill Scroll Swift Shadow Step x1. Gained Special Material Hellfire Seed x3. A series of astonishingly generous reward prompts sounded. But Lin Zhou could no longer hear them. After the bullet hit the target, he felt his vision completely black out, as if all his strength and spirit had been instantly drained, his brain pierced by thousands of steel needles, the pain making him grunt, his body softly collapsing forward, losing consciousness. Lin Zhou. In his ears it seemed he heard Lin Wangqing's startled cry tinged with tears, but the voice grew more distant. He had won the gamble. At the same moment a cold mechanical voice echoed once more within every player's mind. World announcement: congratulations to player Lin Zhou, the first to eliminate a Tier 2 mutant. Hidden achievement unlocked: Tier 2 Slayer. Rewards granted: 500 points exclusive Lord's Chest 1, Advanced Achievement Chest 1. Global announcement, repeated 3 times. A profound silence followed. Every player, whether struggling, hiding, fleeing, or fighting as fiercely as Lin Zhou, froze for an instant upon hearing the announcement, minds momentarily blank and adrift. A Tier 2 mutant. First kill. Again, Lin Zhou. Is there no respite left for the rest of us? After that brief hush, every regional chat channel erupted into chaos. World chat channel: what the hell? Him again. Lin Zhou. A Tier 2 mutant. What does that even mean? I nearly died just fending off Tier 1 specimens. I need a full squad just to clear ordinary zombies, and he's already soloing Tier 2 bosses. Are we even playing the same game? Or is this some private server? Respect. Absolute legend. Voice cracks: 500 points. An exclusive Lord's Chest. An advanced achievement chest. I'm green with envy, I've turned into a lemon sour spirit. Does the legend need a pendant? One who can warm his bed, perhaps? Those who claimed Lin Zhou would be hunted down by Black Mamba, step forward now. Black Mamba. At this point he wouldn't even be worthy of polishing Lin Zhou's shoes. If he can slay a Tier 2 mutant, just how terrifying is that RV? This isn't just a big leg to cling to, it's a golden leg. No, it's Optimus Prime himself. Coordinates please. I'll swear fealty, even if I can only watch him grind monsters from afar. Royal Manor West District Safe Zone 9. Yichen idly twirled a wineglass in his hand, then without realizing it crushed it. Crimson wine spilled between his fingers, staining the pristine white cuff of his suit. The two beauties beside him paled with fright, but dared not stir. Tier 2, mutant. Yichen set down the shattered glass, his voice unreadable, yet the room's temperature seemed to plummet several degrees. He, actually killed one alone. Lin Zhou's earlier display of firepower and survival prowess had been astonishing, but still within the realm of Yi Chen's comprehension. Infinite ammunition could be attributed to an elite innate talent, a formidable vehicle to sheer luck in acquiring an advanced blueprint. But slaying a Tier 2 mutant single-handedly. This transcended the definition of a powerful player, it edged into the inhuman. Yi Chen knew his own forces could likewise defeat such a creature, but only at a staggering cost in lives and resources. Yet Lin Zhou had done it, alone. It seems. I underestimated him. Yi Chen calmly wiped the wine from his fingers, his gaze deep and inscrutable as a still dark pool. His worth exceeds my expectations. So does the threat he poses. He opened the in-game chat interface and messaged Zhao Feng, "Where are you?" Already at the eastern edge of Safe Zone 3, avoiding active combat zones. Estimated arrival at the last reported vicinity of the target 30 minutes after dawn. Zhao Feng replied instantly. "The plan remains unchanged," Yi Chen said, voice glacial. "Make contact. Extend an offer. Terms may be further elevated. Should he accept the position of Vice President of the Royal Association is his, even the first seat second only to me." This was Yi Chen's highest possible bid, effectively ceding half his authority and resources. But if... A flash of frost pierced Yi Chen's eyes. He refuses, or reveals even the faintest sign of being beyond control. He left the sentence unfinished, but Zhao Feng understood perfectly. A variable of boundless potential, extraordinary power and unyielding autonomy, if confirmed irreconcilable, must be eradicated at all costs before it matured into an existential threat. "Understood, sir." Yi Chen leaned back into the sofa and dismissed the terrified women with a wave. Alone in the brightly lit chamber, he gazed out at the still unbroken night beyond the window, fingertips tapping softly against the armrest. Lin Zhou, intriguing. Let us hope you choose wisely. Headquarters of the Polaris Guild, North District, Safe Zone 7. Su Qingxue stood by the window holding a glass of water, listening quietly to Ling Shuang's report. When the world announcement and news of Lin Zhou's Tier 2 mutant kill reached her ears, her fingers tightened, almost imperceptibly, around the glass. Her ethereal icy beauty flickered with a complex cascade of emotion, astonishment, admiration, gravity, and an intensifying spark of fascination. "First kill at Tier 2, truly no ordinary figure," she murmured, as if confirming a quiet certainty. "Madame Zhao Feng of the Royal Association has entered the East District, his objective unmistakable." Ling Shuang reminded her. Su Qingxue placed the glass on the windowsill and turned her gaze calm and piercing. "Yi Chen is about to strike iron, and shatter his own foot." "You mean? One who can slay a Tier 2 mutant alone possesses willpower, strength, and hidden reserves far beyond mortal reckoning. Yi Chen's doctrine of reward and coercion, obey and thrive, defy and perish, holds little sway over such a being. Even if Lin Zhou temporarily feigns compliance, he is no mere fish in a shallow pond, he will never long remain subordinate to another. The Royal Association, its halls are too small to enshrine so great a deity." Ling Shuang pondered silently. "Then what of our course? How stands our gift?" Su Qingxue asked. Ling Shuang reported, "As instructed, we have assembled the most valuable assets currently available to high-tier combatants and vehicles. Intelligence regarding an energy core's whereabouts, a rare fragment of psychic crystal, and a map marking several concealed locations nearby where elite-grade materials may be found." "Excellent," Su Qingxue nodded. "Do not deliver it yet. Wait until the East District settles, until Lin Zhou has weathered this immediate trial." She sensed instinctively slaying a Tier 2 mutant could not have been effortless. That enigmatic RV owner was likely bearing considerable cost, even now. And therein lay the Polaris Guild's perfect moment, to extend goodwill, to forge connection. To deliver aid in snow is infinitely more memorable than embellishing triumph with flowers. Maintain constant surveillance. Report any new intelligence on Lin Zhou's condition or movements, immediately. "Yes, madam." Ling Shuang bowed and withdrew. Su Qingxue returned her gaze to the window. Her cool, luminous eyes reflected the distant darkness. "Lin Zhou." She whispered the name, and a subtle knowing curve lifted the corner of her lips. "How many more surprises do you still hold in store?" The sky from the deepest black gradually revealed a hint of grayish light. The howls and gunfire from the ruined town slowly faded away with the death of the hellhounds and the echo of the system announcement. The night game seemed to be approaching its end ahead of schedule. In the eastern district of the town, on a relatively intact street. Bang! A dull sound of a shotgun blast rang out and the last wandering zombie nearby had its head blown apart with foul blood splattering against the cracked wall. Cheng expressionlessly set down his smoking shotgun, took out a relatively clean cloth from his pocket and carefully wiped the drops of foul blood that had splattered on his face. His clothes were stained with filth but his gaze remained calm and sharp. Behind him the sporadic gunfire quickly subsided into silence. The members of the Black Mamba, after paying a price, finally cleared the threats in this area and temporarily steadied their footing. Chen Hao emerged from a nearby building flanked by two loyal subordinates, his expression dark as he approached Cheng. All taken care of. Chen Hao's voice was hoarse, tinged with fatigue and a barely perceptible irritation. Cheng nodded, casually tossing the used cloth onto the ground, his gaze sweeping over the gradually calming ruins. It's safe for now. However, boss. He paused, looking up at Chen Hao, his voice lowered. Did you hear the announcement just now? Chen Hao's expression darkened further, his jaw clenched tightly. How could he not have heard it? The world announcement that echoed in his mind felt like a loud slap, striking him hard across the face like a heavy stone pressing down on his heart. I heard it. Chen Hao spat out 3 words through gritted teeth, his fists cracking ominously. That kid actually killed a second-stage mutant. He recalled the chaos and casualties from their previous encounter with a first-stage mutant, a lingering fear still gripping him. If a first stage was so troublesome, a second stage. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. But that young man driving the RV managed to take it down single-handedly. What does this imply? It meant that the opponent's strength and hidden cards far exceeded their initial estimates, possibly reaching a level that they could not comprehend. Cheng's gaze was also filled with apprehension, but he was deeper in thought and remained more composed than Chen Hao. Boss, we have already made a deadly enemy of him. Cheng said slowly, his voice icy. At the entrance of the Eastern District our people were killed by him and we lost face. Given his displayed ruthlessness and decisiveness, even if we wanted to make peace now he probably wouldn't let us off. Such a person would never tolerate potential threats, especially since we have already engaged in conflict and have a history. Chen Hao's expression fluctuated. He understood this principle just as well. He had previously held onto a sliver of hope perhaps the other party wouldn't care about small-time players like them, maybe they could slip by. But now if he could kill a second-stage mutant, would he even consider them? Once he was free to act. A chill crept up his spine. Are you suggesting? Chen Hao looked at Cheng. We can't just sit and wait for death. Cheng's glasses gleamed with a hint of ruthless light. He has just been through a fierce battle killing a second-stage mutant and must be greatly exhausted. That RV was also heavily damaged by the second-stage mutant. We all saw it flip several times in the air and lay still for a long time after it hit the ground. Now is the perfect time when he is at his weakest. Chen Hao's eyes lit up but then hesitated. But a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if he is heavily exhausted and the vehicle is wrecked, his own strength. Boss. Cheng interrupted him, his tone urgent and persuasive. This is the best opportunity, possibly the only opportunity. If we let him recover and fix his vehicle, given his temperament and terrifying strength, we the Black Mamba will have no place in the Eastern District. No. 3. We might even be picked off one by one and completely wiped out. He stepped forward, lowering his voice. Take advantage of his illness to seize his life. We still have enough manpower and our equipment is intact. That RV is just a pile of scrap metal now. He must also be injured, his mental and physical strength both exhausted. As long as we act quickly and plan carefully, there is still a chance. Chen Hao was convinced and the fierce light in his eyes reignited. Fear was gradually replaced by greed and ruthlessness. Yes, even if the opponent is strong, he is now at the end of his rope. That coveted RV, those immensely powerful weapons and the rich rewards from killing a second-stage mutant. If they could seize them. The risk and reward reached a delicate balance at that moment, tilting toward greed. Let's do it. Chen Hao gritted his teeth and made a decision. Cheng, you immediately take a few of the smartest and best shooting brothers and sneak over to scout the situation, determine his exact location and condition. Remember, be careful and don't alert the snake in the grass. I will lead the main force, prepare the weapons and wait for your signal. A vicious smile appeared on Chen Hao's face. Today either we the Black Mamba make a complete comeback and seize everything from that kid. Or we completely eliminate this looming threat. Yes. Boss. Cheng's spirits lifted as he immediately turned, pointed out a few people, took binoculars and silenced weapons and disappeared into the dim streets of the morning. Meanwhile Chen Hao began to quietly instruct his subordinates, checking weapons and assigning tasks. A chilling yet greedy atmosphere spread among the remaining members of the Black Mamba. What they did not know was that inside the seemingly ruined and silent silver-gray RV a pair of eyes tightly shut due to mental exhaustion were beginning to flutter open with the gentle awakening prompt from Xiao AI. The sky grew brighter. Meanwhile, inside the RV, Lin Zhou's consciousness was like a drowning person submerged in the deep sea struggling to surface. The first to recover was his blurry perception. His body felt heavy and painful. Especially his brain, which throbbed with dull pain and sharp stabs. But besides the physical sensations there was an unusually soft touch. The area where his back and neck rested was warm and elastic, carrying a mix of sweat and blood, but more so the sweet body fragrance unique to a young woman. The scent was not overpowering but rather comfortable. Moreover, something seemed to be pressing down from above, heavy yet softly pliable, brushing against him. In Lin Zhou's chaotic consciousness he instinctively analyzed this strange sensation. Warm. An embrace. Heavy. Soft. A somewhat unsettling association made his remaining reason struggle. He struggled to slowly pry open his heavy eyelids. His vision was initially a blur. He could only see a moving shadow. And the folds of fabric. He blinked and his vision gradually focused. What came into view was a delicate face filled with anxiety and worry close at hand. It was Lin Wanqing. Her face was somewhat pale with what seemed to be dried tear stains at the corners of her eyes, pursing her lips as she cautiously observed the outside situation through the broken window, her expression focused and tense. Naturally Lin Zhou's gaze shifted from her anxious little face, slowly moving down. Past her slender neck, exquisite collarbone, and then pausing. Two full round breasts nearly occupied most of his field of vision, and he could even catch a faint milky scent wafting into his nostrils. Due to his position Lin Zhou rested on her lap, his head leaning against her abdomen, making those magnificent proportions appear even more striking, gently rising and falling with her breathing as she turned slightly to observe. Lin Zhou's thoughts briefly crashed under the intense visual impact before he instinctively blurted out. Damn! Until now she had been so bedraggled, wearing loose or torn clothing and constantly tense from fighting and surviving, that he had never really taken a careful close look at her. Now up close and so plainly, the scale, the curve, could that not easily be a 36D or larger? As a college student who had been single his entire life before transmigrating and who had mostly relied on the internet and imagination to soothe adolescent restlessness, Lin Zhou felt a hot surge rush from his lower abdomen to his temples, a portion diverting straight into his nostrils. This was bad. He tried instinctively to control himself, but his depleted mental strength weakened his bodily restraint. Two warm streams of liquid, traitorous and uncontrollable, slowly trickled from his nostrils. Lin Zhou remained motionless, eyes open, frozen in posture. He could even taste the briny metallic tang of the fluid as it slid across his lips. Sensing the slightest motion against her and those two burning gazes, Lin Wanqing, who had been intently staring out the window, stiffened slightly. She turned her head slowly. When she saw Lin Zhou had opened his eyes and was staring at her with an inexplicably odd expression, joy suddenly blossomed across her face. Lin Zhou. You're awake. Wonderful, she cried, her voice hoarse from sobs and relief. But in the next instant her delight froze on her features. She followed his peculiar gaze down to her own chest. A short mortifying shriek escaped her. Lin Wanqing's cheeks, ears, even her neck flushed an instantaneous visible crimson, as ripe as a tomato. She panicked and fumbled, pushing Lin Zhou away from her embrace. She recoiled so violently that she slammed into the motorhome wall, paying no heed to the pain clutching her chest as if to make herself as small as possible, head bowed almost into her knees, showing only a painfully red ear tip and a small patch of pale nape. A dead, awkward silence filled the vehicle. Only Lin Zhou, whose wounds were tugged by the sudden shove, inhaled sharply. He sat up, dizzy again but noticeably better. Wiping the blood beneath his nose, he looked at Lin Wanqing and awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Ahem, well. He coughed, attempting to break the unbearable awkwardness. Sorry, it was a normal physiological reaction. Don't take it personally. Mainly, you were too close and I'd just woken up, my eyes weren't working properly. As soon as he said it, Lin Wanqing drew in tighter, her ear tips burning as if smoking. Ashamed and angry she spat the thought inwardly, he usually looks fierce, cold as ice, killing zombies and mutants without blinking. Who would have thought he's a great lecher? Of course she would never dare say that aloud. Lin Zhou realized his explanation only made him look worse and so dropped the subject. He shook his still heavy head and turned to the urgent matters. How long was I asleep? What's the situation outside? His voice was hoarse but had regained its usual calm. Hearing him ask about the situation, Lin Wanqing at last eased slightly out of her embarrassment, though she still would not raise her head. In a voice barely audible she said, "After you killed that giant wolf it's been over an hour. Outside, it's very quiet. The zombies and monsters seem to have disappeared. The sky, it's almost dawn. Over an hour. Dawn already." Lin Zhou's heart jolted and he looked out the window. Sure enough, the grayness was quickly ebbing and a pale wash of dawn had begun to stain the eastern horizon. The small town lay in death-like stillness as if the night's brutal madness had been a nightmare. But he knew otherwise. He immediately checked his condition. His mental energy remained depleted, though the headache had eased considerably. His muscles ached but there was no serious injury. Most importantly, glancing at his personal panel, his points had surged past the 2000 mark. He had also obtained a trove of precious items from the hellhounds, rich rewards. Yet the danger was far from over. "Shall AI report vehicle status and surrounding scan?" he asked in a low voice. "Commander, you have awakened. Vehicle status moderate damage 79. Energy reserves 19. Core systems operating normally. Within a 500-meter scan radius, no hostile life signs detected. However, multiple human life signals detected. They are approaching from the northwest at approximately 300 meters in a tactical formation, covertly closing in on this vehicle. Number 12. Armament: a mixture of firearms and melee weapons. Threat level moderate. Someone approaching. Tactical formation. Lin Zhou's gaze turned ice cold. They were not friendly. And at this hour approaching in such a manner. Hey Manba. He almost guessed their identity instantly. Indeed, they were persistent and had a knack for bad timing. The situation remained far from optimistic. But this time there was no panic in his eyes, only a sliver of cold mockery and a rising current of murderous intent. "If you insist on courting death, then I will see you off." Without hesitation, Lin Zhou summoned the vehicle panel and tapped repair. Detected severe hull damage 79. Repair costs points x 50. Complete mechanical parts x 100. Repair time 3 hours. Proceed. Repair. Lin Zhou confirmed. Resources were deducted instantly. Repairing. Consume extra points to accelerate repair. Consume points x 18 to complete instantly. Accelerate. No joke, time was life and he had ample points. With over 2,000, nearly 3,000 points, this small expenditure was negligible. A warm white light hummed and immediately bathed the entire vehicle. 1 second, 2 seconds, by the third the once badly damaged motorhome was as good as new. Repair complete. Vehicle status 100. Energy reserves 19. Repair did not replenish energy. 1/5 of the power remained, but it was enough. Shao AI switched to silent stealth mode. Reduce power output to the minimum required to sustain systems. Shut down all non-essential lights and sounds. Plan a route to loop behind that reconnaissance squad and occupy a favorable ambush position. Lin Zhou ordered swiftly. Command confirmed. Silent mode engaged. Route planning complete. The motorhome moved like a waking ghost, the engine a whisper, the tires over gravel nearly mute, as it slipped away without a sound. Using ruins and morning mist as cover, it made a wide circle and silently halted behind the corner of a junction along watching squads approach, its nose angled toward the intersection. The position offered excellent visibility, covering the junction and a fan-shaped sector beyond, while itself concealed in the shadow of the buildings. Lin Zhou sat in the driver's seat. The screen before him was split into multiple feeds showing the vehicle surroundings and 12 red dots steadily drawing nearer. A cold derisive curve lifted one corner of his mouth. The hunter had become the prey. "Brother Cheng, it's this way, just a few hundred meters more to go," whispered one of the Black Mamba underlings, pointing toward the faint silhouette of an abandoned water tower ahead. Brother Cheng nodded and gestured for everyone to halt, then lowered his voice once more. "Brothers, today is our moment to rise. But remember, our mission is reconnaissance only. Locate the enemy's position and assess their condition. No one fires unless absolutely necessary. All actions follow my command. Understood?" "Understood," they murmured in unison. Moving with extreme caution, they advanced further, using crumbling walls and rubble for cover. Soon they reached a point just 100 meters from their target, a corner of a concrete wall. Yet the moment their eyes swept across the open ground before the water tower, every man froze. At the center of the clearing lay unmistakable traces of last night's battle, and the massive grotesque corpse of a hellhound, lifeless and shattered. But, the silver-gray RV they had expected to find, badly damaged, perhaps even wrecked, was nowhere to be seen. Strange. One underling rubbed his eyes and murmured, "I distinctly recall seeing it flip several times from afar, looked utterly destroyed. So where are they? Where's the vehicle?" Brother Cheng's brow furrowed deeply as he strode forward to inspect the ground closely. Aside from battle scars and the hellhound's carcass, only faint tire tracks remained, leading back along their approach route, before vanishing amid the chaotic ruins. Could he have repaired the vehicle already and fled, as someone speculated? Impossible, another retorted, incredulous. The game hasn't ended, the players cannot leave the town limits. Where could he possibly go in such a conspicuous battered vehicle? Brother Cheng's face darkened. He refused to believe the opponent could have repaired such catastrophic damage, and vanished without a trace, in so short a time. Yet the undeniable reality before him forced doubt upon his mind. Damn it, we arrived too late, he cursed inwardly, but as the Black Mamba's strategist he compelled himself to remain calm. Don't panic, he said firmly. Third brother, you return immediately and inform the boss. Tell him the target may have relocated, instruct him to converge here with reinforcements and widen the search radius. Yes. A lean, wiry man saluted and turned swiftly to depart. Everyone else, pair up and split up. Brother Cheng scanned the remaining men. Fan out from this point, search outward. Prioritize sturdy structures, concealed corners, and any possible vehicle hiding spots. Remember, report any sighting immediately. No action without my explicit order. Not a single move, and above all, do not alert them. Understood. Understood, they replied in chorus. Cold light flickered in Brother Cheng's eyes. Lin Zhou. I refuse to believe you can vanish into thin air, not in your current state. Split up and search. They began dispersing, preparing to sweep the area methodically in different directions, when suddenly, a voice cut through the silence, icy, infernal, utterly unexpected. Gentlemen. Are you looking for me? The words fell like stones. No figure appeared, only the voice preceded its owner. VVVVRRR. A deafening, terrifying whine erupted from behind and to the side of the Black Mamba, firestorm incarnate, the rapid spin of a Vulcan Gatling cannon. Shit, we're ambushed. Scatter. Take cover now. Brother Cheng reacted fastest, bellowing the warning as he hurled himself behind a broken wall. Yet his warning came half a beat too late, or rather the lethal assault had already begun the instant that voice sounded. ZZZZZRRR. A torrent of metal roared forth from the alley's bend, blanketing the intersection and vast swathes of open ground in an instant. Two Black Mamba underlings just stepping into the intersection, still frozen, still unreactive, were struck first. Pft. 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 Dense gunfire shredded them instantly, transforming their bodies into sieves. Blood mist exploded alongside fragments of flesh and bone, and no scream escaped before they collapsed lifeless. My leg. Take cover, move. Other Black Mamba members exposed near the intersection were mercilessly raked by fire. Bullets seemed to track them with uncanny precision. Some struck arms, sending weapons clattering away, others hit legs, dropping men screaming to the ground. More still were felled by stray rounds to vital organs, killed outright. In a single volley, over 1/3 of the 12-man reconnaissance squad was eliminated. The survivors, each wounded and trembling with terror, scrambled desperately for any scrap of cover. Chaos reigned. Brother Cheng pressed himself flat against the fractured wall, ears ringing with the shriek of passing bullets and the agonized cries of his comrades. Sweat poured down his temples like a waterfall, his heart hammered violently, threatening to burst. Damn it, it must be him. When did he circle behind us? His vehicle was supposed to be wrecked. This firepower, does this look like a broken-down machine? BRRRT. 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 At the junction's bend, dust still hung thick in the air. The Gatling's metallic howl echoed relentlessly. The surviving Black Mamba members huddled motionless within piles of ruined buildings, scarcely daring to breathe, let alone raise their heads to retaliate. That seemingly endless barrage from the Vulcan Gatling had shattered every vestige of resistance, leaving only primal, paralyzing fear. Brother Cheng's face had paled to the hue of chalky, beads of sweat rolled ceaselessly down his cheeks. Clutching a small pistol, his knuckles whitened with strain, but he dared not extend it, even 1 centimeter, beyond cover. Each muffled groan and dying gasp outside tightened the icy grip around his heart. It was over, utterly over. Their adversary was no weakened remnant, he had laid a perfect trap waiting patiently for them to walk straight into its jaws. That RV, that monstrous firepower. Whoa! A low guttural engine roar swelled steadily, drawing nearer. Then through the lingering smoke and morning mist at the intersection a colossal menacing silhouette emerged. Its silver-gray hull gleamed flawlessly, reflecting the cold hard luster of polished steel in the strengthening dawn light. On the roof the 6 barrels of the Vulcan Gatling continued their slow relentless rotation, firing without pause. A narrow slit opened in the driver's side window. Lin Zhou's voice, tinged with quiet mockery, carried clearly across the deathly silent street. Heh. Do you truly believe, hiding behind these broken stones and crumbling walls, will save you? Naive. Before Brother Cheng or his men could react, Lin Zhou issued his next command: Shao AI, assume full control of all weapon systems. Engage auto-target mode. Open fire freely. Target acquisition confirmed. Auto-target system activated. Full firepower engaged. The Huoshan Gatling unleashed its soul-jarring rasp once more. Tongues of fire spat forth and bullets fell like a torrential downpour, commencing an indiscriminate sustained barrage upon every shelter. Fragments of stone flew and dust surged into the air. The brittle barricades withered before the violent metal storm as if they were made of paper. One after another Hey Manba men hiding behind cover were struck by rounds that penetrated the barricades, letting out heartrending screams. Ah, he's shooting this way. Walls shuddered. Cries of the wall is collapsing. And help my arm. Filled the air. But this was only the beginning. A scene that drove Cheng and the others to the brink of despair was about to unfold. The silver-gray RV, its Huoshan Gatling chattering, automatically lurched into motion again. It did not back away, instead it rolled forward along the street, slow and inexorable. As it moved the driver's window dropped and a hand slid out. There was no gun in it, only a round black object, glossy and compact. A grenade. Lin Zhou's face remained almost bored. Without even glancing outside, as if tossing refuse, he began to fling grenades one after another into the buildings flanking the street where Hey Manba might be lurking. Pin, pulled, toss. Pin, pulled, toss again. His motions flowed like water, effortless and precise. Explosions followed in rapid succession. The unceasing detonations replaced the gunfire as the dominant sound of flames licked through both sides of the street, while shattered glass, masonry and timber splintered outward like a grotesque display of fireworks. Thick smoke billowed up. What the hell? He's still throwing grenades. His Gatling had infinite ammo and now he has infinite grenades too. How is this even possible? Hiding inside houses and getting blown up. God help us, run. Those who had thought refuge in buildings might afford safety now fell into utter collapse. Gatling rounds could be somewhat blunted by thick walls, but grenades lobbed inside enclosed spaces detonated with no place to hide. Some screamed as they rushed from burning rooms only to be riddled by the intersecting fire of the Huoshan. Others tried to flee through rear windows only to find the RV had slipped into another alley and blocked their escape. A volley of flare rounds from its rear turned the fleeing into a bloody ruin. Some fell to their knees in despair and raised their hands to surrender, but the whistling bullets and incoming grenades offered no mercy. The auto-firing, seemingly endless Huoshan handled long-range suppression and the elimination of exposed targets. Autonomous driving and Lin Zhou's inexhaustible grenades handled close-quarters clearing and demolition. Their coordination was almost uncanny, terrifyingly efficient. This was not a fight so much as a crushing, unequal onslaught. The ruined wall behind which Cheng had been hiding collapsed under several accurately thrown grenades. He rolled aside in a filthy stunned haze, his glasses were shattered and his face was slashed by flying debris, blood streaking down. He lifted his head and stared at the silver RV gliding amid explosions and glare. An unbearably vivid terror and despair washed over him. What the hell is that thing? What kind of entity have we provoked? Run. Run. Anyone who can run, run. He croaked, lips trembling, raising his voice with the last of his strength, only to be swallowed by even fiercer detonations. Run where? The entire street and the surrounding buildings had been turned into a bona fide death zone by the RV and its owner's brutal hospitality. When the final echoes of the explosions faded, the Gatling's rasp subsided as well. The street lay in ruins, broken walls, smoldering fires and a haze of smoke. Apart from the crackle of burning wood and paper there was no other sound. The silver-gray RV came to a slow stop in the center of the street. The driver's window dropped completely. Lin Zhou leaned out, surveyed the devastation with an indifferent gaze and flicked a light whistle. Done. He ducked back inside and shrugged at Lin Wanqing, whose eyes were glazed with numb shock. A bit of morning exercise does wonders for the appetite. Lin Wanqing said nothing. She looked at the battlefield outside, then at the man beside her, opened her mouth as if to speak, and fell silent. Silently she gripped the pistol Lin Zhou had given her more tightly. This man was terrifyingly powerful and yet unnervingly reassuring. Although his manner of reassurance was excessively stimulating. In the distance the rumble of engines and hurried footsteps began to rise. It seemed the main force of He Manba had heard the commotion and was rushing over. Lin Zhou cast a glance at the radar screen and a cold curve lifted one corner of his mouth. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of looking. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away toward the water tower, Chen Hao led roughly 20 of He Manba remaining core men racing toward the scene. They had received a Cheng's report that the target had vanished. Chen Hao's chest tightened. He ordered everyone to concentrate around the water tower and widen the search, leading the main force himself. But before they had gone half that distance, the dense volley of gunfire, familiar yet alien, reached them. The Huashan Gatling saw-like screech cut through the air even at that range. It was followed by a succession of heavy violent explosions, a relentless drum as if someone were conducting a small-scale bombardment. Chen Hao's stride halted. The cruelty and greed on his face froze, replaced by a spreading pall of suspicion and unease. That gunfire. It's that RV, or one underling blurted. And explosions, so many explosions. The sound was familiar because it had left a deep psychological scar from the previous night. Yet it felt unfamiliar because of the intensity and persistence of the fire and the abnormal frequency of detonations, far beyond what He Manba could normally muster. A Cheng had taken only 12 men and their mission was reconnaissance, not an assault. How could such a fierce battle have erupted? And from the sound it was entirely one-sided suppression. A terrifying thought rose in Chen Hao's mind. Unbidden, A Cheng and the others had not gone to scout if they had been sent to die. Their opponent was not weakened. They had been prepared for an ambush, waiting for He Manba to stumble in. Cold sweat soaked Chen Hao's back. Boss. What do we do now? With the man beside him stammered, voice trembling. He too sensed the wrongness. Chen Hao's expression flickered, his eyes torn. Push forward. The path ahead was clearly hell. Retreat. Then a Cheng and a dozen brothers would have died in vain. And would the other side spare them if they fled? For the first time he felt a fierce urge to withdraw. Perhaps if they ran now they could still escape, drive out of the eastern sector of District 3. Reality shattered that sliver of hope. While they hesitated, the sound of an engine at the corner of the street swelled from distant to near. Then the nightmare-like silver-gray RV glided into view, filling the road with an oppressive presence and cutting directly across the path of Chen Hao's squad. Its headlights flared their harsh beams, engulfing Chen Hao and his terrified men. On the RV's roof the Huashan Gatling had already fixed its barrels on them. The driver's window slid down. Lin Zhou rested one hand on the sill while the other held a chilled bottle of water from which he took a casual sip. He whistled with a flippant air as he looked at the 24 pale-faced He Manba members arrayed before him. Well, good morning, gentlemen. So eager, are you all rushing over for breakfast? Oh, greetings everyone. Good morning. In such a hurry, off to breakfast. His tone was light, as if exchanging pleasantries with a neighbor, yet it sent a bone-chilling dread coursing through every member of the Black Mamba. Chen Hao's heart hammered wildly, his throat parched, his palms slick with cold sweat as he gripped the machete. Lin Zhou. He strained to sound composed, but his voice trembled uncontrollably. It was all a misunderstanding before. My men acted without sense, they offended you. Acheng and the others have already paid the price. We the Black Mamba willingly offer compensation. We'll surrender all our supplies, just spare our lives. He bowed low, pleading for mercy. Faced with power utterly beyond resistance, what use was pride? Survival alone mattered. Yet Lin Zhou merely watched him with an enigmatic half-smile, took another sip of water and spoke slowly. A misunderstanding. 20-odd armed men descending on the outskirts of my territory at dawn, that's also a misunderstanding. Had I not possessed even a modicum of skill today, wouldn't I be lying lifeless over there instead? Chen Hao's face drained of color. He knew supplication was futile. The other clearly intended no quarter. Cornered desperation, raw terror of death, and the hardened ruthlessness of years spent scraping by in the underworld ignited fiercely within his eyes. Damn you, Lin. Don't push me too far. Chen Hao leapt backward, yanking something from his coat. It was a syringe pulsing with eerie dark red fluid, as though living blood coursed within its glass walls. This is the rage serum I pulled last night from a loot crate. Its side effects are brutal, but for a brief time it will elevate my physique to the strength of a tier 1 mutant. Double my power. His face twisted into a grotesque snarl, veins bulging crimson across his temples. You seek total annihilation? Then even in death I'll tear out one of your teeth. Without hesitation he slammed the crimson syringe deep into his carotid artery. Urph! A shrill agonized scream tore from his throat as his body swelled like a balloon, inflating violently. Muscles surged, tendons stood out like coiled cables. His eyes blazed crimson, frenzied, tormented, unhinged. His already massive frame now ballooned into that of a humanoid grizzly bear, radiating an aura several times more oppressive than before. The heavy machete, once formidable in his grip, now looked almost dainty in his palm-sized hands. Brothers! Charge him! We die either way, let's die fighting. Voice shredded like a beast's growl, Chen Hao, now injected, lunged toward the RV. His speed, though not rivaling the hellhounds, far surpassed any ordinary humans. Seeing their leader hurl himself into battle, the Black Mamba underlings were roused to one final surge of ferocity, howling, brandishing weapons and launching a desperate doomed charge behind him. Scattered gunshots cracked the air. Oh! A rage serum, forcibly enhancing physical prowess. Lin Zhou arched a brow, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze, yet his composure remained unshaken. He set the mineral water bottle aside with casual ease and brushed his palms together. Courage commendable. Pity. His eyes turned glacial in an instant. You chose the wrong opponent. Shao AI, activate automatic fire. Engage freely. Prioritize eliminating foot soldiers. This ringleader, I'll handle him myself. The moment the words left his lips, the Vulcan Gatling roared anew with the shriek of death. A maelstrom of metal swept toward the charging Black Mamba ranks. Simultaneously Lin Zhou pushed open the RV door, and leapt down. Facing Chen Hao, who barreled forward like a human tank radiating fury and menace, Lin Zhou did not retreat, not even a step. Instead he advanced to meet him head-on. He carried neither the Barrett nor the M4. Instead he drew the standard-issue longsword sheathed at his waist. He would test firsthand just how formidable this drug-fueled foe truly was. Chen Hao's bloodshot eyes widened in stunned disbelief, then flared with savage glee, upon seeing Lin Zhou dare dismount for close combat. This fool was courting death. Die! Chen Hao bellowed, swinging the machete in a thunderous mountain-splitting arc straight down upon Lin Zhou's skull. Lin Zhou's gaze turned ice-cold. His feet shifted with uncanny grace, his body sliding sideways, evading the crushing blow by a hair's breadth. The blade whistled past his sleeve, cleaving the concrete pavement with a shower of sparks and gouging a deep smoking furrow. Speed is passable. Strength adequate. Just terribly clumsy. Even as he spoke, Lin Zhou had already circled behind Chen Hao's flank, and his sword flashed forth like a bolt of frozen lightning, striking precisely at the exposed armpit vulnerable from the overhead swing. Chen Hao recoiled in panic, yet the artificially enhanced strength had eroded his motor control and dulled his reflexes. Shink. Steel pierced flesh. Though his outer musculature had hardened to iron, Lin Zhou's thrust channeled his full kinetic force, amplified by the sword's razor edge and his mastery of melee combat, driving the blade over an inch deep. Arg! Chen Hao roared in pain, slashing horizontally in blind retaliation. Lin Zhou had already withdrawn, retreating like a fluttering butterfly, effortlessly evading the wild strike. What followed was a grotesquely lopsided duel between brute force and refined technique. Chen Hao charged like a maddened bull, terrifying in strength, each blow capable of shattering stone, yet rigid, uncoordinated, riddled with openings. Lin Zhou danced like a nimble ape, darting, weaving, pivoting, his blade flashing like winter snow, each precise cut landing on a joint or freshly opened wound. Though none proved instantly fatal, they bled him relentlessly, slowing his movement, sapping his coordination. The Vulcan's deafening roar gradually faded into silence. On the street only Chen Hao remained, still wildly swinging his machete, gasping like a bellows drenched in blood, while every other Black Mamba member lay motionless in pools of crimson. Chen Hao stared at his fallen brothers, then at the young man before him, calm, detached eyes like polished obsidian, and at last despair and primal fear drowned the crimson fury in his gaze. The serum's effect waned rapidly, agony and exhaustion crashed over him like a tidal wave. He knew, utterly irrevocably, that he was finished. So too was the black mamba. I yield. His voice rasped like broken gravel. The machete clattered from his grasp onto the asphalt. Lin Zhou halted, sword angled downward, watching him in silence. Wouldn't this have been simpler from the start? He raised his hand, somehow now holding a small round object. Not a grenade. It was the half-empty mineral water bottle he'd been drinking earlier. Lin Zhou tossed it lightly toward Chen Hao. Have a drink, then go on your way. Chen Hao caught it instinctively, staring blankly at the bottle. In the next breath. Bang! A sniper round fired from the RV struck him square between the eyes with surgical precision. Shock still etched upon his face, his colossal frame collapsed with a thunderous thud, the half-bottle rolling free, staining red as it settled into the blood-soaked pavement. Lin Zhou sheathed his sword, didn't glance at the corpse, and walked calmly back toward the RV. Cleanup complete. Time for breakfast. Meanwhile, on the other side. A low hum resonated, then after a disorienting flash of blinding white light, Chen Hao found himself standing in a shadowed corner near the entrance of an unfamiliar safe zone. His gear was gone, only the clothes he'd arrived in remained. He had survived. Thanks to that precious revival coin. But Hey Manba was gone. The team he'd painstakingly assembled, the supplies he'd hoarded, the volatile combat serum he'd finally brewed with immense effort. All gone. Everything reset to zero. Beyond these clothes and his bare life he possessed nothing. Hands trembling, he violently tapped open the global chat channel and roared, through keystrokes, Lin Zhou. You wretched scion of 1,000 cursed ancestors. You will pay for this. I swear this vengeance shall be etched into my very soul. When I rise again I shall reduce you to dust beneath my heel, no grave shall claim your remains. Your bones ground to powder, your ashes scattered to the winds. This venomous desperate cry erupted like a shockwave across the channel, just moments after it had begun to settle, igniting fresh chaos. Huh? Who's this? So furious so early. Lin Zhou. Another RV master. Did this guy just provoke a legend? Checking the ID. Hey Manba, Chen Hao. The leader of Hey Manba. Wasn't he notoriously arrogant? Ah, you clearly weren't there. I witnessed it myself, at the eastern edge of District 3 just moments ago. Hey Manba, blind to their own doom, seized upon Lin Zhou's weakened state after last night's boss battle, and tried to ambush him for spoils. Instead, Lin Zhou single-handedly cornered them in the street with his armored RV, and annihilated every last one. It was utterly devastating. No way, that's impossible. One man wiping out an entire faction. Absolutely true. Gatling fire grenade barrages, it was like setting off fireworks during a festival. Their fighters didn't even stand a chance. Whoa. The master is truly awe-inspiring. Chen Hao must have just revived, look how unhinged he sounds. Serves him right. He spent months bullying newcomers, now he's met his match. Rise up and retaliate. Ha. The master slaughters level 2 mutated beasts as if swatting flies. What exactly do you plan to grow your power from? Your hair. Exactly. Just surviving is miracle enough, why not crawl into a crack and vanish? The channel flooded with merciless mockery and gloating, nearly unanimous in its scorn. Chen Hao's notorious reputation across East District 3 now became the very fuel for public ridicule. Staring at those searing words, he trembled with rage, yet had no retort to offer. He could only hurl more curses at Lin Zhou, quickly drowned beneath a torrent of new messages and jeers utterly ignored. Meanwhile, Lin Zhou, having just cleared the battlefield, was preparing to return to his RV for a brief respite when system alerts chimed incessantly in his mind. Player Hey Manba Xiao Dao eliminated. 1.1 sin value. Player eliminated. 1 sin value. Within mere minutes, having slain nearly 30 members of Hey Manba, his sin value rocketed from 11 to a staggering 42. Gazing at the crimson glaring numeral on his personal interface, sin value 42, Lin Zhou's brow furrowed deeply. 43 points of sin. He harbored no doubt among all surviving players his figure stood utterly unparalleled, perhaps even separated by a chasm from the rest. What precisely did this metric signify? Was it merely a beacon drawing undead aggression, or did it exert subtler, deeper influence? Perhaps shaping NPC attitudes within safe zones. Affecting quest availability. Or even triggering some concealed penalty, or a red name mechanic. Uncertainty by its nature implied latent peril. Troublesome. Lin Zhou rubbed his temples. He held no desire to become a bloodthirsty butcher, but in this apocalypse some wore greed and malice like insignia pressing cold steel to his throat. Was he expected to bow his neck and await slaughter? Or stand mute while insulted and struck? Impossible. It is not his death, or mine. Lin Zhou murmured softly, his gaze hardening once more, cold, unyielding, resolute. Such is the law of the apocalypse. Might decides sovereignty. Strength grants the right, not only to survive, but to thrive. Worrying over sin value was futile. Only by honing his power, and preparing for every conceivable consequence, could he master his fate. He dismissed further contemplation and moved toward his vehicle. Yet, just then, a resonant, majestic system announcement echoed simultaneously within the minds of every survivor inside Safe Zone 3, the ruined town. Congratulations to all survivors. You have successfully endured the night of survival in the ruined town. As a reward for your courage and tenacity in holding out until dawn, Mayor Zhen will activate the Wheel of Fortune in the town's central square. Every survivor currently within the town receives one complimentary spin. A new day dawns, a new beginning. And new trials have already descended. Next celestial net refresh countdown 5 hours. Survivors, resume your flight. Dawn broke fully. Pale yellow sunlight pierced the thin ragged clouds spilling across the scarred expanse of the ruined town. From the direction of the central square distant clamor and commotion drifted faintly. Clearly the survivors had been galvanized by the Wheel of Fortune, and the looming countdown. Lin Zhou glanced skyward, then down at his system prompt. A Wheel of Fortune. A free spin. A faint sardonic curve lifted his lips. Now that's intriguing. Though uncertain what old Mayor Zhen schemed next, a free reward was never refused. Xiao AI, proceed to the central square, Lin Zhou said, settling back into the driver's seat and turning to Lin Wanqing beside him, her composure now largely restored. Prepare yourself. We'll join the spectacle. The next flight has begun. The RV's engine rumbled low as it pivoted and rolled steadily toward the heart of the town. Central Square. After the night's carnage, far fewer players stood here than had gathered at dusk yesterday. Each face bore the haggard relief of survival, and the tense anticipation of fortune. Though the crowd remained dense, its atmosphere had grown markedly subdued. Upon the raised platform the grey-robed mayor had reawakened. He stood motionless, waiting, it seemed, for the last survivor to arrive. When roughly 1,000 survivors had gathered, the mayor spoke at last. Congratulations, tenacious fugitives. Through courage, wit and strength you have conquered the darkness, and earned your continued existence. As tribute to victors, the sovereign in his boundless mercy bestows upon you the Wheel of Fortune. He stepped slightly aside, gesturing toward a colossal shimmering wheel phantom that had materialized behind him. Divided into countless minuscule segments, most appeared empty, implying thank you for playing. A few glimmered with soft, distinct luminescence, revealing faint silhouettes of food, water, weapons, equipment crates, and even bizarre, enigmatic artifacts. Within this will lie essential provisions, formidable armaments, and rare, extraordinary rewards. What you receive depends solely upon fortune, and the sovereign's favor. His voice carried an inscrutable undertone. Step forward, form a line, and touch the wheel to spin. The crowd instantly stirred, scrambling to form a queue. The first player, a young man trembling with palpable anxiety, reached out with shaking hands to touch the spinning wheel under everyone's watchful gaze. The wheel's needle spun wildly before gradually slowing, then halted, pointing to a compartment glowing with a faint white light. In a flash of luminescence an object materialized in the youth's palm. He glanced down, and his hopeful expression collapsed into bewildered dismay. Instantly onlookers surged forward. "Brother, what did you draw? Spill it." The young man grimaced, lifting his prize high, a pair of black lace-trimmed stockings crafted from surprisingly fine fabric. Silence fell. "What am I supposed to do with this?" he wailed, tears welling. "Fend off zombies. Or hang myself." A burst of raucous laughter erupted, tension for a moment dissolving into levity. "Buck up, mate, at least it's sexy," someone teased. "Exactly. When loneliness strikes you'll know exactly what to do with it." Next, I'm up." The lottery continued. Some drew bottled water or compressed biscuits and beamed with delight. Others received a rusted dagger or a sturdy wooden club, scant consolation yet better than nothing. "Ha! I got a small strength potion." A burly man roared triumphantly, drawing envious glances. Damn. Such luck. I pulled a pig-slaughtering cleaver. Grumbled another crestfallen. Hey, a cleaver's not bad, it beats stockings any day. At least it can cleave zombies. Fair point. Joy flared among winners. Despair weighed down the unlucky. Absurdity left others torn between laughter and groans. That modest will laid bare the full spectrum of human fortune. Amidst the clamor, a slight unassuming man slipped quietly from the crowd after his turn, unnoticed by all. He hurried to a deserted corner at the plaza's edge, turned his back to the throng, and his shoulders trembled uncontrollably. From his personal inventory he swiftly withdrew his drawn item. A vial sealed in transparent glass, within it golden-tinged liquid pulsed with an ethereal mystic radiance. Primary gene unlock serum. I'm rich, I'm rich. Ha ha ha. His mind erupted in silent euphoria, though his face remained rigid, lips clenched tight while the corners of his mouth betrayed him twitching upward in irrepressible triumph. Already he envisioned himself injecting the serum, shattering his genetic locks, defying fate itself, ascending at last to supremacy. Just as the lottery reached fever pitch and the plaza hummed with growing energy, a deep resonant engine growl approached, low, powerful, inexorable. Every eye instinctively turned. A sleek silver-gray luxury motorhome glided into the plaza's periphery and came to rest just beyond the crowd. It's Lin Zhou, the Lin Zhou magnate. The magnate's arrived. Make way. Clear a path for him. Greetings, magnate. Last night was legendary, magnate. The crowd exploded, awestruck, reverent, curious, envious, all gazes converging upon the motorhome and the two figures stepping out. The sudden adulation caught Lin Zhou off guard. He paused, scratching his nose, mildly discomfited. Have I truly become this famous? He murmured softly. Beside him Lin Wanqing stifled a giggle, whispering, you caused such a commotion last night, and appeared twice on the global notice. Staying obscure was never an option. Lin Zhou shrugged. Fame was fine, so long as it didn't intrude. Surveying the snaking queue ahead, he saw no reason to wait politely. Waiting would take forever. Let's go, he said to Lin Wanqing, striding purposefully toward the central platform. Lin Wanqing's ankle injury still hindered her gait, forcing her to hobble slowly behind him, yet the crowd parted before them like waves parting for a sovereign. Whispers rippled through the throng. What might the magnate draw? Who knows, but with his strength and luck it'll surely be extraordinary. Maybe even a divine artifact. Only fate knows. Let's see how fortune smiles. Under 1,000 watching eyes and murmurs, Lin Zhou and Lin Wanqing soon stood before the platform, beneath the colossal shimmering hologram of the fortune will mere meters from the grey-robed town elder. Lin Zhou raised his gaze toward the elder, preparing to follow protocol and touch the wheel, when suddenly the elder's cloudy eyes blazed with raw revulsion and hatred. He locked onto Lin Zhou, his kindly smile twisting grotesquely into open, unmasked fury. A shrill, ragged voice tore through the air like thunder, piercing every ear on the platform. Filthy sinner. You bear sins so grave, so foul, they stain your very soul. You are unworthy of the sovereign's grace, you dare not touch this sacred wheel. Leave, now. Get out of my town, immediately. As the final syllable cracked the air, a wave of palpable malice erupted from the elder, surging straight toward Lin Zhou. Simultaneously, ambient light dimmed, the wheel's hologram flickered, unstable. Silence crashed over the plaza, absolute, suffocating. All stared dumbfounded at the sudden rupture, at Lin Zhou's face darkening like storm-racked skies, and at the elder transformed, utterly seething with wrath. So, the magnate had been scorned by an NPC. And banished. What in the world was happening? Lin Zhou stood motionless, his gaze fixed on those venomous eyes, his own turning glacial lethal. Indeed, the sin value effect had arrived. And it struck far more directly, far more hostilely than he'd anticipated. And if I refuse? He met the elder's glare, enunciating each word with crystalline clarity. Per the global notice, all players who survive within the town shall receive one free lottery draw. I am Lin Zhou. I was present in this town last night, and I have survived unbroken until this moment. Then why, when it is my turn, is it denied? His voice sharpened, edged with icy derision. Is it because I eliminated those who sought my life? Humph. That final contemptuous exhale hung in the air, cold, dismissive. The elder's fury intensified, crimson light flared beneath his skin. Clever-tongued whelp. Your silver words cannot cleanse the corruption festering in your soul. Here I rule. I am the town elder, the sole master of this settlement. I am the law. With a violent sweep of his withered arm he pointed toward the plaza's outer rim and bellowed, filthy sinner, take your repulsive sins and leave this place, now. Or else, crimson light blazed in his eyes as his voice soared unhinged prophetic, you will remain here, forever. Then stay here forever, the words trailing off as heavy measured footsteps suddenly rose from around the plaza. Figures in tattered armor wielding rusted swords and spears surged forth. Their movements were stiff yet unervingly synchronized, faces blank, exuding a cold murderous aura as they swiftly encircled the square. They numbered in the hundreds, and among them were several far larger, their presences far more savage, the guard captains. These were clearly the town garrison. The sudden turn of events left every player in the plaza aghast, cries of alarm breaking out. What in the world is happening? Guards. These are guards. What are they trying to do? Are they targeting Lin Zhou? What do we do? Will we be implicated? Panic spread instantly, some tried to step back only to find the path blocked by guards surging from behind. Within seconds the peculiar guards had sealed the entire plaza so tightly there was no escape. The lead guard captain strode forward, drew his sword, pointed it at Lin Zhou and shouted, take your people and leave this town. At his command a crushing pressure laced with an icy intent to kill surged toward Lin Zhou and Lin Wanqing. Lin Zhou's face grew grave, a cold sweat beating at his temple. He had no doubt that if he spoke another word or made any move deemed defiant he would be dealt with right there. For the first time he felt with painful clarity how powerless personal strength was before absolute rules and overwhelming force. Is this the sorrow of the weak? No. Compared with most players he was not weak. But in this town governed by a mysterious mayor and the unseen master behind him he stood as a man whose guilt could be defined or erased at will. A fierce unwillingness and anger flamed in his chest, yet he knew that rage alone solved nothing. He needed strength. A might greater still, sufficient to shatter rules and disregard so-called authority. A cool, slightly trembling hand gently gripped his sleeve. It was Lin Wanqing. Pale and fearful, her eyes pleading, she whispered, Lin Zhou, perhaps we should leave this place. This place is too dangerous. She knew well that to fight those mayor-controlled guards was to court certain defeat. The promised lottery prize was not worth it. Lin Zhou drew a long breath and forced down his anger and resentment. He understood that staying meant nothing but wasted time and the risk of conflict. This town, this lucky will, had closed its gates to him. Fine, he said softly, the single word stripped of emotion. We go, he added without glancing at the mayor, turning to take Lin Wanqing's chilled hand and leading her step by step toward the parked motorhome. His silhouette remained erect, his step steady, without a trace of panic or disgrace. Only when they were inside and the silver-gray motorhome's engine growled as it crept away and disappeared around the corner did the suffocating oppression begin to lift from the plaza. The mayor snorted, his feral features smoothed into a practiced benevolent smile as if nothing had occurred. Continue the lottery, he announced flatly. The players exchanged uneasy looks, yet were soon drawn back into line by the lure of the draw. Still many bore a new shadow in their hearts. This apocalypse game was far more intricate and irrational than they had imagined. Inside the departing motorhome Lin Zhou sat at the wheel, hands clenched so tightly the knuckles went pale. He glanced at the plaza shrinking in the rearview, his gaze deep and unreadable. Shao AI, plot a route out of the ruined town perimeter, he ordered. Target the next safe zone. Route planning in progress. Lin Wanqing sat beside him watching his taut profile and asked softly, Lin Zhou, are you all right? He was silent for a moment, loosened his grip on the wheel, leaned back and exhaled. I'm fine, he replied. Turning to Lin Wanqing, his eyes regained their usual cold clarity and keenness, though beneath them lay a new ravenous hunger for power. I just feel that some rules need changing, he said. And to change rules one needs. He paused, a cold confident smile curving his lips. Greater strength. The motorhome accelerated toward the town's edge and the gray-yellow unknown wastes beyond. The 5-hour countdown had begun. Lin Zhou's path and his quest for power were far from over. Rejected, expelled, no matter. He would prove by force that rules and authority were mere panes of paper that absolute strength could pierce. Next time he returned to such a place circumstances would be wholly different. The gray-yellow wasteland raced past the window. Barren and open, it nevertheless brought the exhilarating freedom of escape. Inside the vehicle Lin Zhou's taut nerves eased a little. He summoned the onboard map and watched his green cursor race along a relatively intact abandoned highway toward the next marker labeled safe zone. Shao AI, estimate arrival at the next safe zone, Lin Zhou asked in a low voice. Route planning complete. Target safe zone, no. For temporary designation, the system replied. Straight line distance 520 kilometers. Based on current propulsion level LV4, the theoretical maximum safe speed is 240 kilometers per hour. At that speed, disregarding road conditions and encounters, estimated arrival time is 2 hours and 10 minutes. 240 kilometers per hour. Lin Zhou's eyes brightened and he whistled. Remarkable, LV4 so powerful, he thought. This is a fully armored motorhome, a 20-ton behemoth. Such a speed would have been wild even on pre-apocalypse highways, let alone on the uncertain roads of this wasteland. With a 5-hour escape countdown, he could make it in just over 2 hours, leaving ample time to explore, scavenge, or handle emergencies. However, Commander Xiao Ace's calm voice interrupted his excitement. Considering current road degradation, obstacles, potential ambushes, and unknown threats, it is recommended to limit cruising speed to about 200 km per hour to ensure maneuverability and reaction time. At that speed, estimated arrival time is 2 hours and 36 minutes. Fine, cruise at 200 km per hour, Lin Zhou agreed. Safety first, and time remained sufficient. Yet Xiao Ace's next report furrowed his brow again. Additionally, Commander, current energy reserves are at 19%. Calculations indicate that cruising 520 kilometers at 200 kilometers per hour while maintaining life support and defense systems on standby will exceed the remaining reserves. We will not reach safe zone 4 before energy is depleted. Insufficient energy. Lin Zhou slapped his forehead, finally recalling this matter. Last night's battle with the Hellhound had left the RV damaged, and during repairs only the structure was fixed without replenishing the energy. Later, after battling the Black Mamba and fleeing the town at high speed, the energy was indeed running low. Damn it, I forgot about this. Lin Zhou cursed himself for his negligence. He was so focused on upgrading the defensive firepower and power system that he forgot the most basic energy supply. He immediately brought up the vehicle panel for a detailed inspection. Indeed, in the energy section there was only a simple display of the reserve percentage and consumption rate with no direct option to replenish energy. It seemed that replenishing energy couldn't be resolved simply with points like repairing the vehicle, it required specific fuel or an energy core. Xiao AI analyzed the energy replenishment options. Besides searching for fuel similar to gasoline or diesel, are there any other efficient replenishment methods? Analyzing. Conventional fossil fuels can provide basic energy but with low efficiency, and one must find gas stations or oil storage facilities, which carries high uncertainty. Efficient replenishment options. 1. Use a power core or a higher grade energy core to inject directly into the energy system, instantly replenishing a large amount of energy depending on the core's grade. 2. Locate and utilize high concentration energy sources in specific environments. 3. Upgrade the vehicle's energy system to LV2 or higher, which may unlock passive replenishment capabilities such as efficient solar energy conversion and energy recovery. A power core. Lin Zhou shook his head in disappointment. This item is elusive. Last time he managed to acquire one, it was through. Oh no, pure luck. Specific environments. He couldn't even find the edge of this apocalyptic world. Where would he look? As for upgrading the energy system, Lin Zhou furrowed his brow. There was no arrow sign indicating an upgrade option on the system panel. This meant that none of the 3 options were feasible. At that moment a flash of inspiration struck his mind. That's right. How could I have forgotten about them? Lin Zhou's eyes lit up suddenly, excitement blooming on his face. I still have treasure chests that I haven't opened. Exclusive Lord's Treasure Chest. Advanced Achievement Treasure Chest. These were rewards for defeating the second-tier Hellhound and completing hidden achievements. The quality is undoubtedly high. After Lin Wonking's chest affinity talent upgrade. Perhaps there are items inside that could resolve the energy issue, or even better things. He immediately turned his head, his gaze burning with anticipation towards Lin Wanqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat looking a bit worried as she gazed out the window. Lin Wanqing was momentarily taken aback by his sudden intense gaze, her face inexplicably flushing as she softly asked, "Wha? What is it?" "It's time for our treasure opening talisman to shine." Lin Zhou smiled, taking out the 2 enticingly gleaming treasure chests from his personal space. "Come, use your talent to level them up." Lin Zhou placed the 2 treasure chests on the console between them, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Wanqing looked at these 2 obviously extraordinary treasure chests, then glanced at Lin Zhou's expectant eyes, her worries temporarily fading as she nodded firmly. She concentrated, extending her hands to touch the 2 treasure chests. A soft white glow flowed from her fingertips, enveloping the chests. Exclusive Lord's Treasure Chest Epic Exclusive Lord's Treasure Chest Advanced Achievement Treasure Chest Top Tier Achievement Treasure Chest Epic Top Tier. Lin Zhou's breath hitched slightly. This upgrade was incredibly powerful. Open the chests. He no longer hesitated, pressing his hand against the heavy oppressive epic exclusive Lord's Treasure Chest with excitement. A dark golden light slowly flowed out. Within the glow the outlines of several items gradually became clear, revealing 3 items from the chest. Lin Zhou's gaze swept over. The first item, Gene Enhancement Potion. Small after consumption, it can slightly enhance all physical attributes, strength, constitution, agility and mental power will all see minor increases. The effects are mild and without side effects. Gene Enhancement Potion. All attributes boosted. Lin Zhou's eyes brightened. What a good item. This is much more comprehensive than a simple strength potion, and it acts directly at the genetic level, potentially offering longer-lasting effects. He had just unlocked the basic agility gene lock and needed to solidify his foundation. The second item was a dark red blueprint. Hellfang Vehicle-Mounted Ram Blueprint. Function: once loaded, the front of the vehicle gains the active ability of the Hellfang, causing massive physical damage and applying hellfire burn effects when charging at a target, with a high probability of severely injuring second-tier or lower mutated Banesmonsters and a chance to eliminate first-tier targets. Also grants the passive ability of the Hellhound's Tenacity. Hellfang Vehicle-Mounted Ram. Lin Zhou stroked his chin. This item sounds exceedingly violent, essentially equipping the RV with a massive armor-piercing spike enchanted with fire. It strikes a rhythm where anyone hit will be left in shock. Combined with the LV4 power, the charging power would be absolutely terrifying. Finally his gaze fell upon the third item. It was a seemingly unremarkable diamond-shaped crystal only the size of a thumb. He picked up this small black crystal and system information immediately appeared. Special passive ability Crystal Tenacious Life of the Hellhound. Source Epic Exclusive Lord's Treasure Chest Mutated Product. Effect: upon absorbing this crystal, the user will gain the passive ability of the Hellhound's Tenacious Life weakened version. Ability description: grants the holder exceptionally powerful vitality and self-healing abilities. Can quickly heal non-lethal injuries, repair damaged organs and even regenerate severed limbs under certain conditions, but this requires a significant amount of time and energy. As long as the brain or heart, the absolute vital points, are not instantly destroyed or subjected to continuous destructive damage beyond self-healing limits, the holder is practically immortal. This ability consumes a lot of energy, especially when repairing serious injuries or severed limbs. Absorption conditions: at least one gene lock must be unlocked, physical attributes must meet the standards and mental power must be stable. Forced absorption carries risks of failure and backlash. Note: it can also be combined with the Heart of the Hellhound to enhance the vehicle. Hiss. When Lin Zhou finished reading the last note, he gasped sharply, his eyes wide as if he had seen something unbelievable. The first 2 items, although precious, still fell within his understanding. But this third item. Damn! An uncontrollable exclamation burst forth from his throat. Lin Wanqing was startled by his intense reaction. Rebirth from severed limbs. An almost immortal body. His heart began to race uncontrollably. Blood seemed to surge to the top of his head. Such a capability. Such a heaven-defying survival ability. Could it be that he has unlocked it? Although it is just a weakened version, requires energy consumption and may not withstand absolutely fatal instant destruction. But damn it, this is severed limb rebirth and rapid self-healing. What does this mean? It means that in future battles, as long as he is not instantly killed, he effectively possesses a second life. Perhaps even a third or fourth life. Facing opponents of the same tier, as long as he is not instantly blown away or has his heart ripped out, he can rely on his terrifying regenerative power to outlast his opponent. Against more powerful enemies, he also has an ace up his sleeve for survival. This is not just an enhancement of combat power, it fundamentally elevates his survival capacity to an almost broken level. This ability, while it can enhance the survival of vehicles when loaded, how can it compare to loading it onto oneself? Lin Zhou instantly came to a decision. Vehicles can be repaired. But one's own life only comes once. Having an almost immortal passive ability is more important than having another powerful attack method in an apocalyptic scenario. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at the requirements for loading the Hellfang. Conditions: Hellhound Fang X2, Second Order Energy Core Complete, X1 points, X100 Complete Mechanical Parts, X200. He has the fangs. He currently holds over 2,000 points and quite a few parts, so that is not a problem. The only issue is this second-order energy core complete. He cast a glance at the second-order energy core defective in his inventory. Shall AI analyze if the defective core can replace the complete core for loading the Hellfang? Or is there another way to complete the core? Analyzing. The defective core suffers severe energy loss and has an unstable structure. Directly used to load the Hellfang carries a high probability of failure, device damage, or significantly weakened effects. It is recommended to find a way to restore the core's energy or seek another complete core as a replacement. It seems the defective one won't work. But since there is a defect, it indicates there is a way to complete it or obtain a brand new one. Lin Zhou temporarily noted that down. There is no rush to load the Hellfang, after all he currently has the Gatling and Barrett, so his attack methods are sufficient for now. The urgent task is to absorb this heaven-defying passive ability crystal and resolve the energy issue. He stored the Hellhound's Tenacious Life crystal and looked towards the top-tier achievement treasure chest. Let's see what surprise this can give us. With great anticipation he placed his hand on the treasure chest. The dark purple starlight swirled slowly like a vortex, exuding a deep and mysterious beauty, finally coalescing into several items that emitted enticing glows on the console. As the light faded, Lin Zhou immediately scanned over. The first item was a point orb which directly merged into his panel, gained points x 500. The second item was a cube-sized metal block with stable blue arcs swirling on its surface, Power Core Micro X1. Power Core. Lin Zhou felt delighted in his heart. It's truly like asking for something and getting it. Although it is just micro, it is enough to resolve the current energy crisis, allowing them to safely reach the next safe zone. Moreover, it buys him time to seek more efficient energy solutions. This is simply sending charcoal in the snow. The third item is Gene Unlocking Agent Beginner X1. Another gene unlocking agent. Lin Zhou glanced at this agent and then at Lin Wanqing, who was eagerly watching the unboxing process, her eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of envy. This girl, since following him, has played a significant role with her crucial talent, but in other aspects she has indeed not made a strong impression, and one could even say she is a burden. However, she is very self-aware, diligently doing what she should, and has not faltered at critical moments. More importantly, her talent has irreplaceable strategic value. Making her stronger and more secure is undoubtedly beneficial to her future development. A beginner's gene unlocking agent might not be of much use to him now, but for her it could be the start of changing her fate and truly acquiring the power of self-preservation. This for you. Lin Zhou offered the agent directly without further explanation, handing it to Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing was momentarily stunned. But upon glancing at the agent's function explanation, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and for a moment she became somewhat flustered. For me. Her voice trembled slightly, hard to believe. This is a treasure that could unlock the gene lock and open the path to extraordinary evolution. In other teams only the most core members would have the qualification to use such a thing. Lin Zhou just gave it to her. Lin Zhou nodded, his tone still calm. You are too weak right now. This thing is useful for you. Drink it and see what direction you can awaken, or at least it will enhance your physical attributes so you can run a bit more if you encounter danger in the future. His words were blunt to the point of being somewhat hurtful, but Lin Wanqing heard the underlying meaning behind them. He acknowledged her value and was willing to invest in making her stronger. Could this be a form of implicit recognition and protection? A surge of indescribable warmth and excitement welled up in Lin Wanqing's heart. She took the agent, her hands trembling slightly, looking at Lin Zhou, her eyes reddening as she nodded vigorously. Thank you, Lin Zhou. Without further hesitation she pulled out the stopper and drank the light blue liquid in one gulp. The agent flowed down her throat, transforming into a gentle yet powerful warmth that engulfed her entire body. She could clearly feel her cells seemingly cheering with joy as some invisible shackles were being slowly pried open. The process wasn't as intense as Lin Zhou's, but it brought about a distinctly transformative sensation. Player Lin Wanqing used Gene Unlocking Agent Beginner successfully. Detecting individual potential. Potential assessment in progress. Congratulations. Gene Lock Beginner successfully unlocked. Basic attribute limits increased. First time unlocking evolution direction. Mental enhancement. Mental enhancement. Lin Wanqing felt her mind instantly become exceptionally clear, her thoughts more agile, her senses seemingly sharpening, and even her perception of the surrounding environment changing. I seem to have become smarter. I feel clearer. Lin Wanqing said uncertainly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mental enhancement. Not bad. Lin Zhou glanced at her and nodded. Mental enhancement may not directly aid in combat, but it could bring unexpected benefits for her talent application, learning ability, and even some future development directions. He didn't ask more questions and shifted his focus back to the last item. It was an enormous blueprint made of an extremely special material. As the blueprint unfolded, it depicted not specific weapons or components but an entire set of complex modular futuristic armored system schematics. From chassis reinforcement to external composite armor modules and integrated energy distribution, environmental control systems, and more, it covers everything. At the top of the blueprint, several large characters flashing with dark golden light were clear and eye-catching. Epic Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint Titan Armor Series Beginner. Epic Tier Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint Titan Armor Series Basic. Note: this blueprint is not a schematic for individual parts but a complete scheme for upgrading a vehicle's form. When the target vehicle meets the following prerequisites, one may expend vast resources to load the Titan Armor Series upgrade, causing the vehicle to undergo a qualitative transformation into Titan form. Prerequisites 1. The vehicle's basic structure must be robust and possess upgrade potential. Current vehicle qualifies. 2. Module system levels: propulsion, defense, firepower, energy not met. Note: the first 3 must reach level 5, the last must be upgraded to LV2. 3. Possess at least one epic or higher quality vehicle core blueprint as an upgrade catalyst not met. 6. Cost points x 5,000, complete mechanical parts x 1,000, special alloy ingots x 50, energy crystals x 10, type unrestricted. The higher the quality the better. Upgrade preview: basic Titan armor. The vehicle's volume increases moderately, overall mass rises, structural strength and defense gain a quantum leap, it can mount more and more powerful modular weapon systems, interior space is optimized, and survivability and combat effectiveness are comprehensively enhanced. Note: specific values and additional abilities depend on the quality of materials and the core catalyst invested during the upgrade. Staring at the blueprint and the astronomic resource requirements, Lin Zhou fell silent for a while. After a long time he exhaled slowly, his eyes filled with awe and an intense burning longing. He murmured the words Epic Grade Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint Titan Armor. This was beyond mere modification, it was an evolutionary leap for the vehicle. A leap from a luxury motorhome toward a mobile land fortress, a war machine. Though the prerequisites were harsh and the resource demands terrifying, once successful his motorhome would truly become the steel behemoth that struck fear across this wasteland. It would be his most solid reliance for rampaging through the apocalypse and probing deeper secrets. The road is still long but the goal is now clearer, Lin Zhou murmured as he carefully put away the precious blueprint. This was not merely a blueprint but a clear, tempting long-term development goal. He calmed himself and picked up the micro-power core. Shao AI used the power core to replenish energy. Command acknowledged. Replenishing energy. Blue arcs of electricity surged from the core into the motorhome's power port. The energy reserve percentage on the dashboard began to climb visibly: 25. 35. 45. 55. Finally it settled at 58. Energy replenishment complete. Current reserve 58. Estimated to support full-speed travel for over 800 kilometers or continuous high-intensity combat with all systems active for more than 2 hours. Shao AI reported. Excellent. Lin Zhou nodded with satisfaction. The energy issue was temporarily solved enough for the road ahead and likely challenges. He glanced at Lin Wanqing beside him, still acclimating to the mental enhancement, with an excited expression, then looked out at the wasteland racing past the window. Shao AI maintain a cruising speed of 200 km per hour. Destination safety zone no. 4. Also keep scanning along the route. Watch for energy stations, refueling stations, or any locations that might yield rare materials or special resources. Command acknowledged. Cruising speed set. Scanning systems at full power. The motorhome became a silver-gray bolt of lightning on the desolate highway, racing into the distance. In Lin Zhou's mind, a clear blueprint had already formed for this vehicle's impending evolution into a Titan. First, reach the safety zone. Rest, gather intelligence, seek sources to complete a second-tier crystal core and find clues to obtain an epic-grade vehicle core catalyst. Second, use available resources to quickly install Hellfang, further enhancing attack and deterrence. Then hunt more high-tier monsters to accumulate points, parts and rare materials to prepare for the Titan upgrade. The path to power was clear yet fraught with trials. But Lin Zhou feared nothing. In the apocalyptic wasteland the strong rule, and he was destined to be the most dazzling, and the most terrifying, among them. The motorhome cruised steadily down the desolate highway, the scenery outside monotonously repeating. With the energy problem solved and a long-term goal clarified, Lin Zhou felt considerably more at ease. Taking advantage of this relatively safe stretch, he decided to consume the upgrades had obtained. He first produced the bottle of enhancement potion. "I hope for a balanced boost," Lin Zhou said. He uncorked it and drank. The potion slid down without the expected burning or agony. Instead it became 4 streams of gentle yet potent warmth that rushed through his limbs and into the depths of his brain. A few minutes later, Gene Enhancement Potion Small used successfully. Strength 2, Constitution 2, Agility 2, Spirit 2. All attributes 2, a highly balanced and solid improvement. Lin Zhou clenched his fist, feeling his body become distinctly stronger, more coordinated and full of vitality. The mental fatigue vanished and his spirit felt more concentrated. Not bad if the foundation is firmer. He did not stop, his gaze fell upon the crystal. Absorption conditions: at least 1 gene lock activated, comprehensive physical evaluation passed, spirit stable. Lin Zhou murmured the instructions, resolve flashing in his eyes. The agility gene lock he had activated combined with the recent all-attribute 2 boost meant his physique unquestionably met the requirements. Though his spirit had been overdrawn earlier, rest and the potion had restored it to stability. Nothing to lose. He took a deep breath and, following the system prompts, slowly infused his spirit into the crystal while guiding its strange energy to merge with his body. The process was gentler than expected, yet penetrated deeper, into his very marrow. The black crystal seemed to melt in his palm, becoming countless dark red threads of potent life force that traveled along his arms' meridians and drilled into his body. They finally converged in his heart, then with each heartbeat were pumped into every cell. He felt his cells rejoicing, greedily absorbing this force that embodied indomitable life. Muscle fibers and bones continuously strengthened. Most noticeably, he felt a stronger bond between himself and his body. There was no pain, only a fulfilling, almost transcendental sense of life and security. The entire process lasted about a minute. When the last thread of dark red energy fully integrated, Lin Zhou slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath that seemed tinged with a faint vitality. Successfully absorbed special passive ability Crystal Hellhound's Tenacious Life weakened version. Acquired passive ability Tenacious Life LV. 1. Effect: life recovery speed greatly increased. It can rapidly heal non-fatal wounds. When grievously injured, it will consume large amounts of physical and mental energy to activate potential and accelerate repair. Possesses initial limb regeneration potential. Resistance to toxins, disease, radiation and other negative conditions is significantly enhanced. It worked. A brilliant flash lit Lin Zhou's eyes. Though only LV. 1, the feeling of being hard to kill greatly bolstered his confidence. He immediately pulled up his personal panel. Player Lin Zhou, Strength 14, Agility 19, Constitution 12, Spirit 12, Talents SS Grade Infinite Firepower, a Grade Ammunition Specialist, Passive Ability Tenacious Life LV. 1. Gene Status: Primary Agility Gene Lock activated. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment mid first rank based on physique, talents and skills, for reference only. Midstage of the first level. This means that in terms of physical quality alone he has firmly stepped into the realm of the first-level mutated beings and may even surpass some weaker first-level beings. With his dual talent skills and terrifying recovery ability, his actual combat power far exceeds that of an ordinary first-level being. Very good. Lin Zhou clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him and his confidence soaring to unprecedented heights. Just as he was immersed in the joy of his power increase. Commander, we have detected a vehicle approaching at high speed from the opposite direction, expected to intersect with our vehicle in 1 minute. Target vehicle type: modified light off-road vehicle. Life signals inside the vehicle 3. Shao Ace warning suddenly sounded. Lin Zhou raised an eyebrow, coming back to his senses from his self-perception, and looked at the radar screen. A green dot was approaching him at an astonishing speed of over 200 km per hour along the road. Looking at the trajectory, it was almost a straight line towards him. What's going on? Is there really someone driving out of the safe zone? And at such a high speed? Lin Zhou was somewhat astonished. At this time most players should be fleeing towards the next safe zone, or at least looking for resource points. Driving against the flow at high speed, what could this mean? He instinctively heightened his vigilance but did not take any drastic action. There was only 1 vehicle and 3 people on the other side. As long as they did not provoke him, he didn't want to complicate matters. He withdrew his gaze, feeling a bit hungry, and turned to Lin Wanqing in the passenger seat, saying, "Wanqing, go get some breakfast, I'm a bit hungry." Lin Wanqing was immersed in the excitement of unlocking her genes when she suddenly heard Lin Zhou calling her, and he even said, "Wanqing." Her body stiffened slightly and her cheeks instantly flushed with 2 shades of red, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. He called me Wanqing. Not by my full name but a more intimate address. What does this mean? Could it be? She was suddenly flooded with a jumble of thoughts, her face turning even redder, and she hurriedly lowered her head whispering, "Ah. Oh. Okay, I understand, I'll go now." After speaking she got up as if fleeing, jogging a few steps into the kitchen, her step somewhat flustered, her heart racing and the corners of her mouth involuntarily curling up. Lin Zhou looked at her flustered yet slightly delighted expression, feeling somewhat baffled. Was it just calling a name? Why such a big reaction? He shook his head, not thinking too much, and refocused on driving and observing the road conditions. On the other side, in the speeding dark green modified off-road vehicle, the driver was none other than Zhao Feng, the vice president of the Royal Association. He had a cigarette hanging from his mouth, one hand resting on the steering wheel, appearing quite relaxed, yet his sharp gaze scanned the road ahead. In the back seat sat 2 young women dressed in revealing outfits with alluring figures and beautiful faces. One had long hair cascading down while the other sported a high ponytail, both meticulously made up. Even in the car they maintained an elegant sitting posture, though a hint of fatigue and impatience from the long journey was evident on their brows. "Brother Feng, are we there yet?" "We've been driving for a long time, my butt is about to go numb," the long-haired woman complained in a delicate voice. "Exactly, Brother Feng, in this desolate wilderness there isn't a single soul around. Where are we supposed to find that Lin Zhou?" The ponytailed girl chimed in, her tone laced with a hint of worry. Zhao Feng exhaled a puff of smoke, glanced at the rearview mirror, and a confident smile crept onto his face. "What's the rush? We'll be there soon." According to the latest intel, Lin Zhou should be just up ahead. Upon hearing this, the 2 women could only nod in agreement. At this moment the ponytailed girl seemed to remember something and said softly, "Hey Brother Feng, do you think Lin Zhou will agree to us?" "Don't worry," Zhao Feng replied confidently with a smirk. "The gift prepared by the president this time is substantial enough to definitely catch his interest." Moreover, he shot a meaningful glance at the 2 enchanting women in the back seat through the rearview mirror. "With you 2 stunning sisters in play, it's safe to say that any normal man faced with the conditions we offer basically has no reason to refuse." The long-haired girl and the ponytailed girl exchanged glances, both displaying charming and confident smiles. They were quite confident in their own allure. "As long as we can pull Lin Zhou over, the president said there will be generous rewards." Zhao Feng added, "At that time you won't miss out on any benefits." The 2 women's eyes lit up and they hurriedly replied sweetly, "Brother Feng, don't worry, we'll definitely perform well." Just then, from the corner of Zhao Feng's eye, he seemed to catch sight of a small dot moving quickly in the distance. What is that? A vehicle. He squinted his eyes to take a closer look. As the distance closed and the outline of that vehicle flashed by, and the 2 women in the back seat barely caught a glimpse of what passed. But Zhao Feng's extraordinary memory was exceptionally clear. Silver gray. RV. Zhao Feng's pupils contracted slightly as a thought suddenly surged in his mind. Could it be such a coincidence? He instinctively slammed on the brakes while shouting to the 2 women in the back seat, "Hold on tight. We might have encountered the main character." The off-road vehicle emitted a shrill screech as it rapidly decelerated. Ahead, the silver-gray RV maintained a steady speed, approaching them nonchalantly. Zhao Feng's heartbeat quickened slightly. Was it a chance encounter? Or had the other party already sensed their intentions? Regardless, the plan might need to be moved up. On the other side, Lin Zhou noticed the off-road vehicle flash by without any other incidents. He thought the other party was just passing by and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when "Commander, be advised, the target vehicle has completed a U-turn and is accelerating towards us. It is expected to overtake our vehicle from the rear in 5 seconds, Xiao Ace's voice rang out again, filled with a hint of alertness. Lin Zhou's brow furrowed as he immediately looked into the rearview mirror. Sure enough, that dark green dot which had just flashed by was now rapidly enlarging in his field of vision at an even faster speed. They had turned around. And they were coming straight for him. Coming at me. Lin Zhou's expression turned cold in an instant. In this wilderness their precise U-turn to chase him was all too clear. Xiao AI disengage silent mode. The Fire God Gatling is to be readied, activating automatic target acquisition mode. Once the opposing vehicle or personnel makes any threatening moves, no warning, fire immediately. Order confirmed. Silent mode disengaged. Power output restored. Fire God Gatling preheating automatic target acquisition activated. The RV's engine sound slightly increased, maintaining a speed of 200 kilometers. On the roof, the imposing Fire God slowly rotated, the muzzle vaguely pointing towards the rear. Soon, in just a few seconds, the dark green off-road vehicle had caught up to a position parallel to the RV, slightly behind. It did not overtake but maintained the same speed, slowly lowering the passenger side window. A middle-aged man in his 30s with a short beard, sharp and calm eyes appeared at the window. He wore a slight smile, reaching out a hand towards Lin Zhou, making a clear gesture. Pointing to the roadside, he made another gesture to stop. The meaning was very clear: brother, pull over for a chat. Lin Zhou's brow furrowed even tighter. The other party did not directly attack, nor did they reveal weapons, but instead took this communicative stance. But at this time and place, approaching in this manner and asking to pull over, it did not appear to be a simple friendly exchange. Was it a trap? Or was there another purpose? He glanced inside the opposing vehicle. Besides the driver and the two vaguely visible young women in the back seat, there seemed to be no other armed personnel. The threat level did not seem high. But Lin Zhou never relied on seemingly harmless judgments for his safety. He did not stop, nor did he slow down, but also lowered his own window slightly, coldly looking at the other party without speaking. The meaning was also very clear: speak quickly if you have something to say. If you want me to pull over, no way. Zhao Feng saw Lin Zhou lower his window and felt a surge of joy. However, it was also within his expectations that the other party had no intention of stopping. After all, it was a tough character capable of single-handedly taking down second-level mutated beings. High vigilance was normal. He raised his voice, shouting over the howling wind, "Brother Lin Zhou. Don't get me wrong. We are from the Royal Association. We mean no harm. We have come with sincerity to discuss cooperation with you." The Royal Association. Lin Zhou's heart stirred. The Royal Association. Lin Zhou had seen this name before in the chat channel. It is a major force in the western area of Safety Zone No. 9, rumored to be quite powerful. What do they want from me? Cooperation. Considering the previous announcements and the commotion from last night in the eastern area of No. 3. It's not surprising that these major forces have set their sights on me. Cooperation. What kind of cooperation? Lin Zhou's voice was flat as it carried through the gap in the car window. It's not convenient to discuss here. Brother Lin Zhou, could we find a safer place to stop and have a proper chat? The terms offered by our president will definitely satisfy you. Zhao Feng shouted while signaling that he had no weapons, his attitude sincere. Lin Zhou quickly calculated in his mind. They only had one car with 3 people, the threat was limited. It wouldn't hurt to hear what they had to say, perhaps I could gain some useful intelligence. If they truly had malicious intent, he wasn't afraid to turn against them. Follow me. Lin Zhou spoke succinctly, not stopping the car but slightly increasing the speed while issuing an order to Xiao AI, stay alert and scan for suitable places to stop temporarily within 3 kilometers ahead that are easy to defend or retreat. Command confirmed. There is an abandoned gas station and a repair shop on the right side of the road too. 8 kilometers ahead. The terrain is relatively open and the buildings can serve as temporary cover. It is recommended to temporarily stop there. Let's go there. Lin Zhou ignored Zhao Feng in the off-road vehicle beside him, rolled up the car window and focused on driving. Seeing this, Zhao Feng relaxed a bit and quickly pressed the gas pedal to follow. Soon the silver-gray RV and the dark green off-road vehicle came to a stop, one in front of the other in the open space in front of the abandoned gas station. The surroundings were desolate with only a few rusted gas pumps and a partially collapsed repair shop, the sound of the wind howling. The RV door slid open and Lin Zhou stepped out first. He wore a standard long knife at his waist and held an M4 rifle equipped with a silencer in his hands, his gaze scanning the surrounding environment vigilantly. Although he decided to hear what the other side had to say, he did not let down his guard. Soon after, Lin Wanqing also emerged. She was still holding a plate of freshly cooked steak, her face showing a hint of confusion and tension. Seeing Lin Zhou fully armed, she hurriedly placed the plate on the step by the car door, quietly hiding the handgun Lin Zhou had given her inside her clothing, carefully standing at Lin Zhou's side and slightly behind. Across from them, Zhao Feng had also gotten out of the car, standing in the open area with a professional smile on his face. Behind him, the 2 young women also got out of the car, standing on either side of him with smiling faces. When their eyes met, the atmosphere felt somewhat delicate. Lin Zhou had a blank expression, his eyes cold. Zhao Feng smiled warmly, his gaze shrewd. Brother Lin Zhou, it's indeed better to meet in person. Your demeanor is extraordinary. Zhao Feng here, allowing me to introduce myself. I barely rank as the second in command in the Royal Association. I have come here on the orders of our president to sincerely invite you, Brother Lin Zhou, to join our Royal Association. Lin Zhou sneered inwardly. As expected, it's this kind of act again. Recruiting. They probably have their eyes on my strength and the RV, hoping to recruit me as muscle or to bolster their numbers. Just as he was about to refuse directly, Zhao Feng seemed to have anticipated this, raising his hand to stop him, the smile on his face unchanged. Brother Lin Zhou, don't rush to conclusions. Our Royal Association always invites with utmost sincerity. Why not take a look at what we have prepared? A little token of goodwill. Saying this, he gestured to a girl with a high ponytail behind him. The girl understood, twisting her waist back to the off-road vehicle, opening the trunk and struggling to carry out two black, seemingly heavy metal briefcases. Zhao Feng stepped forward, took the cases and stopped about 5 meters away from Lin Zhou. A distance that could both showcase the items and not overly threaten the other party. He squatted down, placing the two cases flat on the ground, inputting the passwords skillfully. With 2 clicks the lids popped open. Inside the left case there was soft black velvet neatly arranged with 3 vials. Power potion large. In the right case there was a blue diamond-shaped crystal. Energy core primary. Upon seeing these items, Lin Zhou's pupils contracted slightly. Zhao Feng keenly caught the fleeting change in Lin Zhou's expression, the smile on his lips deepening. He pointed to the potion in the case, saying loudly, Brother Lin Zhou, as a powerful being capable of single-handedly taking down second-tier mutated creatures, you must be familiar with these items, right? The power potion, and it's the highest quality large bottle. Its effects I believe I need not elaborate further. And this energy core is an essential item for every player, a treasure that our Royal Association spent a considerable amount to collect. As long as you, Brother Lin Zhou, nod to join, they will immediately be yours. Enough to elevate your physical prowess to a new level, even possibly touching the threshold of first-tier peak. Zhao Feng's tone was filled with confidence and temptation. He believed that no player pursuing power could resist such a direct enhancement of their strength. Especially 3 vials plus 1 energy core at once. This is indeed a significant offer. Lin Zhou felt somewhat shaken inside. 3 large power potions. This Royal Association truly has deep roots. Previously he had only received 1 small from an upgraded treasure chest, and it was large. If he had these 3 combined with the genetic enhancement he had just completed, his physical condition would definitely soar to a new height, perhaps even touch the threshold of first-tier peak. And this energy core. Although it's only primary according to Xiao Ace analysis, it could at least fully recharge the energy of his RV. It could be considered an extremely precious strategic reserve resource. However, Lin Zhou's gaze shifted from the items to Zhao Feng's self-satisfied face. A mocking smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is this it? The 2 words were not loud, but they clearly reached everyone's ears. Zhao Feng's smile slightly stiffened. The 2 young women behind him were also stunned, surprise flashing in their eyes. Lin Zhou tilted his head slightly, his cold gaze turning into undisguised disdain. 3 vials of potion and 1 energy core, and you expect me, Lin Zhou, to serve you? You Royal Association. He paused, speaking word by word. Are you underestimating me too much? Lin Zhou's undisguised contempt and mockery struck Zhao Feng like an invisible slap. The smile on his face froze utterly, a flash of irritation surfacing in his gaze before he forced it down. The 2 women behind him paled, clearly at a loss. Brother Lin Zhou, don't be in such a hurry. Zhao Feng blurted out, his voice rising several tones as he tried to detain Lin Zhou. These few items are merely a small token of greeting, or rather, an appetizer. He drew a deep breath as if resolving himself and revealed his true trump card. Our President Yi Chen holds Brother Lin Zhou in the highest regard. If you consent to join the Huangjia Hui, the President himself promises to treat you as his equal. You will share all the power and resources of the Huangjia Hui. He quickened his pace, his words thick with persuasion. All of the association's resources, intelligence and manpower will be preferentially directed toward you. You might even possess decision-making authority second only to the President. Every word you speak within the Huangjia Hui will carry decisive weight. Power. Resources. Status. If you join, these will all be yours. As he spoke, Zhao Feng glanced at the 2 women behind him, a knowing smile crossing his face. Of course there are other kinds of pleasures. He gave the two women a look. The long-haired woman and the high ponytail woman instantly understood, hastily masking their previous expressions and donning coquettish smiles as they swayed forward to stand by Zhao Feng's side. The long-haired woman tossed her hair, her eyes fluttering as she cooed, "Brother Lin Zhou, from now on. Please look after us sisters." The ponytailed woman thrust out her proud chest and batted an eyelash. "We were prepared especially for you, Brother Lin. We guarantee your satisfaction." They preened and posed, indulging every art of seduction. Their cool, provocative attire against the barren backdrop of the gas station formed an arresting, incongruous tableau of temptation. Beside them Lin Wanqing watched with knitted brows, a clear look of disgust flashing in her eyes. She spat inwardly, two shameless harlots. Yet Lin Zhou simply stared at the scene before him. 3 bottles of strength elixir and energy core, the vice president of the Huangjia Hue's promise of parity priority access to vast mobilizable resources, and 2 exceptionally attractive women. He truly found himself hesitating. It would be fair to say his heart was stirred, not by those women but by the immense resources and power on offer. Joining an already established power would mean he no longer needed to fight alone, running about for scraps of points and parts, exhausting himself for a bit of intelligence. He could use the Huangjia Hue's platform to amass resources more rapidly, obtain rare items, and even probe the deeper secrets of this apocalyptic game. With the Huangjia Hue support loading the Hellfang, seeking an epic-class vehicle core catalyst, or gathering the terrifying resources needed to upgrade the Titan armor would all become far less difficult. Power resources status. These were precisely what his lone endeavors lacked. Seeing hesitation and contemplation cross Lin Zhou's face, Zhao Feng was elated. Indeed, no one could refuse such conditions, especially someone newly emerging who desperately needed resources and a platform. He seized the moment, his tone growing even more sincere. "Brother Lin Zhou, our president truly yearns for talent. With your strength and potential combined with the Huangjia Hue's platform, a union of equals, what obstacle would prevent you from carving out a vast dominion in this apocalypse? Then wealth, power, beauties. You will have it all." He stared intently into Lin Zhou's eyes, awaiting that affirmative reply. Lin Wanqing watched Lin Zhou anxiously, her small hand unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment. She did not know how he would choose except this seemingly tempting olive branch or. Lin Zhou remained silent. He appeared to be hesitating inwardly. But he glanced toward the silver-gray motorhome behind him and remembered the bitterness and helplessness of last night when the town mayor expelled him as a criminal in the ruined settlement. He recalled the vow he had sworn to obtain the power to break the rules. He thought of the blueprint for the Titan armor and the clear, challenging path of becoming stronger alone. Joining the Huangjia Hui might grant shortcuts, but it would also mean restraint, subordination to others, and entanglement in factional disputes and compromises. Lin Zhou was used to going it alone, to keeping his fate entirely in his own hands. More importantly, Yi Chen, that so-called president who lorded it over the safe zone, posing high and mighty while courting him. Lin Zhou's lips curled into a slow, cold, detached smile. He lifted his head and looked at the expectant Zhao Feng. His voice was calm yet carried an unmistakable decision. "I'm afraid not. I, Lin Zhou, have always been accustomed to being alone. I appreciate your president's goodwill. As for these..." His gaze swept over the elixirs and the 2 women with not a trace of longing. "Better to leave them for those who need them more." With that he no longer watched Zhao Feng's suddenly ugly expression, turned and said softly to Lin Wanqing, "Let's go." Then without looking back he headed toward the motorhome. Lin Wanqing froze for an instant, then a strange joy and sense of relief flooded her. She hurriedly ran to catch up. Zhao Feng stood motionless, the smile wiped from his face and replaced by a sullen, ashen disbelief. He had not expected that after offering such generous terms and even securing the president's promise of equal standing, the other party would so cleanly and decisively refuse. Not even a sliver of bargaining room. "Lin Zhou. You..." Zhao Feng began, but saw Lin Zhou already open the door and take his seat. The motorhome's engine gave a low roar as it slowly pulled away, turned and then accelerated, vanishing in a cloud of dust. Only Zhao Feng and the 2 women remained standing in the empty gas station, watching the silver-gray vehicle recede, wind tangling their hair. After a long moment Zhao Feng smashed his fist into a nearby rusted pump with a dull clang. "Ungrateful wretch." He ground his teeth, his eyes flashing with shameful anger and a cold glint. He produced a simple communicator and once connected said in a low voice, "President, the target refused." Her attitude was very firm. The line fell silent for a moment before Yi Chen's voice came through, unreadable. "Understood. Execute the contingency plan," Yi Chen said. "Yes." Zhao Feng stowed the communicator and looked toward the direction Lin Zhou had departed, his gaze dark and murderous. Lin Zhou. Since you cannot be of use to me, then do not blame us if we see you off for good. The RV drove away from the abandoned gas station and rejoined the desolate highway, accelerating toward Safe Zone 4. Inside the vehicle the atmosphere was subdued. Lin Wanqing stole glances at Lin Zhou's composed profile and felt a quiet relief, yet curiosity lingered. She could not help but whisper, Lin Zhou, those terms sound truly generous. Power resources and that potion, why did you refuse? Lin Zhou kept his eyes on the road, his fingers tapping the steering wheel. His tone was matter-of-fact, nothing comes for free. The more they give, the more they expect in return. The Huangjia Hui is interested in my ability to single-handedly kill a second-tier mutant and in the potential of this RV. They want to turn me into their trump card or their emblem. Once I join, I would be bound by their rules, forced to serve them and dragged into their conflicts with other factions. He paused, a cold smile lifting one corner of his mouth. And Yi Chen, do you think he would truly treat anyone who could threaten his position as an equal? I'm afraid that if I go in, it will not take long before they strip me of influence by various means and then find a chance to get rid of me. Lin Wanqing nodded thoughtfully. She had rarely encountered such intrigues before, but Lin Zhou's words made sense. In the apocalypse, human intentions are treacherous. Most importantly, Lin Zhou's voice lowered, I do not like being arranged by others. He preferred to shape his own fate and grow stronger in his own way. Joining a faction might offer shortcuts, but it also meant surrendering part of one's freedom and autonomy. That ran counter to his nature and his goals. Relying on oneself, though slower and harder, is more solid, Lin Zhou concluded. Lin Wanqing regarded his determined silhouette with admiration and approval. This man was not only powerful and clear-headed, he carried a proud independence and confidence that refused to depend on anyone. I believe you, she declared, nodding vigorously, her face bright with a smile. Lin Zhou glanced at her and the corner of his mouth twitched upward. The girl was growing on him. Shall AI report our current position, estimated arrival time at Safe Zone 4, and whether there are any anomalies within the scan range, Lin Zhou said, collecting himself and focusing on the matter at hand. We are on the planned route. Remaining distance to Safe Zone 4, 412 kilometers. At the current speed, estimated arrival in 2 hours and 4 minutes. Within a scan radius of 10 kilometers, no large-scale life signals or energy anomalies detected. However, Shao AI paused as if conducting a more precise analysis. Detected a vehicle signal approximately 8 kilometers behind, tailing at very high speed. The signal characteristics closely matched the dark green off-road vehicle we encountered earlier. In addition, about 15 kilometers further back, 3 more vehicle signals were detected, spread in a fan formation and moving slightly slower. Their trajectory suggested an attempt to encircle and intercept. Lin Zhou's eyes sharpened. So they really do not give up easily. He wondered aloud whether the rejection of recruitment had prompted a decision to use force. A tail and encirclement, were they planning to strike in the wilderness, kill them and seize the vehicle? It seems the Huangjia Hu's sincerity is not limited to those 3 vials and 2 women. Lin Zhou sneered. They also include the after-sales service of silencing witnesses. He did not panic, instead a cold spark of battle intent flared in his eyes. Perfect timing, his strength had just risen and he had not yet tested it. With the enemy coming to them, he might even turn the encounter to his advantage. Shao AI continuously monitor the dynamics of all trailing vehicles. Calculate the best locations for an ambush or counterattack and analyze the tactics they are likely to employ. Lin Zhou ordered swiftly. Wanqing, fasten your seatbelt and hold on. Be ready to fight at any moment. Understood. Lin Wanqing obeyed at once, her expression tense but not frightened, rather she showed a determined solidarity. Commander, terrain scan indicates that in 23 kilometers the road passes through a stretch of complex hills with multiple forks and abandoned mine shafts. I recommend leaving the main road there, using the complicated terrain to counter the pursuers or to find advantageous positions for an ambush, Shao AI advised promptly. Good. There. Lin Zhou's eyes turned ice cold. Full speed. Put some distance between us and give them false hope. The RV's engine answered with a furious roar as its speed surged and it sprinted toward the designated hills. Behind them, in the dark green off-road vehicle, tension mounted. Zhao Feng watched the RV's signal on the radar suddenly accelerate and pull away, his face darkened. He noticed us. Brother Feng, the other 3 vehicles are in position and are executing the flank, reported Gao Mawei. Inform the flanking teams that the target may have become aware. Prepare to intercept early in the hills. By any means necessary, leave that RV for me. Lives do not matter. Zhao Feng's eyes gleamed with vicious light. If they could not make use of it, they would destroy it completely. The RV, its supplies and any treasures Lin Zhou might carry had to be seized. This was a death-or-glory order from the chairman. 2 vehicles, one in pursuit and one fleeing, staged a life-or-death dash along the barren highway. Farther off, 3 modified pickups approaching from different directions rushed toward the hills that were about to become a battlefield. What the Huangjiahui regarded as a near-certain ambush was about to begin. Meanwhile, roughly 30 kilometers from that area atop a hidden knoll, a figure clad to match the landscape lay prone on the rocks, peering through a high-powered telescope and silently observing everything unfolding in the distance. After watching for a while, he opened his personal panel and entered a specially encrypted communications channel connecting to a contact with the ID, Ling Shuang. After a brief tone, a cool, efficient female voice came through the comm. Speak. Miss Ling, the target has contacted Huangjiahui, the observer reported in a low, steady voice. Contact point: the abandoned gas station. Contact time about 15 minutes ago. Contact result: as you anticipated, the target refused Huangjiahui's recruitment. There was a short silence before Ling Shuang's slightly surprised voice replied, "Oh. They refused. They refused. Yi Chen's offer must have been substantial. No. Based on my class talent, observation, and after roughly lip-reading and analysis, the observer continued. Vice Chairman Zhao Feng offered 3 large strength elixirs and an energy core, a promise of parity with Chairman Yi Chen, priority in resource allocation, and 2 women presented as gifts." Ling Shuang's voice took on a hint of amusement. Interesting. To refuse such terms suggests either extreme arrogance, grand designs, or simply an utter disdain for the Huangjiahui's offerings. It seems our mysterious RV owner is even more intriguing than we expected. Miss Ling, there is more, the observer added. After the target left, Huangjiahui did not relent. The vehicle Zhao Feng occupies and the other 3 modified vehicles have begun pursuit and encirclement. Both sides are currently speeding southeast toward the hills. Huangjiahui's intention is clear: they plan to forcibly intercept, even to slay the target in the wild and seize the vehicle and its resources. As expected. Ling Shuang's voice turned cold. Yi Chen remains the same: those who follow him prosper, those who oppose him perish. Nothing has changed. If he cannot obtain it, he will destroy it. Truly. No growth at all, she murmured, pausing in thought before quickly asking, how many people has Huangjiahui deployed? What is the combat power assessment? Zhao Feng himself possesses mid-tier level 1 combat capability, his innate talent remains unknown. For pursuit, vehicles are involved: Zhao Feng's personal vehicle and 3 others, each estimated to carry 3 to 4 armed operatives. Their armaments consist primarily of assault rifles, shotguns and melee weapons, with limited explosives possibly deployed. Overall threat assessment: extremely dangerous to ordinary players or small teams, but against target Lin Zhou and his armored vehicle the outcome remains uncertain. The observer analyzed. Uncertainty. Ling Shuang pressed. Target Lin Zhou's strength is unfathomable. He is confirmed to wield devastating firepower, operate a heavily fortified vehicle, and has already slain a level 2 mutant. His individual combat prowess is at least mid-tier level 1, or higher. Though the Royal Association enjoys numerical superiority and meticulous planning should they fail to instantly disable Lin Zhou's vehicle or suppress his firepower, this operation risks devolving into a protracted attritional battle, or worse, ending in their own annihilation. The observer delivered this relatively objective evaluation. Understood. Continue surveillance, maintain concealment, and report any significant developments immediately. Ling Shuang issued the order. Understood, the observer replied. North Sector base of the Polaris Trading Consortium, Safe Zone 7. Ling Shuang strode briskly down the immaculate corridor and paused before Su Qingshue's office, gently rapping on the door. Enter. Ling Shuang pushed the door open to find Su Qingshu standing by the window holding a steaming cup of tea, her gaze distant and contemplative. Madam, our Eastern Intelligence Network reports in. Ling Shuang concisely relayed the observer's full briefing. Su Qingshu listened, then took a delicate sip of tea. Not a flicker of surprise crossed her exquisite features, only a faint icy mockery. Humph. Just as expected. Yi Chen's temperament remains utterly unchanged, she murmured, setting the cup down with quiet precision. Her voice was crystalline and cold. When persuasion fails, he resorts to brigandry. His vision is and always will be this narrow. Madam, shall we intervene? Ling Shuang ventured cautiously. Lin Zhou has rejected the Royal Association, and now faces pursuit. If we extend aid at this precise moment, offering timely succor in dire need, we may earn his goodwill and lay vital groundwork for future engagement. No, direct intervention is unnecessary for now, Su Qingxue replied, turning to face Ling Shuang, her eyes clear and unflinching. She walked slowly to her desk and let her fingertips glide across its smooth polished surface. One who remains lucid and resolute enough to decline Yi Chen, even amid such temptation, must possess extraordinary vigilance and unwavering independence. Should we offer assistance from the outset with such overt intent, that very transparency could provoke suspicion and aversion, undermining our purpose entirely. Moreover, a spark of keen insight flashed in Su Qingxue's eyes. With the proven ability to slay a level 2 mutant single-handedly, the force Yi Chen dispatched may well prove insufficient to subdue him. Premature involvement would only generate discomfort. Ling Shuang nodded thoughtfully. So your instruction is, to observe without acting? Not quite. A subtle knowing smile curved Su Qingxue's lips. We cannot sit idle either. Since Yi Chen has moved, the Polaris Trading Consortium must respond in kind. She turned to Ling Shuang and commanded, Ling Shuang, you will depart immediately. Prepare our fastest light transport helicopter fully fueled. Bring the gift I instructed you to assemble, and lead the mission personally. Proceed to the aerial perimeter above the hilly engagement zone where confrontation is likely to unfold. Ling Shuang straightened with renewed focus. Yes, madam. What are my precise operational directives? Su Qingxue stepped to the window, gazing into the ashen yellow sky. Remember your mandate: observe, assess, and at the most pivotal moment deliver precisely calibrated assistance. Do not enter the fray prematurely. Let Lin Zhou confront the Royal Association's pursuit alone. Your sole imperative is to ensure he never truly reaches the brink of annihilation. Simultaneously scrutinize his combat methodology, concealed capabilities and intrinsic character traits, all critical intelligence for evaluating his strategic value and refining our subsequent engagement strategy. When the moment ripens, perhaps after he repels the majority of his assailants yet suffers significant depletion, or when unforeseen complications arise, you will appear serendipitously a routine patrol unit of the Polaris Trading Consortium's armed security detail, offering essential support. Your demeanor must be cordial, but never effusive. Your aid must be substantive, yet never contrived. Do you understand? Ling Shuang absorbed every word, admiration gleaming in her eyes. Understood. In essence, madam, you intend for him to feel indebted to us, to recognize both our goodwill and our competence, yet never suspect manipulation or coercion. Precisely. Su Qingxue nodded approvingly. Go, time is short. And remember safety first. If circumstances deteriorate beyond salvage, or if Lin Zhou reveals capabilities far exceeding our estimates, you know what to do. Yes, madam, rest assured. Ling Shuang bowed sharply, then departed with decisive urgency. Silence settled once more over the office. Su Qingxue lifted her teacup anew, her gaze seeming to pierce walls and distance, fixing upon the distant hill soon to ignite with fire and fury. Lin Zhou. She murmured softly. Let us see whether you are truly worthy of the Polaris Trading Consortium's wager. Meanwhile. Elsewhere. Low undulating hills stretched across the land, bisected by an abandoned highway. A silvery-gray recreational vehicle surged forward at high speed along the uneven road, desperately evading its relentless hunters. Yet olive-green off-road vehicles proved markedly superior in maneuverability across such treacherous terrain. Zhao Feng drove his vehicle to its absolute limit. With sharp drifts and bursts of acceleration, he rapidly closed the gap, soon drawing within 100 meters of the RV's rear. Lin Zhou. Zhao Feng lowered his window. His voice, amplified and laced with lethal intent, sliced through the air. This is your final chance, halt now. Otherwise this desolate stretch of road shall become your grave. Inside the RV, Lin Zhou didn't deign to reply. Xiao AI, engage free-fire mode. Activate the M134 minigun. Target the pursuing off-road vehicle, fire. Wire. The minigun roared anew, a shriek of death incarnate, as a torrent of ferocious metal stormed toward Zhao Feng's vehicle. Yet the anticipated spectacle, of the vehicle shredded into a sieve, failed to materialize. At the instant the bullets were about to strike, a translucent blue energy barrier shimmered into existence across its hull. PFFT, 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 PFFT. Bullets struck the shield, rippling outward in concentric rings of azure luminescence, yet failed to breach it. Only the shield's glow dimmed perceptibly, fading with each impact. Brat. Zhao Feng's derisive laugh crackled over the comms, thick with smug disdain. Did you truly believe you're the only one who upgrades vehicles? This basic energy shield cost me dearly. It won't hold you forever, but it buys my team all the time they need to encircle and crush you. Shouting into his comm he barked, Team 2, prepare RPGs. Everyone else, unleash all available firepower on that rust bucket RV. Spare no ammunition, blow it to pieces. Even as he spoke, a burly figure atop a modified pickup truck, having flanked from the side, hoisted a rocket launcher onto his shoulder. He squeezed the trigger. With a shrill whistle the rocket streaked forward, cleaving the air with lethal velocity toward the RV. Simultaneously a deafening hail of gunfire erupted from the other three vehicles. Assault rifles and machine guns unleashed torrents of lead, hurling volleys of bullets toward the RV. Warning. High explosive rocket lock detected. Automatic defense systems engaging. Xiao AI's voice rang urgent. Activate auto-intercept protocol. On the roof of the vehicle the barrel of the fire god Gatling quickly adjusted, abandoning the attack on Zhao Feng's SUV and instead targeting the rocket, trailing a fiery tail as it whistled towards them. Da-da-da-da. A series of precise bursts. The bullets collided violently with the rocket in midair. Boom. A violent explosion occurred more than 20 meters away from the RV. However, the shockwave and shrapnel from the explosion still struck the side of the RV fiercely. The vehicle shook violently. The alarm lights flashed. The vehicle has been impacted. The external armor has suffered minor damage. Damage level increased by 5. Report Xiao AI. Lin Zhou was shaken and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. Are they trying to blow me up? A fierce light flashed in his eyes. They'll let you taste the experience of being blown up too. He rolled down the window, directly gripping the steering wheel with one hand while the other hand like a magician pulled out one round black object after another from his pocket. Grenades. Pulling the pin without looking he threw them out with all his might towards the convoy outside the window. 1, 2, 3. Take this, you bastards. Boom. The black dots arced through the sky, accurately landing near Zhao Feng's SUV and the two vehicles flanking it. What the hell? Zhao Feng's pupils constricted as he saw the flying black dots and instantly reacted. Damn. It's grenades. Get out of the way. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions erupted among the hills. Flames soared into the sky, debris and dust exploded everywhere. Although Zhao Feng reacted quickly, the SUV made a sharp turn to avoid a direct hit. The shockwave and shrapnel still battered against the energy shield, causing it to flicker dangerously, nearly extinguishing. The other two flanking vehicles were not so lucky, caught in the blast radius of the grenades at close range, suffering severe damage and even casualties, causing their offensive momentum to stall. You punks. Come on. Lin Zhou continued to crazily throw grenades while shouting angrily outside the window, didn't you just have a great time attacking? Keep it coming. Face me. His nearly despicable tactic of automatic fire suppression combined with unlimited grenade bombardment threw the Royal Society's pursuing team into chaos and disarray. Brother Feng. Where did this guy get so many grenades? It's like they're free. Our vehicle can barely hold up. The shield is about to break. Damn it. His strategy is too disgusting. Zhao Feng's face turned pale as he looked at the energy shield on his SUV, which was almost extinguished, then glanced at the RV in the distance that was still speeding while throwing grenades filled with shock and anger. No wonder he could kill a second-tier mutated creature. Just this endless firepower and grenades are enough to kite most enemies to death. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth. But he knew this couldn't go on. The enemy's firepower resources and defenses were clearly beyond his expectations, and if this dragged on they could very well be exhausted to death. They had to end this quickly. Force him to get out for close combat. Everyone. Prepare to get out of the vehicle. Zhao Feng shouted into the communicator, he won't dare to stop. As soon as he finished speaking, another wave of grenades rained down. Boom, 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 boom. The violent explosions nearly engulfed Zhao Feng's SUV. The already precarious energy shield finally collapsed with a mournful cracking sound. Damn it. Zhao Feng slammed the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding the center of the explosion, but the vehicle was still tossed by the shockwave, almost flipping over, and all the windows shattered. A fierce and resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Kid. Relying solely on these external tools isn't enough. He forcefully opened the car door and leaped out before the vehicle had come to a complete stop. At the same time, an extremely cold aura erupted from him. A class talent, Ice Seal. Centered around Zhao Feng, a visible ice blue cold wave suddenly expanded in a circular manner. Wherever it passed, the ground instantly froze with a thick layer of white frost, and the surrounding grass and shrubs froze at a visible speed. Even the grenades still flying in the air were instantly frozen by this extreme cold force, turning into ice clumps that fell to the ground without exploding. The chill rapidly spread, even affecting the RV not far away. The road surface crushed by the wheels became slippery, and ice crystals began to form on the surface of the vehicle. Quick! Everyone get out of the vehicle. Now's our chance. Kill him. Zhao Feng's face appeared somewhat pale, but his eyes were fierce as he pointed towards the RV and ordered loudly. The remaining members of the Royal Society in the other vehicles also got out, armed with weapons, braving the biting cold as they surrounded the RV, which was encased in ice in a fan formation. The remote fire suppression was temporarily disrupted by Zhao Feng's Ice Seal talent. The enemy had numerical superiority, and Zhao Feng in the midstage of the first tier personally led the close-quarters assault. The situation suddenly became unfavorable for Lin Zhou. On the other side, the biting cold seeped into the entire compartment like a maggot in the bone. The dashboard lights flashed wildly, emitting crackling electrical sounds, then one by one they extinguished. The roar of the engine abruptly stopped. The sound of the fire god Gatling rotating also disappeared, its barrel covered with a thick layer of white frost. Commander, the vehicle is under continuous erosion from an unknown low-temperature energy field. Xiao Ace's voice was filled with unprecedented weakness and intermittence. Power system. Firepower system. Energy circuits. Severely damaged. Unable to maintain operation. Self-repair program. Failed to initiate. Energy reserves. Rapidly depleting. Xiao AI. Will enter forced hibernation. To preserve core data. Please, Commander. Be sure. To be careful. The last few words were barely audible. Then all the electronic devices in the vehicle completely dimmed, leaving only the light of day refracted through the ice layer outside. Xiao AI went into hibernation. Damn. Lin Zhou's face turned serious, and the breath he exhaled instantly turned into white mist. He could feel the temperature inside the compartment dropping at an astonishing speed, the icy chill permeating through the metal body, seeping in everywhere. His own physical quality reached the midstage of the first tier, and with gene enhancement and the passive ability of Tenacious Life, he still felt his blood flow slow, his muscles stiffen, and his movements affected. Lin Zhou. It's so cold. A trembling voice came from beside him, Lin Wangqing's teeth chattering. She curled up in the passenger seat, tightly hugging herself, her face turning pale from the cold, her lips purple and a layer of fine ice crystals forming on her long eyelashes and black hair, her body shivering uncontrollably. Although she had activated the gene lock, her physical enhancement was limited, and her resistance to such extreme cold was far inferior to Lin Zhou's. Lin Zhou's heart tightened. This couldn't go on any longer. He immediately unbuckled his seatbelt, stripped off the not very thick coat he wore, hurried to the rear sleeping compartment, and yanked a heavy quilt from the locker. Back at the front passenger seat, he wrapped the nearly unconscious Lin Wangqing tightly in the quilt, then laid his own jacket over her as an outer layer. Hold the quilt tight. Try not to move, conserve your body heat, Lin Zhou murmured, his voice thickened by the cold. He himself wore only a thin short-sleeved shirt. Exposed to the plunging temperature, gooseflesh rose rapidly across his skin. Thank you. Lin Wangqing felt the warmth at her body, and the trembling eased a little, though she was still too cold to form complete sentences. She watched Lin Zhou in his single layer of clothing, his back bared to the merciless cold, and a tangle of complex emotions swelled in her chest. Lin Zhou had no time to indulge in them. Through the fogged window he peered outside. Centered on Zhao Feng, a radius of dozens of meters had been transformed into a field of frost. 7 or 8 members of the Royal Association moved across the ice toward the RV. Zhao Feng himself stood at the center of the frozen zone, his face paler than before and his breathing rapid. Clearly, maintaining such an ice domain took an immense toll on him. It was not a power to be used casually. Lin Zhou's mind worked swiftly as he took it in. He cannot sustain such an expansive ice seal for long. Right now he is at his weakest, and this is my only chance. To remain passive and defensive after losing the advantage of the vehicle would mean only one fate. He had to strike first, break the stalemate before the opponent's talent weakened or ceased. He drew a cold lungful of air and forced himself to calm. The chill sharpened his nerves and honed his clarity of thought. Though the RV's firepower was lost, he himself was the deadliest weapon. Wanching, stay inside. Lock the door. No matter what happens, do not come out. He spoke softly to Lin Wanching, then yanked open the driver's door. The sheet of ice coating the door shattered with a crisp crack. The door swung open and a blast of wind laced with ice shards rushed in. Lin Zhou, clad only in a thin black short-sleeved shirt and barehanded, stepped onto the frost-covered ground. Seeing him emerge empty-handed, Zhao Feng first froze in surprise, then a contemptuous smile stretched across his face. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhou. Zhao Feng sneered. In my ice domain, your vaunted Gatling, your endless grenades, even that iron tortoise of yours. He advanced slowly. The cold around him seemed to obey his will, lending him the air of an ice king. Without those external toys, what do you have left? Now is the day you die. Zhao Feng declared triumphantly. Lin Zhou merely snorted, rolled his stiff neck and wrists, the joints making faint cracking sounds. Death day. Then. Come and try. He truly carried no firearms. The M4 and the Barrett remained inside, already frozen, along with the Hushan. On his person there was nothing but the standard-issue long blade hanging at his waist. Behind Zhao Feng, his 7 or 8 men moved awkwardly on the ice, yet seemed unaffected by the slowing or damage of the ice talent. They still held their weapons and moved with disturbing agility. It appeared Zhao Feng's talent could distinguish friend from foe, or he could actively shape the locus of the effect. Dying and still arrogant. Murder filled Zhao Feng's eyes. Without further words he barked a command, open fire. Kill him. The riflemen immediately raised their weapons and squeezed their triggers, unleashed volleys that tore through the frigid air with a shrieking hiss. At the very moment the shots rang out, Lin Zhou moved. He did not retreat, he stepped forward. The ice beneath his feet exploded. In an instant his speed flared to its utmost. With 19 points of agility augmented by a basic agility gene lock, even the faint retardation of the ice domain could not keep him from achieving astonishing velocity. He flickered like a wraith, leaving afterimages in his wake. Most of the incoming round struck empty air or brushed his hem, sending up sprayings of ice and sparks against the frozen ground and the RV's hull. Only a handful of stray bullets nicked his arms or calves, but 14 points of strength lent him dense muscle, and coupled with the passive, tenacious life, those rounds embedded in the muscle surface without penetrating, bleeding slowed almost at once in the cold. Too fast. Zhao Feng's pupils constricted, the smile on his face froze into disbelief. He had not expected such speed within his own domain. This far exceeded a Tier 1 early stage standard and might already be Tier 1 midstage. The unlocked direction was almost certainly agility. Damn it. Ballistic weapons barely affect him. Brothers, switch your gear, close in. Cut him down. Zhao Feng roared, drawing a glinting combat dagger from his belt, his expression hardening. The riflemen realized how ineffective their long guns were against such a swift target. Cursing, they discarded their rifles and pulled the melee weapons they had prepared, blades from behind and axes from their hips. Long knives, machetes, fire axes, even a hefty spiked club, 7 or 8 of them howling, brandishing cold steel and heavy blunt instruments, they surged across the slippery ice from all directions. Although most of them were only early-stage Tier 1 individually, their coordination and numerical advantage aimed to drown Lin Zhou in an overwhelming encirclement. Lin Zhou remained where he stood, watching the onrushing assailants with no hint of panic, only an icily serene calm. He slowly raised his right hand and gripped the cold hilt of the long blade at his waist. Perfect, he thought. Come then, try my new blade. Zhao Feng gazed upon Lin Zhou's drawn long blade, its surface sheathed in a thin layer of frost, its edge encased in solid ice, and a yet more contemptuous sneer curled across his face. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhou, are you mocking me? Zhao Feng taunted as he advanced slowly. Even your blade is frozen solid, then, what strength could possibly dwell in an untempered block of ice? Then, do you intend to perform ice sculpture demolition for us? His underlings erupted into raucous laughter if the faint tension sparked by Lin Zhou's speed swiftly dissolved. A blade encased in ice. This was nothing short of suicide. And unfazed by the mockery, Lin Zhou remained calm-faced. And he merely gave his long blade a gentle flick. The frost dust cascaded softly from its surface, yet the edge remained tightly bound in glacial ice. Boy, die! And the first Royal Association member, Cleaver raised high, lunged forward with a snarl, his heavy blade whistling through the air as it descended toward Lin Zhou's skull. He already envisioned the gruesome spectacle, skull shattered, blood and ice shards spraying in unison. And Lin Zhou did not shift his feet, only his wrist gripping the hilt trembled with infinitesimal precision. The frost-shrouded long blade shot forward, not with blinding haste yet deceptively slow, impossibly swift, striking the opponent's cleaver with surgical exactitude. Ding! Non-metallic chime nearly swallowed by the wind. And the Royal Association member felt a terrifying force surge up from his cleaver, racing instantly up his entire arm. His palms seared with agony, his arm went numb, his cleaver flew from his grasp. Ni's sneer contorted instantly into shock and terror. Before he could react, Lin Zhou's blade surged forward, Nthwip. And the frost-veiled tip pierced flesh, effortlessly plunging deep into the man's heart with flawless accuracy. Eyes wide, mouth agape, he emitted no sound. His body swayed, then collapsed backward onto the ice, crimson blooming and freezing rapidly across the pristine white surface. An instant kill, clean, decisive and absolute. And no superfluous motion, no excessive exertion, pure mastery of technique and velocity overwhelming in its elegance. Another burly man wielding a fire axe roared in fury and swung the massive weapon sideways at Lin Zhou's waist, a blow heavy with brute force. Lin Zhou's figure shifted like a phantom, sidestepping just enough for the axe to graze his flank. And simultaneously his long blade, riding the momentum of the prior thrust, reversed in his wrist, its flat striking the man's wrist with brutal efficiency. Crack! A sharp, unmistakable snap of bone. And the man shrieked, dropped the axe, clutched his shattered wrist and staggered backward. And Lin Zhou's footwork blurred, he closed the distance to the third blade-wielding foe in an instant. The enemy raised his blade in desperate defense, but Lin Zhou's sword slid seamlessly along its length, then twisted upward with eerie grace. NSHRR. Na slender crimson line appeared across the man's throat. Clutching his neck, he collapsed, choking hoarsely. And the fourth. The fifth. And Lin Zhou wove through the encircling attackers like the most lethal, and most elegant, dancer upon an ice plain. His movements were spare, precise, suffused with a chilling aesthetic. And each strike found its mark, vital point or fatal opening, without fail. Each evasion slipped perfectly beyond the apex of incoming force. Ni's long blade clashed repeatedly against enemy weapons, ending. Clang. Crack. And with every impact the frost encasing the blade splintered and scattered. And beneath the crumbling ice the true metallic coldness of the steel emerged, gradually, inexorably. First the tip, then the midblade, finally the section near the hilt, and amidst the flying shards the standard issue long blade, once veiled in winter's shroud, revealed its true form, a blade as cold and clear as autumn water. Its surface under the ashen sky reflected a light so piercing it chilled the soul. And Zhao Feng's smile had vanished utterly, replaced by mounting shock, then raw unvarnished dread. He had assumed Lin Zhou's advantage lay solely in speed, never imagining his close combat artistry would be this terrifying. And what truly unsettled him was how effortlessly Lin Zhou dismantled his first-rank novice subordinates, as if harvesting melons and cutting vegetables. This was no fair contest between peers, it was one-sided slaughter. In less than a minute 5 of his 8 men lay fallen. The remaining 3 bore wounds, their faces pale with fear, hands trembling around their weapons, hesitating, paralyzed, unwilling to advance. Lin Zhou stood still, blade held low, its tip angled toward the ice. Several drops of steaming blood traced smooth paths down the polished steel, striking the surface with soft frozen pings. He exhaled a long plume of white vapor, his gaze sweeping past the 3 broken survivors, locking directly onto Zhao Feng's ashen, rigid face. The frost that once cloaked the blade had now almost entirely sloughed away. And now, Lin Zhou said, voice level yet laced with glacial menace, it is your turn. Watching his men fall so easily, Zhao Feng's expression transcended mere displeasure, it curdled into a livid, dripping darkness. Worthless trash. The Royal Association has wasted its resources on you, he hissed, eyes blazing with murderous intent. Though only first-rank novices, these men were elite within the association, yet they crumbled before Lin Zhou without resistance. And yet this very humiliation ignited his burning desire to fight personally. As vice president of the Royal Association, and a first-rank intermediate cultivator bearing the rank talent, Frostbind, he carried pride and power in equal measure. Slowly he raised his military dagger, its tip shimmering with an eerie azure chill, and pointed it at Lin Zhou. His voice turned arctic, and, boy, do not overestimate yourself. Defeating a few nameless grunts proves nothing. And let me, personally, test your mettle. Then before the final word, faded ice beneath his feet exploded outward, and he launched himself forward like a cannonball. His speed lacked Lin Zhou's agility, but his power resonated with palpable weight. Each stride cracked the ice, leaving deep footprints and spiderweb fractures in their wake. First-rank intermediate, power-oriented. Lin Zhou's eyes sharpened instantly, assessing his opponent's cultivation focus. And without hesitation he drove his own feet into the ice, advancing not retreating, and swept his long blade diagonally to intercept Zhao Feng's dagger thrust. Clang! And the first collision between blade tip and dagger erupted in a deafening clang of metal on metal. And sparks burst into the frigid air. A tremendous force surged up the blade, numbing Lin Zhou's arm, forcing him back half a step, carving two shallow furrows across the ice. Immense strength. Lin Zhou thought, startled. Ni's own 14-point strength was instantly overwhelmed, outmatched by Zhao Feng's clearly power-focused cultivation. Zhao Feng too felt a jolt of surprise. And though he'd withheld his full talent, he'd still invested 70 to 80% of his might into that strike. He'd intended to wrench Lin Zhou's blade aside and seize the initiative, yet had succeeded only in pushing him back half a step while the blade itself remained unwavering, anchored like bedrock. Interesting. Zhao Feng's eyes blazed with renewed fervor. His dagger quivered, shattering into multiple azure afterimages, each tracing a lethal path toward Lin Zhou's vital points. Trailing behind each thrust lingered faint crystalline frost lines. Lin Zhou dared not meet them head-on. With his full 19-point agility unleashed, he darted and weaved across the ice, blade deflecting, parrying, lifting and slicing, dissolving every deadly thrust before it could land. Clang! 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 Na furious barrage of impacts, like hailstorm on iron. And blade light and dagger shadow interlaced across the tundra, weaving dizzying lethal geometries. Both fought at breakneck pace, dozens of exchanges flashing by in the blink of an eye. Lin Zhou grew increasingly alarmed with every strike. Zhao Feng not only possessed astonishing strength but also exceptional combat experience. His bayonet techniques were ruthless and unpredictable, and the chilling aura emanating from that bayonet grew steadily more intense. Each clash of blades sent a wave of frigid energy surging up Lin Zhou's weapon, seeking to invade his arm, freeze his muscles and paralyze his meridians. Though his passive ability Tenacious Vitality granted him far greater resistance to cold than ordinary cultivators, this relentless creeping frost still gradually stiffened and numbed his arm, slowing his strikes and degrading their precision. Zhao Feng, by contrast, though clearly dominant in raw power and endowed with an innate cryogenic talent, now appeared even paler, his breathing growing ragged and labored. Clearly sustaining his ability exacted a tremendous toll. Yet his eyes gleamed with savage excitement, as if victory were already dawning on the horizon. Scared already, boy? Zhao Feng snarled mid-assault, his laughter hoarse and grating, aiming to unsettle Lin Zhou with words. Forging iron demands unyielding strength. Without that broken-down vehicle, how long do you think you'll last? He had discerned Lin Zhou's strength, speed and technique, but his opponent lagged behind in brute force and endurance. If he could prolong the fight, steadily eroding Lin Zhou's stamina with chilling attrition, victory would inevitably be his. Lin Zhou pressed his lips into a tight line, silent. He truly felt the pressure. Zhao Feng proved far more formidable than anticipated. Though both stood at the mid-first tier, Zhao Feng matched, or even surpassed, him in strength, tactical application of talent and battlefield acumen. Prolonging this stalemate would only worsen Lin Zhou's position. The creeping frost steadily sapped his vitality, while Zhao Feng, though heavily taxed, remained an uncertain variable. Who would break first was anyone's guess. A tactical shift was imperative. A flash of cold resolve ignited in Lin Zhou's eyes. In the split-second gap after deflecting the bayonet, he planted his foot and exploded backward, springing several meters away in an instant. Zhao Feng mistook the retreat for cowardice and bared his teeth in a vicious grin, preparing to give chase, only to see Lin Zhou halt, plant his feet firmly and draw a deep breath as he tightened his grip on the long blade. He closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again. All hesitation and tension had vanished, replaced by icy calm and predatory ferocity. He redirected part of his focus toward his 12 points of mental energy, and toward his rank talent, ammunition expert. Though his firearms were frozen solid and unusable, the ammunition expert talent extended far beyond guns and bullets. At its core lay an unparalleled mastery over munitions, allowing him to channel mental energy into attacks, imbuing them with extraordinary effects. Then, what if he channeled that mental energy into this very long blade? His mind raced, and in that lightning moment he dared a bold experiment. Summoning a portion of his mental energy, he carefully infused it into the blade he held. Simultaneously he activated the ammunition expert's short-term enhancement effect, infusing his next strike with a specific elemental or energetic property. Target attribute fire. You wield ice. Then I shall shatter your frost with flame. Whumph. The blade flared brilliantly. A searing explosive heat erupted violently from the blade. Even the air around its edge shimmered, warped by unbearable temperatures. Frost clinging to the blade instantly vaporized. The entire weapon seemed to awaken, a slumbering beast of fire, radiating fierce incandescent might utterly alien to the surrounding glacial chill. Zhao Feng's cruel smirk froze, his pupils contracted sharply. What? This is... He sensed an energy fluctuation so profoundly hostile and threatening that his very talent recoiled instinctively. Lin Zhou gripped the blazing blade, feeling warmth radiate up the hilt, and slowly curved his lips into a glacial merciless smile. Gazing upon Zhao Feng's ashen face, he spoke softly. Warm up, concluded. Now, it's my turn to attack. The moment the words left his lips, his 19 points of agility surged to full capacity, his body blurring into a crimson-streaked afterimage as he lunged forward. Faster. Harder. So swift that faint scorch marks lingered in the air behind him. Zhao Feng's expression contorted, this scorching aura unsettled him deeply, as if his talent had met its natural nemesis. He dared not block Heaton. His feet skidded backward and his left hand slashed forward with desperate force. Ice Spike Rain. SSS-tier. 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 Dozens of cobalt blue ice spikes, each as thick as a human arm, coalesced from thin air, shrieking through the void like a lethal downpour aimed straight at Lin Zhou. Each spike carried piercing cold and devastating kinetic force, yet Lin Zhou neither dodged nor raised his blade to parry. Instead, mid-lunge he subtly adjusted the angle of his blade, holding the flaming edge before him like a shield. Thwip. 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 The ice spike struck the burning blade, and dissolved instantly like snowflakes cast into a furnace. Not a single one impeded his advance, only a billowing cloud of white steam rose around him. Impossible. Zhao Feng's eyes bulged from their sockets. Even mid-first-tier defensive talent cultivators dared not intercept his ice spikes barehanded, yet Lin Zhou had dispelled them with contemptuous ease. Ice wall. Gritting his teeth, he forced his talent once more. 3 half-meter-thick walls of ice shot upward before him, attempting to halt Lin Zhou's charge. Lin Zhou's gaze remained impassive, his momentum not slowing but intensifying. At the very instant he neared the first wall, his flaming blade carved a flawless arc, slashing diagonally across its surface. Shryik. The burning edge sliced effortlessly into the rigid ice, no resistance, no hesitation, cleaving cleanly through. Boom. The first wall shattered. Boom. The second wall crumbled. Boom. The third wall detonated. 3 walls, failing to delay Lin Zhou by even a fraction of a second. Shards of ice hadn't yet struck the ground before evaporating halfway, consumed by the blade's infernal heat. Lin Zhou burst through all barriers, now standing face-to-face with Zhao Feng. No obstacle remained between them. True terror and despair finally surfaced in Zhao Feng's eyes. He felt his inner energy draining, vanishing at a terrifying pace. And Lin Zhou, radiating overwhelming momentum, his blazing blade exuding a destructive aura that made his very soul tremble. No. I cannot die. I am Vice President of the Royal Society. I am mid-first tier. My future is boundless. Zhao Feng screamed inwardly, his face twisting grotesquely under the weight of primal fear and desperate will to survive. He knew, he had lost. Utterly, irrevocably. In speed and talent, in sheer martial spirit, he had been crushed beneath this seemingly young man's dominance. And in this apocalypse, defeat bore only one sentence: death. No. You forced this upon me. A bestial despairing roar tore from Zhao Feng's throat, his eyes flashing with feral reckless fury. His right hand still gripped the bayonet defensively, while his left shot lightning fast into his coat, retrieving something. A syringe glowing with ominous dark red light, the frenzy serum. A potent concoction granting a brief dramatic surge in physical capabilities, awakening latent potential even momentarily transcending cultivation tiers. Its side effects were severe extreme exhaustion lasting days, or catastrophic genetic collapse, even instant death. As Vice President of the Royal Society, he naturally carried such a final resort lifeline. Without hesitation he ripped off the cap and drove the needle deep into his carotid artery. One injection, and he'd gain fleeting power to resist, perhaps even reverse the tide. Not a chance. Lin Zhou's eyes hardened. He didn't recognize the serum, but Zhao Feng's frenzied expression and the dangerous energy pulsing from the needle told him everything he needed to know: it must not succeed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zhou's spiritual energy surged forth at an unprecedented speed. There was no time to enchant his long blade with flame, a process far too slow. Instead he chose a swifter, more direct method, channeling his spiritual energy through the talent ammunition specialist, compressing it to its utmost density and simulating the volatile essence of lightning. Then using the flame-imbued long blade, resonating perfectly with his spirit, as a conduit he unleashed its full power. Cut! Lin Zhou barked low and fierce. Thwip! No resistance whatsoever. As the blade flashed across Zhao Feng's face, twisted in manic fury, froze instantly in grotesque rigidity. His needle-laden hand halted mid-motion, the tip suspended a mere hair's breadth from his own throat. Time itself seemed to hold its breath. A heartbeat later, Zhao Feng's head detached slowly from his body, the incision charred black, faint arcs of violet-blue lightning flickering along its edge, bloodless and silent. His eyes, wide and unblinking, still held the final vestiges of madness, disbelief, raw fury, unbearable regret. His severed head rolled across the ice, its expression locked in that same rictus of distortion. The headless torso stood rigid for half a second, then collapsed backward with a heavy thud. As it fell, both corpse and cranium rapidly faded into translucence, dissolving into faint stardust that scattered upon the frigid air, leaving behind only the fallen rage elixir and a few scattered pieces of equipment. Ding! Player slain. Zhao Feng, Tier 1 mid-stage. Gained 50 points. Dropped items: Frost Combat Knife, Fine Rage Elixir X1, Vice President Badge of the Royal Assembly X1. Sin Value 1. A cold mechanical system prompt echoed within Lin Zhou's mind. He exhaled softly, the crimson glow of his flame-long blade dimming gradually until only its metallic chill remained. Without glancing at where Zhao Feng had vanished, Lin Zhou's gaze, sharp as a frost-edged blade, swept toward the three remaining soldiers of the Royal Assembly cowering nearby, paralyzed by terror. The moment their eyes met his, their souls fled their bodies. They scrambled desperately to flee, yet fear and the slick ice rendered them helpless, limbs trembling, bodies slipping uncontrollably. Lin Zhou said nothing. He simply raised his blade and walked forward, one measured step after another, each footfall echoing like a death knell across the frozen silence. No, don't kill me. We surrender, we'll do anything. Zhao Feng forced us. It wasn't our doing. Pleading cries and wails rose in frantic chorus, but Lin Zhou's expression did not waver. In this world, mercy toward an enemy was cruelty toward oneself. To spare them would sow endless peril, for the Royal Assembly and for himself. Without hesitation he struck. A flash of steel. Screams were severed midair. Ding! Player slain. Sin Value 1. Ding! Sin Value 1. Ding! Three final chimes resonated. Across the icy expanse only the howling wind and the acrid scent of scorched earth lingered, no other sound remained. The Royal Assembly's assassination squad, 12 strong including Vice President Zhao Feng, had been utterly annihilated. Lin Zhou stood amid the wreckage of battle, sheathing his blade with quiet finality. He glanced at his sharply inflated sin value, brow furrowing slightly, then relaxed it just as swiftly. He strode to where Zhao Feng had vanished, retrieving the unused rage elixir, the frost-laced frost combat knife and several other scattered items, all claimed as spoils of war. The battle had ended. But trouble, truly, had only just begun. Elsewhere meanwhile, the cold blinding light of resurrection faded. A wave of profound weakness washed over Zhao Feng as he found himself standing alone in a secluded corner of the West Safe Zone, an unfamiliar place. He wore only the clothes he'd arrived in. All gear supplies, even the Vice President badge signifying his rank, had vanished upon death, reduced to dust. Though he'd bought his life back with a resurrection coin, everything else was irrevocably lost. His strength regressed from Tier 1 mid-stage to Tier 1 early stage, his authority, resources and subordinates' reverence, all erased. What chilled him most deeply, however, was the mission's failure, and the consequences yet to come. His face paled, his lips trembled faintly, not from cold but from humiliation and dread. With shaking fingers he opened his personal system's comms panel, located the contact labeled President. Yi Chen hesitated, then clenched his jaw and initiated a voice call. Beep, beep, beep. The brief waiting tone stretched interminably, each second grinding against his frayed nerves. At last the call connected. Silence answered him, thick, suffocating, absolute. Zhao Feng swallowed hard, his throat parched and burning, and spoke with forced composure. President. I failed. Silence persisted. 5, 6 seconds passed. Just as cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, Yi Chen's voice finally came, toneless, unreadable. I see. For simple words, yet they plunged Zhao Feng's heart into an abyss. No rage, no reproach, only a stillness so absolute it eclipsed fury itself. That calm was far more terrifying than any storm. President, then what of me? Zhao Feng managed, voice cracking, desperate to know his fate, or whether redemption remained possible. You. Yi Chen's voice remained level yet carried ironclad finality. You need not return. Zhao Feng's heart seized, stopped beating entirely. A wave of glacial dread shot up his spine. Your position will be filled by another, Yi Chen continued, cold and detached. The losses incurred in this operation, and your personal failure, demand accountability. The implication hung unspoken. Zhao Feng himself was that accountability. He had been discarded, and perhaps marked for erasure. His face turned bone-white, his lips quivered, yet no sound emerged. He wanted to protest, to beg, to claim he'd given everything, that Lin Zhou was simply too formidable, but the words choked in his throat. He knew Yi Chen well. A ruler defined by absolute control, and ruthless, unyielding judgment. Failure, especially one that humiliated the Royal Assembly and exacted catastrophic loss, was unforgivable. Any plea or justification would in Yi Chen's eyes merely betray weakness and incompetence. So all his terror, despair and resentment condensed into a single exhausted whisper, "Yes, President." The call ended abruptly, cut off with clinical efficiency. Busy tones rang hollowly. Zhao Feng slumped against the freezing wall, sliding down until he sat on the floor, fingers digging deep into his scalp, nails threatening to pierce flesh. He had long anticipated the fate of the defeated. Yet when abandonment descended, when the specter of annihilation loomed, it threatened to swallow him whole. Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou. The name tore from between his teeth, eyes bloodshot, brimming with venomous hatred. He blamed every failure, every humiliation, every terror upon that man, who had slain him like a flame-wreathed demon on the frozen tundra. Yet however venomous his resentment in this moment, he was merely a ruined wretch, stripped of everything, his very survival now uncertain. Revenge. He dared not even entertain the thought. As Zhao Feng drowned in despair and hatred, a resonant hum pierced the air. A vast system-wide announcement, broadcast simultaneously into his mind and into the minds of countless players across the globe, suddenly blared forth. Worldwide broadcast issued by the Royal Assembly, and an immediate highest-level warrant has been issued for player Lin Zhou. Any player who slays Lin Zhou, or provides precise location intelligence leading directly to his demise, shall receive the following permanent rewards. 1. Lifelong protection and the highest-tier membership privileges, including absolute security, granted by the Royal Assembly. And 2. Priority access to all resources within Royal Assembly-controlled territories. 3. Appointment to an official position within the Royal Assembly accompanied by corresponding authority. And 4. Full provision of all required materials and services, including but not limited to weaponry, rare artifacts, luxury accommodations and companionship. This warrant remains in effect until death, without reprieve, without expiration. N. Royal Assembly Sovereign Yi Chen. The announcement echoed 3 times. The global chat channel erupted, as if struck by a nuclear blast. What? Highest level warrant. Until death. N. What did Elder Lin Zhou do to provoke the Royal Assembly to such extremes? N. No one knows, but these rewards, lifelong protection, resource priority, vice-sovereign rank, even companions. This bounty is obscenely generous. Yi Chen has truly staked everything. Clearly he is seething with fury. Elder Lin Zhou is in grave peril now. He's become public enemy number 1, and anyone forming a hunting party. Let's split the reward. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you, Ren. The bounty may be tempting, but only if you live long enough to claim it. And the channel overflowed with shock, envy, schadenfreude, a restless ambition and wary hesitation. With this single move, Yi Chen had thrust Lin Zhou squarely onto the razor's edge of global attention, transforming him into a walking treasure vault in the eyes of every greedy opportunist and power-hungry schemer. Zhao Feng listened, stunned, his face twisting into an expression of unbearable complexity, bitter satisfaction, profound sorrow and utter helplessness. He knew the sovereign had wagered the Royal Assembly's entire prestige and resources, not merely to eliminate Lin Zhou but to erase him utterly, as both an existential threat and an indelible stain upon their honor. And himself, already discarded, a piece of negligible weight cast aside without regret. And he let out a hollow, mirthless laugh and curled into the corner, burying his face deep in his arms. At that very moment Lin Zhou, having just concluded battle and inspecting the damage to his motorhome, also heard the world-shaking announcement reverberating through his consciousness. His movements paused ever so slightly, then a cold sardonic curve lifted the corner of his mouth. The Royal Assembly. Yi Chen, you've issued a warrant for me. Then come, he gazed toward the distant ashen-yellow horizon, his eyes holding no trace of fear, only a fiercer, more incandescent flame. Let us see, in the end, who hunts whom. Suddenly, a shrill piercing whine tore through the desolate silence of the wasteland, growing louder, faster, closing in with terrifying speed. Lin Zhou's pulse spiked, his head snapped upward. There against the ashen-yellow sky a tiny black speck hurtled toward him at breakneck velocity, the unmistakable rhythmic roar of rotating blades slicing sharply through the air. A helicopter. Ni's gaze sharpened instantly, like twin blades drawn from sheaths, and every muscle coiled taut. A surge of acute danger flooded his senses. So soon, he thought, startled. Yi Chen's warrant was just issued. No, wait. The timing doesn't align. This chopper was clearly en route long before the broadcast. Was this another Royal Assembly contingency? Nor had some rival faction already been watching this place, and simply arrived at the worst possible moment. Either way, the situation had just deteriorated catastrophically. His motorhome had been critically damaged by Zhao Feng's ice frost talent. Xiao AI was in hibernation, propulsion and armament systems were fully disabled, thick layers of ice encased the hull, rendering it little more than an immobile hunk of metal. Though his personal combat capability remained serviceable against a highly mobile aerial adversary, especially one operating from above, he possessed virtually no effective ranged options, and close-quarters engagement was impossible. Should they carry heavy ordnance, miniguns or rocket pods? Lin Zhou's expression darkened. This was without question one of the most perilous predicaments he had faced since his transmigration. Deprived of his vehicle's shelter and firepower, he stood at a near-total disadvantage against an airborne foe. Damn! He clenched his fists, his mind racing, scouring for any viable countermeasure, his eyes locked unblinkingly on the rapidly descending silhouette in the sky. As the helicopter swiftly descended, its form grew distinct. Lin Zhou's taut nerves eased, just barely, upon recognizing its model. Relief flickered faint but real, and it was not a camouflaged military attack helicopter bristling with rocket pods or rotary cannons. It was a compact civilian-modified transport helicopter. Its fuselage gleamed silver-gray, and along its flank bore an abstract emblem of the North Star, suggesting primary use for personnel and cargo transport with limited offensive capacity. Even so, a hovering maneuverable aircraft remained an overwhelming threat to him in his current state. The helicopter did not launch an immediate assault. Instead, it began circling at an altitude of several dozen meters, its rotor wash scattering residual smoke and mist across the battlefield, whipping Lin Zhou's garments into a violent flutter. Then its side hatch swung open, and a rope was cast downward. A striking figure emerged, unhesitating, gripping the rope with one hand, pushing off the hatch rim with both feet and sliding down with astonishing speed and precision. Her movements were crisp, powerful and impeccably professional, clearly the product of rigorous training. Within seconds she landed solidly on the ice 20 meters from Lin Zhou, and released the rope. The helicopter ascended slightly, continuing its watchful orbit nearby. The newcomer straightened, brushed non-existent dust from her palms and swept her gaze across the ravaged battlefield. Shattered melting ice, scorch marks blackening the earthy, fresh blood still glistening with the silver-gray motorhome encased in frost, and Lin Zhou himself standing motionless, blade in hand, eyes glacial and sharp. When her gaze settled upon the epicenter of the carnage, evidence of ferocious high-intensity combat, and when she sensed the lingering chill in the air alongside the volatile afterglow of raw blazing energy, a rare flicker of astonishment crossed her cool, composed features. She was Ling Shuang, the martial sovereign of the North Star Consortium, dispatched by Su Qingxue to observe, and intervene if necessary. She had arrived marginally later than planned, not due to sluggishness but because she had never imagined the battle below would conclude so swiftly. From the moment she received intelligence from her informants, launched the chopper in emergency response and reached the skies above this hill region, barely 20 minutes had elapsed. And in those scant 20 minutes, what precisely had transpired below? According to the intelligence, the Royal Association has dispatched 12 elite members including Vice President Zhao Feng with the intention of surrounding and eliminating Lin Zhou. But what does she see now? The frozen vehicle proves that Zhao Feng has used his talents. The charred traces and violent energy residuals show that Lin Zhou fiercely resisted and even counterattacked. But where are Zhao Feng and his men? Apart from the traces of battle and scattered blood, there is not a single corpse in sight. combined with the globally broadcasted highest-level wanted notice issued personally by Yi Chen. An unbelievable conclusion surfaced in Ling Shuang's mind: the Royal Association's ambush has failed. Moreover, it is very likely that the entire army has been wiped out, including Vice President Zhao Feng. Otherwise Yi Chen would not have been so frantic as to issue such a notice at any cost. Is this all that was killed? Ling Shuang's heart surged with waves of shock, her gaze towards Lin Zhou filled with unprecedented gravity and scrutiny. She knew Lin Zhou was strong enough to kill a second-tier mutated being alone, but a large part of that was due to the terrifying firepower of the vehicle. Now the vehicle is frozen, its firepower rendered useless. She truly did not expect that under such circumstances the opponent could not only defend against an elite team from the Royal Association but also counterkill them all, including that troublesome Zhao Feng. This strength probably far exceeds the initial assessment of the Merchant Guild. Suppressing the shock in her heart, she tried to appear calmer, taking a few steps forward and stopping about 10 meters away from Lin Zhou, a safe distance. This distance indicated a lack of hostility and allowed for a response to unexpected situations. She cleared her throat and spoke in as calm a tone as possible, her voice clear and composed. Mr. Lin Zhou, hello. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ling Shuang from the North Star Merchant Guild. Lin Zhou looked at the woman who had suddenly descended from the sky, frowning slightly. North Star Merchant Guild. Another major force. He had seen this name sporadically in the World Channel before. It seemed to be an organization focused on commerce and intelligence, relatively low-key. What does their appearance at this moment signify? Friend or foe? He did not loosen his grip on the knife, his vigilance in his eyes unwavering, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement without speaking. He was waiting for her next words. Ling Shuang was not surprised by Lin Zhou's caution. Anyone who had just experienced a deadly battle and was then approached by someone from another major force would react this way. She glanced at the frozen vehicle. Perhaps this was the best entry point for the Merchant Guild to express goodwill. She did not mention the Royal Association's wanted notice nor inquire about the battle details as if those were irrelevant to her. She simply looked at Lin Zhou and said sincerely, it seems that Mr. Lin Zhou has encountered some trouble. Our North Star Merchant Guild might be able to provide some small assistance. For example, your frozen vehicle. Ling Shuang's voice sounded particularly clear in the cold wind, her words striking at the core. Lin Zhou's heart did indeed stir. This vehicle is his most important reliance and mobile base. With Xiao AI dormant and its power and firepower paralyzed, if it cannot be defrosted and repaired quickly, not only will he be unable to cope with the upcoming escape and potential pursuit, but even basic mobility will become an issue. The North Star Merchant Guild's initiative to help solve this problem is undoubtedly a timely assistance. However, Lin Zhou's vigilance did not wane in the slightest but rather deepened because the other party had accurately grasped his predicament. He looked at Ling Shuang's cold yet sincere face, quickly weighing in his heart. There is no free lunch in this world. Especially in this cruel apocalyptic world, any help may hide costs, traps, or deeper purposes. The North Star Merchant Guild. A force he had almost never interacted with before. Why would they appear so opportunely at the moment when the Royal Association's ambush failed and Yi Chen issued a global wanted notice and proactively offer assistance? Have they been eyeing him for a long time? Or do they have some entanglement with the Royal Association, wanting to use this opportunity to win him over or utilize him? He could not be sure. Help. Lin Zhou finally spoke, his voice slightly hoarse from the cold and previous battle, calm enough to mask his emotions. What help? And what is the cost? He did not immediately refuse, nor did he show joy, he simply threw the question back. This was the most prudent reaction he could muster at the moment. Ling Shuang was not surprised by Lin Zhou's reaction. If the other party easily trusted and accepted help, she would rather doubt their wisdom and depth. She did not beat around the bush, directly stating, we can provide professional defrosting and preliminary repair services to restore basic mobility to your vehicle. Our engineering team has experience dealing with similar energy corrosion and carry some universal parts and energy replenishment devices. She paused, looking directly at Lin Zhou with an open gaze. As for the cost, Mr. Lin Zhou, please rest assured our North Star Merchant Guild operates on mutual benefit and long-term cooperation rather than a one-time transaction that takes advantage of others. We do not require any specific resources or commitments from you right now. Ling Shuang's tone was sincere. You can view this assistance as an investment from our guild in your personal strength and potential, or rather as a welcome gift to express goodwill. We only hope that in the future when the time is right if Mr. Lin Zhou acquires certain items or information that we are interested in but are not urgent for you, you can consider a fair trade with our guild first. Or perhaps at some point in the future if our guild needs your assistance in areas within your capability and not against your principles, you can consider it. This condition indeed sounds quite lenient, even somewhat like giving without asking for anything in return. But Lin Zhou detected the underlying intention. This was more like a personal investment and a paving of potential future cooperation. What the other party valued was his long-term potential and value, not a small immediate gain. Such investments are often harder to refuse than direct transactions and are more likely to establish a subtle connection. Lin Zhou remained silent. He indeed needed to restore the vehicle as soon as possible. Relying on natural thawing would take an unknown amount of time and energy, and various accidents could happen along the way. The Royal Association's wanted notice has already been issued and the countdown for the Skynet is ticking away. Time is life. The North Star Merchant Guild's appearance, although its purpose is unclear, seems to come with goodwill and the ability to address his urgent needs. Risks and opportunities coexist. I need to think about it. Lin Zhou did not agree immediately but instead offered a vague response. He wanted to observe the other party's further reaction and give himself some time to contemplate. Ling Shuang nodded in understanding. Of course, Mr. Lin Zhou can take his time to consider. However, she glanced at the sky. Our time is also not very ample. The bounty notice from the Royal Association has already been issued, and I believe that soon more individuals driven mad by the rewards will gather in this area. Moreover, the next time the Sky Network contracts. She did not finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. Lin Zhou understood as well. The longer they delayed, the greater the uncertainties. In the end, he took a deep breath of the icy air and made a decision. All right. Lin Zhou looked at Ling Shuang. I can accept your help. But there are a few prerequisites. First, I need to supervise the entire repair process. Second, the repairs are limited to defrosting and restoring basic operational and defensive functions, and no unauthorized modifications or installations of any modules or programs without my consent. Third, this assistance, as you said, is a gift and a favor. I will not commit to future transactions or assistance with the Polaris Chamber. Specific cooperation can be discussed after my vehicle is restored. His conditions were clear and firm, accepting help while maximizing his safety and control. Ling Shuang's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation. This man was indeed extraordinary, highly vigilant and very opinionated. All right. She readily agreed. Your conditions are very reasonable. We, the Polaris Chamber, respect the wishes and privacy of our partners. She raised her hand and made a gesture towards the helicopter hovering above. The helicopter slowly lowered its altitude, hovering near the RV. The cabin door opened again and several people in gray overalls carrying toolboxes and strange instruments slid down the ropes with practiced ease. After landing, they headed straight for the frozen RV to begin professional inspections and assessments. At the same time, Ling Shuang took out a small metallic cube radiating gentle warmth from her storage space and handed it to Lin Zhou. This is a portable thermal core that can help you and your companions dispel the chill and restore body temperature. She explained. Consider it a small token of my goodwill. Lin Zhou glanced at her and took the metallic cube. It felt warm to the touch, and a wave of comfortable heat swiftly spread through his body, dispelling the bone-chilling cold. He did not thank her, merely nodding slightly. Ling Shuang did not mind stepping back a few paces to signal her team to begin working. A sudden crisis seemed to have found a temporary solution. However, the tension in Lin Zhou's heart remained taut. The Polaris Chamber. What exactly is hidden behind this goodwill? He needed to regain his strength quickly and then leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. The defrosting and repair work had just begun. Several engineers from the Polaris Chamber were busy around the RV holding strange buzzing instruments, trying to melt the hard ice on the vehicle's surface and assess the internal damage. Lin Zhou and Ling Shuang were on alert, observing the surroundings cautiously. Time was pressing and no one wanted any complications before the repairs were completed. However, what he feared had come to pass. A series of low guttural growls echoed from the surrounding hills and even from the distant road. The sounds rapidly grew closer, becoming denser and clearer. It was a horde of zombies. And there were definitely quite a few. Lin Zhou and Ling Shuang almost simultaneously looked up, their expressions darkening. Damn it. When it rains it pours. Ling Shuang cursed softly. These damn things, they never show up when they should, but now they crowd together when they shouldn't. Lin Zhou ignored her complaints, scanning the gradually appearing figures around them, and solemnly asked Ling Shuang, who was directing the engineers beside her, how much longer for repairs. Ling Shuang glanced at the work progress and quickly assessed, at the fastest at least half an hour. This is the minimum time required for defrosting and restoring the core circuits and supplementing basic energy. Half an hour. Lin Zhou's heart sank. This meant that during this half hour they had to hold their ground in this area, protecting the repair work from being disturbed or even destroyed by the zombie horde. Listening to the increasingly close growls and sensing the presence of what was definitely more than 100 living beings with a few stronger fluctuations mixed in, Lin Zhou knew this would be a tough battle. Without the firepower support of the RV, relying solely on the few of them to hold out for half an hour would be no easy task. He took a deep breath, his gaze turning resolute. No more holding back. He turned around and walked a few steps to the RV, taking out the 3 strength potion large he had received as a gift from Zhao Feng. Without hesitation he pulled the stopper from the first vial, tilted his head back and directly swallowed the thick scalding liquid. A torrent of violent and unimaginable heat exploded within him. It felt as though he had swallowed a mouthful of magma. His muscles, bones and veins all groaned under the unbearable strain. Yet he did not stop, immediately following with the second and third vials. 3 strength potion large were consumed in quick succession. Boom! An unprecedented surge of energy, almost threatening to burst his body apart, surged wildly within him. His skin instantly turned crimson, even emitting wisps of white vapor, his muscles uncontrollably bulging, veins protruding like dragon tendrils on the surface, making him seem as though he had inflated a size. His bones emitted a series of crackling sounds as if undergoing the final refinement and reorganization. Agonizing pain. A tearing pain swept through his entire body. On his personal panel the strength attribute numbers began to jump wildly. 21. 23. 25. 27. 29. In the end the numbers stabilized at 29, flickering violently as though attempting to break through an invisible barrier, but ultimately failed to do so and settled down slowly. The 3 strength potion large combined with the previous genetic enhancements had forcibly pushed his strength attribute from 14 points directly to 29 points. This was almost more than double. It had far exceeded the ordinary midstage of the first level, even brushing against the threshold of the second level. But the cost was also enormous. If it were not for his passive ability of tenacious life, which began to madly repair the damaged cells and tissues as the agonizing pain struck, mitigating some of the destructive energy, he would have likely exploded from this terrifying energy or sustained permanent internal injuries by now. Even so, he felt as if his body were falling apart, each muscle aching unbearably as though he had just been hammered repeatedly. He gasped for breath, exhaling with scorching heat, yet his gaze was sharper and colder than ever. Power, unprecedented power, surged and roared within him. Ling Shuang, standing nearby, watched Lin Zhou's near-frenzied actions unfold in their entirety. Even with her composed temperament, her mouth parted slightly in disbelief, her eyes wide with stunned incredulity. 3 bottles of greater strength potion. All consumed in one breath. Is this man courting death? Even a first-tier cultivator at peak physical conditioning would never dare such recklessness. At that moment only 2 words echoed in her mind. Madman. Yet simultaneously she distinctly sensed a terrifying surge of power radiating from Lin Zhou, far surpassing anything he'd displayed before. The sheer ferocity he wielded, not just against his enemies but against himself, prompted her to reassess his true strength and latent potential, elevating her estimation by an entire tier. Lin Zhou slowly stretched his body, still adjusting to the sudden overwhelming surge of strength. A rapid series of sharp crackling pops echoed from his joints. His gaze swept toward the horde of zombies now clearly visible at the periphery of his vision, snarling, converging from all directions. He tossed the empty vial aside and turned to Ling Shuang. His voice, still hoarse from the raw force surging through him, carried unwavering resolve. It seems, we're about to be very busy. Ling Shuang swiftly masked her shock, her expression hardening once more into its familiar cool, incisive composure. She glanced at the encroaching tide of undead, then at the engineers frantically repairing the core, before giving a firm nod. Naturally, she replied, a fierce battle-ready curve lifting the corner of her lips. I'll take the front, will you cover the rear and flanks? She meant division of duty. She would lead the Mercantile Guild's guards to hold the primary assault vector while Lin Zhou secured the rear and lateral approaches, protecting the critical repair zone. Agreed. Lin Zhou responded tersely, drawing his standard longsword once more from his waist. This time the blade felt weightless in his grip. He glanced sideways at Lin Wanqing, who had just stepped out of the vehicle, rifle in hand, alert and vigilant. Stay beside the engineers. Take cover. Provide suppressive fire, and above all protect yourself. He issued the instruction swiftly. Understood. Lin Wanqing nodded sharply, uttering no further word. The zombies' guttural shrieks were already deafeningly close. A black tide surged forth, from every ridge and hollow of the hills, rushing toward this fragile oasis of repair lights and living warmth. Battle was imminent. Lin Zhou tightened his grip on the longsword, savoring the explosive potency of his newly attained 29-point strength, and the fierce intoxicating surge of combat instinct that followed his breakthrough. His gaze locked icy and unblinking onto the lead mutated zombie barreling forward. Come then. He murmured softly. Let you serve as my first test of this newly claimed power. And in that instant he moved. Like a crossbow bolt loosed from full draw, he exploded forward. Beneath his foot the ice shattered with a thunderous crack, splintering into a shallow crater. Propelled by his terrifying 29-point strength, his speed soared to a breathtaking, eye-widening velocity. He left behind a shimmering afterimage, and a shrill tearing shriek of displaced air. He employed no flourishes, no deliberate sword stroke. Only pure unrelenting charge, like a rampaging beast of primeval fury hurtling headlong into the flank of the onrushing horde. The first ordinary zombie blocking his path didn't even register what struck it. A blur of shadow and gale-force wind swept past, and its rotting skull detonated like a melon crushed under a siege ram. Black blood and splintered bones sprayed backward in a fan-shaped arc. Lin Zhou didn't pause, not for an instant, as he surged onward. Second. Third. Every zombie lying directly in his path, be it common or the swifter, stronger, rusher variant, met the same fate. At the moment of contact, some crumpled beneath the impact of his shoulder, ribs pulverized, others snapped at the neck from a glancing sweep of his arm, still others were hurled to the ground by nothing more than the vortex of wind he generated, only to be trampled into crimson pulp beneath his following stride. Brute force annihilation. Savage unadulterated violence elevated to sublime artistry. His long sword remained unsheathed, not a single cut yet drawn. The sight froze Ling Shuang mid-motion at the front line, her eyes wide with raw, speechless awe. Was this even human? It was as if a humanoid tyrannosaur had stormed into a wheat field. Just then, a first-tier brute mutant, its frame swollen, one arm grotesquely mutated into a colossal bony mace, roared in furious challenge, seemingly enraged by Lin Zhou's brazen charge. It swung its massive weapon in a devastating arc, aiming straight for his exposed back. The blow carried enough force to dent armored vehicles. Watch out! Ling Shuang cried out instinctively, yet Lin Zhou moved as though he possessed eyes in the back of his skull. At the very instant the mace neared his spine, his forward momentum ceased with eerie abruptness. Pivoting sharply on his left foot, his body twisted sideways and backward, effortless, weightless, as if defying gravity itself. He not only evaded the killing strike, but repositioned himself perfectly into the brute's exposed flank. Only then did his longsword finally descend, for the first time, into true motion. A reverse horizontal slash, so swift and forceful that the blade, supercharged with strength and searing friction, shimmered with a faint, ominous crimson glow. Sure. The sound of steel parting flesh and bone was unnervingly soft, almost inaudible. Yet the result was horrifying beyond measure. The brute, over 2 meters tall, famed for its impenetrable defense and crushing might, jolted rigid. In the next heartbeat a hair-thin mirror-smooth line appeared across its thick corded neck. Then its massive head slid silently from its shoulders, thudding dully onto the ice, rolling twice before coming to rest. Its headless torso swayed once, then collapsed with a heavy final crash. An instant kill. A first-tier mutant, felled in a single stroke. The entire sequence, dodge, pivot, draw, strike, recover, flowed with seamless lightning grace. Lin Zhou didn't spare the fallen corpse a glance. His feet never faltered, his sword became a whirlwind of death, carving deeper into the horde. One slash, 2 zombies bisected at the waist. A reverse upward flick, splitting a rusher from jaw to crown. A sidelong elbow strike, shattering another's chest cavity upon impact. Another flash of steel, shearing off both the head and acidic gland of a corroder mid-spit. He moved like a slaughter automaton, cutting freely through the undead throng. Ordinary zombies died on mere contact, grazed they fell, touched they perished. First-tier mutants. They merely warranted an extra stroke, or a fractional adjustment in angle. Nothing more than marginally tougher cannon fodder. Not a single zombie nor mutant could halt his advance, not even for half a second. Where he passed, corpses carpeted the ice, gore staining the frozen surface, crimson limbs and viscera scattering like shrapnel, carving with brutal precision a vacuum lane of blood and meat through the surging tide. Ling Shuang, Lin Wanqing and the entire engineering team stood utterly transfixed, forgetting their duties entirely, staring dumbstruck at the man who carved through slaughter fields as though strolling through an empty garden. What stood there was no longer human. It was a slaughter god, risen from the abyssal blood seas, born solely for annihilation. His cold silver blade was the scythe that reaped souls. His savage strength, the iron hoof that trampled all resistance. His calm, almost indifferent gaze, the ultimate embodiment of death itself. Ling Shuang's heart hammered violently, not from fear but from visceral trembling awe at confronting absolute transcendent violence. So strong. She whispered, her voice parched and thin. She finally understood why Zhao Feng had fallen, why the Royal Guild's elite squad had been wiped out, why Yi Chen had issued a global bounty at any cost. Against such a being, unless confronted with overwhelming force or cataclysmic firepower, any duel, even against peers or those slightly stronger, was nothing short of suicide. And now this slaughter god was demonstrating, almost theatrically, what true absolute domination truly meant. In Lin Zhou's mind the system's chimes erupted like a barrage of popping kernels, feverishly flooding his vision with notifications. Ding. Killed an ordinary zombie. Points 1. Mechanical parts 1. Ding. Killed an ordinary zombie. Points 1. Mechanical parts 3. Ding. Killed a first-tier mutant Swift variant. Points 10. Complete mechanical parts 5. Mutated blood core gray X1. Ding. Killed an ordinary zombie. Points 1. The tally of points and parts climbed at an astonishing rate. Under normal circumstances Lin Zhou might have felt elated by this. But at this moment he felt nothing. His entire being was immersed in the feast of slaughter, blades glinting, flesh torn asunder. The zombies before him were no longer grotesque monsters but roving experience packs and obstacles. Lin Zhou moved like an inexhaustible meat grinder, carving a deathly no man's land through the tide of corpses. Wherever he went zombies fell as if reaped by an invisible scythe, collapsing in swathes to become points and materials. On the other side Ling Shuang felt the pressure ease as Lin Zhou drew off the bulk of the targets. She only needed to hold the relatively thin frontal horde and pick off the stray stragglers leaking from Lin Zhou's side. Ling Shuang wielded a pair of short blades that glowed with a ghostly blue chill. Where her blades passed zombie heads tumbled. Swift, merciless. Yet her gaze kept drifting involuntarily toward Lin Zhou's battlefield. Each glance deepened the shock in her heart. Too fast. Too strong. Too overbearing. Lin Zhou's slaughter contained no wasted motion, no ornate technique, only the simplest, most direct chops, slashes, stabs and sweeps. Combined with inconceivable speed and force they produced a most terrifying lethality. Those first-tier mutants that once demanded caution and might have dragged her into a struggle were before Lin Zhou as fragile as paper. His strength may already have reached the pinnacle of the first tier. No, perhaps even beyond. Ling Shuang compared inwardly. But no pushover either. A surge of stubborn resolve rose within her. Her short blades danced faster, her efficiency in clearing zombies increased as she strove not to be left too far behind. For a time she held the front of the maintenance area firmly. Yet the respite was short-lived. Just as Lin Zhou was about to finish slaughtering the flank hordes and Ling Shuang steadied her stance. A roar far louder than any before cracked like thunder from the depths of the hills. Lin Zhou and Ling Shuang both felt a chill and turned sharply toward the sound. Atop a taller hill a vast black silhouette slowly rose. More than 4 meters tall and monstrously hulking, it was like a small mountain set in motion. Its body was sheathed in a heavy blue-black carapace, fissures between the plates faintly glowing with magma-like crimson light. Its skull was hideous, crowned with a pair of enormous curved horns. Most striking were its astonishingly thick forelimbs, each ending in 2 colossal pincers like crab claws. Merely standing there a crushing aura of terror swept the battlefield like a tidal wave. Warning: high-intensity energy detected. Identified as a second-tier mutant, Juyan Baojun, giant rock tyrant, defense specialized. Threat level extreme. Although Xiao AI lay dormant, the system's basic alarm still sounded in Lin Zhou's mind. A second-tier mutant. Judging by its appearance it leaned far more toward defense and brute strength than a hellhound. Ling Shuang's face turned extremely unpleasant. She could handle first-tier mutants, but facing this thick-skinned, terrifyingly strong second-tier beast, her short blades might not even crack its defense. Not to mention those dreadful pincers, one graze and tendons and bone would shatter. Damn! How could a second-tier appear? Ling Shuang cursed inwardly. Creatures of this caliber seldom left their nests or territories unless drawn by some massive disturbance or a powerful energy fluctuation. Was it the aftershock of the earlier fight between Zhao Feng and Lin Zhou? Or the energy signal from the maintenance equipment starting up? Whatever the cause, trouble had arrived. The Jiyan Baojun seemed newly awakened, its eyes burned with a dark crimson ferocity as it slowly scanned the battlefield and finally fixed upon Lin Zhou. It seemed this tiny creature wildly slaughtering its food within the beast's domain had aroused its greatest interest and appetite. The creature roared. With another thunderous bellow, the Jiyan Baojun took ponderous strides like an out-of-control heavy tank and thundered toward Lin Zhou. Where it passed, the ground trembled and ice shattered. Ordinary zombies that could not flee were hurled aside or crushed into pulp by its colossal bulk. Its target was clear: Lin Zhou. Ling Shuang's heart leapt to her throat. She knew Lin Zhou was strong enough to crush first-tier foes. But against a second-tier monster so obviously armored with fearsome strength. Lin Zhou. Be careful. That second-tier, she cried out. Yet Lin Zhou, caught in the rhythm of slaughter, felt no fear. Instead, a bloodthirsty killing intent flared brilliantly in his eyes. Second-tier. Perfect. He slowly turned to face the monstrous silhouette, his long blade angled to the ground, a drop of grimy blood sliding from its tip. He flexed his neck slightly, the corners of his mouth curved into a cold, wild smile. Having just acquainted himself with a surging power, he found it somewhat unsatisfying. Now the sandbag had walked right to his door. In the next instant the Jiyan Baojun roared. The pair of cold glinting pincers opened to their limit, tearing the air with a terrifying shriek, closing from left and right to clamp down on Lin Zhou. The attack sweep was vast, sealing off his lateral escape. Any first-tier player facing this finishing move would likely flee in disgrace or await death. But Lin Zhou did not retreat. Battle fire burned fiercely in his eyes. 29 points of strength had granted unprecedented confidence. At the very moment the pincers were about to close and shear him in two, Lin Zhou moved. He lunged forward with a single step that shattered the ice beneath his feet and carried him into the most perilous blind spot within the pincer's sweep. In the nick of time, Lin Zhou's form slipped with absolute precision through the scarcely half-meter gap. The pincer, smelling of blood, grazed his back and chest. Their keen edges nicked his thin clothing and left two shallow pale marks on his skin, but inflicted no real injury. He was already pressed against Jiyan Baojun's chest. The beast, clearly unprepared for such audacity from so small a prey, gave a low growl of surprise and anger. Its massive head slammed down while a thick hind leg reared, intent on crushing Lin Zhou into pulp. Yet Lin Zhou was swifter. As he passed through the pincer gap, the long blade in his hand had already coiled for the strike. A dark crimson sheen bloomed along its length as power poured into it, becoming dazzling and emitting a low throbbing hum. Die! A low resonant shout burst from Lin Zhou's throat. Die! A low guttural shout erupted from Lin Zhou's throat. With 29 points of raw strength unleashed at full capacity, and amplified by the refined combat techniques of melee mastery, every ounce of his power, speed, and even the momentum of his charge converged into that single devastating slash. The long blade blazed forth like a streak of dark crimson lightning, arcing upward in a diagonal sweep. At peak force, the razor-sharp edge sliced cleanly through the comparatively thinner carapace guarding the rock tyrant's groin. The blade plunged deep into muscle, severing thick tendons and even fracturing bone connections. Aowoof! The rock tyrant let out a shriek of excruciating agony. Overwhelmed by searing pain and the sudden collapse of one hind limb, its colossal body lurched violently, its intended stomp devolving into an ungainly stumble, its massive head veering wildly off target and crashing hard against a nearby boulder, sending shards of ice flying. Blood gushed forth from the ghastly wound like a miniature geyser, staining vast stretches of the frozen surface crimson in an instant. A crippling blow. Ling Shuang and the others stood utterly dumbfounded, forgetting entirely the scattered zombies encircling them. What had they just witnessed? Lin Zhou, the very man who moments ago had cut through hordes of undead with effortless, peerless grace, had just confronted a level 2 mutant heathen. Not only had he evaded its fatal strike, but he'd instantly identified its weakness and delivered a grievous, shattering wound. Could this truly be human capability? Damn it, just who's the real monster here? Senior brother Lin Zhou is absolutely awe-inspiring, he's our ultimate paragon. If only I'd been blessed with such an extraordinary beginning. Well, sometimes one must admit luck plays no small part. Engineers repairing equipment while observing the battle murmured amongst themselves. Elsewhere, the rock tyrant had descended into utter fury. Pain and humiliation drove it into blind feral rage. Ignoring its wounded limb, it forced itself upright, then launched its remaining 3 legs forward with explosive force, hurling its immense bulk straight at Lin Zhou. Simultaneously it raised its colossal pincers high and brought them down with crushing force upon Lin Zhou's position, each impact cracking the ice beneath, shattering stone into violent spray. It meant to grind this insignificant insect, who dared wound it, into dust beneath absolute strength and impenetrable defense. Humph. Already succumbing to impotent raging fury. A level 2 mutant proves no more than that. Facing this tempest of terrifying assault, Lin Zhou's lips curled into a faint mocking smile. Big slow brute, watch how grandpa plays you to death. Yet he chose not to meet force with force. Though 29 points of strength was staggering, direct confrontation with a level 2 mutant specialized in defense would have been unwise. My advantage lies in speed, agility, and above all the mobility impairment I've just inflicted upon this beast. 19 points of agility surged to their zenith. His figure darted with blinding swiftness through the narrow gaps between pincer strikes and charging impacts, each evasion a hair's breadth from disaster, while his blade relentlessly sought new openings, carving fresh wounds across the rock tyrant's armored hide. One slash tore open a seam in the flank carapace, sparking showers of molten metal and blood. A reverse thrust pierced near the earlier wound, twisting and widening the trauma. Sidestepping a crushing collision, his blade slashed deep into the tendon behind the tyrant's supporting knee, exposing bone beneath the gash. Lin Zhou fought precisely as a master assassin might face a heavily armored, strength-obsessed warrior. He refused all direct clashes, instead exploiting his superior velocity and the tyrant's increasingly sluggish, pain-dulled reflexes, circling relentlessly, bleeding it dry, amplifying every prior wound. The rock tyrant's roars grew ever more frenzied, and ever more feeble. Its body bristled with fresh lacerations, blood flowed without cease. Its movements slowed further still. Humph. Already faltering. Lin Zhou sneered. Such overwhelming strength and armor, wasted on a mind so profoundly deficient. In truth, had the rock tyrant not dismissed Lin Zhou as insignificant, carelessly exposing its vulnerability, Lin Zhou would never have landed that decisive, crippling strike. Otherwise, victory's outcome would have remained perilously uncertain. Thus, those who perish most swiftly are often not the weak, but the arrogant, or rather the overconfident monsters. Ultimately, the battle transformed rapidly, from the rock tyrant's initial thunderous advance into a one-sided slaughter orchestrated entirely by Lin Zhou. Ling Shuang stood utterly transfixed. She had expected a brutal, grueling clash, perhaps even a costly, narrow victory for Lin Zhou. Reality, however, revealed Lin Zhou wielding preternatural skill and tactical brilliance to manipulate this thick-skinned level 2 monstrosity as if it were a mere puppet, dancing it to his will. This transcended mere strength, it was combat elevated to artistry. It was absolute sovereign mastery over one's own power. A monster, he is the true monster. One of the maintenance engineers whispered behind Ling Shuang, voicing the unspoken awe shared by all. Finally, after Lin Zhou drove his blade deep into the seam of the tyrant's neck carapace once more, the creature released one last defiant wail, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of icy dust. Its pair of dark red eyes locked onto Lin Zhou, standing tall, blade drawn, breath only slightly labored, as the ferocious light within its pupils dimmed into lifeless void. Ding! You have slain a level 2 mutant rock tyrant, defense specialized. Rewards acquired: 500 points, 5x refined rock carapace, 1x tyrant's heart rare bloodier, 1x intact level 2 energy core, 1x brank skill scroll immovable as a mountain. A rich reward chime resonated through the air. Lin Zhou exhaled slowly, a breath thick with the metallic tang of blood, gazing upon the tyrant's massive corpse as it dissolved into shimmering stardust, the fierce fire in his eyes gradually settling into calm resolve. He flicked the gore from his blade before sheathing it smoothly. Turning, he faced Ling Shuang and the repair zone, just as the lead engineer lifted his head, wiped sweat from his brow and gave Ling Shuang a crisp affirmative hand signal. The thick ice coating the RV had nearly melted away, a low resonant hum of the engine reawakening vibrated through the chassis and dashboard lights began blinking rhythmically. 30 minutes, precisely. Then Lin Zhou glanced at the scattered zombies lingering nearby, and charged forward like a tiger descending upon sheep, //. Within moments the last stragglers were eradicated. Ding! Defeated a common zombie, 1 point. Ding! Even the smallest mosquito leg is meat, accumulate enough and it becomes a feast. Watching his points climb by several dozen, Lin Zhou nodded in quiet satisfaction. Beside him, Ling Shuang watched his frugal, meticulous efficiency, and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth. Goodness, this man spared nothing. Not even the meager points from common zombies. Yet she understood this battle had been won entirely by Lin Zhou's lone prowess. His claim to every spoils was unquestionably justified. Within minutes the battlefield lay utterly silent, no hostile life remained standing. Lin Zhou resheathed his blade. His body was drenched in the foul blood of both zombies and the rock tyrant, resembling a figure dragged from a charnel pool radiating dense waves of iron-rich scent and killing intent. He approached the RV. Lin Weiner had watched the battle with bated breath. Now seeing him return unharmed she could contain herself no longer. She broke into a sprint rushing to meet him, scanning him head to toe, eyes brimming with unguarded concern. Lin Zhou, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Does it hurt? Seeing the raw unfeigned worry in the girl's gaze, the cold steel of Lin Zhou's heart softened, just slightly. He smiled faintly, reaching up to gently ruffle Lin Weiner's hair, voice light and assured, I'm fine. Just rabble, no match for me. Lin Wanqing felt the touch from above her head, a faint blush appearing on her face, but the heavy weight in her heart finally lifted as she nodded vigorously. However, in her gaze towards Lin Zhou there was an added layer of genuine admiration and respect. Congratulations, Mr. Lin Zhou, Ling Shuang said sincerely, you single-handedly took down a second-tier mutated creature. If this achievement spreads, it might cause some people to lose their appetite. Her words were pointed, clearly referring to Yi Chen and the Royal Association, who had just issued a bounty. Lin Zhou remained noncommittal, calmly looking at Ling Shuang, and said earnestly, this time I sincerely thank Miss Ling Shuang and the Polaris Chamber of Commerce for your timely assistance. If you hadn't defrosted and repaired my vehicle, the situation could have been much worse. This favor I will remember, Lin Zhou noted directly without beating around the bush. He disliked being in debt, especially when it was a purpose-driven investment. Repaying it promptly to settle the karmic debt was essential for maintaining independence. He paused and added, as long as it doesn't violate my personal principles and is within my capabilities, I can lend a hand to the Polaris Chamber of Commerce once. In this way I can repay the kindness shown today. Ling Shuang's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. One of her main objectives for this trip was to win Lin Zhou's favor and establish a connection. Now that he had proactively offered to help, it exceeded Ms. Su Qingsu's expectations for establishing a connection. It was a tremendous harvest. Of course she did not show excessive joy on her face, maintaining politeness and respect. Mr. Lin Zhou, you overestimate us. It is an honor for our Polaris Chamber of Commerce to provide you with any assistance. President Su Qingxue has always hoped to befriend a powerhouse like you. If Mr. Lin Zhou has time in the future, you are welcome to visit our Polaris Chamber of Commerce at any time. All items and services within the chamber will be offered to you at a 30% discount. A 30% discount is already a privilege reserved for core VIPs, showing sincere goodwill. Lin Zhou nodded and said, thank you for your kind offer. Additionally, Ling Shuang seemed to suddenly remember something and took out 2 items from her personal space. Before leaving, I would like to present a small gift from the Polaris Chamber of Commerce and Miss Su Qingxue to Mr. Lin Zhou as a token of our goodwill. Please do not refuse. In her hand was a folded light yellow map marked with intricate lines indicating terrain and symbols, along with a prominent red mark. The other item was a chest radiating a soft golden glow, its surface intricately carved with elaborate patterns, golden treasure chest. This map indicates clues about potential energy cores or similar high-purity energy sources in several nearby areas. Ling Shuang introduced, we know Mr. Lin Zhou is powerful and exploring these places might yield rewards. We hope it can be of assistance. And this golden treasure chest is one of the highest quality chests our chamber has recently acquired. She continued, although it has not been opened and we do not know what it can yield, I believe it will not disappoint Mr. Lin Zhou. Golden treasure chest. Lin Zhou's pupils slightly constricted at the sight of the chest. He had opened silver chests before, and bronze and black iron were no different. But a golden chest. This was the first time he had seen one in person. If it could be upgraded with Lin Wanqing's chest affinity talent. Lin Zhou's heart raced uncontrollably. More importantly, Ling Shuang's words revealed a crucial piece of information. The Polaris Chamber of Commerce could acquire items of the golden chest level. What does this imply? It means this chamber possesses a powerful information network, resource channels and trading capabilities. They might have access to a stable source of treasure chests or ways to collect high-quality chests from other players. If a long-term and stable cooperative relationship could be established with them, allowing them to collect chests while Lin Wanqing upgrades and opens them. A previously unimaginable path seemed to slowly unfold before Lin Zhou's eyes. This held greater strategic value than merely accepting a favor or making a one-time transaction. Lin Zhou suppressed the excitement in his heart, maintaining a calm expression. He took the map and the golden treasure chest and said solemnly, "The gifts from Miss Ling Shuang and President Su are too precious." Lin Zhou accepted them with gratitude. "This friendship I will remember deeply." Seeing this scene, Ling Shuang felt even more satisfied. It seemed this gift was well chosen. Indeed, for true powerhouses, resources that can enhance strength are far more appealing than empty promises. As long as Mr. Lin Zhou is pleased. Ling Shuang smiled. "All right, the matter here is settled and I should return to report to the president." She paused and suggested, "By the way, Mr. Lin Zhou, how about we add each other as friends? This will facilitate future contact. If Mr. Lin Zhou needs assistance from the chamber, or if we have any information about items suitable for you, we can communicate promptly." The friend system in the game is a relatively private and convenient way to stay in touch. Lin Zhou thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Sure." The two added each other as friends through the system. "Well then, Mr. Lin Zhou, until we meet again." Ling Shuang clasped her fist in salute, her movements clean and decisive. "Until we meet again." Lin Zhou returned the gesture. Ling Shuang said no more, turning to walk towards her subordinates and the helicopter that had landed. The group quickly boarded the helicopter, the rotor blades accelerating to spin, soon taking off and flying towards the distance. As Lin Zhou watched the helicopter disappear into the sky, he turned his gaze back to the heavy golden treasure chest in his hands and glanced at the energy core markings on the map nearby, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. The Polaris Chamber of Commerce. Su Qingxue. It seemed that the depths of this apocalyptic world were even more profound than he had imagined. And the path to becoming stronger appeared to have a tempting shortcut of spending money. He carefully stored the treasure chest and map, patted the bloodstains on his clothes and said to Lin Wanqing, "Get in the car, we should leave." Lin Wanqing nodded vigorously, her face filled with relief and anticipation. The RV door closed, completely isolating them from the blood and cold wind outside. Inside the vehicle it was warm and quiet, with only the steady roar of the engine and the subtle sounds of instruments operating. Buzz. System self-check complete. Core data recovery. Power system repaired, operating normally. Defense system repaired, operating normally. Firepower system under repair. Core components defrosted, energy circuits reconnected. Full functionality expected to be restored in 15 minutes. Energy reserves replenished to 45. Commander Xiao AI is back online, thank you for your patience. The familiar electronic female voice echoed again. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao AI. Lin Zhou leaned against the driver's seat, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him, but more so a sense of relief as things settled. Activate autopilot mode. Destination safety zone no. For to proceed along the original planned route and be cautious of large threats and complex terrain. Instruction confirmed. Autopilot mode activated. Route planning. Expected to arrive at the outskirts of safety zone no. For in 1 hour and 40 minutes. The RV once again became a reliable companion, steadily carrying them across the wasteland. Next comes the time to tally the harvest. Giant rock shell, quality good, X5, thick and hard, and excellent defensive material suitable for reinforcing vehicle armor or crafting heavy armor. Heart of the Tyrant, rare blue, X1, a rare material, can be used for high-level potion, special equipment forging, or as a medium for certain powerful skills talents. Second-tier energy crystal core, complete, X1, a precious energy source, can be used to load advanced blueprints, drive powerful equipment, or be absorbed directly with risks. Level skill scroll, immovable as a mountain. After use, the skill immovable as a mountain beginner can be learned. Effect significantly boosts personal defense and impact resistance for a short duration, reducing physical and energy damage taken, greatly decreases movement speed and consumes stamina and mental power. Not bad at all. Lin Zhou's eyes sparkled. The second-tier crystal core was complete and just right for loading the Hell Tooth. The giant rock shell and the Tyrant's Heart are also rare materials that may prove invaluable in the future. Although the immovable as a mountain skill reduces speed, it is very practical as a life-saving or defensive skill in critical moments. He did not hesitate and immediately used the level skill scroll, immovable as a mountain. The scroll transformed into flowing light, merging into his body, with numerous techniques flooding into his mind, becoming part of his combat skills. Next he called up the vehicle panel and selected the Hell Tooth vehicle-mounted ram blueprint. Loading requirements: Hellhound's Fangs X2 second tier energy crystal core complete X1 points X100 mechanical parts X200. Materials are complete. Would you like to load? Load. Lin Zhou confirmed. Resources deducted. A low rumble of mechanical movements and metal interlocking sounds echoed from the front of the vehicle. The smooth front bumper area of the RV slid open, revealing a menacingly large ram that slowly extended out, locking into place. The ram was dark red with a razor-sharp tip, and the surface was faintly flowing with patterns resembling molten lava emanating a bloody aura, perfectly blending with the vehicle's overall temperament, adding a touch of ferocity. Hell-Tooth loaded successfully. Currently available. Active ability: Hell Charge manually activated, consumes energy, greatly enhances power output for a short time, with the front ram delivering hellfire burning and armor-piercing effects, inflicting massive damage on the target. Passive ability: Resilience of the Hellhound slightly increases the overall structural strength and impact resistance of the vehicle's front. Very good. Lin Zhou looked at this new weapon with satisfaction. Combined with the LV4 power, ramming forward would definitely be terrifying. Having dealt with these, his gaze finally fell upon the alluring golden glow of the golden treasure chest. Wanqing. He looked at Lin Wanqing, whose cheeks were still flushed beside him. Lin Wanqing looked up. Use your talent to upgrade it. Lin Zhou handed over the heavy golden treasure chest, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up as she nodded vigorously. Okay. She took the heavy golden treasure chest, focused her energy, and ran her hands over its surface. A soft white light flowed, and the glow of the golden treasure chest deepened and became more restrained, gradually transforming into a more brilliant crystalline luster. Diamond treasure chest. A tier above gold. Lin Zhou's breath hitched slightly. The diamond treasure chest. This must be one of the most elite chests available to players at the moment. The Polaris Chamber of Commerce truly spared no expense for this gift. Open. He no longer hesitated, filled with excitement, and slowly opened the treasure chest that radiated a dreamlike sheen. A dazzling diamond-colored brilliance like a flowing star river spread out from the chest, illuminating the entire cabin. Among the light, the outlines of several items gradually became clear. There were 4 in total. The first item was a soft light sphere that merged into his personal panel, gained points X 2000. Hiss, Lin Zhou couldn't help but gasp. 2,000 points. That's like a fortune. To know he only received 500 points for killing a second-tier mutated creature, and after defeating Zhao Feng and a team of Royal Elite plus clearing so many zombies, it only added up to a little over 1,000. This single diamond treasure chest, just the points reward alone, far exceeded the gains from his last bloody battle. Truly worthy of being a top-tier treasure. The second item was a fist-sized deep starry blue crystalline substance, mental source stone large. Description: a special mineral that contains pure mental essence. Can be directly absorbed, greatly enhancing mental power limits and recovery speed, and has a low chance of improving effects related to mental talents or understanding mental skills. It can also be used for crafting certain high-level mental equipment or buildings. Mental source stone. Lin Zhou's eyes brightened. His current mental power was 12 points, which wasn't low, but compared to his surging strength and agility as well as the consumption of the ammunition expert talent, it was already somewhat insufficient. This source stone was exactly the reinforcement he urgently needed. Moreover, it had a chance to enhance effects related to mental talents. His ammunition expert was indeed an A-level mental-related talent. The third item was a design blueprint. Unlike previous weapon or armor blueprints, this one appeared more complex and abstract. What was depicted seemed to be a three-dimensional structure composed of countless intricate runes and energy circuits, with a pattern resembling a miniature star marked at the core. Special Blueprint Miniature Star Energy Furnace Simplified Version. Description: this is the civilian safety version design of the core energy component star furnace of the Titan Armor series. After loading, it can upgrade the existing energy system of the vehicle to a miniature star furnace, greatly enhancing energy limits, recovery speed and output power, while also providing the vehicle with some constant temperature environment and basic force field protection as additional functions. The loading requirements are extremely high, requiring vast amounts of rare materials and an epic-level energy core as a catalyst. Prerequisites: vehicle energy system level LV2. Vehicle must possess an epic level or higher quality core blueprint as a foundation for the upgrade. The last item is a small transparent vial. Inside the vial is just a single drop of liquid. The strange luster emitted by that liquid brings a wave of comforting tremor to the soul merely by looking at it. Gene Evolution Original Liquid 1 Drop Source Diamond Treasure Chest Special Mutation. Description: a mysterious liquid containing the purest essence of life evolution, extremely rare. After use it can significantly enhance genetic potential with a high probability of breaking current genetic locks, unlocking deeper evolution and slightly optimizing or merging existing genetic abilities with specific effects varying from person to person. Warning: contains an immense amount of energy requiring strong physical fitness and mental resilience to attempt absorption, otherwise there is a risk of genetic collapse. Gene evolution: original liquid. Break genetic lock restrictions. Unlock deeper evolution. Optimize or merge existing genetic abilities. Lin Zhou held the crystal vial, his hand trembling slightly. If the spiritual source stone is a means to strengthen weaknesses and the micro-star furnace blueprint is a strategic investment, then this gene evolution original liquid is the key to directly propelling him to a higher level of life. He had now unlocked the initial agility genetic lock and undergone comprehensive enhancement. If he could break the limit again and reach the peak of the first tier or even touch the threshold of the second tier, then his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Moreover, optimizing or merging existing genetic abilities. His tough life passive ability stemmed from the Hellhound crystal, if he could optimize it or even merge it with other abilities. Just the thought made his blood boil. Of course, the risk warning is also clear: immense energy requiring strong physical and mental foundations, otherwise genetic collapse. Lin Zhou glanced at his 29 points of strength and 19 points of agility, feeling he was qualified to attempt it. The rewards are too bountiful. Lin Zhou took a few deep breaths, barely managing to calm his excited heart. The gift from the Polaris Chamber of Commerce is simply a super large package. He immediately made a decision. Shao AI maintain autopilot at the highest alert level. Wanqing keep an eye on the surroundings and alert me immediately if anything unusual happens. Time is tight, I must improve my strength in every second. The Royal Associations wanted notice and the countdown of the Sky Net are ticking away. I don't know what might await us when we enter safety zone no. 4. Every increase in strength means an increase in assurance. You can count on me. Lin Wanqing nodded earnestly, picking up the handgun Lin Zhou had given her expression serious as she sat in the passenger seat vigilantly observing the outside. Lin Zhou no longer hesitated and first picked up the spiritual source stone large. He sat cross-legged holding the source stone in his palm, concentrating his mind, guiding his mental strength to absorb the vast and pure spiritual energy within. Buzz. A refreshing and powerful stream of spiritual energy surged through his arm and flooded into his mind. His mental strength began to grow and solidify at a visibly rapid pace. His mind, which had been somewhat fatigued from continuous battles and talent usage, instantly returned to its peak and continued to break through its limits. Uncertain of how much time had passed, perhaps just a few minutes, perhaps longer. When Lin Zhou opened his eyes again, it seemed as though a flash of starlight flickered deep within his gaze and his overall aura appeared even deeper. Spiritual source stone large absorption successful. Significant enhancement of mental strength. Current mental strength 22. Mental recovery speed increased by 150. Ding. Detected enhancement of spiritual essence. A level talent ammunition expert has received slight enhancement. Enchantment consumption reduced by 5 and special effect trigger probability slightly increased. Mental strength surged from 12 points to 22 points. A direct increase of 10 points. Recovery speed has also significantly increased. Even the ammunition expert talent has been enhanced. Great. Lin Zhou felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind, his thought speed accelerating and his perception of the surrounding environment becoming more keen and detailed. Without pausing, his gaze turned to the vial emitting a dreamy luster, the gene evolution original liquid. He pulled the stopper from the crystal vial. In an instant, a tremor and pressure that seemed to originate from the depths of life's essence emanated from that drop of original liquid. The air inside the car seemed to momentarily stagnate. Lin Zhou did not hesitate. He tilted his head and poured the drop of original liquid filled with infinite mysteries and energy into his mouth. The moment the original liquid entered, it did not dissolve. Instead, it sank like a miniature scorching sun into his abdomen. Boom. A feeling that cannot be described in words erupted from an intense change in the deepest essence of life. Absorbing gene evolution original liquid. Detected strong life essence and excellent genetic foundation. Breaking current genetic lock restrictions. Initial agility genetic lock. Breakthrough. Initial gene chain fully enhanced. Breakthrough. Opening deeper evolution. The potential upper limits of the 4 basic attributes strength, agility, constitution and spirit have significantly increased. Optimizing existing genetic abilities. Tough Life Hellhound passive merging with his own life essence. Optimizing. Fusion successful. Acquired new passive ability Undying Body Initial. Undying Body Initial life recovery speed 500 can quickly heal severe injuries including internal organ damage and bone fractures, and the speed and success rate of limb regeneration are significantly enhanced. Strong resistance to toxins, diseases and energy erosion. Extremely tenacious vitality. Energy consumption. Passive maintenance consumption is low but active repair consumption increases. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Zhou for successfully breaking the genetic lock restriction and unlocking deeper evolution. Comprehensive evaluation upgraded to early 2nd tier. Personal panel updated: strength 35/6, agility 31/12, constitution 30, latent significantly influenced by Undying Body, spirit 25/3, passive ability Undying Body Initial replaces Tough Life LV. 1. Transformation complete. Lin Zhou suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of substantial brilliance flashing by. He slowly stood up, stretching his body. His bones crackled, emitting crisp sounds. It felt as if boundless power was surging and roaring within him. 35 points of strength. A single punch could shatter stone. 31 points of agility. An increase of 12 points compared to before. Speed and reaction have reached a new level. Though his constitution is latent, the value of 30 points combined with the terrifying effects of Undying Body made him feel like an invincible cockroach. 25 points of spirit. Coupled with the enhancement from ammunition expert, his mastery and application of talent have reached a new height. Early 2nd tier. He had officially stepped into the realm of the 2nd tier. This was a leap in life levels, a qualitative leap in strength. More importantly, Undying Body. This is no longer just a simple recovery ability but a step toward the concept of immortality. As long as he is not completely obliterated in an instant, he has a great chance of recovering. This survival ability is truly extraordinary. This feeling is amazing. Lin Zhou clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented powerful force within him, his lips unable to suppress a smile. Lin Wanqing turned her head, looking at Lin Zhou, whose demeanor was markedly different. Her lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with shock and joy. She could sense that Lin Zhou had become stronger, strong enough to bring her an inexplicable sense of oppression. It's nothing, just a slight breakthrough. Lin Zhou smiled at her, feeling quite pleased. Then he opened his personal panel. 6427. Mechanical parts 2338. Energy core 1. As he looked at the astronomical numbers displayed on his personal panel, Lin Zhou's lips curled into a satisfied smile. While all other players were desperately fighting for a few hundred points, he already possessed more than 6,000 wealth, a gap that could make anyone envious. However, wealth that cannot be converted into strength is just a string of numbers. He summoned the vehicle panel and first selected Defense System LV3. Defense System LV. 3 LV. 4. Required points 120, mechanical parts 150, special alloy ingots 10 or equivalent, high-strength materials. Effect: preview armor further reinforced, capable of effectively resisting armor-piercing projectiles and certain energy weapons' direct hits, significantly enhancing impact resistance. Special alloy ingots. Lin Zhou pondered for a moment, taking out giant rock shell. Excellent 5. Shall AI analyze whether the giant rock shell can replace the special alloy ingots. Analyzing. The structural density and hardness of the giant rock shell exceed those of conventional special alloys, possessing excellent energy conductivity with unit performance approximately 1.5 times that of the special alloy ingots. 5 pieces of giant rock shell can fully meet the LV4 upgrade requirements with a surplus, Shao AI quickly responded. Great. Using the giant rock shell to replace the alloy ingots, upgrade the defense system to LV4. Resources deducted. A heavy metallic resonance echoed from the vehicle and a layer of bluish-black sheen flowed over the surface of the armor before retracting. The whole vehicle felt more stable and solid, as if it were a moving fortress. Ding. Defense system upgrade successful. Current level LV. 4. Lin Zhou nodded in satisfaction and then looked at power system LV4. Power system LV. 4 LV. 5. Required points 200, mechanical parts 300, energy core 2 or high purity energy crystals 5. Effect: preview engine limit breakthrough, introducing basic energy overload technology, allowing short-term explosive speed to exceed conventional physical limits. Significantly enhances adaptability to complex terrains and sustained combat capabilities. Indeed. Lin Zhou frowned. Energy core. This was one of the resources he lacked the most. He had only one energy core from the loot acquired from Zhao Feng, which was completely insufficient. As for the high-purity energy crystals, he had none on hand. Let's check the firepower system first. He temporarily skipped the power system and opened firepower system LV2. Firepower system LV2 LV3. Required points 80 mechanical parts 120 special ammunition base materials 10 or equivalent materials. Effect preview increases the attack strength, penetrating power and range of the existing weapon systems, optimizing trajectory calculations and target locking capabilities. Special ammunition base materials. Lin Zhou rummaged through his storage space, having just acquired various ammunition materials from Zhao Feng, enough to substitute. Upgrade the firepower system to LV3. Resources deducted again. A faint mechanical adjustment sound came from inside the vehicle, and the Gatling gun on the roof seemed to have become sturdier and deeper, while the launch ports of the rear array had also been optimized and reorganized. Ding! Firepower system upgrade successful. Current level LV3. Finally, Lin Zhou looked at the energy system that had not yet been activated. Energy system not activated LV1. Required points 50 energy core 3. Effect preview activates the basic energy management module, optimizing energy distribution efficiency, slightly increasing energy recovery speed. Another energy core. Lin Zhou's brows furrowed. He only had one, still short too. And this was merely to activate the basic energy system. Subsequent upgrades would likely require more. Sigh. He sighed helplessly. Having money but not being able to spend it. This feeling is really unpleasant. More than 6,000 points and over 2,000 parts, but due to a shortage of key resources I can't upgrade the vehicle to the desired state. The energy points marked on the map given by Ling Shuang are too far away, it's unrealistic to rush there. Let's head to the advanced safety zone and see if there are any trade channels. He made a decision. At that moment Xiao Ace's voice sounded. Commander, radar scan shows a large gathering of zombies 1 kilometer ahead, approximately 80 in number. At the same time 3 players' life signals have been detected. They are surrounded and the signal strength is continuously weakening. Lin Zhou raised his eyes to look at the distribution map of red dots on the screen, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Just in time to test my second-tier body and the upgraded firepower. Practice and clear the way at the same time. Xiao AI maintain auto-drive and approach the signal point. Once within range, the firepower system would fire freely to clear the surrounding zombies. Command confirmed. The RV accelerated and in the blink of an eye they arrived at the kilometer mark. Ahead was an abandoned gas station, 3 modified jeeps forming a makeshift defense line, but they had already been scattered by the horde. Among the 70 or 80 zombies, 5 or 6 first-tier fast-moving types were frantically attacking. The 3 players were back-to-back in a desperate defense, one wielding a machete, another using a bow and arrow, while the last seemed to have an injured leg and could only shoot with a pistol, their ammunition rapidly depleting. What is that? An RV. The man with the knife caught sight of the silver-gray beast approaching, a mix of hope and astonishment in his voice. In the next second the turret on the roof suddenly rotated. Da-da-da-da. The metal storm plowed through the outer horde, instantly turning 5 or 6 zombies into fragments. The rear array opened fire simultaneously with a series of thuds as the zombies close to the vehicle were blasted away by the steel pellets. It's help. Someone has come to rescue us. The woman with the bow shouted excitedly. But Lin Zhou did not exit the vehicle. He merely opened the side window, drew his long knife and leaped out. Thud. As he landed, the ground shook slightly, the impact from his 35 points of strength satisfying him. A portion of the horde immediately surged toward him. Lin Zhou moved. 31 points of agility exploded forth, his figure becoming a gray streak. The long knife was not even enchanted, relying solely on strength and speed, slashing horizontally. Crack. 3 zombies were severed in half at the waist. With a flick of his hand another fast-moving type was cleaved from head to toe. He plunged into the horde, the blade flashing like a will, scattering limbs as he passed, leaving no one who could stand against him. Occasionally one that slipped through would pounce close, only to be blasted in the head by a single punch. With 35 points of strength a zombie's skull was as fragile as a watermelon. Lin watching inside the vehicle watched Lin Zhou outside who looked like a god of war, her eyes shining, but she did not remain idle, accurately shooting at the zombies attempting to flank. In less than 3 minutes only a few scattered zombies remained around the gas station, eliminated by the rear array's follow-up fire. The ground was littered with corpses and dark blood stained the snow. The 3 players collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude as they looked at Lin Zhou. The man with the knife struggled to stand, clasping his fists and saying, "Thank you, brother, for coming to our rescue. We are from the Wilderness Travel Group, without you we would surely have perished here today. What is your name, brother? We must repay this kindness in the future." Lin Zhou shook the blood off his knife, sheathed it and spoke in a flat tone, "Just passing by, no need to remember it." After saying that he turned and headed back to the RV. The 3 were stunned. "Wait. Brother, at least leave a name, or do you need us to do something?" The woman with the bow hurriedly called out, jogging a few steps. "No need." Lin Zhou did not look back, opened the car door and said, "Don't follow me." As his words fell, the door closed. Truly the bearing of a master, and the man with the injured leg murmured softly, "Hurry and gather our things, this place is no longer safe." The knife-wielding man took a deep breath, gazing toward the direction Lin Zhou had vanished, his expression layered with complexity. Inside the motorhome, Lin Zhou accepted a towel from Lin Wanqing and wiped his hands. Shao AI, how far are we from safe zone? No. 4. Estimated arrival at the perimeter in 40 minutes. Lin Zhou leaned back into his seat and closed his eyes to rest. The skirmish moments ago had been little more than a warm-up, he hadn't even broken a sweat. With second-tier cultivation and an upgraded vehicle, he was already sovereign across this desolate wasteland. But within the safe zone, power factions entangled like thorny vines, and the Royal Society's warrant for his arrest had likely spread like wildfire. He opened his eyes, a glint of frost flickered coldly in their depths. "Yi Chen. I hope you do not disappoint me." And at that moment a crisp mechanical voice pierced the silence. Worldwide announcement to enhance player survival immersion. The time-limited event, Lucky Airdrop, is about to commence. Rules follow in 1. In 5 minutes 100 lucky airdrop crates will descend randomly outside all safe zones. 2. Each crate contains rare supplies, gear, vehicle components and special artifacts. The lowest rarity is silver, the highest epic. 3. Upon landing, each crate emits a brilliant visible light column lasting 30 minutes, during which all players may compete for it. 4. Opening a crate requires a 30-second activation sequence. The interruption occurs if the player is attacked or moves. 5. The event concludes when the current skyweb contraction ends. Best of luck to all players. As soon as the announcement flashed, the global chat erupted into chaos. Holy hell! A diamond tier crate. Not even in my wildest dreams. Only 100. With billions of players worldwide, this'll spark a bloodbath. Silver tier minimum. We're going, Alan. I'll pedal my bicycle so hard sparks fly just to claim one. Wake up, did you miss the part about being interruptible mid-open? That's basically an open invitation to slaughter, and fortune favors the bold. Anyone forming squads to raid crates? Need a tank and a healer. The Royal Society will surely try to monopolize them, and, hey upstairs, don't forget senior brother Lin Zhou. I have a feeling this is about to spiral out of control. Inside the motorhome, and Lin Wanqing stared at the system prompt, her eyes alight with excitement. Every crate is at least silver tier, and with my crate affinity talent, Lin Zhou nodded, his thoughts razor sharp. Silver ascends to gold, gold ascends to diamond, if we secure a diamond crate, and ascend once more, he left the sentence unfinished, but both understood. It would be a reward beyond all existing comprehension. Still, Lin Zhou glanced at the radar display where faint player signals scattered like distant stars. This event is essentially a crucible. 100 crates. Billions of players. Light columns that turn you into living targets. An activation timer that forces betrayal and calculation. Yet, Na fierce exhilarated smile curved his lips, his gaze shimmering with anticipation. Now that's where things get interesting. Lin Zhou clenched his fist, 35 points of raw strength surging through his veins. Na second-tier physique. Level 4 defense. Level 3 firepower. And Lin Wanqing's unparalleled crate affinity. In this so-called lucky game he wouldn't merely participate. He would dominate, utterly. Countdown 000322. Across the wilderness the wind grew taut and sharp. 100 radiant pillars, poised to pierce the heavens. N. Lucky airdrop countdown 000010. 05. 01. A low resonant hum reverberated across the sky. And then, without warning, 100 colossal golden light columns tore through the ashen-yellow firmament, plunging vertically from the stratosphere like celestial chains binding earth to heaven. Their brilliance blazed so fiercely they were visible dozens of kilometers away. And each impact struck the ground with a thunderous muffled boom, kicking up vast plumes of dust and debris. N. Lucky airdrops deployed. Light columns persist for 30 minutes. Best of luck to all players. And the global chat drowned instantly beneath a tidal wave of frenzied messages. Coordinates 134-87. One just landed here, golden column. At least gold tier N, damn it. 2 clicks away, brothers move. 201-45, another one. On top of the abandoned water tower, hurry N, I see the column. But there are figures everywhere. Shit, they're already fighting. Squad up. Seeking reliable teammates, equal shares guaranteed N. Chaos, greed and lethal intent bloomed rapidly around every radiant pillar. Inside the motorhome, commander nearest airdrop detected, 2. 7 kilometers away in the backyard of an abandoned auto repair yard. Light column hue pale gold, preliminary assessment gold tier crate. Xiao AI reported calmly. However, at least 4 player groups are converging rapidly. The closest is now only 400 meters from the drop site. Gold tier. Lin Zhou studied the pulsing icon on screen, his gaze sharpening. Ascend once and it becomes diamond. Worth the risk. But competition will be fierce, Lin Wanqing murmured, her eyes fixed anxiously on the cluster of red blips flooding the radar. N. Precisely what we want. A cold razor-thin smile lifted Lin Zhou's lips. N. Xiao AI, full throttle. Destination the repair yard. N. Engage silent infiltration mode at 500 meters from the perimeter. Use terrain for concealment during final approach. Confirmed. N. Propulsion systems at maximum output. Arrival expected in 1 minute 15 seconds. And the motorhome's engine growled low and deep, a silver-gray panther streaking across the barren expanse. Its level 4 propulsion granted staggering acceleration, yet the ride remained eerily smooth. Lin Zhou simultaneously pulled up the local terrain map and analyzed swiftly. The repair yard is labyrinthine, workshop scrap piles, wrecked vehicles. Ideal for individual stealth and ambush, but unsuitable for vehicular close-quarters combat. The airdrop rests in the backyard, relatively open yet approachable via flanking routes, the rooftop of the eastern workshop or the western scrap mound. He turned to Lin Wanqing. Remain inside the vehicle. Seal the doors. Do not disembark unless I call for you, and you're going alone. Lin Wanqing's voice tightened with concern. And too many people would hinder mobility. Lin Zhou checked his gear, a longsword, an M4 assault rifle, several grenades, and finally slung across his back the Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. My objective is swift seizure and immediate extraction, not prolonged engagement. And he paused, then added, should circumstances shift, Xiao AI will escort you to the secondary rally point. Trust me. Lin Wanqing met his calm, unshakable gaze, and nodded firmly. Be careful. 1 minute 10 seconds later, the repair yard perimeter. The motorhome slid soundlessly into the shadow of a half-collapsed wall. Lin Zhou pushed open the door, and vanished into the ruins like smoke. He crouched behind a shattered wall, observing the yard. And the golden light column stood motionless in the courtyard center, illuminating towering stacks of discarded tires and rusted chassis. Within the column floated a metallic crate, half a meter tall, its surface etched with luminous intricate patterns, hovering half a meter above the ground. The courtyard had become a miniature battlefield. 3 factions were locked in furious crossfire. None held the 2-story office building to the east, raining precise rifle fire from its windows. And another hunkered behind a row of corroded shipping containers to the west, retaliating with grenades and submachine guns. A third group, 4 strong, was attempting a flanking maneuver from the south, weaving silently through heaps of derelict vehicles toward the crate. Gunfire explosions and guttural shouts clashed violently, while the air thickened with acrid gunpowder and coppery blood. 6 or 7 corpses already lay sprawled across the dirt, slowly dissolving into shimmering motes of light before vanishing entirely. A rabble, Lin Zhou thought coldly. Their mutual entanglement created the perfect opening, for him. He noticed one woman among the flanking quartet, her movements unusually swift and fluid. She'd already slipped undetected to the cover of a bulldozer less than 30 meters from the crate. A suppressed pistol rested steady in her hand. Her eyes scanned the battlefield with cautious precision. Interesting, Lin Zhou thought, and held his position. He needed a catalyst, either a mutual stalemate, or someone reckless enough to rush the crate first, drawing every other faction's fire. And he would wait, patient, poised, to reap the spoils of their ruin. Sure enough, the operatives in the eastern office appeared exhausted, ammo depleted, their firepower waning. Now, Lin Zhou moved, not along the ground but vaulting onto a shattered wall, using shadows and rusted pipes as cover while advancing swiftly from above. With agility 31, his landings were silent, his motions fluid and seamless. Below, the two assailants had already reached the edge of the beam. One eagerly slammed his palm onto the supply crate. The activation countdown began. Engage. Roars erupted simultaneously from the eastern office and behind the western shipping containers. The remaining combatants unleashed torrents of fire upon the crate opener. His comrade instantly raised a blast-resistant shield. Bullets struck it in furious sparking bursts. Yet even the shield could not fully protect both men. The opener took a round in the leg, collapsing with a shriek as the countdown halted. Amidst the chaos, the woman who had been lying in wait behind the excavator sprang into action. She lunged forward, rolling twice before reaching the opposite side of the crate, and pressed her hand firmly upon it. A new countdown commenced. Damn it! Another ambush. Pour everything you've got into her. Multiple factions swiveled their weapons, unleashing a deluge of bullets toward her position. She seemed prepared. With one sharp kick she sent a rusted oil drum crashing to the ground. It rolled violently toward the onrushing enemies, briefly obscuring their line of sight. Simultaneously she flattened herself against the crate, using its bulk as cover. Clever, but insufficient. Lin Zhou had already circled silently to the rooftop of a ventilation duct in the northern courtyard, a vantage point offering commanding visibility. Countdown: 15 seconds, 10 seconds. Her surrounding cover was riddled with holes. A stray round grazed her arm, drawing a thin line of blood. Gritting her teeth, she held firm, eyes locked on the timer. 5 seconds. At the eastern office window a man grinned savagely, and hefted a rocket launcher. No. Her pupils contracted sharply. In the split second before ignition, bang. A deep thunderous rifle report tore through the din. Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. A 12.7 mm armor-piercing incendiary round propelled by supersonic kinetic fury pierced the brick wall with surgical precision, obliterating the rocketeer's upper torso into a gory explosive mist. The round's residual momentum even tore through another man's shoulder, and part of the wall behind him. The eastern office fell instantly silent. All combatants froze, stunned by the sudden devastating intervention. Shit. Sniper. There's a sniper. Where? Countdown: 2 seconds, 1 second, 0. Supply crate successfully opened. Without hesitation she snatched the golden crate shimmering within the beam, shoved it into her pack without glancing at its contents, and fled northward directly toward Lin Zhou's position, sprinting for her life. After her. She's got the crate. The others snapped out of their shock, roaring in pursuit, bullets kicking up dust inches behind her heels. Lin Zhou dropped from the duct, landing precisely 5 meters ahead of her, blocking her path. She skidded to a halt, raising her pistol, eyes flickering with suspicion and uncertainty as she stared at the man who'd materialized like a shadow. But the unshakable mountainous pressure radiating from him told her everything. He was the true predator. The crate, Lin Zhou said, extending his hand, calm yet absolute. Her gaze flickered, back toward the pursuers, then to the inscrutable man before her. Jaw clenched, she reached into her pack and tossed the golden supply crate toward him. Take it, let me go. Her voice was urgent. Lin Zhou caught the crate, solid, weighty, and the system-confirmed golden lucky supply crate. He stepped aside, then smoothly raised his M4 and fired 3 precise shots at the pursuing group. Tap tap tap. The 2 leading figures crumpled instantly. She held Lin Zhou's gaze for a heartbeat, then turned and vanished into the skeletal ruins, leaping across broken concrete and twisted rebar. Lin Zhou made no move to follow. His objective had been secured. He slid the golden crate into his high-capacity tactical pack, and melted into a nearby maintenance conduit, vanishing into the labyrinthine terrain. Frustrated curses and sporadic gunfire echoed behind him, now utterly irrelevant. 2 minutes later he stood beside his concealed RV, yanked open the door and slipped inside. Did you get it? Lin Wanqing asked, tense. Lin Zhou placed the crate, still pulsing with soft golden luminescence, on the table and nodded. Golden tier. It's yours now. Understood. Leave it to me. Lin Wanqing drew a slow steady breath, and laid both hands upon the crate focusing intently. A faint pearlescent glow emanated from her palms. The golden light receded inward condensing, then flared anew deeper brighter crystalline, like captured starlight swirling within a nebula. Diamond-tier lucky supply crate. Lin Zhou's eyes blazed with fierce intensity, he selected open without hesitation. Dazzling diamond radiance flooded the cabin. Within it 3 distinct silhouettes emerged slowly. First a pulsing orb of points, 3000 points. Second a crimson metal ingot, its interior churning with molten lava-like currents, magma core. Magma core legendary grade material. Magma core legendary grade material. Contains volatile fire-aligned energy, suitable as the core component for forging legendary tier equipment enhancing fire-based talents or skills or powering ultra-specification energy systems. Third an ancient weathered parchment scroll, its surface inscribed with intricate sigils traced in dark gold ink, talent enhancement scroll rare. Talent enhancement scroll rare permanently enhances one talent ranked S-tier or below, amplifying its effects or unlocking new branching capabilities. Note success rate depends on the talent's latent potential and the user's current physiological and mental state. Magma core. Talent enhancement scroll. Lin Zhou's breathing quickened slightly. The magma core was likely critical for upgrading the microstellar furnace, or perhaps the future Titan armor. As for the scroll, his infinite ammunition talent was SS-tier, ineligible. But ammunition expert ranked attire fit perfectly. Return immediately toward safe zone sector 4, maintain full concealment. Lin Zhou suppressed the urge to activate the scroll on the spot and issued the order with cool authority. This site had just erupted into violence, staying longer was untenable. Affirmative, Commander. The RV glided silently away from the autoshop compound, leaving the carnage and chaos far behind. Lin Zhou gazed at the magma core and the talent enhancement scroll in his hands, then lifted his eyes toward the distant hazy silhouette of safe zone sector 4. The lucky supply crate event had only just begun. 100 crates. 100 brutal contests. And he had already claimed one of the keys to ascend. The rhythm of this game was now being set step by deliberate step by him. The RV moved steadily through the wilderness. Lin Zhou did not hesitate taking out the talent enhancement scroll rare. The goal was clear: to enhance his A-grade talent ammunition expert. He unfurled the ancient parchment scroll and dark golden runes seemed to come alive, spreading along his arm and finally converging at his brow. A surge of scorching and pure energy flowed into his consciousness, resonating with the source of the ammunition expert talent. A-grade talent ammunition expert detected enhancement conditions met. Analyzing talent structure. Searching for enhancement entry point. Determined enhancement directions 1. Critical hit and special effect amplification 2. Elemental enchantment control 3. Ammunition form expansion. Please select enhancement direction. Lin Zhou thought quickly. Critical hit and special effects were probabilistic boosts not stable enough. Ammunition form expansion might allow for bullet type changes, but fundamentally it remained on a physical level. Elemental enchantment control would directly enhance his control and effectiveness over enchanting abilities, which was precisely the core of the synergy between ammunition expert and unlimited firepower. Choose direction 2. Elemental enchantment control. Choice confirmed. Enhancement commencing. The heat at his brow intensified suddenly and a flood of knowledge fragments about energy particle manipulation, elemental property transformation and the intricate weaving of mental power surged into his mind. The process lasted about a minute. Enhancement complete. A-grade talent ammunition expert has been upgraded to ammunition sovereign A-grade. New effects 1. Critical hit and special effect trigger probability increased to moderate. 2. Elemental enchantment control significantly enhanced. Can consume mental power to permanently add one basic elemental attribute: fire, ice, electricity, acid. Choose 1 to bullets if this attribute effect is constant and does not require continuous mental power consumption to maintain. 3. Unlocked composite enchantment can additionally consume a large amount of mental power to temporarily overlay a second elemental effect on the solidified basic element, creating elemental reactions e.g. ice, electricity, area paralysis, fire, acid, continuous corrosion, etc. The effect lasts until mental power is exhausted or actively cancelled. 4. Overall mental power consumption reduced by 15. Lin Zhou opened his eyes and a flicker of electric spark seemed to flash deep within his pupils. He extended his hand, his thoughts stirring, and a wisp of deep blue arc of electricity silently leaped from his fingertips, emanating a chilling aura of destruction. Solidify the lightning element, overlay the fire element. He murmured, a look of satisfaction crossing his eyes. This meant that every bullet he fired would carry lightning damage with a significant paralysis effect. When necessary, he could also unleash a blaze, instantly delivering a dual destruction strike of lightning and fire. A grade talent, ammunition sovereign. Combined with the SSS grade unlimited firepower, his ranged lethality and tactical versatility had reached a terrifying height. Very good. Lin Zhou clenched his fist excitedly, saying, with this talent my attacking methods have reached a new level. He opened the world channel, preparing to see the current situation. Does anyone understand? I was hiding in a cave and an airdrop just smashed right into my face. Diamond treasure chest. There isn't a single person around. This is great. What the hell? Diamond treasure chest. I need some luck. Jealous of the person above my side already has 3 groups going crazy, and 2 teammates died before they even touched the chest. Selling the chest, brother. Buying at a high price. Brothers. The Royal Society is really disgusting, occupying 2 airdrop points on our side, clearing the area directly. Anyone who gets close will be killed. Sai, who told them they have so many people? I heard Yichen personally led a team to grab a golden airdrop. The Polaris Chamber of Commerce announcement, long-term purchase of airdrop treasure chests regardless of quality, fair prices, safe transactions. Inside the RV, Lin Wanqing looked at the rapidly scrolling channel, somewhat worried. The Royal Society and Polaris are both on the scene now. The competition has become fiercer. What should we do next? Lin Zhou's gaze fell on the regional map, where a glaring golden light point was marked very close to them. What to do? He pointed at the light point. Grab the airdrop. The light point was located inside the No. 4 safe zone near the center square. Moreover, judging by the color of the light beam, it was a diamond-grade airdrop box that had yet to be opened. Airdrops inside the safe zone. Lin Wanqing was somewhat surprised. There are more people inside, it's more complicated, it may not be easy to take. Lin Zhou started the engine. Let's go take a look. The RV drove toward the entrance of the safe zone. To their surprise, the entrance was not as they imagined, with large factions charging tolls. Only a few scattered players were loitering around. Upon seeing the massive silver-gray RV approach, they all respectfully made way. It was not until they entered the inner part of the safe zone that Lin Zhou understood the reason. The safe zone was far larger and more complex than it appeared from the outside. It was built upon a desolate industrial area with concrete walls enclosing intersecting streets, dilapidated factories, and makeshift shantytowns. The population density was high, with players of all kinds bustling about, some hurriedly passing, some setting up stalls to trade, while more were gathered together, their gazes all directed toward the same place, the central square. In the center of the square, a dazzling diamond-colored light beam shot up into the sky, clearly visible even in daylight. Beneath the light beam, a magnificent chest with complex nebula patterns floated quietly. However, oddly enough, a vacuum zone formed within a radius of 100 meters around the light beam. Hundreds of players surrounded the edge, whispering and pointing, but none dared to step into that area. The arrival of the RV caused a stir in the small crowd. Wow! What a big vehicle! Is it a modified RV? This model. This armor. Could it be Lin Zhou? Is it really Lin Zhou? Why is he in our Zone 4? Quick, make way. Didn't you see the Royal Society's wanted notice? A wanted notice is a wanted notice, but money needs a life to spend. Look at the roof of that vehicle. Is that a Gatling gun? The crowd instinctively parted to create a passage. Lin Wanqing looked at the dense crowd outside and whispered, why aren't they taking action? Just watching. Lin Zhou also frowned slightly. This situation was indeed strange. He slowed down the vehicle, rolled down the window, and waved to the nearest seemingly sharp young player. Hey, can I ask you something? The young man was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly approached. Lin Zhou. What can I do for you? What's going on with that chest? Why isn't anyone moving? Lin Zhou pointed at the light beam. The young man glanced around and lowered his voice. Boss, there are bad people in the crowd. At first a few reckless ones rushed up trying to open the chest, but before they could even touch it they were taken down by some unknown cold gun. 3 died and 5 or 6 were injured. Later everyone found out that there were at least 3 or 4 snipers watching from the shadows. Whoever approached the light beam was shot at for warning, and those who didn't believe it ended up as corpses. Now everyone is suspicious of each other, not knowing which side the snipers belong to, and no one dares to stick their neck out. The more people gather, the more they just waste time here. I heard the Royal Society Polaris and several large factions are all inside, but no one has made a move yet. I see. Lin Zhou nodded, casually tossing a bottle of unopened purified water out of the window to the young man. Thanks. Thank you, boss. The young man caught the water, overwhelmed with excitement. Closing the car window, Lin Zhou's gaze turned cold. Someone is plotting, he said to Lin Wanqing. The sniper is suppressing, creating a stalemate. Either they are waiting for a key figure or opportunity, or they are making it difficult for everyone, simply dragging this out to annoy people and finally waiting for the sky net to refresh, letting the airdrop naturally disappear. Lin Wanqing frowned slightly. She did not deny this second possibility. After all, this was the apocalypse. In a vast forest all kinds of birds could be found. Lin Zhou looked at the square shrouded in an invisible killing intent, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. But no matter what, I want that box. He stepped on the accelerator. The RV let out a low roar, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd it slowly drove straight toward the dazzling diamond beam. The crowd was in an uproar. He wants to go over directly. Is he crazy? Can't he see those snipers? That's Lin Zhou, maybe. In the shadows. Several pairs of eyes narrowed simultaneously. The crosshair of the sniper scope quietly locked onto that silver-gray steel beast. The silver RV slowly drove into that vacuum area, shrouded in death under the gaze of hundreds. When the front of the car was less than 50 meters from the diamond beam, the first gunshot rang out. Bang! The sharp sniper bullet tore through the air, accurately hitting the side window of the RV's driver's seat. The expected sound of shattering glass did not occur. The bullet struck the dark glass, only creating a cluster of fine sparks, leaving an almost imperceptible white dot before it was completely deflected. The LV-4 defense system, combined with the high-level bulletproof multilayer special glass, easily withstood this deadly strike. A suppressed gasp arose from the crowd. In the shadows at a window on the third floor of an abandoned factory, a hidden sniper's pupils constricted sharply, unable to believe the scene in the scope. Impossible. This is armor-piercing ammunition. He gritted his teeth, stubbornly reloading the gun, locking the crosshair firmly onto the RV's tire. Just as his index finger was about to pull the trigger, a distinctly different gunshot, like the sigh of death, came from the direction of the square. Bang! A 12.7 mm tungsten core armor-piercing bullet crossed over 200 meters at a terrifying speed, accurately penetrating the third-floor window. The sniper's head, along with a small portion of his shoulder, exploded like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer. Blood and brain matter sprayed out in a radial pattern onto the wall behind. The headless body swayed slightly before turning into specks of starlight and dissipating, leaving only the fallen sniper rifle on the ground. One shot, one kill. Anti-material sniper. The entire square fell into silence in an instant. Everyone looked in horror at the RV. The side window had already been lowered and a gruesome black gun barrel slowly retracted. Then the driver's side door opened. Lin Zhou jumped out, holding the fearsome Barrett M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle. His steps were steady as he walked to the front of the car, his calm gaze sweeping over the dark crowd around, finally settling on the diamond airdrop box in the center. He raised his hand, casually pointing the thick barrel of the Barrett at the treasure box in the beam, his voice not loud but clear enough for everyone present, carrying an undeniable calm. Ladies and gentlemen, this diamond treasure box Lin Zhou wanted. You all. He paused, a faint arc forming at the corner of his mouth, his gaze icy as it swept across the crowd. Have no objections, right? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted. What kind of joke is this? A burly man with a face full of flesh shouted, waving his shotgun. This box isn't yours. Why should you get to take it? Exactly. Everyone has guarded it for so long, and you just want to monopolize it the moment you arrive. Lin Zhou, don't be so arrogant. Even if you are strong, can you kill us all here? Lin Zhou faced the crowd's fury, his expression showing no ripples. No matter how strong he was, could he kill everyone here? The allure of the diamond box was enough to drive people to take risks. More importantly, the mentality of the law does not punish the many began to spread. He might be powerful, but can he kill everyone here? Facing the agitated crowd, Lin Zhou's face remained completely calm. He didn't even raise his gun again, simply leaning the Barrett casually against the ground as if it were not a weapon but a walking stick. Why should it? He seemed to be speaking to himself, yet also responding to everyone's doubts. In the next moment, a thought moved in his mind. Boom. A low rumble of mechanical transmission came from the roof. The previously silent M134 Gatling began to slowly rotate its 6 barrels, spinning faster and faster, emitting a deathly howl that sent chills down the spine. The dark gun barrels looked like the eyes of a giant beast coldly gazing down at the crowd. Meanwhile, the armored plate at the rear of the vehicle slid open and a multi-barreled grenade launcher array popped out, locking onto the crowd's flanks. The terrifying war machine entered a pre-attack state. A chilling killing intent swept over the entire square like a tangible cold wave. The once noisy crowd was suddenly silenced as if someone had grabbed them by the throat. Everyone turned pale, staring at the 2 weapon platforms representing absolute destruction, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. They finally realized. This man before them, along with his steel monster, possessed the terrifying firepower to shred most of the people present into pieces in an instant. With this, Lin Zhou's voice rang out again, still calm but a few degrees colder than before. Now, does anyone have objections? A deathly silence filled the air. Only the hum of the Gatling's rotating barrels echoed like a death drumbeat, striking at the hearts of everyone. The burly man who had shouted earlier turned pale, his shotgun unknowingly drooping down. Under the absolute firepower, intimidation greed was temporarily overwhelmed by the instinct for survival. Lin Zhou no longer looked at them, turning around and striding toward the dazzling diamond beam. His figure stretched long in the light. Like a monarch walking towards his throne. No one dared to stop him. However, someone unafraid of death appeared. Lin Zhou. Don't be too arrogant. Just as Lin Zhou was about to touch the beam, a voice filled with hatred and a sense of false bravado exploded from the crowd. A man in a dark red leather jacket wearing a badge of the Royal Society on his chest stepped forward, pointing at Lin Zhou, his voice trembling with excitement and fear. "We have already reported your presence to our superiors. Our Royal Society's main force is about to..." His words were cut off. A faint but sharp sound of something cutting through the air suddenly rang out. Pft! A blood hole exploded instantly in the man's forehead. The edges of the wound appeared strangely charred, with fine blue arcs jumping on it for half a second before dissipating. His expression froze between anger and shock, his body swayed and he fell backward, blood and brain matter splattering all over the surrounding people. The entire scene fell silent. No one saw how Lin Zhou fired the shot. He hadn't even turned around, just holding the seemingly ordinary M4 assault rifle. His hand seemed to move slightly. Lin Zhou slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping across the blood-stained, pale-faced crowd, finally landing on the place where the Royal Society badge had fallen. His eyes were like polar ice, his voice not loud yet carrying a chilling killing intent that resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "Royal Society. Send one, I kill one. Send a pair." He paused, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth that seemed to come from a demon in hell. "I kill a pair." A sharp hiss swept the plaza as hundreds inhaled in stunned disbelief. Reckless. Outrageously reckless. To murder a member of the Huangjiahui in front of so many and to spew such remorseless words, it was beyond audacity. This was more than a declaration of war, it was naked contempt. Yet this time no one dared to answer or jeer. The corpse, still twitching and smelling of burnt flesh, was the most visceral warning. This man killed as he pleased without a shred of restraint. Lin Zhou paid no heed to the fearful stares. He turned and pressed his hand to the diamond airdrop box. Airdrop box activation, 30-second countdown. The bar began to fill. Around them the silence was suffocating, broken only by the low whir of the Vulcan cannon and the stifled breaths of onlookers. In the shadows a few faint sniper glints vanished as quietly as they had appeared. No one dared gamble on whether Lin Zhou had noticed, or whether they themselves would be the next to be headshot. 30 seconds vanished like a heartbeat. Diamond airdrop box opened successfully. A dazzling beam retracted and sank into the crate. The box unlocked and revealed its contents. Lin Zhou did not spare a glance. He sealed the entire crate into his personal space. This was not the moment to inspect it. Gun in hand, he strode back to the motorhome, opened the door and sat inside. The door shut. The engine roared to life. The silver-gray behemoth slowly turned its nose and, under the weight of hundreds of complicated gazes, rolled away from the central plaza and soon disappeared into the snarled alleys. Only after the motorhome was entirely out of sight did the frozen atmosphere in the square finally loosen. Conversation erupted like a tidal wave, so ruthless. A headshot right away. The Huangjiahui has lost face this time. A diamond crate. He just walked off with it. What else could he do? You going to steal it back? But he has the Huangjiahui dead set against him. Yi Chen will not let this slide. What business is that of ours? Gods fighting among themselves. In a shadowed corner several people in Beijixing Shanghui uniforms exchanged glances. One whispered into a communicator, "Missed the diamond airdrop was seized by Lin Zhou." The process. Overwhelming. A member of the Huangjia Hui was killed publicly. Lin Zhou has left his destination unknown. A pause crackled through the line, then Su Kingsu's voice, cold and composed, answered, "Noted. Continue monitoring. Do not engage him." Elsewhere the surviving Huangjia Hui members were ashen-faced. Teeth clenched, they gathered their fallen comrades' belongings and melted away into the crowd. A larger storm was clearly brewing. Inside the motorhome Lin Wanqing watched Lin Zhou's calm profile, words caught on her lips. "Want to say something?" Lin Zhou asked. "Nothing." Lin Wanqing shook her head, though the unease in her chest only deepened. The Huangjia Hui would not let this pass. Lin Zhou seemed to read her thoughts, his gaze slid to the twisting road ahead and he said lightly, "Scared?" "Not scared," Lin Wanqing replied instantly, her eyes steady. Lin Zhou's mouth tilted. "Good. In this game retreat leads only to death. If they want to play." His eyes sharpened like a blade. "Then I'll play them to the end." The motorhome had scarcely left the plaza by 2 kilometers when Xiao Ace alert blared, warning. Massive numbers of player signals detected converging at high speed from multiple directions. Over 50 individuals. Sources show high-energy signatures, some exhibit abnormal velocities. Contact expected in 30 seconds. Identity recognition. Marked as Huangjia Hui. Almost simultaneously from the intersections ahead, left and right, surged a tide of players in dark red uniforms, badges glinting on their chests. They bore varied weapons and moved with fleet precision, instantly forming an encirclement and trapping the motorhome in the narrow center of the street. Figures also appeared on nearby rooftops and behind windows, muzzles, crossbows and even weapons flickering with anomalous energy, all pointed toward the silver-gray behemoth. From the mass stepped a tall, lean man with a sinister glare, brandishing a great blade wreathed in eerie blue fire. His energy rippled far beyond those around him. He was clearly a Tier 1 player, his gift evidently tied to flame. Lin Zhou, the sinister man, snarled, his voice cold and laced with murder. "Hand over the diamond crate, saw off an arm as proof. Come with us to see the guild leader. Perhaps we'll leave you in one piece." As his words fell, a hulking bald man surged forward. Muscles bulged and his skin took on a stony gray-white sheen, an obvious defensive talent. At his flank a woman appeared like a wraith. 2 daggers in her hands emitted a dark purple glow, clearly laced with potent poison. The Huangjia Hui had not sent mere cannon fodder. This was an elite squad of gifted operatives with clear roles. Inside the motorhome Lin Wanqing grew tense. There are so many of them. And they have talents. Lin Zhou's expression did not flicker, if anything a hint of boredom touched his eyes. "Is that it?" he asked, glancing through the window at the poised Huangjia Hui forces, his tone almost contemptuous. "Lin Zhou. Don't be insolent." The sinister man seethed, blue flames roaring along his blade. "I know you are dangerous, you killed Zhao Feng. But today my Yohua squad is all here, backed by 50 elite members. No matter how tough your vehicle, can it withstand our concentrated fire? If you don't want to become scrap, then behave." His sentence was cut short. Lin Zhou moved. He didn't even step out of the vehicle. A mere thought shifted. On the roof the preheated M134 Vulcan Gatling 6 barrels abruptly ceased spinning, then a metallic storm more violent, dense and sustained than ever before erupted. Infinite firepower ammunition, sovereign base enchantment lightning. In an instant countless bullets wrapped in fine azure arcs of electricity like the wrath of a thunder god poured toward the Huangjia Hui formations at a terrifying rate of thousands per minute. "Open fire. Hold them back," the sinister man bellowed, slicing a blue wall of flame with his blade. The lightning rounds tore that wall apart with ease. Their accompanying paralysis effect sent the flame's energy into chaos. The staccato of impacts filled the air as the storm tore through. 7 or 8 Huangjia Hui men in the front ranks, including the bald brute who had activated rock-hard flesh, had no time to scream before the anachronistic torrent of metal shredded them to pieces. His rocky skin proved like paper before the enchanted armor-piercing rounds. The hulking man was reduced to a spray of blood and fragments in an instant. "Scatter. Find cover." The sinister man recoiled in horror, retreating at blistering speed and narrowly avoiding the gun's main sweep, though several stray rounds grazed his left arm, singeing and paralyzing it. At the left flank, the Yohua squad's woman seized the brief moment as the Gatling shifted and drifted like smoke toward the motorhome side, her poison daggers aimed at a tire. But the rear's flare array had already locked on. Bang bang. Several buckshot rounds enhanced with base enchantment explosive detonated outward. The blast covered a wide area. No matter how uncanny the woman's footwork, she could not fully evade the area attack. 2 pellets struck her back. The explosive effect hurled her forward, dislodging her dagger and leaving her back a ruin of blood and flesh. Snipers and crossbowmen on the right side rooftop tried to find sight lines to the windows or the roof weapon mount. The moment they peered out, bang! Bang! 2 precise shots rang from the lowered window. One bullet writhed with electric arc, the other veiled in searing flame. A compound enchantment, lightning plus fire. The arc round pinned the sniper and his rifle to the rooftop water tank, his body convulsing. The flame round struck an oil drum behind the crossbowman's concealment, triggering a violent explosion. Flame swallowed that section of the roof. It was a crushing, utter annihilation. The Huangjia Hue's carefully arranged ambush looked laughably fragile against Lin Zhou's motorhome, armored to the teeth, its talents upgraded to obscene extremes. Their talents might be decent and their coordination passable, but facing Lin Zhou now it was nowhere near enough. Above all, the sustained suppression furnished by infinite firepower rendered any thought of forming ranks or charging a suicidal notion. The street was transformed instantaneously into a bloodied slaughterhouse, severed limbs flew and the acrid stench of char and blood hung thick in the air. Soon enough, in less than 10 seconds of sweeping and precise fire, the Royal Society's formation completely collapsed with over 20 casualties. The remaining members, terrified, dared not show their faces from behind their cover. Captain Yohua crouched behind an abandoned car, witnessing the hellish scene around him, his hand gripping the flame longsword, trembling. He finally understood why the higher-ups were so wary of Lin Zhou, even going so far as to issue a global warrant. This was no ordinary monster. A single person was like an entire army. Retreat! Retreat! He shouted hoarsely, no longer caring about pride or mission. But it was already too late. The door of the RV opened. Lin Zhou's figure appeared next to the car as if he had teleported. He held not the conspicuous Barrett but a standard longsword. At this moment, in the eyes of the Royal Society survivors, he was more terrifying than any gun or cannon. He stood there like a human-shaped beast awakening. You think you can come and go as you please? Lin Zhou's voice was cold, echoing in the ears of every Royal Society member like the whispers of death. What do you take this place for? He moved. His figure left behind a series of afterimages as he instantly cut into the scattered enemy ranks. The longsword swung out unenchanted, relying solely on pure power and speed. The blade flashed and 3 Royal Society members attempting to escape were severed in half. With a reverse slash, he sent a gun-wielding enemy flying hand and gun together. With a side kick, he struck the shield of another burly man, and the terrifying burst of 35 points of strength directly dented the shield, sending both man and shield crashing through half a brick wall. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, he was unstoppable. There was no technique, only sheer crushing force. The gap between a first-tier and second-tier, an ordinary talent, and a dual top-tier talent or genetic evolutionist was glaringly obvious at this moment. Captain Yohua watched his subordinates fall like wheat being harvested, his eyes bloodshot. He roared, his entire body erupting in blue flames to the extreme, gripping his sword and lunged fiercely at Lin Zhou from behind, the flames on the blade coiling into a venomous python ready to strike. Die for me. Lin Zhou didn't even turn back. He merely flicked his left hand backward. An energy bullet flashing with crimson and azure light shot out from his fingertips. With the talent of ammunition master, he could detach from firearms and briefly condense and fire low-power ammunition with his mental strength. The energy bullet struck precisely at the center of the fire blade coming from Yohua. Boom! The blazing flames clashed violently with the raging lightning, energy exploding in a tremendous eruption. Captain Yohua screamed as he was sent flying, his flame longsword shattering inch by inch, his entire body charred and crashing heavily to the ground, barely clinging to life. The battle lasted less than a minute from start to finish. Over 50 elite members of the Royal Society, including several talent users, were nearly all killed or injured, with only a handful of fortunate survivors escaping into hiding, not daring to look back. Lin Zhou sheathed his sword, standing in the middle of the devastated street, barely stained with blood. He cast a glance at the charred, twitching man on the ground, his gaze indifferent. Tell Yi Chen if he wants my life he should come himself. Sending these minions. He turned to walk towards the RV, leaving behind a cold remark that echoed in the dead street. Is just sending them to their deaths. The door closed. The silver-gray beast rolled over the ruins and drove away, leaving behind a ground littered with stardust and a thick, inescapable sense of bloody terror. In the distance, the Royal Society members who had narrowly escaped lay paralyzed on the ground, staring in the direction the RV had disappeared, their eyes filled with boundless fear and despair. They finally understood. That man was already on a completely different level than them. Monster. Monster. Run. Run away. Get out of here. So terrifying. That man is not human at all. They murmured incoherently, scrambling to their feet, not even daring to pick up the belongings of their fallen comrades, fleeing like lost dogs in the opposite direction of the RV, wanting to distance themselves from that silver-gray reaper as much as possible. 5 minutes later, several kilometers away, deep within an abandoned large underground parking lot, the silver-gray RV lay hidden in the darkest corner. The external armor, stained with a bit of blood and traces of gunpowder, appeared even more sinister under the dim light. Inside the car, the lighting was soft. Lin Zhou placed the diamond airdrop box he had seized from the square onto the table. The surface of the box shimmered with a nebula-like brilliance, emitting a disquieting energy fluctuation even when still. Above the diamond lay a legend. Lin Zhou's eyes held a hint of anticipation. He was curious about what astounding rewards this diamond treasure box could yield after Lin Wangqing's box edge talent enhancement. "Wangqing, it's up to you now," Lin Zhou said, looking at the girl beside him. Lin Wangqing took a deep breath, nodded, her face showing a serious expression. She extended her hands, gently covering the cold surface of the box. Focusing her mind, she summoned her talent. Buzz. A soft white halo flowed from her palms, wrapping the entire diamond treasure box as if it were alive. The nebula-like brilliance on the surface of the box seemed to be attracted, slowly collapsing inward, condensing and undergoing a qualitative change. The color of the light shifted from brilliant diamond hues to a dark golden color that seemed to contain the essence of time and epic tales. As the light flowed, faint traces of runic shadows flickered and vanished. The process lasted about 10 seconds. The white halo dissipated. A brand new treasure box appeared before the two. It was slightly larger than the diamond box, presenting an ancient dark golden color with no shimmering light but carved with intricate and mysterious relief patterns. Legendary airdrop box. Lin Zhou's heart raced uncontrollably. Legendary. This was the highest quality treasure box known to date. Even for someone accustomed to high-level rewards, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Lin Wangqing retracted her hands, her face slightly pale, clearly having expended considerable energy during the upgrade, but her eyes were equally filled with excitement. It worked. Lin Zhou didn't hesitate, reaching out to slowly open this dark golden legendary treasure box. There was no explosive burst of light. Only a warm, jade-like yet deep as an abyss dark golden beam of light rose from the box, lasting for 3 seconds before quietly retracting. Inside the box lay 4 items quietly. The first was a point luminous orb, earned points x 8,000. An astronomical sum of wealth. The second item was an irregular crystal the size of a palm, entirely chaotic in color, with what seemed like a galaxy swirling inside, a phantom of life and death. World Stone Fragment Legendary, a fragment containing a trace of the world's original rules. Its uses are extremely broad and mysterious. It can serve as a core material for upgrading the highest level equipment, vehicles, significantly enhance talent potential or promote talent evolution, construct special domains or anchor spaces, or even comprehend the power of rules from it. Extremely dangerous. The brief description revealed astonishing information. The original rules of the world. This had transcended the realm of ordinary matter or energy. Thunder control shrank. After learning, one can initially master the power of thunder. The skill effects include but are not limited to summoning lightning attacks, imbuing weapons or oneself with lightning attributes, short-distance lightning teleportation, and creating a lightning shield. The power and control increase with the skill level and the user's mental strength. It is perfectly suited for his impressive 25 points of mental strength and can interact with the lightning enchantment of the ammunition master, greatly enhancing its power. The fourth item is a key. A completely silver-white key with a tiny red gemstone embedded in the key handle. Special item: key to the secret realm Blood Moon. Using this key allows access to a one-time special dungeon entrance, the Blood Moon's secret realm. The secret realm is extremely dangerous but offers abundant rewards containing a large amount of rare resources, special blueprints and possibly ancient legacies. Once opened, the entrance lasts for 24 hours, limited to the key holder and up to 3 designated teammates. Dungeon key. This means opportunities for exploration independent of the main game world and exclusive resources. For rewards each capable of driving any top player insane. Points rule fragments shrank skills secret realm keys. A legendary treasure chest truly living up to its name. Lin Zhou slowly exhaled, suppressing the shock and ecstasy in his heart. He first picked up the shrank skill scroll Thunder Control. With a thought, the scroll transformed into a dark purple lightning light and entered his brow. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge and insights about the essence of thunder surged into his mind. Ding! Successfully learned shrank skill Thunder Control LV. 1. He opened his palm with a slight thought. Ziz. A small purple arc of electricity leaped at his fingertips, exuding a thunderous pressure far more violent than the previously enchanted bullets. Good. Lin Zhou's eyes sparkled with brilliance. With this skill, his offensive capabilities and self-defense would reach a new level. He then carefully stored the World Stone Fragment and the key to the secret realm Blood Moon. These two items are currently unusable but are invaluable and important trump cards for the future. Shao AI, check for the safety status of the surrounding environment. We will rest here for half an hour before leaving. Lin Zhou commanded. Scanning the environment. No large-scale life signals detected nearby. Safe. Lin Zhou leaned back in his seat, feeling the power brought by the new skill and the fulfillment from the legendary rewards. The Royal Association's encirclement. Global wanted notice. In the face of absolute strength and the continuously accumulated foundation, these are merely minor distractions on the path forward. His gaze had already turned to further horizons. The Blood Moon's secret realm. And the deeper secrets hidden behind the game. At the headquarters of the Royal Association, within a certain safe zone, the air pressure in the luxurious and spacious conference hall was terrifyingly low. Yi Chen sat at the main seat, lightly tapping his fingers on the smooth obsidian table, producing a rhythmic sound. He had a neutral expression, but the cold rage swirling in his narrow eyes caused the survivors kneeling below to tremble. Captain Yuhua has fallen. More than 50 members of the squad, only 7 escaped. Lin Zhou. His firepower is too fierce and his personal strength far exceeds expectations. Suspected to have reached. Suspected to have broken through to the second tier. Second tier. Yi Chen's fingers stopped tapping the table, a coldly extreme smile forming at the corner of his mouth. A bunch of useless trash. With a pile of resources, you couldn't even take down a lone wolf and let him kill my men and take my loot in front of hundreds. He slowly stood up, walking to the large floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the bustling safe zone below. You have tarnished the reputation of the Royal Association. Chairman, please forgive me. The reporter knocked his head on the ground. Yi Chen did not turn around, simply saying, get out of here, go to the punishment hall and take your punishment. Yes. Yes. The man felt as if he had been granted amnesty, scurrying out. Yi Chen remained silent for a moment, then spoke to the empty room behind him. Shadow Tooth, it's your turn to act. In the shadows, the air slightly distorted and 6 ghostly figures silently emerged. They were dressed plainly, even somewhat outdated, but each exuded a refined and dangerous aura, their eyes sharp as blades, devoid of any superfluous emotions. The leader was an ordinary-looking man of medium build, codenamed Shadow. His aura was restrained yet gave an implicit sense of mountainous pressure. He was unexpectedly a second-tier powerhouse. Behind him were 5 others, 3 with solid auras having reached the peak of the first tier, 2 were slightly weaker but still mid-tier with equally fierce gazes. Chairman. Shadow's voice was hoarse and flat. Lin Zhou's position has been roughly locked down. The diamond airdrop is in his possession and he seems to have other high-value items. Yi Chen continued to look out the window. I tilted resources towards you, training you to this point not for you to be mere decorations. Bring him back regardless of life or death. The items must be retrieved. Understood. Shadow replied succinctly without hesitation or doubt. He is not easy to deal with. Zhao Feng and Yuhua have both fallen. You do not underestimate him. Yi Chen turned around, his gaze sweeping over the 6. If necessary, you can use that. Shadow's pupils contracted imperceptibly before returning to calm. Understood. Go. Don't let me down again. Yi Chen waved his hand. The 6 bowed respectfully, blending into the shadows and vanished silently. In the underground parking lot inside the RV, Lin Zhou opened the map. The Skynet countdown had only a few minutes left. He was positioned at the edge of the safe zone, and according to the rules it would soon become a non-safe zone. Lin Zhou's gaze shifted to Lin Wanqing beside him. The girl was quietly cleaning the handgun she had previously used, her expression focused. From the beginning to now, her talent of box affinity had played a crucial role. One could say that most of his advanced resources were thanks to her. However, her own strength had improved relatively slowly. It was time to provide some substantial rewards and upgrades. A powerful assistant must also have a certain level of self-defense ability to function better. Although he had many points items that directly enhance physical attributes were scarce, he had already used up the strength potion he found earlier. By the way, the Polaris Chamber of Commerce. Lin Zhou suddenly remembered. This time's lucky airdrop event with the power and organizational ability of the chamber would surely yield substantial rewards. They must have hoarded a large number of treasure chests likely containing various enhancement potions or equipment suitable for Lin Wanqing. Just as he was pondering how to contact them for trade, the world announcement timely rang out: limited time event lucky airdrop officially ends. Thank you to all players for your active participation. To promote resource circulation among players, the online remote trading system is now officially opened. Players can use the system interface to trade specified items remotely with other players using points as universal currency. The trading channel is now open. Please trade civilly and beware of scams. Just in time. Lin Zhou immediately opened his friend list, found Ling Shuang and initiated a communication request. A few seconds later the communication connected. Mr. Lin Zhou. Ling Shuang's voice came through carrying a hint of barely perceptible surprise. You looking for me? Miss Ling Shuang, I would like to make a deal with the Merchant Association. Lin Zhou stated directly. I want to purchase the low-quality airdrop treasure chests that you have on hand, those that are redundant in use or currently unusable. Black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, regardless of quality, I want them all. The price is negotiable. The other party fell silent for a few moments, clearly assessing or consulting. Soon Ling Shuang responded, Mr. Lin has a good eye. Our association indeed has received a batch of chests, but our own consumption and reserve demands are also significant. Currently the quantity available for sale is limited. After a brief negotiation they ultimately reached a deal: black iron chests x10, bronze chests x5, silver chests x2, gold chest x1, total price 1850 points including premium. For Lin Zhou's current point reserves it was a trivial amount. He paid promptly and completed the transaction through the newly opened trading platform. Several chests of various colors materialized in the vehicle, solidifying immediately. Wanqing, the usual rules. Lin Zhou gestured. Lin Wanqing's eyes sparkled as she proceeded to use her talents on these chests. Black iron, bronze, 10 bronze, silver, 5 silver, gold, 2 gold, diamond, 1. Moments later the vehicle was filled with 10 bronze chests, 5 silver chests, 2 gold chests and 1 resplendent diamond chest. Open. The two quickly divided their tasks and began to open the chests. The haul was as follows: 10 bronze chests, approximately 450 points, strength potion small x3, agility potion small x2, mental recovery potion small x4, several ordinary weapons armors. 5 silver chests, approximately 600 points, strength potion medium x2, agility potion medium x1, constitution potion medium x1, fine concentration necklace x1. Wearing it can gradually restore mental power, a blueprint for vehicle solar panel expansion. 2 gold chests, approximately 800 points, strength potion large x1, rare black king long knife x1, intermediate vehicle repair kit x1. 1 diamond chest, total points x 1500, special material vibranium sheets x3, A-class skill scroll gale step x1. Lin Wanqing gazed at the black king long knife that was drawn. The blade was long, entirely dark with a faint dark light flowing, the edge exceptionally sharp and the grip wrapped in anti-slip leather, feeling heavy with a chilling aura. This was clearly a melee weapon. She bit her lip, holding the knife with both hands and presenting it to Lin Zhou. This knife is too wasteful for me to use. You need it more. Lin Zhou glanced at the knife, then at her determined expression, and accepted it without hesitation. His standard long knife had worn down from multiple intense battles, and this Black King came at just the right time. He took it and swung it a couple of times effortlessly, the sound of slicing air sharp. A good knife. He handed the concentration necklace to Lin Wanqing. Wear this, it will speed up your mental recovery and help you with your talents. He also pushed all the physical and agility potions except for the large strength potion he kept, and some mental recovery potions in front of her. Use these as soon as possible to enhance your basic attributes. Next, it seems we are in for some turbulence. Lin Wanqing nodded seriously, not being polite. She understood that improving her strength was necessary to avoid being a burden. She immediately began to consume the potions, feeling the subtle changes in her body. Lin Zhou, on the other hand, learned the A-class skill scroll gale step. This skill enhances movement speed and evasion, and with his 31 points in agility the effect would be even better. Vibranium sheets are rare defensive materials worth keeping well. Vehicle solar panel expansion blueprint was directly loaded by Xiao AI, slightly enhancing energy acquisition efficiency. Having completed all this, it was time to set off again. Lin Zhou looked out at the desolate wilderness gradually being engulfed by the dark red light of the sky. His gaze calm. Would the royal family let it rest? The new safe zone was a mix of dragons and snakes. And he had once again completed resupply and enhancement. He placed the Black King long knife beside him, feeling the ample strength within his body and the newly acquired skills. Come on. Let me see what comes next. The dark red light of the sky net signaling the end of the refresh slowly receded from the horizon like a tide, exposing large swathes of wilderness beneath the gray-yellow sky. The area Lin Zhou was in had already fallen into a non-safe zone. The map indicated that the next safe zone, Zone 5, was located to the northwest, approximately 500 kilometers away. The countdown for the next sky net refresh: 5 hours. The RV steadily drove over the undulating wasteland. Lin Zhou cut off a piece of well-cooked beef and put it into his mouth, the meat tender and juicy, providing ample energy. He casually opened the world chat channel, browsing through the rapidly refreshing messages with indifference. The opening of the trading system had completely activated the commercial instincts of the players. The channel was filled with various messages: high price buying strength potion medium. Willing to exchange with agility potion medium or buy with points. Selling fine level iron armor blueprint in exchange for equivalent value ranged weapons or materials. Buying energy core, price negotiable. Is there a big shot who has cleared the polluted mine dungeon? Profit split 3070. Suddenly a message with an image caught Lin Zhou's attention. ID Su Qiao image, an ancient-looking bronze key, recruiting teammates for exploration. Newly discovered ancient ruins dungeon, team type limit of 4 people requires this key to open. Currently seeking 2 powerful teammates, requirement strength at midstage of 1st rank or above, preferably with dungeon experience or strong talents. Dungeon rewards will be distributed according to contribution and the key provider can take an extra 10. Interested parties please private message, serious inquiries only. Instantly a flood of replies followed. Sister. Me. Midstage of 1st rank talent, rapid healing, can tank and heal. Su Qiao. Seems to be from the Polaris Merchant Association. The big shot from the association is leading its stable. Ancient Ruins Dungeon. Just the name suggests good loot. Take me along. Peak of 1st rank fire mage. Where did you get the key? So lucky. Dungeon. Lin Zhou's heart stirred. The last class elite dungeon he cleared, Slaughterhouse, had decent rewards. Team-type dungeons usually indicate higher difficulty, but they may also mean richer rewards as well as potential special mechanisms or narrative information. This Su Qiao is from the Polaris Merchant Association. Lin Zhou recalled Ling Shuang. The association's approach is relatively reliable, at least on the surface. They emphasize rules and credibility. He pondered, slightly tapping with his fingers, sending a friend request to the ID Su Qiao with a short message attached. Lin Zhou. Above 1st rank, experienced in dungeon clearing, interested. After sending the request, he closed the channel and continued focusing on driving and eating. He divided a part of his attention feeling the energy flow path of the newly learned Gale Step skill as well as the violent power contained in Thunder Control. Both A-class and S-class skills require extensive practice and real combat to improve proficiency. About 5 minutes later the system notification sound rang. Friend request approved. Su Qiao, Polaris Merchant Association has become your friend. Immediately a private message popped up. Su Qiao, Mr. Lin Zhou. Is it really you? Surprised expression. Sister Ling Shuang mentioned you to me. I didn't expect you to be interested in this dungeon. Lin Zhou. What are the specific details of the dungeon? What's the source of the key? Expected risks and rewards. The other party seemed momentarily stunned by his series of direct questions, replying after a moment. Su Qiao, the key was discovered by the Merchant Association's exploration team in a ruin identified as Ancient Training Camp Ruins. Key using it opens an independent space suspected to be a venue for selecting or training warriors from an ancient civilization. Based on fragment information, the dungeon type is a team challenge survival, likely with guardians, environmental traps and some kind of ancient trial mechanism. The estimated danger level is between C and B. Potential rewards include ancient technology blueprint, special materials, opportunities for attribute enhancement and possible ancient heritage information. Ancient civilization. Training camp. Heritage information. Lin Zhou's interest deepened. This sounded more valuable than merely defeating monsters for loot. Su Qiao continued, currently 2 participants are confirmed on our side, I and the head guard captain of the North Star Trading Consortium, both at the peak of First Order. We originally intended to recruit 2 additional steady teammates. If Master Lin would be willing to join us, we would be truly honored. Your presence would significantly enhance both our safety and our chances of success. Profit distribution can be renegotiated. How does 40% sound for you? The captain and I would each take 25% and the remaining 10% would go to a potential 4th member. Or do you have another proposal? The terms were exceptionally generous, clearly reflecting the consortium's sincerity and profound recognition of his strength. Lin Zhou paused for several seconds before replying, agreed. But the 4th member will be my responsibility to recruit. When does the dungeon open, and where? Su Qiao exclaimed, excellent news. Once the key is activated, the entrance will remain stable at the designated coordinates for 24 hours. We plan to assemble at the mouth of Blackstone Canyon, 70 kilometers southeast of Safe Zone 5, in 4 hours' time. That location offers relative seclusion. Is this timing convenient for you, Master Lin? Lin Zhou considered briefly. 4 hours from now at Blackstone Canyon, well within the scope of his current route with minimal detour required. Agreed. I will arrive punctually. Let us remain in contact. After ending the transmission, Lin Zhou glanced at Lin Wanqing beside him, her aura now markedly more condensed after fully absorbing the medicinal energy. Wanqing, prepare yourself. In 4 hours we proceed to our next dungeon. A dungeon? Lin Wanqing asked, intrigued. Yes, ourselves plus 2 representatives from the North Star Trading Consortium, Lin Zhou explained. You'll handle chest opening and provide auxiliary support when necessary. Combat will fall to me and them. Any concerns? Lin Wanqing's eyes widened slightly, then she shook her head firmly, none. I'll fulfill every duty within my capacity. She understood this as Lin Zhou's profound trust in her, and as affirmation of her innate talent's worth. A warm current surged through her chest, mingled with deep-seated responsibility. Very well, Lin Zhou nodded. Use the time before arrival to acclimate to your enhanced physical attributes and familiarize yourself thoroughly with the handgun and those compact defensive tools I gave you. Dungeon environments are volatile. Every measure of preparation increases our margin of safety. Understood. Lin Wanqing immediately straightened her posture and began moving her limbs with heightened focus, attuning herself to the heightened agility and constitution she now possessed, repeatedly practicing rapid Drawandam sequences. Meanwhile, Lin Zhou pulled up the map, set Blackstone Canyon as the destination and instructed Xiao AI to calculate the optimal route, deliberately avoiding several high-risk zones marked in red. Xiao AI estimate arrival time. Route planning complete. Total distance approximately 340 kilometers. Estimated travel duration 3 hours and 25 minutes. We may arrive ahead of schedule to conduct reconnaissance and rest prior to assembly. Affirmative. Maintain vigilance, proceed at maximum speed. Command acknowledged. The motorhome's engine rumbled with deep controlled power as its speed increased, once more carving a trail of dust across the desolate wasteland. Lin Zhou reclined into his seat, eyes closed in quiet repose, yet his mind was already simulating possible dungeon scenarios. Guardian automatons, environmental traps, ancient trials. These keywords suggested the dungeon would test far more than brute strength. It would demand puzzle-solving acuity, acute observation, and perhaps even coordinated teamwork. He reviewed his current capabilities: close combat, Black King Longsword 35, strength 31, agility, mastery of melee, Gale Step, Thunder Dominion. Ranged combat, Infinite Firepower, SSS ammunition, sovereignty, Barrett Rifle M4, carbine, mastery of firearms. Defense, survival, indestructible body, basic, terrifying, regenerative capacity, motorhome armor level 4, external tactical anchor. Support, Lin Wanqing. Vehicle armament, Vulcan Gatling, enchanted shrapnel array, Hellfang ram. His configuration was nothing short of opulent, nearly without weakness. The sole considerations were Lin Wanqing's survivability and potential dungeon restrictions targeting vehicles or specific abilities. Should the dungeon prohibit vehicle entry, or feature confined spaces? Lin Zhou mused inwardly, then I shall serve as the central axis of operations, Wanqing staying tightly adjacent while Su Qiao and her team secure flanks. No insurmountable difficulty. Time flowed steadily with the hum of motion. 3 hours later the terrain began to shift. The flat wasteland gradually gave way to jagged black rock formations. The air grew dry and sharply cold. In the distance a colossal shadowed fissure cleaved the horizon like a scar upon the earth. Blackstone Canyon had arrived. Xiao AI locate a concealed parking spot 2 kilometers east of the canyon's entrance. Engage optical camouflage and full-spectrum silence. Lin Zhou commanded. Affirmative. The motorhome glided silently into the deep shadow of a weathered monolith, its surface hue slowly synchronized with the surroundings and its engine noise faded to near inaudibility. Lin Zhou checked the time, over 40 minutes remained until the scheduled rendezvous. I'll scout the immediate perimeter. Remain inside the vehicle, maintain open comms, and under no circumstances emerge without my signal. He handed Lin Wanqing a compact commerpiece retrieved earlier from Zhao Feng. Understood, be careful. Lin Wanqing accepted the earpiece and secured it. Lin Zhou opened the door and slipped out, effortless silent vanishing into the gloom. Within moments he ascended a nearby elevated black rock knoll. Crouching low he raised a high-magnification telescope and meticulously scanned the canyon mouth and its environs. The entrance lay open and expansive, littered with black boulders of varying size. No figures or anomalies were immediately visible. Yet with his second-order enhanced perception he detected faint residual energy traces, barely perceptible, emanating from crevices and shaded recesses among the rocks. These were remnants of recent player activity, no older than half a day. Has someone already arrived? Or did Su Qiao's team pre-deploy scouts? Lin Zhou mentally noted each such location. He then turned his attention inward, to the canyon itself. Its entrance was narrow, accommodating only 2 or 3 vehicles abreast, widening gradually beyond yet cloaked in deepening gloom that obscured its inner reaches. Its flanking cliffs rose sheer and steep, pockmarked with wind-carved cavities, ideal ambush points. Complex terrain, defensible, difficult to assault, and equally conducive to concealment. Lin Zhou assessed. Their choice of this site as the assembly point revealed Su Qiao's clear prioritization of both concealment and security. Having confirmed no immediate threat, Lin Zhou whispered softly into his earpiece, "Perimeter appears secure for now. Prepare to depart, we'll walk to the canyon mouth in 10 minutes. Carry only essentials, travel light." Acknowledged. Lin Zhou descended the knoll and returned swiftly to the motorhome. 10 minutes later the two emerged from their concealed position. Lin Zhou bore the Black King longsword across his back and wore the M4 slung at his hip. Lin Wanqing wore lightweight armor, carried a handgun and dagger, a medical kit, several specialized utility items, and wore the spirit-calming necklace at her waist. They advanced toward Blackstone Canyon's entrance, moving steadily beneath the cover of rocky shadows. 20 minutes remained until the appointed time. At the entrance of the Blackstone Canyon the weathered black rocks glimmered with a cold sheen under the gray-white daylight. When Lin Zhou and Lin Wanqing arrived, 2 people were already standing beside a relatively flat giant rock at the canyon's mouth. One of them was Su Qiao. She looked to be in her early 20s with a neat ponytail, dressed in a tailored light blue adventure outfit. She carried a gracefully designed composite longbow on her back, and at her waist hung a quiver of arrows along with several small tools exuding a capable yet lively aura. Beside her stood a tall, taciturn man about 30 years old with a rugged face. He wore dark gray light armor, carried an alloy shield on his back, and had a heavy war hammer in hand. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, clearly the guard captain she had mentioned. Upon seeing Lin Zhou and the others, Su Qiao smiled and approached, saying, "Mr. Lin Zhou." Lin Zhou was somewhat surprised, not expecting her to recognize him at first glance. He frowned and asked, "How do you know I am Lin Zhou? Have you seen me before?" Su Qiao nodded and explained with a smile, "Sister Ling Shuang sent your picture to the entire Polaris Chamber of Commerce to avoid any members offending someone as important as you." Lin Zhou appeared thoughtful at her words. Ling Shuang was indeed perceptive. "Is this your teammate?" Su Qiao's curious gaze fell on Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing, Lin Zhou briefly introduced, "My companion." "Hello, Miss Lin." Su Qiao nodded amicably, then introduced the man beside her, "This is our Chamber of Commerce's guard captain Tai Shan. He is at the peak of the first stage, possesses the talent Solid Wall, and excels in defense." Tai Shan slightly nodded to Lin Zhou as a greeting. His gaze lingered on the Black King long knife. Lin Zhou carried a flicker of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Lin Zhou directly asked, "What's the situation?" Su Qiao's expression turned serious as she pointed towards the inner canyon. No recent traces of other players or monsters were found near the entrance. However, the energy readings deeper in the canyon are somewhat unusual, with a fluctuation frequency faintly resonating with the relic key, suggesting the entrance is not far inside. Additionally, we found some Unnatural carvings halfway up the eastern rock wall resembling some form of guidance or warning which don't belong to modern script or known ancient languages. Lin Zhou raised an eyebrow. Carvings. Yes, Captain Tai Shan made a rubbing of them. Su Qiao took out a piece of animal hide paper from her bag which was clearly marked with several twisted symbols sketched in charcoal. It resembled an abstract drawing depicting a human figure, some kind of apparatus, and a staircase leading downwards. Lin Wanqing leaned closer to observe, whispering, "It looks somewhat like a simple instruction diagram." Lin Zhou nodded and handed the hide paper back. "You mentioned the dungeon situation before. See to be team challenge survival type, possibly featuring guard mechanisms, traps and trials. Are there any more specific details? Like, is there a time limit within the dungeon? Penalties for failure? Conditions for exit?" Su Qiao shook her head. "The information provided by the key is quite limited, just these. However, based on the Chamber of Commerce's previous explorations of similar ruins, these training camp dungeons typically do not set guaranteed deadly scenarios, but the trials themselves can be extremely harsh. Failure may likely result in serious injury or even death. As for the conditions for exit, either complete the trials or find and activate any potential exit points, or hold out until the dungeon time ends. But this dungeon seems to have no clear time limit." "Understood." Lin Zhou asked no further questions. "The unknown is part of exploration. Where's the key? Can we activate it now?" Su Qiao took out the bronze key which emitted a faint blue glow from her bosom. "Let's activate it right here. Once activated, the entrance will remain open for 24 hours. Once we enter, the outside cannot interfere, and it will not be easy to exit until conditions are met." She looked at Lin Zhou and Tai Shan. Seeing no objections from either, she took a deep breath and poured her spiritual energy into the key. Buzz! The bronze key suddenly burst forth with a strong blue light flying from her hand to hover in midair. Its radiance projected onto the ground ahead, causing the space to begin to warp and ripple like ripples on water. Moments later, a glowing portal 3 meters high and 2 meters wide with edges swirling with blue energy waves appeared out of thin air. The scene beyond the portal was blurry, revealing only a profound darkness and the vague outline of a massive square stone structure within. Ancient training camp ruins entrance has been activated. Now is the time. The portal requires continuous consumption of the key's energy, so let's hurry. Su Qiao exclaimed, stepping first into the portal, her figure instantly engulfed by darkness. Tai Shan followed closely behind. Lin Zhou glanced at Lin Wanqing and whispered, "Stay close to me." He then stepped into the portal and Lin Wanqing followed suit without hesitation. A brief sensation of weightlessness and spatial displacement washed over them. In the next moment they found their footing. The sight before them became clear, but it was not the expected depths of the canyon, rather a vast and overwhelming enclosed space. They stood on a high platform. Beneath them lay smoothly polished black rocks. In front of the platform extended a massive staircase that descended seemingly endless. Each step of the staircase was 10 meters wide and half a meter high, made of a material neither metal nor stone, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. On either side of the staircase stood magnificent walls soaring dozens of meters high, embedded with countless fist-sized crystals radiating white light, illuminating the entire space as if it were daytime. Even more astonishing was that the staircase did not descend vertically but spiraled and twisted, plunging into an unfathomable darkness below. An ancient metallic and cold atmosphere permeated the air. "This place is..." Lin Wanqing was awestruck by the sight before her, murmuring, "Welcome to the ancient training camp, the path of tempering." A cold, mechanical, emotionless voice suddenly echoed throughout the space. The voice seemed to come from all directions, or perhaps it resonated directly within each person's mind. Trialists 4. Minimum entry standards met. Trial objective reached the finish line. The rules are as follows: 1. No flying or spatial shortcuts are allowed. 2. The staircase is filled with challenges. They may include traps, guard puppets, or illusion puzzles. Handle them on your own. 3. For every segment of the staircase you pass, you will earn corresponding points. Points can be exchanged for temporary boosts or healing at specific rest points. 4. Failure penalties: death or permanent loss. 5. Exit conditions: reach the finish line or gather 4 abandonment tokens to collectively activate the exit array. No rewards will be granted and some points will be deducted. The trial begins now. The cold voice abruptly ceased. At the same time, intricate energy patterns suddenly illuminated the surface of the wide metallic staircase before Lin Zhou and the others. The test has arrived. The moment the cold mechanical voice faded, the energy patterns of the first level of stairs suddenly became dazzling. The patterns intertwined instantly, forming a circular magic array with a diameter of 5 meters. With a flash of light, 4 humanoid silhouettes coalesced from the magic array. They stood about 2 meters tall, constructed entirely from dark gray metal with spherical joints and no facial features, only a shimmering red crystal located at the position of their heads. Gripping a standard metal long sword, their movements appeared somewhat stiff, yet their steps were steady as they approached the 4 individuals on the high platform in a fan shape. It's an ancient guardian puppet. First-tier beginner strength, Su Qiao quickly remarked, already drawing her bow and nocking an arrow. Tai Shan let out a low growl, raising his shield and positioning himself at the front. Lin Zhou's gaze was indifferent even without drawing his sword. To save time, he raised his right hand, fingers spread, and with a thought. Ammunition Master Basic Enchantment Lightning. Composite Enchantment Lightning Explosion. For energy projectiles each the size of a fist and surging with azure arcs of electricity on their surfaces, with their cores compressed with crimson explosive energy instantly coalesced at his fingertips. Go! The energy projectiles shot out silently, moving as fast as lightning, accurately striking the red crystals at the chests of the 4 puppets. Boom, 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 boom. 4 simultaneous explosions erupted. The paralysis and penetration of the thunder coupled with the secondary impact of the internal explosions. The 4 first-tier beginner metal puppets didn't even have time to raise their swords before their chests' cores erupted violently. Shattered metal parts mixed with electric sparks flew everywhere. The puppet bodies stiffened for a moment, then collapsed with a clatter, transforming into pure energy absorbed by the staircase. Instant kill. Su Qiao's fingers poised on the bowstring froze, her beautiful eyes wide open. Tai Shan, holding up his shield, was filled with shock. They knew Lin Zhou was strong but never expected him to be this powerful. Faced with first-tier puppets, he didn't even need a weapon, instantly condensing energy projectiles with bare hands. Lin Wanqing, however, remained relatively calm, having grown accustomed to it throughout the journey. Let's go. Lin Zhou withdrew his hand and was the first to step onto the first level of stairs. As soon as they stepped on, a pale blue digital mark appeared on their wrists, points 10. It seemed that each level passed granted a basic reward of 10 points. The second and third levels of stairs lit up one after another. The second level featured metal spikes suddenly erupting from the ground, covering a vast area. Lin Zhou's footsteps did not falter at activating Wind Step. His figure left afterimages as he easily maneuvered through the gaps between the spikes, even finding the energy to pull Lin Wanqing along. Su Qiao and Tai Shan also narrowly avoided the hazards using their own skills. The third level involved a barrage of crossbow bolts shooting from the walls on either side. Tai Shan roared, his shield glowing a brownish hue, firmly blocking the rain of arrows. Lin Zhou, on the other hand, swung his sword, infusing it with thunder control. The Hei Wang long sword was entangled with purple lightning, sweeping horizontally to shatter a large number of crossbow bolts, clearing a path. Like a breeze. The difficulty of traps and puppets gradually increased over the first 10 levels, but for Lin Zhou, a second year, it was like child's play. He didn't even exert himself fully, merely using the most efficient methods to clear the obstacles. His points quickly accumulated to 100. Su Qiao and Tai Shan went from being shocked at first to gradually becoming numb, merely keeping pace and filling in the gaps. They realized that in this dungeon they would likely only need to focus on support and self-preservation, while the true powerhouse was the man ahead like a war god. At the 11th level of stairs, the situation changed slightly. A stone platform appeared in the center of the stairs, upon which floated 3 differently colored orbs of light, red, blue and green. The cold mechanical voice sounded again, choose a trial: strength red, agility blue, wisdom green. Choose one and your points will be doubled upon completion. Failure will send you back to the 5th level of stairs. Wisdom tests usually involve puzzles or knowledge which are highly uncertain, Su Qiao analyzed, while strength and agility are more direct. I choose strength. Lin Zhou directly walked toward the red orb. For him there was no difference between strength and agility trials, but strength was more straightforward and saved time. His finger touched the red orb. The space in front of the stairs twisted, and a 3-meter-tall metal giant covered in heavy armor and wielding a massive warhammer suddenly appeared. Its aura unmistakably reached the peak of the first tier. At that moment the voice sounded again, task rules: destroy the Guardian's core or incapacitate it. Time limit 3 minutes. As the words fell, the giant let out a deep roar, its warhammer crashing down with the force of a tempest. Lin Zhou advanced rather than retreating. 35 points of strength erupted fully. The purple lightning on the Hei Wang long sword surged. He used no technique, only a simple upward thrust directly clashing with the giant's hammer. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing erupted. The shockwave even sent Su Qiao and the others' clothes fluttering behind them. The giant's heavy warhammer was actually sent upwards by this strike. The giant's massive body staggered for a moment. Break! Lin Zhou's figure darted like lightning, taking advantage of the giant's unsteady center of gravity to surge into its chest, the tip of his sword entwined with highly compressed lightning and fire energy brutally piercing into the gaps in its armor. Zi! Boom! Thunder and flames erupted within the giant. The thick armor was torn apart and melted from the inside. The giant's movements froze the red light in its eyes, flickering violently for a few moments before suddenly extinguishing, crashing to the ground and transforming into energy. Time used 28 seconds. Points 200. The digital mark on his wrist changed to 300. Su Qiao and Tai Shan were left speechless. A peak first-tier defensive puppet solved in 28 seconds. This combat power must have already approached the threshold of the second tier, right? This is just too exaggerated. Lin Zhou remained unflustered, continuing onward. The subsequent levels of stairs featured a variety of trials areas where gravity suddenly doubled, illusions induced by mist energy nets requiring coordination to step on specific stone slabs to pass, and even small puppet armies simulating ancient battle formations. But in the face of Lin Zhou's overwhelming strength and calm judgment, these obstacles were crushed one by one. Thunder cleared the way, the blade shattered obstacles, and occasionally when puzzles needed solving, Su Qiao's extensive knowledge and Lin Wangqing's attentiveness came into play. Points steadily increased. After descending more than 200 levels of stairs and defeating dozens of waves of guardians and traps, a small platform appeared ahead. In the center of the platform stood a pillar radiating a soft white light displaying redeemable items. Temporary strength 5 lasts 10 minutes 50 points. Temporary agility 5 lasts 10 minutes 50 points. Heal light injuries 30 points. Restore 30 mental power 40 points. It's a resting point. Su Qiao let out a breath. The continuous high-intensity descent and battles had taken a toll on both her and Tai Shan. Lin Zhou glanced at his points. 1250. He directly spent 100 points to redeem 2 orbs of restore 50 mental power, absorbing one himself and handing the other to Lin Wangqing. Su Qiao and Tai Shan also redeemed for healing and restoration. After a 5-minute rest, the 4 of them regained their full state. Let's continue. Lin Zhou was the first to step onto the next level of stairs. As the descent deepened, the trials upon the staircase grew progressively more arduous. The puppet's strength approached the apex of the first tier if the traps became ever more concealed and lethal, and composite challenges, demanding simultaneous mastery of multiple trial types, began to appear. Yet Lin Zhou's advance never truly faltered. His supremacy was absolute and all-encompassing, overwhelming physical might, peerless agility, formidable spiritual energy, a diverse arsenal of potent skills and battle intuition ranked among the finest in the realm. Su Qiao and Tai Shan had long since evolved into exemplary teammates, tasked with neutralizing peripheral threats. Lin Zhou occasionally left unattended or providing coordinated support during segmented trials requiring divided action. Lin Wangqing followed closely behind Lin Zhou, her spirit-focusing necklace steadily replenishing her spiritual energy, ensuring she remained poised to unleash her innate talent at a moment's notice. Thus far no chest had yet required opening. No one knew precisely how many tiers they had descended, but their accumulated score had already surged past 3,000. Ahead the staircase abruptly widened into a vast open plaza. And across its expanse stood a colossal metal gate, 10 meters tall, its surface etched with countless arcane runes shimmering with latent power. At the gate's center lay a recessed keyhole, its shape an exact match for the bronze key held in Su Qiao's hand. The gate of the end. Su Qiao exclaimed, elated. Yet the instant their feet touched the final tier, the threshold of that grand plaza. Boom. 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 4 massive metallic pillars erupted simultaneously from the plaza's 4 corners. Atop each stood a towering puppet, distinct in form yet unified in terrifying power. All had reached the absolute zenith of the first tier, their auras brushing against the nascent threshold of the second tier. One wielded a 2-handed greatsword, another bore a spear and shield, a third carried a bow and quiver, while the fourth stood weaponless, yet its arms were intricately articulated, hinting at manifold modes of assault. A cold mechanical voice resonated for the final time, its tone sharper, heavier, laced with unprecedented severity. Final trial: defeat the 4 wardens. Time limit 10 minutes. Only upon total annihilation of all 4 may the gate of the end be opened, and the ultimate reward claimed. Failure results in erasure. The four warden puppets' eyes blazed crimson, locking onto the quartet before launching their assault in unison, greatsword cleaving downward, spear thrusting like a venomous serpent, arrows raining in relentless volleys, and the unarmed warden's arms contorting to unleash searing beams of high-energy radiation. Pressure surged catastrophically. Su Qiao and Tai Shan paled. Each of these four puppets rivaled the colossal strength test golems they'd faced earlier, yet now moved with flawless, terrifying coordination. Lin Zhou's gaze, however, sharpened with quiet anticipation. At last, this is finally interesting. He stepped forward, placing himself squarely at the vanguard. His Black King longsword hummed, coils of violet gold lightning surging up its length like wrathful dragons. S-rank skill Thunder Sovereignty, activated at full capacity. Protect yourselves. The words had barely left his lips before his figure vanished into a maelstrom of violent lightning, transforming into a streak of violet gold electricity as he charged headlong toward the four ancient sentinels embodying the ultimate trial. Lightning erupted across the plaza. In the very breath after his command, Lin Zhou became a bolt of violet gold light, slipping through the narrowest gaps between the four wardens' converging attacks. His first target, the archer puppet, by far the most dangerous threat at range. It had to fall first. The archer reacted with uncanny speed, its crimson gaze locking on bowstring drawn taut in an instant. 3 energy-laced arrows shot forth in a triangular formation, sealing every possible angle of Lin Zhou's advance. But Lin Zhou was faster still. With agility 31 and the Gale Step technique, he executed an impossible midair pivot, sliding through the infinitesimal gap between the 3 arrows like a silver fish through water. Simultaneously his left hand snapped open, fingers splayed wide, gripping empty air. Ammunition Sovereignty, Thunder-infused solidification. Composite enhancement, penetration. 5 energy bullets, tipped with blinding violet lightning, lanced forth in utter silence. Faster than the arrows arriving before them. Thwip. 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 5 precise muted penetrations, the archer's core, both arm joints and its optical sensor, all pierced clean through. Within its chassis thunderous energy raged, shattering delicate circuitry. The archer froze mid-motion, bowstring slackening, its crimson gaze flickering wildly before extinguishing entirely. With a heavy crash it collapsed. A single exchange, remote threat eliminated. Incredible speed. Su Qiao gasped, breath-catching. She prided herself on archery, yet even she could never achieve such pinpoint high-velocity movement and fire, let alone conjure projectiles bare-handed. How many ways can he fight? Tai Shan gripped his warhammer, stunned. He'd seen Lin Zhou wield blade spear lightning, now bare-handed energy projection. His combat style was kaleidoscopic, boundless. The spear and shield warden and the greatsword warden closed in, spear lunging like a viper, striking the heart, greatsword sweeping sideways with mountain-splitting force aimed to bisect at the waist. Their coordination was lethal, yet Lin Zhou did not retreat. Instead he twisted his torso by a hair's breadth, dodging the spear tip, and brought the Black King longsword down in a thunderous arc, slamming it squarely onto the spear shaft. Clang! Sparks exploded outward. Infused with thunderous energy and amplified by Lin Zhou's monstrous strength 35, the Black King longsword bent the tempered steel spear, irreversibly. The spear wielder staggered off balance under the shockwave, just as Lin Zhou pivoted on his left foot and delivered a lightning-fast kick to the side of the descending greatsword. The blade's trajectory veered wildly, whistling past Lin Zhou's back to carve a deep molten furrow into the metal floor. Using the recoil of that kick, Lin Zhou spun, his longsword reversing upward in a fluid blazing arc. The lightning clinging to its edge flared into incandescent flame. Cut! Blazing fire erupted like a rising dragon, slicing upward from below, driving deep into the seam of the spear wielder's chest and abdomen armor, exposed by the warped shaft. Krakum! Explosive fire and concussive energy detonated within its frame. The puppet was hurled backward, its chest torn open, gears and plating scattering as it slammed lifelessly to the ground, motionless. Second foe, neutralized. What the hell? Fire. He commands fire too. Tai Shan's eyes bulged in disbelief. Lightning, fire. What was his innate talent? Elemental affinity. Or? The greatsword warden, seemingly enraged, let out a guttural roar, its blade lifting once more, now glowing with a deep ominous crimson energy, its aura swelling anew. And the previously elusive unarmed warden seized its chance, arms morphing, unleashing dozens of scorching red energy beams that crisscrossed into a lethal, inescapable net enveloping Lin Zhou. Faced with the descending greatsword and the closing web of death beams, Lin Zhou suddenly lowered his blade, and stood still. He raised his left-hand palm facing upward. Then, what unfolded next would be seared forever into the memories of Su Qiao, Tai Shan and Lin Wanqing alike. Before his palm the air itself warped violently. Hundreds of miniature bullet silhouettes, glowing faintly in hues of red, blue, violet and gold, materialized from nothingness, dense and countless. They were not physical projectiles, but hyper-compressed energy constructs. A conceptual projection of infinite arsenal, powered to its absolute limit by ammunition sovereignty. "Let me test my new ability on you," Lin Zhou murmured softly, cold light flashing in his eyes. He pushed his palm forward, gently. In an instant countless energy projectiles whistled through the air with piercing sounds, forming a vibrant storm of energy capable of annihilating everything indiscriminately, covering the two remaining puppets and the space they occupied. Fireballs exploded. Ice spikes pierced. Arcs of electricity leaped. Acid corroded. There were even transparent ripples carrying mental shocks. This was not just shooting, it was a natural disaster. It was a celebration of elements and energy. The giant sword puppet swung its blade in a futile attempt to block, but was instantly overwhelmed by multiple energy attacks that surpassed its limits. The dark red protective energy was torn apart, its steel body melted, frozen, pierced and corroded. In the blink of an eye it turned into a pile of scrap metal emitting various colored smoke. The unarmed puppet moved frantically to evade its arms, unleashing beams in a desperate effort to counteract, but its struggles appeared pale and powerless against the overwhelming barrage. In just 3 seconds it was struck directly at its core by a highly concentrated lightning explosive round, shattering into countless fragments. The metallic storm lasted for a full 5 seconds before finally ceasing. The square was in disarray, with the wreckage of 4 guardian puppets scattered everywhere. Some were still burning, others covered in frost and some crackling with electricity. Silence. Su Qiao and Tai Shan stood frozen, their mouths agape, their minds blank. What had just happened? Unlimited ammunition. All attribute enchantments. Instant casting. Area effect strikes. This simply cannot be human ability. This was a moving cannon. It was a humanoid walking disaster. They finally understood why Lin Zhou could single-handedly defeat a second-tier mutant and directly crush the elite team of the Royal Guild. With such a ridiculously overpowered talent and ability, who could compete with him at the same level? Although Lin Wanqing was also shocked, pride filled her heart more. She had long known Lin Zhou was strong, but she never expected him to be this unfathomably powerful. Lin Zhou slowly lowered his hands, his face slightly pale. The previous full barrage had consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy. Even with 25 points it was a bit overwhelming. He immediately absorbed a small portion of the mental recovery potion he had reserved. At that moment only the massive metal door in the center, after Lin Zhou had slain the guardians, began to glow with runes that lit up one by one, emitting a low rumble as it slowly opened, revealing a hazy white light beyond. The cold mechanical voice resonated one last time, but there seemed to be a slight tremor in its tone. Final trial passed. Time taken 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Comprehensive evaluation: combat efficiency, skill application, energy control, tactical thinking. All comprehensively exceeded preset standards. Final rating: SSS. Rewards are being distributed. 4 beams of differently colored light descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Zhou and the others. Immediately after, a grand announcement echoed in the minds of all players. World announcement: congratulations to players Lin Zhou, Lin Wanqing, Su Qiao and Tai Shan for successfully clearing the special team dungeon Ancient Training Camp Ruins Brank and receiving an SSS rating. The rewards have been distributed based on contribution. This is an announcement to commend. The announcement repeated 3 times. The entire world channel fell silent for a moment before exploding with excitement. What the heck? Brank Team Dungeon. SSS rating. Lin Zhou is incredible. It's him again. Just how strong is he? The Ancient Training Camp Ruins. That name sounds impressive. An SSS rating. The rewards must be extraordinary. Who are the other 3? Lin Wanqing. Is she the girl following Lin Zhou? Su Qiao and Tai Shan seem to be from the Polaris Chamber of Commerce. Did the Polaris Chamber of Commerce latch onto a big shot? The contribution distribution. TSK tisk, this is getting interesting. Lin Zhou probably gets the lion's share. Of course. Didn't you hear it was an SSS rating? It must be Lin Zhou carrying the whole thing. At the end of the dungeon before the exit, the 4 beams of light slowly retracted. Lin Zhou first glanced at his system notification. Congratulations. As the core and largest contributor of the team contribution rate 87, you have cleared the Brank Team Dungeon Ancient Training Camp Ruins and received an SSS rating. You have received the following rewards: 1. Points 5,000,002. Free attribute points 10 can be freely allocated to Strength, Agility, Constitution, Mentality. 3. Special reward: Glory Mark of the Ancient Warrior Legendary X1. The Glory Mark of the Ancient Warrior Legendary, a proof granted by ancient civilization to the most outstanding warriors. Upon use it can permanently increase the potential ceiling of one's rank or below talent and has a small chance to induce a beneficial mutation. It can also be used as epic material for upgrading the highest level of equipment vehicles. 4. Special Blueprint Titan Armor Energy Core Adapter Blueprint Epic 5. Dungeon exclusive drop. Ancient Energy Arc Small X1 can be loaded onto vehicles, greatly enhancing energy storage and recovery speed and providing a low-power energy shield for vehicles. Rich. Incredibly rich. 50,000 points. 10 free attribute points. A legendary mark. An epic blueprint. Plus an exclusive energy arc. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Zhou's eyes as he immediately allocated the 10 free attribute points: Strength 4, Agility 3, Constitution 2, Mentality 1. Attributes changed to Strength 39, Agility 34, Constitution 32, Mentality 26. His power advanced further. He glanced at the other 3. Lin Wongqing's small face flushed with excitement. Her notification was as a team member contribution rate 5. You have received the following rewards: points 3000 free attribute points 2 special reward Ancient Scholars Insight Fine X1 slightly increases mental growth potential and learning ability. Dungeon exclusive drop Mental Refinement Potion Quality X1. Su Qiao and Tai Shan also received their respective reward notifications. Su Qiao had a contribution rate of about 5 while Tai Shan had about 3. The rewards of points and attribute points were far less than Lin Zhou's, but they both received a fine-grade item related to their professions and some practical tools yielding far more than what they usually earned in their adventures. Su Qiao looked at the heart of the ancient ranger fine, and the large number of points she had obtained. Her emotions were complex. On one hand there was joy from the tremendous gains, on the other, the contribution rate starkly revealed that they had essentially won by lying down in the dungeon. Though it had been anticipated, seeing the specific numbers was still somewhat embarrassing. She took a deep breath, stepped forward and solemnly said to Lin Zhou, "Mr. Lin, our success in clearing this dungeon and achieving an SSS rating was almost entirely due to your strength alone. The initially agreed upon split. We truly feel undeserving. The rewards we received have far exceeded our expectations, and the distribution according to contribution is very fair. We have no objections." Tai Shan also nodded silently, looking at Lin Zhou with more than just awe. There was a hint of conviction. The strong are respected, and Lin Zhou earned their respect through his strength. Lin Zhou glanced at them and nodded. He didn't care whether they felt guilty if the system distributed based on contribution, eliminating the hassle of bargaining, which was quite reasonable. Transaction completed. It was a pleasure collaborating with you, he said simply. Pleasure doing business with you, Su Qiao hastily replied, then hesitated before adding, Mr. Lin, your SSS rating will spread like wildfire. The Royal Assembly will likely go into a frenzy, and our guild maintains several outposts in Safe Zone 5, if you require temporary shelter or intelligence support, and not necessary, for now. Lin Zhou cut her off. I have my own arrangements, and understood, and then, shall we part ways here, and the exit lies just beyond that door. Su Qiao pointed toward the massive metal gate, now fully ajar, beyond which swirled a soft luminous vortex, the exit portal from the dungeon. Lin Zhou glanced at Lin Wangqing, then the two stepped forward toward the radiant gateway. And Mr. Lin. Su Qiao suddenly called out again, handing him an exquisitely crafted silver card. This is a VIP credential from the Polaris Guild, valid at any location bearing our insignia, granting top-tier privileges and unrestricted access to classified intelligence. The guild master personally instructed me to deliver it into your hands, and we eagerly anticipate collaborating with you once more. And Lin Zhou accepted the card. Its surface was cool to the touch, forged from an unusual alloy. He nodded wordlessly, then led Lin Wangqing through the gateway in a single stride. Na flash of white light, and both vanished. Nsu Qiao and Tai Shan exchanged a glance, each seeing profound relief, and a flicker of exhilaration, in the other's eyes. Let's go, we must report back, and this time, our gains are extraordinary, Su Qiao remarked before stepping through the portal herself. Outside Blackstone Canyon concealed near the motorhome, a pulse of light flared, and Lin Zhou and Lin Wanqing reappeared beside the vehicle. And almost instantly the distant sky echoed with the low gathering roar of helicopter rotors, rapidly closing in. Commander, 3 unidentified aerial vehicles are approaching at high speed, estimated arrival overhead in 2 minutes, and energy signatures are elevated, a likely armed craft. Xiao AI's alert blared inside the cabin. And Lin Zhou's gaze hardened. And they arrived swiftly, and was it the Royal Assembly, or merely opportunistic predators drawn by the world broadcast? He glanced at the silver VIP card in his palm, then at Lin Wanqing beside him, exhausted yet radiant with hard-won bounty from the dungeon. Xiao AI, engage maximum velocity. Destination safe zone 5, an affirmative, and the silver-gray motorhome roared to life, shedding concealment like a slumbering steel leviathan, shattering boulders as it surged forward toward the safety zone. 3 dark red assault helicopters pursued relentlessly from behind. And clearly modified for combat, they far outpaced earlier civilian models, their underslung Gatling cannons already whining as they warmed up. Commander, enemy aircraft exceed our speed, effective engagement range expected in 1 minute and 15 seconds. Xiao AI reported with icy composure, enemy armament includes 20mm rotary cannons and likely compact air-to-ground rockets. Lin Zhou sat motionless in the driver's seat, his expression glacial. Xiao AI, switch to manual control. Activate terrain-assisted navigation and threat prediction. Confirmed, manual mode engaged, full terrain scan active. NAS his hands gripped the wheel, a seamless unity between man and machine surged through him. LV-4 propulsion and reinforced suspension granted this colossal vehicle astonishing stability, even across violent terrain. Brace yourself. Lin Zhou slammed the accelerator to the floor. The engine shrieked, a sound bordering on rupture, as the speedometer needle rocketed upward. The chassis lifted slightly, skimming the earth like a low-flying beast as it hurtled toward a labyrinth of jagged boulders ahead. The pursuing helicopters scattered instantly, fanning into a pincer formation, and opened fire. A torrent of 20mm rounds slammed into the ground behind and alongside the motorhome, erupting in plumes of dust and shattered stone. Several grazed the roof, screeching across its armored hull, leaving only faint white scars and shrill metallic shrieks. The LV-4 defense system held firm, ordinary cannon fire could not breach it instantly. Trying to force us down with sheer firepower. Lin Zhou sneered, and wrenched the steering wheel sharply left. The motorhome carved a near-drift trajectory, slipping past another barrage by a hair's breadth, before vanishing into a narrow serpentine pass flanked by towering grotesque monoliths. The cliffs momentarily blocked direct linear sight for the choppers. Yet their pilots were seasoned veterans. They immediately climbed, preparing to unleash vertical saturation fire from above. At that instant violet lightning flickered in Lin Zhou's eyes. Xiao AI, activate rooftop Vulcan cannon. Maximum elevation. Target helicopter 3 directly overhead, predict its ascent vector. Triple burst precision fire. Ammunition enchantments, explosive armor piercing. Command confirmed. The 6 barrels of the M134 Vulcan cannon snapped upright, aiming almost vertically into the sky. Barrels adjusted minutely, locking onto the ascending chopper as it maneuvered for attack. Da-da. 3 immaculate bursts, each round wreathed in orangered explosive energy and shimmering with dense obsidian-like metallurgy. The first burst skimmed the main rotor, jolting the pilot into a panicked yank on the controls. The second struck the fuselage's side armor, detonating violently, peeling away a section of outer plating. The third proved fatal, striking the tail rotor's joint assembly with surgical precision. Boom! Fire and shrapnel erupted. Black smoke billowed from the crippled chopper's tail as it spun wildly, plummeting helplessly toward the earth. Helicopter 1 destroyed. A cry crackled over the comms. The remaining 2 pilots recoiled in shock and fury, unprepared for such devastating pinpoint anti-aircraft retaliation from a mere motorhome. Break formation. Launch rockets, target its tires and engine. The lead pilot snarled. Both helicopters peeled back, underbellies deploying rocket launchers. Would Lin Zhou grant them time to aim? Xiao AI, deploy standard countermeasures smoke screen. Obscure their vision. Full acceleration, exit the stone maze. 2 kilometers ahead lies an abandoned industrial complex, massive structures ideal for tactical exploitation. Smoke deployed. Route locked SSS. Thick gray-white smoke belched from the motorhome's rear, engulfing the pursuit in an impenetrable veil. The chopper pilot's vision vanished, rockets fired blindly. Most missed entirely, only 2 struck the motorhome's starboard rear, blasting shockwaves that rattled the chassis, but the defense systems held firm. Seizing the moment, the motorhome burst from the boulder field. And before them stretched a vast desolate industrial ruin, rusted pipes snaking skyward, skeletal cooling towers and collapsed factory shells draped in decay. Now, hard left. Into the gap between buildings 3 and 4. Lin Zhou wrenched the wheel. And the motorhome pivoted violently, tilting nearly sideways, as it squeezed through a 5-meter-wide fissure between 2 colossal factories. The helicopters swept over the industrial zone, but lost optimal firing angles. And towering structures obstructed direct shots if they circled above rooftops hunting for openings. Think hiding in a rat hole makes you safe. The Royal Assembly's lead pilot's voice dripped with venom. Descend, lock on thermal signature. Vertical strike from above the gap. 2 helicopters descended rapidly, attempting to hover above the factory building and unleash devastating top-down barrages of cannon fire and rocket salvos into the narrow access corridor. Yet they had gravely underestimated Lin Zhou's foresight, and the sheer lethality of this motorhome. At the very instant one helicopter stabilized in midair, poised to acquire its target, a seemingly abandoned ventilation shaft on the factory's flank exploded outward. A black silhouette surged forth, engulfed in blinding violet lightning. It was Lin Zhou. He had slipped from the vehicle unnoticed, scaling the structure's labyrinthine interior with silent precision using his Gale step technique. Clutched in his hands was the Barrett anti-material sniper rifle, its barrel wreathed in crackling arcs of his fully unleashed Thunder Dominion power, while each round bore the composite enchantment of ammunition sovereignty layered with lightning and armor-piercing augmentation. Bang! The report was deeper, more guttural than ever before, as if rending the very fabric of the air itself. Purple lightning flared from the muzzle like living flame. The 12.7mm enchanted armor-piercing round, propelled by kinetic force many times greater than supersonic velocity, struck with surgical precision, driving upward from below straight into the cockpit's undershell. Kaboom! The cockpit detonated into a searing fireball interlaced with violent arcs of electricity. The entire aircraft shattered midair as though struck by an invisible titan's hammer. Shrapnel fire and thick black smoke scattered wildly across the sky. The second pilot watched his comrade erupt into a grotesque fireworks display, and froze in primal terror. Abandoning all tactical discipline, he wrenched the controls upward, desperate to flee this death zone. Trying to run. Lin Zhou's gaze turned glacial. The barrel of his Barrett shifted minutely, locking onto the retreating craft. But the chopper climbed too swiftly, executing erratic evasive maneuvers, slipping beyond the optimal engagement window. Xiao AI. Lin Zhou commanded, voice low and taut. Understood. From its concealed vantage the motorhome roared back to life, the M134 minigun atop its roof unleashing another deafening barrage. This time it was a sustained burst, a howling tempest of steel weaving a lethal curtain of fire, sealing every plausible escape vector. The helicopter twisted and veered like a wounded bird caught in a storm, finally struck in its tail rotor and fuselage. Smoke billowed thick and black as it listed violently, spiraling downward toward the distant wasteland, its fate uncertain. The sky fell silent, at least for now. Lin Zhou dropped from his perch, landing lightly beside the motorhome. A faint pallor tinged his face. Sustained channeling of Thunder Dominion through such a heavy weapon had exacted a steep toll on both his spiritual energy and physical stamina. Commander, the immediate threat is neutralized, but gunfire and explosions may draw further attention, Xiao AI cautioned. Understood. Depart immediately, full speed to safe zone 5. Lin Zhou pulled open the door and stepped inside. The motorhome surged forward, carving a path out of the industrial ruins, leaving behind only acrid smoke and jagged wreckage. Inside, Lin Wanqing handed him a vial of spirit recovery elixir and water. He drank deeply, feeling his depleted spiritual reserves begin their slow, steady return. His eyes traced the desolate landscape flashing past the window, fingers tapping absently against his knee. The Royal Society's pursuit intensified with each wave, more ruthless, more relentless. This time they deployed a modified squadron of armed helicopters. This was no longer about pride or protocol. Yi Chen's willingness to expend such resources suggested far more than just the bounty warrant, or even that diamond chest. Perhaps it was Lin Zhou's alarming rate of growth, or something else he possessed, something that stirred greed deep within his adversaries. I must ascend, especially in vehicular mastery, Lin Zhou resolved inwardly. Formidable as the motorhome was, it remained vulnerable against true aerial dominance and heavier ordnance. And passive defense was never his way. He summoned his system interface, gazing coldly at the newly acquired rewards. It was time for a metamorphosis, one of profound irreversible transformation. Outside Safe Zone 5, buried half under sand and wind-scoured debris, lay an abandoned underground bunker. The motorhome crouched there in perfect stillness, its optical camouflage rendering it indistinguishable from the rusted metal walls around it. Xiao AI maintained vigilant surveillance, ensuring absolute security. Inside, Lin Zhou withdrew the ancient warrior's glory sigil, legendary, an artifact radiating an aura of primordial antiquity. Its dark gold surface felt warm and smooth beneath his fingertips, etched with ineffable patterns of cosmic law. Objective clear: elevate ammunition sovereignty A. He drew a slow, deliberate breath, and sank his consciousness deep into the sigil. Legendary enhancement medium detected. Target talent identified: ammunition sovereignty A level, eligibility confirmed. Proceed with potential enhancement using Ancient Warrior's Glory Sigil. Warning: this process is irreversible, and carries inherent risk. Yes. Without hesitation, the sigil erupted in blinding golden radiance, transforming into a torrent of ancient runes that flooded into Lin Zhou's forehead, surging deep into his spiritual sea. An overwhelming torrent of pure primordial law force instantly entwined with the core essence of his ammunition sovereignty, fusing, and remolding, it at the most fundamental level. Agony tore through him. It felt as though his soul were being rent asunder, then painstakingly reassembled. Yet his will held firm, lucid and unshaken, guiding the torrent toward the evolution he envisioned. Greater elemental dominion. Sharper spiritual efficiency. Expanded versatility in ammunition morphology. The transformation endured for 10 full minutes. When the final golden light receded into his being, the searing pain ebbed like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented clarity, harmony and sovereign command over his craft. Talent enhancement successful. A tier talent ammunition sovereignty has evolved into steer talent ammunition sovereign. New abilities. 1. Base enchantment potency increased by 50, composite enchantment cost reduced by 30, chance of special effects, critical strike, penetration, etc. Elevated to high probability. 2. Elemental shaping unlocked: pure elemental energies, lightning, fire, ice, may now be sculpted into simple weapon forms, e.g. Thunderlances, flameblades, ice spires for mid to short range hurling or slashing. Damage scales with invested spiritual energy. 3. Ammunition vault concept unlocked: a virtual armory may now be constructed within the spiritual realm, pressuring conceptually defined rounds of varied attributes and effects. In combat, no on-the-fly construction is required, ammunition may be summoned instantly, dramatically accelerating burst output and tactical adaptability. Storage capacity and replenishment rate scale with spiritual energy attributes. 4. Spiritual energy conversion efficiency enhanced, all ammunition-related expenditures reduced by 20. 5. Hidden effect: slight but measurable increase in resistance, and latent potential for future mastery, against rule-based damage types, e.g. spatial temporal causal, among the rarest and most esoteric of afflictions. S rank. Ammunition sovereign. Lin Zhou opened his eyes, and within his gaze flickered countless miniature firearms and elemental runes, vanishing in an instant. With a mere thought, a thread of violet lightning danced at his fingertip, coalescing instantly into a half-foot-long lightning short blade, crackling fiercely dense and razor-sharp. With another thought, the blade dispersed, reforming into 3 energy bullets suspended above his palm, one wreathed in roaring flame, one sheathed in glacial frost, and one oozing corrosive acid, utterly obedient as if extensions of his own limbs. Excellent. A flash of delight crossed Lin Zhou's face. He could feel it clearly: his command over all forms of energy ammunition had ascended to an entirely new realm where his will turned ammunition manifested. This was not merely an increase in destructive power, it was a quantum leap across tactical dimensions. He immediately attempted to construct an ammunition vault. His 26 points of mental energy amplified by his S-rank talent operated with extraordinary efficiency. Swiftly he carved out a virtual space within his consciousness and began filling it with preconfigured munitions: high-explosive, armor-piercing lightning rounds, sustained incineration shells, wide-area cryoblasts, chain lightning projectiles, and corrosive acid rounds. Though still conceptual prototypes, requiring instantaneous manifestation via mental energy during combat, their deployment speed was near instantaneous. This way I can respond to complex battlefield scenarios with greater composure, and far greater versatility. Lin Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Commander, high-velocity targets detected approaching. Count 6. Life energy signatures exceptionally strong, one at Tier 2, the rest elite Tier 1. Movement pattern indicates tactical encirclement, contact expected in 2 minutes. At that moment Xiao AI's alarm blared, interrupting Lin Zhou's contemplation. The Royal Assembly again. So soon. Lin Zhou's eyes hardened as he gazed at the radar screen. 6 red dots darted with surgical precision across the rugged terrain, far more professional than the ragtag forces he'd faced before. Whoever they are, perfect. Let them test the true might of my new talent. A cold arc curled at the corner of Lin Zhou's mouth. Xiao AI, activate the vehicle. Engage Hedon. Lure them to the open quarry eastward. Command confirmed. The motorhome's engine growled low, bursting through its cover like a silver-gray lightning bolt surging eastward. Almost the instant the motorhome surged forward, the 6 figures altered course in unison, pursuing relentlessly. 2 minutes later, an abandoned quarry strewn with rubble and yawning craters. The motorhome slammed to a halt, skidding sideways to wedge itself behind a towering mound of shattered stone, using it as cover. 6 figures materialized simultaneously atop the quarry's rim, fanning out in a semicircle, half encircling the vehicle. At their head stood Ing. His gaze settled calmly upon the motorhome, but the faint oppressive aura of a Tier 2 cultivator already permeated the air. Behind him stood 5 others, 3 radiating raw ferocious vitality, 2 moving with spectral fluidity, their eyes sharp as frozen blades locked onto the motorhome. Lin Zhou. Ying's voice, hoarse and level, echoed through the external speaker. The director commands you to surrender everything. Your corpse may remain intact. Inside the vehicle, Lin Zhou pushed open the door and stepped down alone. Black King longsword hung loosely in his right hand as he met Ying's gaze, equally calm. Did Yi Chen really send you trash to die? Arrogant fool. A hulking warrior behind Ying roared, stepping forward with a thunderous stomp that vibrated the ground. Tier 2. We've slain more than one Tier 2 mutant, under the banner of Ingya. Annoying. Lin Zhou's eyes turned glacial. His left hand rose casually, he pointed toward the warrior and clenched his fist. Ammunition sovereign, ammunition vault activation, high explosive armor piercing lightning round conceptual. Shaping sequence, thunderflame spear. ZZZZT, boom. In an instant a spear of pure energy coalesced in Lin Zhou's palm, its shaft writhing with violet lightning, its core compressed with incandescent white flame, hurtling forth with shrieking sonic booms and overwhelming annihilation. Its speed was absolute. The hulking warrior's pupils contracted violently. With a guttural bellow he swung his axe, a wave of ochre light flaring across its edge, aiming to cleave the spear in two. Yet the composite enchanted assault empowered by an S-rank talent vastly exceeded his expectations. At the moment of impact the lightning detonated first, paralyzing his arm. Then the searing flame within erupted in full force. Krakum. The warrior was blasted backward, axe flying from his grasp, arms charred, black chest armor shattered, blood spraying wildly, before crashing deep into a rubble pile dozens of meters away, utterly incapacitated. One strike, crippling a Tier 1 peak cultivator. The remaining 5 members of the Inya squad, including Ing himself, staggered inwardly, their expressions transforming in unison. That speed. That power. That precision in energy manipulation, utterly defied their understanding. Ying's gaze finally sharpened into utter gravity. Slowly he drew a pair of pitch-black lightless short blades from his waist, their edges carving faint lingering trails of darkness through the air. Indeed, our intelligence gravely underestimated you. His voice remained level, but murderous intent now boiled beneath. All units, tactical formation Alpha. Eliminate the target, by any means necessary. Affirmative. The remaining 4 scattered instantly. 2 seized elevated flanking positions armed with crossbows and energy rifles. 1 melted seamlessly into the shadows. The last pressed both palms to the earth, the ground trembling faintly, signaling mastery over stone or barrier generation. Ing himself dissolved into a streak of black afterimage, surging toward Lin Zhou at speeds dwarfing even the fallen warriors, his Tier 2 velocity unleashed in full fury. Black short blades stabbed straight for Lin Zhou's throat, the killing intent preceding the blades like a freezing shroud. Too slow. Lin Zhou's voice was ice-cold, his expression unreadable. Only his right wrist rotated slightly, Black King longsword flashing with violet lightning, striking the side of the short blade with perfect timing and lethal precision. Clang. A deafening clash of metal and energy exploded. Sparks and lightning burst outward in blinding arcs. Ying felt an unimaginable force surge up the blade, numbing his arm, hurling him backward several meters across the gravel. For the first time, shock flashed across his eyes. Immense strength. This is far beyond a newly ascended Tier 2. Provide covering fire. Immobilize him with earth binding. Ying barked sharply. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he blurred once more, attacking from an uncanny angle, short blades tracing multiple black trajectories that sealed off every possible evasion route. From above, the two ranged operatives opened fire instantly, a wind-enchanted armor-piercing bolt and several scorching energy beams converging in lethal crossfire. Simultaneously, the earth manipulator roared, and the ground beneath Lin Zhou liquefied and surged upward, erupting into colossal stone hands grasping for his legs. Faced with this three-pronged assault, Lin Zhou's lips curved into the faintest, most chilling smile. Is that all? His left hand rose, palm open, and gently closed upon the sky above. Ammunition sovereign, full vault summoning shaping elemental swarm. In an instant, thousands of luminous motes materialized midair behind Lin Zhou, coalescing into hundreds upon hundreds of perfectly aligned energy projectiles, each glowing with distinct elemental hues. The sight struck terror into the two snipers above, and evening midlunge froze, pupils contracting in disbelief. What monstrous ability is this? The earth manipulator cried out in stunned disbelief. Open fire. Ying bellowed, crushing his unease, accelerating further. But Lin Zhou's finger had already descended. Go. Wumph. A storm of energy projectiles erupted across the sky. Crimson fire rounds intercepted the incoming bolt and beams, detonating midair in blossoming fireballs. Azure frost rounds rained down like hail upon Lin Zhou's feet, flash freezing the nascent stone hands into brittle ice sculptures, then shattering them into dust. The vast majority, jade-green wind blade rounds and deep purple acid rounds, split into twin torrents, surging toward the two snipers above and the earth manipulator below. Take cover, now. Ying roared, but rescue was already impossible. Boom. 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 It was as if an elemental tempest had descended upon the quarry. Explosions and screams fused into one cacophony. The snipers' cover dissolved instantly, they were hurled screaming from their perches, landing mangled beyond recognition. Hold them back, now. The earth manipulator bellowed frantically, erecting thick stone walls, but under the relentless barrage of multi-elemental munitions they crumbled like paper. How is this possible? Despair flooded his face as he stood paralyzed. Had his vaunted defensive art truly been obliterated so effortlessly? What manner of technique was this? A monster. We were wrong, from the very beginning. We should never have provoked him. He is utterly beyond our reach. Before the final word escaped his lips, a piercing incendiary round shot through a crack in the stone, impaling his chest. His body ignited, instantly consumed by agonized shrieks. Gradually his form dissolved into shimmering motes, scattering into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 6 Inya squad members lay fallen. Only Ying and the shadow-dwelling assassin remained. Ying's charge came to an abrupt halt. He froze 10 meters from Lin Zhou, his fingers gripping the short blade so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his face beneath the mask ashen with tension. His gaze locked onto the endless array of energy bullets still hovering behind Lin Zhou, an impossible spectacle that sent shockwaves crashing through his mind. This was no ordinary talent. Infinite ammunition. Mastery over multiple elemental forces. Instantaneous large-scale summoning. This far exceeded the known boundaries of player capabilities. Intelligence reports had labeled Lin Zhou as possessing a suspected infinite firepower talent, but this was its ultimate evolution, a quantum leap in nature. What are you? Ying's voice emerged dry and hollow, thick with disbelief. Lin Zhou did not reply, only gazed calmly toward a patch of shadow slightly behind and to Ying's right. There's another one. Won't you step forward? That shadow trembled faintly, and from it a blurred figure shot backward like a startled hare, the concealed assassin. He excelled in assassination, but against Lin Zhou, who summoned bullet barrages with a mere gesture, stealth was meaningless. All he wanted was to flee. Do you truly think you can escape? Lin Zhou raised his left index finger toward the retreating shadow, and tapped lightly. Ammunition sovereign, ammunition vault activation, soul tracking bolt. Shaping shadow arrow. A shaft forged from deep gray shadow energy coalesced instantly, trailing long ribbons of black smoke as it launched, silent, lethal. The arrow moved as though alive, carving a sinister arc through the air, ignoring all obstacles, unerringly locking onto the assassin's spiritual resonance. The assassin recoiled in terror, accelerating desperately and activating his life-saving shadow leap, his form flickering rapidly between patches of darkness. Yet the shadow arrow pursued him like a parasite, darting through shadows even faster. Thwip! The arrow erupted from a shadow and pierced the assassin's back, straight into his heart. Shadow energy detonated, no flame, only instantaneous annihilation of his vital essence. His body stiffened, then collapsed from the shadows, lifeless. The final member of the Ingya squad had fallen. In the quarry only Ing and Lin Zhou remained, face to face. Ing watched his comrades fall one by one, his meticulously crafted tactics crumbling like paper before Lin Zhou's overwhelming power. Cold despair and seething fury twisted together in his chest. Lin Zhou, his voice warped with absolute malice. You will die. With that he unleashed his full second-rank initial energy without restraint. The black short blade shimmered with such intense obsidian light it seemed ready to drip. His figure blurred, then split into 3 identical afterimages, each surging toward Lin Zhou from a different angle at blinding speed. This was his ultimate technique, phantom slaughter. Each afterimage carried a fraction of his true strength, nearly indistinguishable from reality. Faced with this final desperate strike, Lin Zhou finally moved. Not to evade, but to step forward. He held his Black King longsword level with his right hand while his left hovered above its blade. Ammunition sovereign, elemental shaping enchantment thunderous might. Composite effect absolute penetration. VVVVRR. Every remaining energy bullet suspended behind him surged forward like rivers converging on the sea, fusing entirely into the Black King longsword. The blade blazed with unprecedented brilliance, purple lightning, crimson flames, azure frost, cerulean gales and abyssal shadows, all violently compressed and merged into a single point at the tip. The very air around the blade warped and fractured under the strain of such terrifying energy. Lin Zhou's eyes remained cold and detached as he swung, not at the 3 illusions but at the single true form hidden behind them. There was no sound, only a hair-thin line darker than absolute void flashing once and vanishing. The 3 afterimages dissolved like soap bubbles. Ying's true body froze 5 meters before Lin Zhou locked mid-lunge, rigid and motionless. Slowly he lowered his gaze to his own chest. A thread-like line, finer than a strand of hair yet piercing straight through his torso, was fading from view. Along its path flesh-bone organs, even the dark energy he'd infused into his blades, had been utterly erased, vaporized without trace. This cannot be. Utter bewilderment and primal terror flooded Ying's eyes. His mouth opened, but no coherent words emerged. In the next instant his body split cleanly down the center, 2 flawless halves, then crumbled into drifting ash, scattering silently into the wind. The Royal Society's elite Ingya squad, including its second-rank captain Ing, had been annihilated to the last. Lin Zhou slowly sheathed his sword as the terrifying energy upon its blade gradually subsided. His complexion was slightly pale, the previous strike had drained nearly half his spiritual energy. Fully unleashing and strength talent exacted a staggering toll. Still the results were decisive. He glanced at the spot where Ing had vanished. There lay a pair of black short blades and several softly glowing items. Royal Society. Yi Chen, Lin Zhou murmured, his eyes sharpening with glacial resolve. Next time, it will be my turn to find you. He gathered the spoils and turned toward the waiting motorhome. As battle settled into silence, Lin Wanner's suspended breath finally eased. She pushed open the door, preparing to greet Lin Zhou's return. At the very moment Lin Zhou turned his back on Ying's dissolving remains, walking toward the motorhome, sudden calamity struck. From the spot where Ing had turned to ash, a minuscule speck of black luminescence flared into being. Instantly a distorted obscure ripple, warping both time and space, radiated outward. S-rank one-time scroll echo of time activated. It briefly reverted the user's state to 3 seconds prior, and generated a faint temporal stasis field. In the next instant, the flow of time within a 10-meter radius slowed drastically, thick and viscous as molasses. Space itself subtly misaligned. Lin Zhou's body seized, caught at the precise moment his spiritual energy was depleted and his physical reflexes lagged. This sudden spacetime interference bound him like invisible chains, his movements delayed by more than a heartbeat. Lin Zhou, die. A roar saturated with bottomless hatred and madness exploded from the shadow directly above Lin Zhou. Ing reappeared, his spectral form clutching the twin black short blades, as if crawling forth from a rift in time itself. Silently he descended upon Lin Zhou from directly overhead, crossing the blades and driving them downward with concentrated darkness aimed at Lin Zhou's throat. This strike had been meticulously prepared, its timing perfected. Leveraging the Shrank Scroll's fleeting spacetime distortion, he struck at the most fatal instant when Lin Zhou's prior exertion had just ebbed, new strength had yet to rise, and his vigilance had momentarily wavered. Lin Zhou, watch out. Lin Wanner's pupils contracted sharply. A shrill instinctive scream tore from her throat as she raised her pistol and fired blindly at the shadow. Bang! 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 But the bullets veered wildly in the warped temporal field, sluggish as snails, utterly failing to track the shadow's velocity. Lin Zhou's entire body went rigid, icy dread drenched him like freezing water. He tried to move, to dodge, to counterattack, but his limbs felt leaden under the spacetime distortion, his thoughts lagging just a fraction behind normal. All he could do was watch, helpless, as the crossed blades of darkness rushed toward his vision, growing larger, sharper, inevitable. A sickening muffled rip as steel tore through flesh and bone, the sound chilling to the scalp. Two crossing blades sliced precisely along the sides of Lin Zhou's neck. Blood erupted like a fountain, dyeing his chest and the gravel beneath his feet a dark, furious red. Lin Zhou convulsed violently, eyes wide. His hands reflexively clutched his throat, yet could not stem the frantic flow of blood pouring through his fingers. He parted his lips as if to speak, but only coughed up bloody foam. The light in his eyes faded swiftly, his body lurched and collapsed into the pool of blood, twitched twice, then lay still. Lin Wanqing cried out as if struck by lightning, her mind blank, a heartrending scream tore from her throat. Elsewhere. Ing felt terrible as well, his face was ashen and his breath feeble. It was evident that using his final trump card and the scroll had exacted a tremendous price. Yet his eyes were alight with the savage joy of revenge. He panted, staring at Lin Zhou motionless in the blood, a twisted smile contorting his lips. Lin Zhou, in the end you could not escape death. To kill you, the chairman did not hesitate to hand over a precious glass scroll. Shiguang Canxiang Time Echo. I had kept it for my own life. But now it was all worth it. He staggered toward the motorhome, greed in his gaze. Go in peace, though you still had a chance of revival, your vehicle and everything on you, our Royal Association will gladly claim them. The words had barely left his mouth. A volley of furious rounds screamed toward Ing. It was Lin Wanqing. Her eyes were rimmed red, she gritted her teeth, both hands clenched on her pistol, and she pulled the trigger frantically. You killed Lin Zhou. I'll fight you to the death. Ing was weakened, but his battle instincts remained. He flickered like a specter and easily evaded the aimless barrage. He sneered and glanced at the crazed Lin Wanqing with impatience and cold, killing intent. How noble! He mocked. Pathetic as an ant's struggle. Seeing her pistol useless, Lin Wanqing snatched out the long knife Lin Zhou had given her. Though she had never learned blade technique, grief and resolve lent her strength. She screamed and charged at Ing, hacking wildly. Get away! Ing scoffed, too lazy to brandish his short blade. He raised his weakened right hand, the dark energy coalesced at his fingertips and casually deflected Wanqing's powerless strikes, then backhanded her shoulder. Lin Wanqing cried out in pain, staggered backward, the long knife flying from her grasp. Her shoulder seemed fractured, a trickle of blood leaked from the corner of her mouth. The gap in strength was too great. Enough. The game is over. Ing, tired of further entanglement, closed in on the slumped, despairing Lin Wanqing. He lifted his dark short blade once more. I must return and report, you will go join him. The blade fell toward Lin Wanqing's pale throat. She closed her eyes and tears slid down her face. Memories of every moment since she met Lin Zhou flashed through her mind. I'm sorry, Lin Zhou. I'm useless. At the brink of that final instant. A cold, hoarse voice, as if dragged up from the deepest pit of the 9 nether hells, cut through the air behind Ing, every word saturated with boundless killing intent. You dare lay a hand on her? Ing convulsed. His movements froze at once. A chill shot up his spine to his crown. That voice, impossible. He spun around. In the pool of blood, the figure who should have been dead was astonishingly slowly struggling up, using his arms to push himself upright and standing again. Lin Zhou. The 2 ghastly cuts across his neck, deep enough to reveal bone and even the vertebrae, were now visibly crawling and knitting themselves closed. Muscle fibers reknit like living threads and the skin sealed swiftly. The spouting blood had long since ceased, only the vast stains remained as proof of the recent mortal wounds. His face was paper pale and his breath weak, yet the eyes that opened burned with an otherworldly, soul-freezing flame. Lin Zhou's voice was hoarse but unshakable. Even if I must chase you to the ends of hell, I will utterly kill you. Ying screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Cold sweat soaked his weakened body. The hand that held the short blade trembled uncontrollably. You didn't die. I clearly cut your neck. This is impossible. He could not comprehend it. Severed major arteries and injured vertebrae, such hemorrhage is a mortal wound. Even potent medicines would not have been enough. Unless some legendary rule-defying resurrection artifact was involved. But how could such an item be in a player's possession? Lin Zhou stood slowly and flexed his neck. The new skin was still fragile but whole. The terrifying effect of Buxi Ji Chu Undying Body Novice had been fully triggered at the moment of death. So long as his core, brain or heart, had not been utterly annihilated or he was not subjected to sustained damage that exceeded the bounds of recovery, he could claw back from the gates of death. He looked at Ying as one looks at a corpse. Unsclass scroll, temporal interference, indeed I was careless. He raised his hand. The Hei Wang Changdao was inexplicably back in his grip. Residual lightning danced along the blade, interwoven with a faint green luminescence that symbolized the vital force of undying body. Lin Zhou took a step forward. Though his footing remained unsteady, a terrifying aura, like a primeval beast awakening, spilled from him, making Ying's guts turn to ice. It's your time to go. The instant the words fell, Lin Zhou vanished from where he stood. Jifeng's step, Gale step unleashed at full power. Even impaired as he was, Lin Zhou moved so swiftly that the gravely wounded Ying could not track him. Ying saw only a blur of darkness hurtling at him, laden with boundless killing intent. He tried to dodge, to block, but his body teetering on death and his shattered will made it impossible even to raise his short blade. The Hei Wang Changdao's edge, austere and uncompromising, drove straight through Ying's chest. Its tip emerged from his back. Ying's eyes widened as he looked down at the blade embedded in him. His mouth opened but no sound came. The last image in his eyes was Lin Zhou's cold, merciless gaze. Lin Zhou twisted his wrist. The blade rung inside Ying, extinguishing every spark of life, then was yanked free with a brutal pull. Ying's body shuddered and toppled backward. This time he dissolved altogether into drifting pinpricks of starlight, leaving behind only the twin black short blades and the shattered fragments of the scroll. Lin Zhou leaned on his blade and breathed shallowly. Death and the rapid recovery had drained him utterly. He immediately produced a vial of stimulant and forced it down his throat. Then he looked toward the still shaken Lin Wanqing. It's over, he said, his voice softened. Lin Wanqing could no longer contain herself. She flung herself at Lin Zhou, holding him tightly and sobbing aloud, her body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Zhou patted her back gently, but his gaze turned toward the Royal Association headquarters. A cold gleam like an eternal glacier burned in his eyes. Yi Chen, this account will be settled, slowly. Commander, a large number of life signals have been detected gathering 1 kilometer away, identified as a horde of zombies moving towards our position. Contact is expected in 3 minutes. Please evacuate as soon as possible. Xiao Ai's calm voice resonated in the vehicle. Lin Zhou's eyes narrowed. The recent fierce battle with the Shadow Fang squad had caused too much commotion, and the scent of blood along with the energy fluctuations had indeed attracted trouble. Wanqing, get in the car. We're leaving. Lin Wanqing quickly wiped her tears and followed Lin Zhou back to the vehicle, locking the doors tightly. Xiao AI, activate autopilot, plan a route that avoids the main direction of the zombie horde, heading towards the periphery of Safety Zone 5 to a preset hiding spot. Authorize the activation of automatic fire mode to clear any obstacles along the way. Command confirmed. Autopilot activated, automatic fire system online. The RV's engine roared as it crushed the gravel, racing towards the safety zone. The turret on the roof and the missile array at the rear automatically adjusted, locking onto and eliminating the scattered zombies that lunged at them from the sides. Inside the vehicle, Lin Zhou suppressed the discomfort of having just died once and the deepening murderous intent towards each, and forcing himself to think calmly. The encounter with Shadow Fang had revealed that their trump cards and desperation were far beyond expectations. They had even used the rare glass time scroll. If it weren't for the heaven-defying ability of the undying body, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He must enhance his strength as soon as possible. Especially the overall performance of the vehicle. Faced with the increasingly frenzied pursuit by the Royal Society and the potential emergence of even stronger enemies, the RV must evolve once more. He opened his personal panel, glancing at the impressive balance of 80,000 points, feeling somewhat reassured. Points are temporarily sufficient, but rare materials are lacking. He opened his friend list and found Ling Shuang. Lin Zhou, do you have energy cores, special ammunition materials or special alloy ingots? I'll buy them at a high price. The reply came almost instantly. Ling Shuang, how many does Mr. Lin need? Surprised expression. Lin Zhou, whatever you have, I'll take it. Ling Shuang. Pausing for a moment, we have 5 energy cores in stock, 100 units of special ammunition materials and 60 units of special alloy ingots. This is already the maximum share the trading guild can mobilize. We also need to keep reserves. In terms of pricing, the unit price for energy cores is 5,000 points, 50 for materials and 50 for alloy ingots. The total has been calculated with a VIP discount of 30, amounting to 33000 points. Is Mr. Lin preparing for a large-scale upgrade of the vehicle? Lin Zhou didn't explain directly, initiating the trade request trade. Ling Shuang seemed taken aback for a moment but quickly confirmed. Points deducted, materials transferred to Lin Zhou's space via the trading system. Ling Shuang, transaction complete. Mr. Lin, the Royal Society has recently been unusually active, seemingly mobilizing their forces. Please be cautious. She tactfully refrained from asking further, only offering a friendly reminder. Lin Zhou. He ended the communication. Ling Shuang looked at the dimming friend bar, smiling helplessly. This Mr. Lin is becoming more and more mysterious and powerful. Such a rate of growth is simply unfathomable. Inside the RV, Lin Zhou immediately brought up the vehicle upgrade panel with materials in hand and hesitated no longer. Power system LV4 LV5 cost 200 points, 300 mechanical parts, 2 energy cores. A deep and powerful pulse resonated from within the engine, as if its heart had been replaced with a stronger pump. The vehicle trembled slightly before stabilizing, but a lurking, terrifying sense of power ready to explode filled the air. Power system LV5 upgrade complete. Gained feature: primary energy overload, short burst speed 200 with defense system LV4 LV5 cost 300 points, 400 mechanical parts, 50 special alloy ingots. The external armor of the vehicle visibly thickened and solidified, with sharp edges gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Defense power surged once more. Defense system LV5 upgrade complete. Gained feature: energy deflection shield, passive significantly weakens energy attacks. Firepower system LV3 LV5 to level upgrade cost 500 points, 700 mechanical parts, 80 special ammunition materials. The structure of the turret on the roof was further reinforced with an elongated barrel and upgraded cooling system. The missile array at the rear was rearranged with more launch units for broader coverage. The internal ballistic calculation and fire control systems were fully optimized. Firepower system LV5 upgrade complete. Gained feature: precision assault mode enhances single-point penetration and critical strike ability. Lastly, he looked at the still gray energy system. Energy system not activated. LV1 cost 50 points, 3 energy cores. Buzz. A steady flow of energy could be heard from within the vehicle, and the dashboard displayed an energy monitoring interface, significantly improving overall energy utilization efficiency. Energy system activated successfully. Current level LV1. Energy reserve limit 50. Energy system LV1 LV2 requires 100 points, 5 energy cores. But the cores are insufficient. Of the 5 cores traded earlier, 2 were used for power and 3 for energy activation, leaving none. Lin Zhou furrowed his brows tightly and immediately opened the global trading platform to search for energy cores. There were only a few listings, all priced outrageously high, and most were for purchase with almost none for sale. Clearly this is a scarce strategic resource. He thought for a moment and directly posted in the World Channel: Lin Zhou, high price for energy cores, honest trade price negotiable. Once the information was released, the World Channel, which was already buzzing due to his SSS rating clearance, instantly exploded. Wow! The real Lin Zhou has appeared. Buying energy cores. Those are rare. Big shot. I have one. Just dug it out from the ruins. 10,000 points, do you want it? Are you crazy up there? 10,000 points. That's robbery. I also have half a damaged energy core fragment, do you want it? Big shot. Lin Zhou, look at me. I have a channel. Private message. Seeing the one listed for 10,000 points, Lin Zhou's frown deepened. That price is indeed outrageous if the normal market price is only 6 to 7,000. But in urgent need. He was about to contact the player who offered 10,000 to inquire further. At that moment, a threatening message highlighted in striking crimson text suddenly flooded the screen. Royal Society Li Yan, by order of President Yi Chen. Anyone who dares to sell energy cores to Lin Zhou is an enemy of our royal society. Those who engage in trade shall be killed without mercy. Those who provide clues will be heavily rewarded. The channel fell silent in an instant. Following that there were more intense discussions and gasps of shock. The Royal Society had completely torn the facade using all means to suppress Lin Zhou. The player who originally offered 10,000 points instantly went grey, clearly frightened, and either logged off or went into hiding. The others who had shown interest also fell silent. Lin Zhou glared at the scarlet announcement, his gaze suddenly turning icy, his murderous intent almost solidifying. Yi Chen is trying to suppress me. Moments later, only a few of the previously enthusiastic players cautiously resurfaced. Ahaha. Just kidding, earlier, I'd never possess something as rare as an energy core. Yeah. Don't take it seriously, master, just tossing it out casually. Long live the Royal Guild. Support the ban and arrest of wanted fugitives. Dogface emoji for self-preservation. Inside the vehicle, Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed crimson with fury as she clenched her fists. This Royal Guild is utterly outrageous. They even suppress legitimate trade. Do they fancy themselves masters of the world? Lin Zhou's expression turned icy, cold light flickered in his eyes. Yi Chen's move was not merely further pressure, it was a public declaration to all players. Anyone associated with Lin Zhou had declared enmity with the Royal Guild. This was a deliberate severing of his resource lifeline, an attempt to entomb him alive. Yi Chen. Lin Zhou whispered the name softly, knuckles widening as tendons rose along his clenched fist. The debt grew heavier by the moment. At that instant a system chime rang out. Ding. Player Mo Yoshue has requested to add you as a friend. Note: energy core transaction. Lin Zhou's gaze sharpened instantly. The Royal Guild had just issued its ban, yet someone dared approach under that shadow to initiate a trade. And this name sounded feminine. After a brief pause he tapped accept. Almost immediately a private message popped up. Mo Yoshue, hello Senior Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou. Mo Yoshue, I heard you're acquiring energy cores. I've got some. Lin Zhou, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Royal Guild? Mo Yoshue, humph. What is the Royal Guild really? They're not even worthy to hold your shoes, Senior Lin Zhou. They merely bully the few with sheer numbers, and besides our private transaction. Do they expect to hack into the system and spy on us? Playful expression. Lin Zhou, courage commendable. How many do you have? Mo Yoshue, 5. 5. Lin Zhou's pupils contracted slightly. Even the colossal North Star Consortium currently held only 5 units in reserve, yet this Mo Yoshue, seemingly a lone operator, possessed 5 energy cores herself. Her acquisition capability was nothing short of astonishing. Surprised, aren't you? Did Senior Lin Zhou truly not anticipate this? Mo Yoshue seemed to read his thoughts, her tone laced with quiet pride. Lin Zhou, Indeed, somewhat. Name your price. How many points per core? Mo Yoshue, I don't want points. Lin Zhou. No points. Lin Zhou raised an eyebrow. In this apocalypse game, points were hard currency, exchangeable for nearly anything. If not points, then what? Something rarer, barter perhaps. Or. Lin Zhou, are you certain you're not joking? Mo Yoshue, of course not. My condition is. Senior Lin Zhou must grant me protection for a period, specifically guarantee my safety within Safe Zone 5. We'll meet offline and exchange the cores directly. Protection. Offline meeting. Safe Zone 5. Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Zhou's mind. Coincidence? He was already en route there. A trap. Had the Royal Guild deployed 5 precious energy cores as bait to lure him into ambush? The cost seemed steep, but not impossible. Yi Chen, after all, had willingly gifted Shadow and Shrank Chrono Scroll to eliminate him. Or was Mo Yoshue genuinely desperate for a powerful patron, and had he simply become the most conspicuous target? How can you be certain I'll agree? And how can you trust I'll protect you? Lin Zhou countered. Mo Yoshue, intuition. And, your global notification for clearing the SS-tier dungeon. Clearing a tired dungeon with an SSS rating, and provoking such furious suppression from the Royal Guild, marks you as an absolute powerhouse. Far more reliable than them. As for protection, you annihilated the Shadow Fong squad entirely, shielding one frail woman like me would surely pose no challenge. Did she know about the Shadow Fong squad? Her intelligence network ran deep. Lin Zhou's eyes flickered faintly. Either she commanded an information web, or she'd observed the battle firsthand. Frail woman. Lin Zhou offered no judgment. One who secured 5 energy cores could hardly be deemed fragile. Well then, Senior Lin Zhou. What's your decision? The meeting point is Old Smoker Tavern in East District of Safe Zone 5, a chaotic nexus where anonymity offers relative safety. You set the time, I'm available anytime. Mo Yoshua urged. Lin Zhou fell silent for a moment. 5 energy cores were now vital to him, essential for activating Energy System Level 2 and indispensable for future upgrades. The Royal Guild's ban rendered conventional acquisition nearly impossible in the short term. Risk was inevitable. Yet as he assessed his position, the RV's Level 5 defense systems, its passive energy deflection shield, his own Tier 2 combat prowess, and the indomitable unbreakable physique, unless the Royal Guild could deploy overwhelming artillery capable of leveling an entire minor safe zone on immediate notice, eliminating him remained astronomically improbable. Agreed, Lin Zhou replied at last. I'll notify you of time and location shortly. Maintain contact. Wonderful. Thank you, Senior. I'll await your message. Mo Yoshua sent a cheerful emoji. As the connection ended, Lin Zhou gazed at the marker for Safe Zone 5 on his map, his expression inscrutable profound. Shall AI proceed to Safe Zone 5 at maximum speed? Upon arrival, conduct reconnaissance of Old Smoker Tavern and its surrounding area, identify all potential threats. Confirmed. Estimated arrival at Safe Zone perimeter in 1 hour. Lin Wanqing watched Lin Zhou with quiet concern. Are you truly going? Could it be a trap? Possibly. Or not. Lin Zhou spoke calmly. But those energy cores must be acquired. If it is a trap, we shatter it. If not, we complete the transaction. He glanced at his strength stat, 39 points, and his level 5 defense, then felt the surging power of ammunition sovereign pulsing within his veins. We are now strong enough to take this risk. 1 hour later, at the eastern edge of Safe Zone 5. The RV did not enter directly but halted atop a derelict factory with unobstructed sightlines. From this vantage the entire East District lay exposed, especially the tangled street housing Old Smoker Tavern. Shall AI activate optical camouflage, enforce full-spectrum silence, and scan the tavern and surrounding 3-kilometer radius, mark all anomalous energy signatures, human clusters, and probable heavy weapon emplacements? Affirmative. Scanning. Thermal sources inside tavern approximately 37. Energy readings generally low. For elevated energy concentrations detected in nearby structures, likely armed operatives in concealment. No large-scale energy signatures or overt heavy weaponry identified. However, electromagnetic interference in this sector remains high, some details may be obscured. Lin Zhou studied the simplified thermal imaging feed and marked coordinates on screen, comprehension dawning. Ambushes were indeed in place, but modest in scale, resembling surveillance and support nodes rather than assault teams. The Royal Guild knew he had effortlessly eradicated Shadow Fang. They would scarcely deploy such minimal forces to commit suicide. Either this was bait, or Mo Yoshua truly operated outside their influence and these ambushes targeted her, or something else entirely. Wanqing, remain aboard. Be ready to extract me at a moment's notice. If things turn dire, Shao AI will evacuate you immediately. Lin Zhou instructed, handing her a miniature comlink. Stay in contact. Be careful. Lin Wanqing accepted the device, nodding firmly. Lin Zhou donned an unremarkable gray coat, wrapped the Black King longsword in cloth and slung it across his back, and pulled a low-brimmed hat over his brow, concealing most of his face. Like a wraith he slipped down the factory's outer wall and dissolved into the labyrinthine shadows of the streets below. The East District of Safe Zone No. 5 was a quintessential no-man's land. Low dilapidated buildings lined narrow filthy streets where players of every complexion and garb drifted about, most wearing wary indifferent expressions. The air was thick with the nauseating blend of cheap tobacco, rotting food, and metallic blood. Lin Zhou followed the route, winding through back alleys and avoiding several obvious surveillance points, and soon reached the street where the Old Smoker Tavern stood. The tavern was an aging 3-story brick structure, its sign hanging crooked and its windows smeared with grime. A few hardied players crouched at the door, appraising passers-by. Lin Zhou did not hesitate. He pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside. Dim light and curling smoke greeted him, along with the assaulting sense of cheap liquor, sweat, and body odor. Players of all sorts clustered in pockets, boisterous groups whispered consultations, solitary drinkers lost in their cups. Behind the bar a one-eyed bartender polished glasses with an unreadable face. Lin Zhou's gaze swept the room and finally settled on a relatively secluded small table in a corner. A woman sat there. She wore a deep blue form-fitting leather outfit built for mobility which accentuated her incendiary curves. The swell of her chest was pronounced and arresting, visibly ample, perhaps a 36D by estimation. Her hair was a neat chin-length bob in a rare silver gray that shimmered faintly even in the tavern's gloom. Her features were finely sculpted, carrying hints of mixed heritage. Her almond-shaped eyes shimmered as they flicked about, yet they also bore a streak of wildness and defiance. She toyed with an empty glass, a half-smile playing at her lips as if waiting for something. Almost the moment Lin Zhou looked her way, she lifted her head and fixed her gaze on him with uncanny precision. A spark flitted through those eyes. She set the glass down and beckoned to Lin Zhou with a casual, effortless wave that nonetheless radiated an unmistakable allure. Something stirred within Lin Zhou. Could this be Mo Yoshua? Her appearance and bearing certainly stood out, and she clearly knew how to capitalize on her assets. Yet what bothered him more was that when she glanced up there was no hint of a common player's timidity or confusion, only the keen alertness of a hunter. He moved without fuss and took a seat opposite her. Lin Zhou, big shot. You look even more imposing than I imagined. Mo Yoshua propped her chin on one hand and regarded him with a teasing smile, her gaze bold and unashamed as it lingered on the long blade at his back and his composed bearing. Where are the goods? Lin Zhou asked bluntly, his tone flat. Oh, so direct. Not even a little chit-chat. Mo Yoshua pouted, theatrically feigning wounded pride, though the amusement in her eyes never faded. With a discreet flick of her fingers beneath the table, an unremarkable black cloth pouch slid across to Lin Zhou's hand. He accepted it and swept his spiritual sense over its contents. Inside lay 5 fist-sized diamond-shaped crystals emitting a steady gentle blue glow, energy cores of excellent grade and brimming with power. Conditions, Lin Zhou said, tucking the pouch away as he glanced at Mo Yoshua. You promised to shelter me within safe zone, no? 5. Mo Yoshua blinked. I've stirred up a little trouble recently, a few short-sighted types have been on my tail. With you standing beside me they certainly won't dare bother me anymore. What trouble? Lin Zhou asked. I borrowed some things that weren't mine, she said lightly, but Lin Zhou understood immediately. She was a natural thief, or at least of a similar profession, no wonder she could procure so many energy cores. Time limit, he prompted. Until I leave the No. 5 safe zone, or until the trouble is settled, how about that? Mo Yoshua tilted her head as if open to negotiation. Agreed, Lin Zhou nodded. But during that time you must stay close, follow my orders and refrain from acting rashly or inviting new trouble. No problem. Whatever the boss says goes. Mo Yoshua's smile widened and she leaned forward slightly, if the startling whiteness and valley between her breasts became even more noticeable in the dim light. So we're teammates now, she asked. A temporary partnership, Lin Zhou corrected, ignoring the distracting sight. Let's go. This place is not safe to linger in. He keenly sensed several glances drifting their way, some barely concealed but others brimming with malice and avarice. They were likely eyeing Mo Yoshua, or the energy cores he had just stashed. Mo Yoshua also noticed. Her playful expression vanished, she rose smoothly and said, I will follow your lead. As they reached the tavern door, one of the crouching players, a burly man with a scarred face, curled his lips into a sneer and stepped forward to block their path. Little girl, you stole from the Hei Lang Bang and think you can walk away. The scarred man cast a greedy leer over Mo Yoshua and then shot a glance at Lin Zhou. And you kid want to live? Back off and leave that pouch here. A few of his companions closed in, hands resting on their weapons. The tavern fell noticeably quieter as many patrons leaned forward ready to watch the spectacle. Mo Yoshua shrank back a little behind Lin Zhou and whispered, it was them. I only took some of their potions. That's why they trailed me. Lin Zhou barely moved his eyes, he exhaled a single cold word, leave. The scarred man froze for a heartbeat, then exploded with rage. As if I'd back down. He drew a cleaver from his waist and brought it down toward Lin Zhou's head in a brutal arc. The blade wind was fierce, a sign he was at least a mid-first-tier combatant. Yet the blade only reached halfway to its mark. Lin Zhou had not even drawn his sword. With his left hand flashing like lightning, he seized the thug's wrist with unerring precision. A terrifying surge of force, 35 points of raw strength, exploded through that grip. Crack. The clear snap of bone echoed. Before the thug could scream, Lin Zhou's foot whipped up and slammed into his abdomen. The man flew as if struck by a runaway truck, crashing into and overturning several tables behind him. He spat blood and collapsed into unconsciousness. The entire sequence lasted less than a second. The remaining Hey Lang Bang members stood frozen, faces drained of color. Their boss, supposedly a mid-first-tier expert, had been dispatched in an instant. Lin Zhou's cold gaze swept over them. As if dropped into an ice pit, they scrambled aside, crawling away to clear a path and not daring to meet his eyes again. Lin Zhou escorted Mo Yoshue out with composed steps, and they melted into the chaotic maze of alleyways. Inside the tavern, a stunned silence broke into a flurry of restrained exclamations and gossip. Who was that just now? Such terrifying power. Couldn't make out the face. But that's definitely someone not to be trifled with. Hey Lang Bang really hit a brick wall this time. That woman went with him. I don't think anyone will dare mess with her anymore. No sooner had they left Old Smoke's tavern than the two turned into a quiet, narrow alley, when calamity struck anew. Shush, shush, shush. From both rooftops flanking the alley and the mouth ahead, multiple sharp whistles pierced the air simultaneously, pre-laid nets and barbed chains snapping taut. At that very moment, over a dozen agile figures leapt down from every shadowed corner, sealing off Lin Zhou and Mo Yoshue's front and rear exits in an instant. All were women, clad uniformly in streamlined armor of azure and silver, swift in motion, eyes bright and alert. They wielded an array of weapons, swords, daggers, short crossbows, whips, each positioned with tactical precision, subtly forming a tightening encirclement. At their head stood a tall, strikingly beautiful woman whose aura was icy and austere. She appeared to be 25 or 6, her presence as frigid as glacial mist. In her hand gleamed a slender ice-blue longsword, its blade exhaling a faint, chilling vapor. Her energy fluctuation resonated at the peak of First Order, the strongest among them. "We've waited for you a long time, Silver Fox," she said, her voice as crisp and cold as the blade she held. "Surrender the energy core. Out of respect for your gender, and your past, we'll erase all grievances and grant you safe passage. Otherwise, even within this so-called safe zone, you will not survive today." Mo Yoshue, or rather Silver Fox, showed no trace of panic. Instead, she giggled, ducking behind Lin Zhou and peeking out with a playful grimace. "Oh, my sister Lan Yuyan, I'm so scared. Go on, try to take it. Let's see whose blade is faster, yours." She poked Lin Zhou's back lightly, "Or my big brother's sword." Only then did Lan Yuyan's glacial gaze shift to Lin Zhou, and her brow furrowed slightly. This man exuded profound stillness. Facing sudden ambush, his expression remained utterly unruffled, an unmistakable sign he was no ordinary foe. "Who are you? This matter does not concern you. Step aside now, and the blue smoke pavilion will hold no grudge." Her words were courteous, but laced with unmistakable warning. Lin Zhou swept his gaze across the dozen-plus women braced for battle, then spoke calmly, "I give you 3 seconds, to stand aside." He paused. "Otherwise." His eyes held no warmth, no hesitation. "Don't blame me for striking women." The words ignited an uproar, outraged stares, clenched fists. "Arrogant fool. Sister Lan, no more talk. We outnumber them and our net is absolute, they cannot escape. Seize them, now." Lan Yuyan's eyes hardened, but deeper caution stirred within her. To speak so boldly, knowing full well their numbers and preparation, meant either madness, or unassailable strength. "May I ask your honored name?" she demanded, voice low and steady. "Lin Zhou," he replied, calm and concise, 2 syllables that struck like boulders dropped into still water. "What? That's Lin Zhou? The one who solo-killed a second-order hellhound? Who cleared the SS-tier dungeon? Whom the Royal Guild has issued a global warrant for? Heavens above, is it really him? I've seen blurred screenshots. Wow. Idol. Master Lin Zhou, I'm your biggest fan. Hey. Snap out of it. We're enemies right now." "Oh, right, but still, he's so handsome, so effortlessly cool." Instantly the siege fractured, whispers rose, glances shifted from hostility to stunned awe, even flickers of admiration. The tone pivoted sharply, tension curdled into something surreal. Lan Yuyan's pupils contracted faintly, inside her composure trembled. Lin Zhou, him. No wonder Silver Fox, that wily vixen, had sought him out. A name carries weight, a tree casts a long shadow. Every feat Lin Zhou had pulled off lately had sent ripples through the player world. Her grip tightened on the hilt. If it truly was Lin Zhou, reclaiming the energy core by force would be near impossible. Yet the blue smoke pavilion was no minor sect, and as its pavilion master she refused to yield before battle lest she tarnish its prestige. After a silent breath, Lan Yuyan raised her blade tip slightly toward Lin Zhou, her tone layered with complexity. Long have I heard of Master Lin Zhou's renown. Today's affair stems from a private grievance between the Blue Smoke Pavilion and Silver Fox. Yet since you have intervened, I respectfully request a demonstration of your skill. Should you prevail, the matter of the energy core ends here. We withdraw immediately. Should I by some miracle succeed, she left the sentence unfinished, but Lin Zhou shook his head. No need for sparring. His gaze drifted briefly to Lan Yuyan, and to her frost-laced sword. First, you cannot win. Second, I fear you, cannot withstand it. His tone remained level, yet beneath it surged absolute certainty, and a quiet chilling authority. Lan Yuyan's face chilled further, the last trace of doubt vanished, replaced by fierce resolve. Pride burned in her heart. His reputation was formidable, but hearsay was hollow. She trusted only the steel in her hand. Whether I can bear it, or not, only battle will tell. Before the final syllable faded she moved, her peak first-order power erupting in full force. Her figure blurred into an azure cold streak, leaving behind a shimmering afterimage. Her ice sword hummed its tip, gathering a pinpoint star of absolute zero, air temperature plummeting as it lunged straight for Lin Zhou's chest. Swift, precise, merciless, it distilled the razor-edge ferocity and biting cold of ice energy to perfection. Sisterlands, Frost's soul lunge. So fast. The Blue Smoke Pavilion women gasped aloud, yet Lin Zhou didn't even blink at this strike, capable of felling most peak first-order adepts. He simply raised his right hand, and extended 2 fingers. At the exact instant the sword's tip neared his chest, those 2 fingers closed, effortlessly gripping the lethal point. Clang. A light clean ring echoed, and Lan Yuyan's forward momentum halted dead. It felt as though she'd thrust her blade into an immovable glacier. All force, speed and chilling energy dissolved the moment the tip was seized, vanishing without a trace. Stunned she looked up, into Lin Zhou's tranquil, depthless gaze. In the next breath Lin Zhou's fingers, still holding the blade, applied gentle decisive pressure. Crack. A sharp crystalline snap, then the exquisite ice-blue sword shattered from tip to hilt, fragment by fragment. Shards clattered onto the cobblestones. Lan Yuyan stood frozen, clutching a bare hilt, mind utterly blank. Her strongest lunge, caught between 2 fingers. Her treasured weapon, shattered as if made of glass. How could this be possible? Not just she, but every member of the Blue Smoke Pavilion, even Mo Yoshua hiding behind Lin Zhou, who'd already suspected his strength, stood dumbstruck, witnessing what defied all logic. Lin Zhou released the last splinter, letting it fall. He glanced once at the dazed Lan Yuyan, his voice unchanged, "May we pass now?" No threat. No malice. Yet those few words struck harder than any curse, more devastating than any roar. Lan Yuyan's face flushed crimson, then paled. Her knuckles whitened around the hilt. Crushed pride and the yawning chasm of disparity stripped away all defiance, leaving only exhaustion. She gritted her teeth, stepped aside, voice hoarse, "We withdraw." Once the pavilion master spoke, none dared object, even those baffled or quietly resentful. They silently reformed ranks, parted the path and watched Lin Zhou pass, with reverence and deep-seated wariness in their eyes. Lin Zhou uttered no further word. With Mo Yoshua, eye-sparkling lips parted in awestruck silence, trailing behind like a devoted acolyte, he walked calmly through the parting crowd and vanished down the alley's far end. Only when they were long gone did the Blue Smoke Pavilion women exhale, rushing to Lan Yuyan's side. "Sister Lan, are you unharmed? Was that truly Lin Zhou? He's impossibly strong." Lan Yuyan gazed at the scattered shards of her sword, then at the empty alley where Lin Zhou had disappeared. After a long silence she gave a bitter, slow shake of her head. "Issue orders, henceforth avoid Lin Zhou. And Silver Fox. At all costs." She finally understood some people simply were not meant to be challenged. She still coveted the energy core, but recklessly charging into certain death was never her way. To retreat intact today was nothing short of miraculous. Lin Zhou led Mo Yoshua swiftly away from that turbulent place, parting the path cleared by the Lanyan Pavilion. Mo Yoshua trailed closely behind him like a loyal shadow, her peach blossom eyes flickered toward Lin Zhou again and again, curious, exhilarated and gleaming with an indescribable light. "Senior." That was absolutely breathtaking just now, snapping Lan Yuyan's sword with only 2 fingers. That blade is one of the Lan Yan Pavilion's treasured heirlooms. You have no idea how icy and arrogant Lan Yuyan usually is, her nose practically in the clouds. Today though her face turned downright green. Haha. Mo Yoshua whispered excitedly, barely containing her glee. Lin Zhou offered no reply, his pace never faltered as he wove rapidly through the labyrinthine alleys, his spiritual sense held taut and vigilant, sweeping every corner of his surroundings. Where are we headed now? Mo Yoshua asked, undeterred by his silence. Back to base, Lin Zhou replied tersely. He needed to consume the energy cores without delay, to enhance the RV's capabilities and clarify his thoughts. Oh. You mean that ultra-cool RV? I've heard all about it. Can I take a look? Her eyes sparkled brighter still. Lin Zhou cast her a sidelong glance. Your reward for securing the energy cores has already been delivered. During your shelter period your movement is restricted to the vicinity of the base. Without my explicit permission you may not approach the vehicle's core zone. Mo Yoshua stuck out her tongue. Got it, Senior calls the shots. I promise I'll behave. Soon they arrived back at the top floor of the abandoned factory. The RV remained perfectly camouflaged, so seamlessly fused with its environment that it would have been nearly invisible had Lin Zhou not known its precise location. At the sight of the silver-gray steel leviathan crouching there radiating raw power, Mo Yoshua couldn't suppress a soft awestruck gasp. Wow, even more imposing than the rumors claimed. Lin Zhou paid no heed to her wonder and opened the door without pause. Lin Wanqing had been anxiously waiting inside. Seeing Lin Zhou return unharmed she visibly relaxed, yet her gaze sharpened with suspicion and wariness the moment she noticed the stunning stranger trailing behind him. This is Mo Yoshua, our temporary collaborator, Lin Zhou introduced briefly before striding straight to the modified workbench inside the vehicle. Lin Wanqing gave Mo Yoshua a polite nod, her greeting formal, her eyes still appraising. Mo Yoshua however seemed entirely unperturbed, instead studying the interior with keen fascination, the sleek high-tech layout, the control console and especially the holographic interface of Xiao AI. Tisk TSK, this level of modification is simply extraordinary. Lin Zhou retrieved the 5 energy cores and began operating without hesitation. Energy System LV1 LV2, cost 100 points, 5 energy cores. A deep resonant surge of energy pulsed through the vehicle's chassis as if its mechanical heart had grown stronger, more vital. The dashboard's energy reserve cap surged upward dramatically while the regeneration rate indicator shifted to a vibrant green. Energy System LV2 upgrade successful. Acquired trait high efficiency storage, energy reserve capacity 100, energy output power 50. Finally resolved the urgent energy core crisis. A quiet certainty settled within Lin Zhou's mind. Reaching Energy System LV2 not only granted the RV greater endurance and explosive potential, but crucially fulfilled key prerequisites for 2 epic-tier blueprints, the Titan Armor Series Basic and the Miniature Stellar Furnace Simplified version. He immediately summoned the loading interface for the Titan Armor Series Basic. Prerequisites 1. Vehicle's base structure must be robust and possess upgrade potential met. 2. Module system levels: power LV5, defense LV5, firepower LV5, energy LV2, all satisfied. 3. Possession of at least 1 epic tier or higher vehicle core blueprint as an upgrade catalyst, currently held Miniature Stellar Furnace blueprint, simplified version epic tier, confirmed. 4. Cost 5000 points, 1000 standard mechanical parts, 50 specialty alloy ingots and 10 energy crystals, type unrestricted, higher quality preferred. He possessed ample points and common materials, and even retained some specialty alloy ingots. Only the energy crystals proved critically scarce. Lin Zhou immediately scanned his storage space. He possessed a single intact Tier 2 energy core, looted from the Rock Tyrant, a highly refined form of energy crystal. But only 9 were still missing. Energy crystals. Based on recent observations, only Tier 2 or higher mutants drop them, with low probability. Lin Zhou pondered deeply. Tier 2 mutants were rare and elusive, slaying them and securing a crystal drop was statistically improbable. His prior success owed as much to fortune as to skill. Xiao AI searched the trading platform for energy crystals or Tier 2 cores. Searching. No matching items currently listed for sale. Most related entries are purchase requests. As expected, such premium commodities existed in demand but not supply. Lin Zhou paused, then contacted Ling Shuang once more. Lin Zhou, does the Polaris Mercantile Association hold any stock of energy crystals or Tier 2 cores? We seek acquisition at premium price. Ling Shuang's reply arrived swiftly, apologetic, Mr. Lin, our deepest apologies. Energy crystals are an even rarer strategic resource than energy cores. Our inventory stands nearly depleted, what few remain are allocated exclusively to critical internal projects. We have received no recent influx of such resources. Should you require assistance, we will certainly monitor the market, but fulfillment in the near term remains unlikely. Lin Zhou understood. The transmission ended. Even an organization of Polaris's stature lacked reserves, proof enough of the crystal's extreme rarity. Lin Zhou furrowed his brow. Was he truly expected to hunt down 9 Tier 2 mutants himself? Beyond the sheer difficulty of locating them, each kill would demand immense time, effort and risk, too many variables. The Royal Society would grant him no peace to develop unmolested. What's wrong, Senior Lin Zhou? Your frown could crush flies. Mo Yoshua leaned in, peering curiously at the blueprint requirements displayed on screen. Energy crystals. What do you need those for, upgrading this behemoth? Yes, Lin Zhou confirmed unreserved. 9 remain outstanding. 9. Mo Yoshua whistled low. Are you building a starship? These things are fiendishly hard to obtain, Tier 2 monsters are vicious, drops are unreliable, and even when they fall the loot isn't guaranteed to be a crystal. It might be anything else. I know, Lin Zhou rubbed his temples. Do you have any leads, or suggestions? Mo Yoshua's eyes twinkled as her silvery short hair swayed lightly with her thoughtful tilt of the head. She rested her chin on her palm, feigning deep contemplation. Hunting Tier 2 mutants directly is inefficient, and perilous. Conventional trade channels are effectively closed. But... She drew the word out, mischief flashing in her peach blossom eyes. But what? Lin Wanqing couldn't help but interject. But I know a place, where energy concentrates in abundance, possibly even natural veins of crystallized energy. Mo Yoshua grinned. Of course it's only a possibility, and the location itself is exceedingly dangerous. Where? Lin Zhou's gaze sharpened instantly. The abyssal rift. Shenyuan Lieshi. Mo Yoshua uttered the 4 words, her expression turning a touch more earnest. About 200 kilometers northwest of the 5 Haoangquanq, deep within the wasteland, there lies an area known as the Siwang Jinsu. It appears like the blast epicenter of some colossal energy facility from the old era, a yawning rift that seems bottomless with wild energy eddies and radiation spilling outward. Occasionally monsters attracted by the energy or twisted by mutation take up residence there. But more importantly, players who witnessed it with their own eyes claimed that deep within the rift they discovered veins of energy crystals. Shenyuan Lieshi. Energy veins. Lin Zhou felt a flicker of interest. High risk often heralds high reward. Is the source reliable? Have you been there? Lin Zhou asked. Have the source? That's a secret. As for actually going. Mo Yoshua spread her hands. I only glanced from the outskirts. The energy eddies and radiation made my scalp tingle, and not to mention the terrifying creatures that might lurk inside, so I did not dare go deeper. However, this information is not entirely classified among top adventurers and some high-ranking powers. Huangjia, Hui Beijixing and even some lone elites have likely eyed it, yet so far there is no record of anyone truly succeeding in mining it. She looked at Lin Zhou and blinked. So Lin Zhou, big shot, interested in trying your luck. With your strength you might actually pull it off. Just give me a few crystals as an information fee. Lin Zhou did not answer at once, instead he brought up the map and located the Shenyuan Lieshi region Mo Yoshua mentioned. The region was marked deep red on the map, signifying extreme danger. The distance was not excessive, but the terrain was complex. He weighed the pros and cons. To stay near the safe zone, passively wait for opportunities, or stubbornly resist Huangjia Hu's pursuit would mean energy crystals remained out of reach and the vehicle's evolution would stagnate. To venture into the Shenyuan Lieshi and seek a breakthrough proactively carried enormous risk, but if successful the rewards would be vast, enough to propel the motorhome through a crucial leap and perhaps open new possibilities for his personal strength. His gaze steadily hardened. Being passively beaten was never his style. Shao AI plot the optimal route to the Shenyuan Lieshi, gather all credible intelligence on the area and analyze the primary threat types. Lin Zhou issued the order. Yes, Commander. Route planning. Intelligence database retrieval. Warning: target area danger level assessed as extreme. Historical exploration records are sparse and survival rates extremely low. Primary threats may include high-intensity energy radiation, spatial instability, unknown high-grade mutated creatures, and extreme environmental conditions. Mo Yukshu's eyes brightened. Boss, have you decided to go? Lin Zhou looked at her. You lead the way. Once we reach the perimeter, you can choose to leave or stay to provide support. If we successfully obtain crystals, you will be paid as agreed. No problem. Leading the way is my specialty. Mo Yoshua pounded her chest in assurance, a swell of bravado following. As for acting as support, I'll stick with you, boss. Maybe I can be useful. Besides, I want to see what the fabled Xinyuan Lieshi is actually like. Lin Zhou did not give a firm answer. One more person familiar with the area could not hurt. As for her true motives, as long as they did not interfere with the core objective, they could be tolerated for the time being. Prepare yourselves, we depart in 30 minutes. Lin Zhou told Lin Wanqing and Mo Yoshua this and ordered Xiao AI to perform a comprehensive inspection of the motorhome, especially the newly upgraded energy and defense systems. Meanwhile, elsewhere at Huangjia Hui headquarters in the central council chamber, the air felt nearly viscous. Yi Chen sat upright in an obsidian chair inlaid with dark gold patterns, his knuckles tapping the armrest in an irregular rhythm. Below him, several officers responsible for intelligence and operations stood bowed and solemn, cold sweat visible at their brows. Inya Xiaodue. Wiped out, came the report. A dry voice struggled through the report as footage obtained through special channels was projected onto the wall. The image was an aerial view, blurred but showing the quarry in chaos, and the final sequence where Lin Zhou cleaved Ying with a single blade, then clutched his throat and collapsed only to strangely rise again. Seeing Lin Zhou stand after his throat had been severed, Yi Chen's tapping stopped abruptly. A faint, almost imperceptible alarm flickered across his narrow eyes. He used a scroll, his carotid was cut. Yi Chen's voice betrayed no emotion, yet those below felt their scalps prickle. How the hell is he not dead? Based on residual energy analysis and traces at the scene, the intelligence officer stammered. The target is suspected of possessing an extraordinarily strong life restoration talent or ability, possibly within the realms of undying or rapid regeneration. Furthermore, his direct combat capability far exceeded our estimates. Captain Ng judged him to be at least mid-second rank. Combined with his unsettling unlimited ammunition and element control talent, his battlefield prowess may approach late second rank or even higher. Late second rank. An undying body. The council chamber fell into a dead hush. How long had it been? From the moment Lin Zhou first entered their view to now, scarcely 7 days at most. Such a pace of advancement was monstrous. Worthless. Yi Chen slammed the armrest so hard fine cracks spidered across the obsidian surface. Anger flared in his eyes, but beneath it lay a colder sense of being deeply offended and threatened. Inya was one of the trump cards I spent innumerable resources cultivating, and he fell to a lone wolf. We didn't even force out his full hand. He drew several deep breaths to suppress his rage, his eyes returning to their dark calm depth. Where is he now? Latest reports placed the target in the east sector of 5 Haoangquanq, where he made contact with a female player codenamed Inhu. Inhu is suspected to be a recently active lone thief in possession of at least 5 energy cores and very likely has already traded with Lin Zhou. Another officer hurriedly reported. Additionally, our surveillance detected Lan Yengu personnel deployed in the east sector intending to intercept Inhu and engage Lin Zhou. Lan Yengu. Those women. Yi Chen snorted coldly. What were the results? According to intelligence, Lan Yen guess Lord Lan Yuyan personally moved to probe, and Lin Zhou, with 2 fingers, snapped her sword without moving an inch. The entire Lan Yengu retreated and dared not intervene further. 2 fingers. Broke the Bingpa Jian. Yi Chen's eyelid twitched. Lan Yuyan's strength was not absolute peak, yet she was a top first-rank expert. The Bingpa Jian was a fine-quality weapon. Lin Zhou's casual crushing of her suggested his power was even more terrifying than the intelligence had estimated. Inhu. Thief. Energy cores. Yi Chen murmured as the clues in his mind snapped into place. He previously bought energy cores at exorbitant prices. After we blacklisted him, he immediately sought out Inhu. Inhu happened to be in the 5 Hao area and could supply cores. He's upgrading his vehicle. Yi Chen leapt to the conclusion, his gaze suddenly turning ominously dark. And it's not an ordinary upgrade. It demands a great number of energy cores and may even require something far rarer. He recalled entries from the guild's internal archives detailing the material demands for certain top-tier vehicle blueprints. Energy crystals. Blueprint cores. Special alloys. Yi Chen's fingers tapped the edge of the sand table unconsciously. Even our Huangjiahui, having thrown everything into the effort, has only 5 energy crystals in reserve. A lone wolf, where would he find the nerve to gather such things? Unless he possessed a priceless top-tier blueprint worth risking everything to collect materials that are almost impossible to assemble. He intends to build a monster. A chill rose in Yi Chen's chest along with a hotter surge of murderous intent and greed. A vehicle that required so many rare components to upgrade, if it succeeded, how terrifying would its power be? If we could seize it. But Lin Zhou has grown too quickly. Conventional hunts and sieges will likely fail and only continue to cost lives, further amplifying his renown. Yi Chen's eyes flickered as a cruel, audacious plan crystallized. He wanted to upgrade, did he not? He lacked energy crystals, did he not? Fine, I'll help you. Issue the orders. Yi Chen's voice rang cold. First, publish a server-wide announcement. Announcement content: our Huangjiahui reconnaissance team, having risked death to scout, confirms that in the northwest of Safe Zone 5 the Xinyuan area contains a suspected high-purity energy crystal-rich vein. The area is extremely hazardous, rife with radiation and monsters, yet it conceals immense opportunity. This is a public notice for players' awareness. Explore at your own discretion. Coordinates attached. Second, draw from the covert division's elite led by Gairen to secretly lurk around the periphery of Xinyuan. Do not approach the core, wait only at the edges. Third, hand all 5 energy crystals in our stock to Gairen as bait. The intelligence officer snapped his head up, eyes wide with astonishment. President. Energy crystals are so precious, used as bait. And by publicizing Xinyuan, are we not inviting everyone to take a share? A cold curve touched Yi Chen's lips. Precious. If you are unwilling to sacrifice, you will never catch the prey. Lin Zhou needs crystals if this is an overt stratagem. He knows Xinyuan is dangerous, but for the upgrade he will likely go. By publicizing the news, countless players driven by greed will swarm there, forming a chaotic vortex. Chaos is the finest hunting ground. Cold light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Gairen's task is not to barge in and clash with Lin Zhou, but to remain outside, using the chaos and the bait to steer other factions, monsters and even the rift's own hazards to wear him down and encircle him. What we will do is wait until both sides are exhausted, or until Lin Zhou by some luck succeeds and is utterly spent trying to leave, then deliver the killing blow and take everything. As for other players taking a share, Yi Chen sneered. Is Xinyuan somewhere one can simply stroll into? Many will go, many will die. Their deaths will serve us well, scouting the way and grinding Lin Zhou down. What we demand is the final result: Lin Zhou dead, his blueprint, his vehicle, all his spoils belong to our Huangjiahui. The intelligence officer felt ice run down his spine, but also a grim respect for the president's ruthlessness and calculation. This was to set Lin Zhou against the entire player community and drive him into a trap of despair. Understood. I will carry it out immediately. The officer hurried away. In the private chamber, Yi Chen stood alone, gazing at the red marker on the sand table that represented Xinyuan, his look unfathomable. Lin Zhou. This time let's see how you survive. The abyss will be your grave. Meanwhile, elsewhere the RV roared along the northwestbound wasteland highway. Inside it was relatively quiet, only the low growl of the engine and the faint hum of instruments. Lin Wanqing habitually scanned the world channel, collecting any useful information. Suddenly a server-wide announcement popped up, making her pupils shrink. Server emergency notice posted by Huangjiahui, major discovery. Our Huangjiahui elite reconnaissance team, having barely survived, confirms that at the northwest coordinates of Safe Zone 5XXXYYY within the Xinyuan area there appears to be a high-purity energy crystal-rich vein. The area shows intense energy reactions. The environment is extremely dangerous, radiation levels exceed limits and powerful unknown creatures inhabit it. Yet opportunity and risk lie side by side. Energy crystals have broad uses and are priceless. This intelligence is now public. Players are urged to act within their means and explore cautiously. Official notice. The announcement flashed 3 times before fading. The world chat erupted like a powder keg. What the? An energy crystal vein. Is this for real? The Huangjiahui would not lie about this, would they? Energy crystals. I heard a single one can boost a person's power and push a vehicle's performance through the roof. This could help breakthroughs. Damn it, I'm all in. Fortune favors the bold, team up brothers. Wait for me, I'm a first-tier mid-stitch fire mage. Shenyuan Lieshi. Old players said that's an absolute death zone. I'm not scared. The Huangjia Hui scouted it and issued a notice, they must be confident. Strike while the iron's hot or starve while timid. The Huangjia Hui are opening the field, no wonder they're the dominant force. The channel filled with excitement, greed, suspicion and eager readiness. Countless players were seized by thoughts of energy crystals and enormous opportunity if fear was temporarily cast aside. Lin Wangqing's expression shifted as she turned to the driver Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou. It's bad, look at the system announcement. Huangjia Hui. They've published the Shenyuan Lieshi energy crystal news across the network. Lin Zhou, who had been resting and acquainting himself with the new abilities of Ammunition Monarch, snapped his eyes open. He quickly pulled up the announcement log, scanned it, and his gaze turned icy. Huangjia Hui. Yi Chen. Lin Zhou murmured, a cold smile curling his lips. A clever move. Mo Yoshua leaned over to read the notice, a flash of surprise and comprehension in her peach blossom eyes. Tsk tisk Huangjia Hui is using others' blades to kill. No, it's driving the tiger to swallow the wolf and concurrently stirring the waters into chaos. They will not dare to delve deep themselves, or if they take a loss inside they will let all the greedy players act as cannon fodder to consume the danger. At the same time, she glanced at Lin Zhou, worry finally touching her eyes. They are creating the greatest trouble for you. If you go now you will face not only the rift's inherent dangers but also countless players who rush in readied at the news. They will not care whether you are Lin Zhou. Before an energy crystal, even one's own father might not recognize him. Lin Wangqing's concern deepened. Do we still go? It will surely be a den of death now. Lin Zhou did not answer immediately. His fingers tapped the steering wheel, eyes flickering as he considered. Yi Chen's move was indeed ruthless, publicly revealing intelligence to thrust the abyssal rift into the spotlight. Countless players would flood in, immediately escalating the uncertainty and peril of Lin Zhou's exploration. Secondly, the royal faction would inevitably intervene. They would likely deploy operatives to lie in wait at the periphery, biding their time to reap the spoils. This was virtually an open stratagem. Knowing full well Lin Zhou desperately needed the energy crystal, he would almost certainly venture forth even if the path ahead were a sea of blades and inferno. And Yi Chen. He waited just beyond, poised to seize advantage or deliver a fatal blow the moment Lin Zhou reached his weakest state. Go, Lin Zhou finally declared, voice calm yet unshakable. Why not? He turned to Lin Wangqing and Mo Yoshua. Yi Chen intends to wear me down and block my advance using both players and peril. But he overlooked one thing. A razor-sharp glint flashed across Lin Zhou's eyes. Before absolute strength, numerical superiority and environmental hazards are no more than dust, mere trivial irritants. He seeks to muddy the waters and draw everyone in. Then I shall boil them dry. Let every hand that dares reach and every claw that dares grasp return not at all. His tone remained measured, not raised, not strained, yet carried a chilling certainty and lethal intent. Mo Yoshua watched the stark hardened lines of Lin Zhou's profile and the cold light flickering in his gaze. Her heart gave a quiet tremor, swiftly followed by a surge of exhilarating anticipation. This man was arrogant to the point of fascination. Lin Wangqing too felt stirred by Lin Zhou's commanding aura and nodded firmly, yes. We go together. Shao AI destination unchanged, the abyssal rift. Activate maximum alert protocols, scan continuously for large-scale player clusters and anomalous energy signatures along the route. Command confirmed. Estimated arrival at the outer perimeter of the target zone in 2 hours. The armored RV subtly adjusted its course, its speed not slackening but surging forward like a silver-gray arrow loosed from the bow, unwavering as it pierced toward that death zone now churning at the heart of the storm. Lin Zhou settled back into his seat, closed his eyes and began recalibrating, refining his mastery over his newly awakened talent. Yi Chen had laid the trap, and summoned the wolves. But Lin Zhou would meet this gathering of so-called heroes, not with hesitation but with his ever-evolving steel chariot and overwhelming might. The abyssal rift. The energy crystal. This feast destined to run crimson would have only one sovereign, the true master of the hour. 2 hours later. A sight that sent shivers down the spine emerged on the horizon. The earth appeared torn asunder by an invisible titan's claw, a colossal rift over 100 meters wide and stretching kilometers into the distance lay sprawled before them. Its jagged edges bristled with violet-black crystal clusters and twisted remnants of metal. From its depths thick plumes of energy-laced mist endlessly rose, warping and coiling beneath the ashen sky, sometimes condensing into grotesque silhouettes, sometimes crackling with faint arcs of electricity or eerie luminescence. The air reeked of sharp ozone and faint sulfur, heavy with a suffocating pressure that unsettled the very soul. This was the abyssal rift, and yet where desolation should reign, a grotesque bustle now thrummed at its edge. On a relatively flat expanse of wasteland several hundred meters from the rift's brink, vehicles of every kind crowded densely, parked bumper to bumper. Modified pickups, jeeps, off-road SUVs, medium and heavy-duty trucks, even a few armored buses welded with thick steel plates resembling mobile fortresses. Most striking of all, atop a nearby elevated ridge stood 3 Type 99A main battle tanks, camouflaged, their long imposing gun barrels gleaming coldly under the dim light. Their austere metallic sheen and palpable aura of lethality clashed jarringly with the chaotic surroundings, yet unmistakably proclaimed the power and ambition of their masters. Beyond vehicles human figures swarmed, hundreds of players gathered beyond the rift's immediate verge. Some stood watchful and wary, others huddled in low-voiced councils, while still others had already begun probing the fissure's treacherous rim. A cacophony of shouts, revving engines and scattered arguments rose and tangled, jarringly discordant against the rift's deep, silent, energy-choked fog. "Wow, what a spectacle," Mo Yoshua murmured, leaning against the window gazing out at the apocalyptic automotive bazaar. "The allure of the energy crystal is truly immense, even these iron tortoises rolled up." As Lin Zhou's silver-gray RV entered the zone, its distinctive silhouette and visibly reinforced heavily armored chassis instantly drew numerous glances. "Hey, wait, that's a motorhome. Modified to this degree. That model, that color. Could it be Lin Zhou?" "It's Lin Zhou's vehicle, I've seen the pictures." "No way. Even he's here. Now things are about to get truly interesting. I heard he just wiped out the royal faction's Shadow Fong squad, his strength is terrifying." Murmurs rippled outward, tinged with awe, curiosity, undisguised wariness, and hostility. At that moment a shrill mocking whistle cut sharply through the din. All eyes turned. Near the trio of Type 99A tanks atop a heavily modified armored vehicle crowned with a multi-barrel rotary cannon sat a man. He appeared to be in his early 30s, wearing a worn desert camouflage combat uniform unbuttoned to reveal a powerfully built chest crisscrossed with brutal scars. His head was shaved close, his features rugged, a cigar unlit between his teeth, his gaze wild, untamed, and fixed upon Lin Zhou's RV with a smirk that held neither warmth nor restraint. Well, he drawled, voice booming. "So this must be Lin Zhou, the famed great master, himself riding high on recent glory." He leapt down from the turret, slapped his palms together and strode forward a few paces, his eyes roaming openly dismissively, before shaking his head with evident disdain. "Looks rather ordinary, doesn't he? I'd imagine some 3-headed, 6-armed, blue-faced demon. But this? Really?" His companions erupted into jeering laughter, their stares hostile. A hush fell across the crowd. Many players turned eager for the confrontation. To provoke Lin Zhou so brazenly, knowing full well his record, meant either madness, or formidable backing. Inside the RV, Mo Yoshua's expression darkened instantly. She leaned close to Lin Zhou, voice low and unusually grave. "Lin Zhou, be cautious of this man." "Oh. You know him?" Lin Zhou's gaze remained steady, locked onto the man outside. I once crossed paths with him, unintentionally, while retrieving something." Mo Yoshua's voice carried a tremor of residual fear. "His codename is Raging Rhinoceros, a lone mercenary, utterly ruthless, loyal only to coin and brute force. His strength is exceptional, definitely tier 2. And his talent seems tied to defense or raw power. He's unervingly tough, nearly impervious. That rotary cannon mounted on his armored car isn't mere decoration, it's a heavy weapon forged from a specialized blueprint capable of shredding light armored vehicles with terrifying ease. His presence here suggests he's after the energy crystal, and quite possibly already contracted by some faction. He's a rabid hound. Once he fixes his sights on you, trouble follows relentlessly." Lin Zhou listened, face impassive, offering only a quiet neutral He opened the door and stepped out. As Lin Zhou emerged, the murmur among the onlookers swelled, many seeing the legendary harbinger of ruin up close for the first time. Lin Zhou ignored the crowd entirely. His gaze locked solely on the man who called himself Raging Rhinoceros. "Is there something you need?" His voice was level, devoid of inflection, yet resonant with quiet authority. Anything urgent? Lin Zhou asked, his voice calm and level. Nothing major, just long admired your reputation, thought I'd introduce myself. He stepped forward twice, closing the distance until he stood nearly face-to-face with Lin Zhou. A fierce battle-hardened aura, and the faint coppery scent of blood, washed over him. This abyssal rift runs deep, Quang Shi murmured, lowering his voice so only those nearby could hear, his tone laced with unyielding authority. What lies within is not for just anyone to touch. I'd advise you, take your lovely companion and that sleek toy vehicle and return exactly as you came. Better to avoid stumbling inside, perhaps tripping, colliding, or worse. His gaze swept across the motorhome behind Lin Zhou, then lingered on the cluster of armed players and vehicles glaring hungrily toward the rift's maw, his meaning unmistakable. Or being struck by a stray round, or some other unforeseen incident, and left behind forever. A naked threat. The very air seemed to thicken and freeze. All eyes turned to Lin Zhou, waiting to see how he would respond. He simply watched Quang Shi in silence, for several long seconds. Then unexpectedly he smiled. It was a faint glacial smile, one that sent an inexplicable chill down Quang Shi's spine. Your warning has been received. Lin Zhou spoke slowly, voice still unruffled. However, he stepped forward, closing the final gap between them. Though their heights matched, Lin Zhou's gaze carried a weight that pressed upon Quang Shi, a veteran warrior who prided himself on unshakable courage. Let me offer one in return. His words rang clear, reaching every ear present. Mind your own affairs. And your. His eyes flickered toward the armored vehicle and the hulking, menacing autocannon parked behind Quang Shi. Toy. See that it doesn't accidentally discharge. Otherwise. He left the sentence unfinished, but the silent menace in his eyes needed no elaboration. With that, Lin Zhou turned away without another glance at Quang Shi, whose expression had darkened into stormy fury, and walked straight toward the motorhome. Quang Shi remained rooted in place, jaw clenched, knuckles widening as veins rose along his forearms. His glare burned into Lin Zhou's retreating back, feral seething, yet he held his ground. At last a low venomous snort escaped him through gritted teeth. Interesting. Let's see how this unfolds. Just as the tension between Lin Zhou and Quang Shi began to ease, a fresh wave of commotion rippled through the outer rim of the abyssal rift. A squad composed entirely of female players approached the rift's edge, drawing immediate attention from the gathered crowd. Clad uniformly in cool-toned blue and white armor, they exuded an aloof crystalline grace. At their head stood Lan Yuyan, the formidable sect master of the Blue Smoke Pavilion, who had recently suffered defeat at Lin Zhou's hands. She now wielded a spare slender blade, its icy blue hue shimmering faintly. Her gaze swept the assembly, paused briefly, almost imperceptibly, on Lin Zhou's motorhome, flickering with something complex before shifting away. She then led her team to a quieter, more secluded vantage point to set up camp. It's the Blue Smoke Pavilion, all women. I want in too. Wake up, bro, it's still daytime. Tisk. Lan Yuyan remains as breathtakingly cold as ever. Heard she got humbled by Lin Zhou. Sure. Keep it down. Still, the Blue Smoke Pavilion is no trivial force, holding their ground with an all-female roster demands serious strength. Looks like even they couldn't resist the allure of energy crystals. A group of male players whispered among themselves, eyes lingering openly, not just with admiration but with unmistakable hunger, on the Blue Smoke Pavilion's members. Soon after, several other highly disciplined, well-equipped squads arrived. One wore matching matte green uniforms, moved with military precision, and bore the banner of the Dragon Fang Battalion. Another was the loosely knit Wilderness Alliance, a motley coalition of rugged soloists and small bands, each clad in eccentric battle-worn attire and radiating raw, untamed power. Though lacking cohesion, their individual combat prowess was undeniable. Yet the most arresting sight was a compact elite unit, outfitted with cutting-edge gear bearing unmistakable hallmarks of advanced research and engineering. They arrived in several specially modified light armored vehicles, each emblazoned with the unmistakable insignia of the North Star Consortium. The North Star Consortium has arrived. Aren't they primarily focused on commerce and intelligence? What brings them into this fray? Obvious, they understand the true value of energy crystals better than anyone. No major faction can afford to sit this out. Indeed, their grasp of its worth is unmatched. Now it's truly heating up: the Royal Assembly, the North Star Consortium, the Dragon Fang Battalion, the Wilderness Alliance, the Blue Smoke Pavilion, and lone wolves like Lin Zhou and Quang Shi. Fascinating. All the heavyweights have gathered. Mo Yoshue watched the factions arrayed outside, distinct, deliberate and deeply divided, her peach blossom eyes gleaming. This descent into the abyss promises to shake heaven and earth. Lin Zhou surveyed the assembled powers, expression serene. As expected, Yi Chen had stirred the waters, and these sharp-sensed predators had inevitably converged. Yet though they massed at the rift's precipice, none dared step first into that churning maelstrom of lethal energy mist. Mutual wariness bound them, and beneath it a shared dread of the unknown horrors lurking within. They waited, each hoping another would break the stalemate or that circumstance would forge an opening. Minute by minute the air grew heavier, tighter, suffocating. 10 minutes passed in brittle silence. Suddenly, a frigid mechanical voice erupted unbidden into the minds of every player gathered around the abyssal rift. Detection confirmed high-density player convergence within special zone abyssal rift. Hidden event trigger conditions met. Limited time event abyssal survival war activated. Challenge difficulty extreme, estimated fatality rate exceeds 70. Event rules 1. Designated zone interior of the abyssal rift, boundary defined by the energy mist wall. 2. Duration 5 hours. 3. During the event all vehicles are prohibited. Exiting the zone is forbidden, any attempt will trigger immediate erasure under Celestial Net Protocol. No late entries permitted after commencement. 4. Scoring system, eliminating standard aberrants 1 point. Eliminating Tier 1 mutants 10 points. Eliminating Tier 2 mutants 100 points. Eliminating Tier 3 or higher 1000 points. Warning: extreme hazard. Collecting, acquiring energy crystals 1000 points per crystal. 5. Reward distribution. Upon conclusion, rewards will be allocated strictly according to final rankings. Rank 1 Legendary Chest 1 Mysterious Gift 1. Rank 2 Diamond Chest 1 Random Epic Item 1. Rank 3 Diamond Chest 1 Random Rare Item 1. Ranks 4 10 Gold Chest 1 Random Uncommon Item 1. Participation bonus: surviving to event end 1 randomized chance to draw a bronze gold chest. 6. Note: only the top 10 ranked players receive corresponding tiered rewards. Death within the event zone results in permanent deletion. Resurrection coins may be used, but resurrection deposits the player at a random safe zone, forfeiting all event eligibility. Wishing all participants survival and success. Event countdown initiated. 10 minutes remaining. The cold mechanical voice vanished. The entire perimeter of the abyss rift fell into a dead silence. Then, boom! Like a volcanic eruption, all players exploded. Damn! A limited time event. A legendary treasure chest. No vehicles allowed. Exiting means death. This is pushing us to fight for our lives. Energy crystals are worth 1,000 points each. The opportunity to get rich has arrived. The death rate exceeds 70. This. What are you afraid of? Wealth and danger go hand in hand. I'm all in. Team up. Quickly team up. Let's support each other in there. Big shot, take me with you. I'm midstage with healing talent. The noise, shouts and team formation cries instantly drowned out the previous tension. Under the enormous temptation of the legendary treasure chest and energy crystals, fear was temporarily cast aside. Countless players' eyes turned red as they frantically searched for teammates, checked their equipment and rolled up their sleeves. Even the teams from various factions showed clear signs of agitation. The team from the Polaris Commerce quickly assembled, whispering and discussing quickly. Members of the Dragon Tooth Battle Group and the Wilderness Alliance also gathered, excitement hidden beneath their serious expressions. The women of the Blue Smoke Pavilion tightly gripped their weapons, looking at Lan Yuyan. The wild rhinoceros licked its lips, eyes wild, jumping off the armored vehicle to stretch its limbs. Inside the vehicle, Lin Wonking's face turned pale. We can't use the vehicle. And exiting means death. Mo Yoshua also put away her playful demeanor, gravely saying, this is a huge problem. The abyss rift itself is dangerous, and now we have to compete with so many people. Mutual slaughter is inevitable. Lin Zhou's eyes sparkled with intensity. No vehicles allowed. This is indeed a restriction for him, as the firepower advantage of the vehicle cannot be utilized for now. But it also means that tanks, heavy trucks and cannon armored vehicles are rendered useless. Everyone's starting point to some extent has been leveled. What is being tested is the hard power, survival ability and killing efficiency of individuals or small teams. Event. Lin Zhou slowly uttered, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Just right. I need energy crystals, I need points for ranking, and more importantly, I need to further sharpen the power I just acquired in the life and death struggle. Shao AI activate sleep protection mode lock in this location. Wanqing Mo Yoshue check your personal gear and bring ample supplies. 5 minutes later we set off. The countdown was ticking down second by second. In 10 minutes the bloody and brutal Abyss survival battle would officially commence. Meanwhile the World Chat channel erupted into madness after the announcement of the Abyss Survival Battle event was released. Abyss Survival Battle. Legendary Treasure Chest. Damn. Why is this good fortune not coming my way? Coordinates. Quickly send the coordinates. I'm going right now. Save your breath upstairs. The event area is limited to the interior of the Abyss Rift. There's no way to get in now. I envy those on the other side. Even a participation prize would be nice. Lone wolves and ordinary players should just stay away. Haven't you heard it has a very high death rate? This is a meat grinder prepared for large teams and top experts. Exactly, look at who's over there. Polaris Commerce Dragon Tooth Battle Group Blue Smoke Pavilion. And that big shot Lin Zhou and the Wild Rhinoceros. If we go we'll just be cannon fodder. You can't say that. What if we stumble upon something? One energy crystal is worth 1,000 points. Wake up bro, do you think you can pick up a crystal under the noses of those monsters and experts? Sigh, we can only watch with envy. Brothers, remember to live stream it. If that feature is available, the vast majority of players could only participate vicariously through the chat channel, itching with anticipation. At the Royal Society headquarters in the secret room where Yi Chen was located. The communication screen in front of Yi Chen was playing a blurry image transmitted back from a hidden observation point near the Abyss Rift. That was the chaotic scene of players exploding in confusion when the event announcement sounded. Yi Chen's expression changed from one of shadowy calculation to astonishment, followed by uncontrollable rage and a hint of fear he was reluctant to admit. Limited time event. Abyss survival battle. Yi Chen muttered repeatedly, his fingers turning white from gripping tightly. How could this be? I just wanted to draw Lin Zhou into the fray, disrupt the situation. How could it trigger the system's hidden event? He had never anticipated that his act of revealing information about the Abyss Rift combined with the gathering of numerous players would inadvertently meet some hidden condition directly triggering such a high-profile and high-risk limited-time event. Legendary Treasure Chest. Energy crystals directly linked to points. The rewards of this event even made him feel incredibly tempted. But what shocked him even more were the rules of the event: no vehicles allowed. Exiting means death. This meant that his original plan for the Dark Department to lie in wait outside was completely ruined. Even if the Phantom Blade team rushed over now, they would have to abandon their vehicles and enter that death zone on foot, directly engaging with other players driven mad with greed, as well as the even more dangerous Lin Zhou. I miscalculated. Completely miscalculated. Yi Chen slammed his fist on the table, causing the expensive obsidian surface to crack like a spider web. He had planned for everything, but he never accounted for the system's unexpected move. This disrupted all his deployments. Yet Yi Chen was still Yi Chen. After a brief loss of control, he forced himself to quickly regain his composure. At this point regret was useless. He must immediately adjust his strategy to seize as much profit as possible and ensure Lin Zhou dies inside. He took a deep breath, a cold fire rekindling in his eyes, and shouted sternly into the communicator, "Relay my orders. First, immediately contact all members of the Royal Society in Safety Zone 5 and the surrounding areas, those closest to the Abyss Rift. Regardless of level or position, abandon all minor tasks and rush to the Abyss Rift as fast as possible. Allow the use of all acceleration methods and ensure arrival and entry into the event area before the countdown ends. Second, inform Phantom Blade the plan has changed. Abandon the original infiltration plan, bring all equipment and those 5 energy crystals and immediately enter the Abyss Rift. Their new mission is at all costs hunt down Lin Zhou. At the same time, gather points as much as possible and compete for rankings. Even if it means using those 5 crystals to exchange for points, they must squeeze into the top 3 and at least secure a hefty reward. Third, activate our dark lines within the Polaris Commerce and Dragon Tooth Battle Group and buy up any energy crystals or key information they might acquire at a high price. If necessary, we can cooperate, but the priority is, Lin Zhou must die. Fourth, utilize the stored long-range observation IA one-time item to attempt limited observation inside the Abyss Rift. I want to know the situation inside and Lin Zhou's movements. A series of commands were issued, rapidly showcasing Yi Chen's strong adaptability and unwavering determination. Not only did he plan to exploit this event to eliminate Lin Zhou, but he also aimed to seize the greatest benefit for the Royal Society from this sudden turn of events. Lin Zhou. Yi Chen looked at the unfathomable outline of the rift on the screen, his eyes cold and snake-like. Even if you have immense luck this time, I will see you buried in the abyss. The event rewards will ultimately fall into my hands. At the edge of the abyss rift, the countdown had reached the last 2 minutes. All factions, countless players were ready to step into hell. Countdown 0000003. 02. 01. 00. The Abyss Survival Battle, begin. The moment the cold mechanical voice fell, the invisible barrier enveloping the entrance of the abyss suddenly vanished. Go. Lin Zhou commanded, stepping into the mist wall first. Lin Wanqing and Mo Yoshue followed closely behind. As they passed through the mist wall, a surge of chaotic energy radiation and bizarre mental fluctuations collided with them like a tidal wave. For an ordinary person, being here would likely mean instant splitting headaches and blurred consciousness. Lin Zhou's mental attribute reached a staggering 26 points. Combined with the mental resistance enhancement from his Shrank talent, Ammunition Monarch, he only frowned slightly and quickly adapted. Lin Wanqing, wearing the concentration necklace, had her mental power elevated to nearly the first tier, and with the necklace's protection she only paled slightly. Mo Yoshue seemed to also have some means or items to resist mental interference. After a brief tisk, she quickly returned to normal. However, not everyone was so fortunate. Behind them, among the throng of players rushing in, cries of pain and panic immediately erupted. My head. It hurts. What is drilling into my brain? I can't see clearly. Help me. At least a dozen players with lower mental attributes or without protection collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads in agony, some even foaming at the mouth, instantly losing their combat ability. Be careful. There's mental interference. Get out of the way. Don't block my path. Chaos began to spread from the entrance. And at this moment, roar. Hisses. From deep within the fog a chilling roar echoed. Twisted, deformed shadows surged forth from the thick, colorful mist. Some resembled crawling creatures twisted by radiation, some appeared as energy constructs, and others were simply masses of writhing beings covered in eyes. The strength of these abyssal aberrations varied significantly. They ranged from ordinary to the first tier, with occasional glimpses of one or two that were close to the pinnacle of the first tier. They frantically lunged at players who were disoriented or had just entered, struggling to find their footing. Open fire. Block them. Save me. The entrance area instantly transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, screams, and monstrous roars merged into one. Points notifications began popping up frantically in some players' minds, but for more life was being harvested like grass. Lin Zhou and his companions did not linger, nor did they care about the chaos behind them or the points that were practically handed to them. Their goal was clear: to delve deeper into the rift, search for energy crystals, and achieve a high enough score ranking. Lin Zhou wielded the Black King longsword to carve a path, with purple lightning coiling around the blade, effortlessly slicing ordinary aberrations into pieces. The prompt for points 1 briefly flashed by. Lin Wanqing gripped her gun, vigilantly guarding the flanks and rear, occasionally firing at stray monsters. Mo Yoshue moved alongside Lin Zhou, her two peculiar silver daggers spinning in her hands. The trio worked in perfect harmony, quickly advancing into the deeper mists. However, they had not gone far before Lin Zhou keenly sensed several malicious gazes lingering behind them. Someone is following us, Lin Zhou said quietly, not halting his steps. Not just one group. Mo Yoshue leaned in to listen, a cold smirk appearing on her lips. 2 behind the rock, 30 meters to the left. 3 45 meters to the right, rear scattered widely. Directly behind. Probably 7 or 8, seems like a temporary squad, quite bold. Lin Wanqing tightened her grip on the gun. What do they want?